Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out. in the dark, stone cold, sinking deeper. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn. When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight forever. Face the storm.
the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
A decade of stories have echoed through these halls. Many have tried, many have failed. Time waits for no one. In the wake of years unlike anything we've seen before, the newly crowned king's mere existence has sent shockwaves throughout the space. Counter-Strike is the unwavering constant. The goal remains unchanged. The hunt for firepower is greater than it has ever been. 2021 marked the end of an era. Astralis needed new muscle fast.
So now they're running through the smoke into this B site, and Config, death from above.
Good shooting.
Very clean. Lane makes it so quick.
Vitality. A statement of intent. A frightening combination of experience and raw power. Some people play the long game, and at times it's best to hold. Chasing the dizzying heights they have already touched, Gambit's young guns are hungrier than ever. American Counter-Strike, down, but not out. The decorated captain returns to his former banner and art form. A relentless year of change and instability left the fierce and formidable Furia frustrated. Safe may be that final piece for the Brazilians to climb the food chain. Fnatic have diverged from their trend, breaking tradition and incorporating a British core around the two berserkers. Virtus.pro moved earlier than most, removing the quintessential support player in Sanji for the muscle of Flit. VP have now sharpened the plow to a refined point. 2021 was rife with heartbreaks and near misses for FaZe. After a year of ifs, buts, and maybes, FaZe opens the checkbook to acquire certainty. Carrigan has been chasing this dream since 2007, and now with a potent pair of twists and drops, this workman cannot blame his tools. No more excuses. The frantic search to uncover the next prodigy has led the samurai to reforge their katana. Returning 3 years after ENCE's fairy tale run,
Ents have done it! They pulled off the upset!
Alexi B has been given the golden ticket to his redemption. Partnered with talent the likes of which he has never worked with before, Alexi must harness Counter-Strike's most precise weapon whilst nurturing its future star.
Every day, every single day, day in, day out, I wake up and I see the message. Sign in, sign in, sign in, sign in, sign in. Every fucking day. Fuck it. Fuck it. Welcome, Monesi.
Can the future arrive so soon? The next generation already has its feet firmly planted at the top of the scene. Everyone wants to be the next to uncover the diamond in the rough. Seemingly unbothered by those that have come before him, only interested in what lies ahead. A path laid out to glory. A team with few flaws and an obscene ceiling. Those with an affinity for the clutch. Those pulling the strings. Combined with the unstoppable force feared by all who oppose. Built piece by piece by a studious council. With a grand slam to defend and a major crown upon their brow, this battlefield is now their domain. The simple fact you exist forces everyone around you to adapt or die.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Coinbase, US Air Force, and CSGO Hub, powered by Coil.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. A Trollocs winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022, and we're ready to get this party started. Valentine's Day is over, and the exchange of hearts has been halted. And that's because today it's about exchanging those GLs and those HFs. As we begin Kato 2022, we've got a play-in in front of us, and then we go on into the main tournament. And of course, a lot of teams looking just to make it that far along. Now, a lot to swallow, a lot to digest, but truth is, the last time we were here, I was telling you the doors were closed. And now, I would like to invite you once more to a place that has settled many a scores. 10 years in the running, the Intel Extreme Masters returns to Poland. I'm here with Maniac, and I'm here with Yanko, and we have a hell of a show ahead of us today, guys.
Absolutely, a lot of history here at IEM in Katowice, not just in Counter-Strike, but in all of esports, really, in the long term, but also in the short term. I mean, we haven't had a crowd here for 3 years. It's one of the big events, and actually it's the first event that had to close the doors to the crowd because of COVID. And now, you know, hopefully looking how 2022 has started out and that whole situation, hopefully it's a sign of things to come, but we're going to go back to normal, quote unquote, at least when it comes to CS, and go back into the arenas, go back with the crowd, which is what we're all here for.
So normalcy to you, Maniac, does that look like Navi lifting another trophy here or what?
Yeah, that could be. Listen, if they're looking to create that era, I guess lifting the trophy here in Katowice could be the go-to, man. Such so weird, like the end of a cycle, right? You said it. Last time we were here and we had to obviously cancel the people in the arena. That was a hard time. And now we're looking
weird, you know, it's like a sombering silence almost. It didn't make much sense.
It's so far away.
And also, especially because we got a little bit of a taste towards the end of last year. We had a couple of events with the crowd, and you could see the change, right? You could see some of the teams that were dead, no even quotes, they were dead teams.
It's already done.
Were doing really well because the players are veteran players and they feel the crowd. It's like, wow, this actually feels really good. Like, we forgot how good it feels to do this. It's been 2 years, or for some of them even more, they got to experience that. So, yeah, this is where it's at.
So we've had land light, you know, we've had the sort of, you know, studio vibes. Right. We've had all the conditions except that massive crowd for some of these players. Is that going to be a big difference maker when it gets down to the nitty-gritty after the play-ins?
Yeah, it absolutely will be, Trace, but I think all of us, we have a collective amnesia, that it used to be the fact before as well. You could not always get to play in front of the audience. You had to deserve it. You had to earn it. You had to fight for that pride, that right to fight in front of an audience. Playing in the studio is something that a lot of players and a lot of teams had to go through in order to qualify, and that's what we're trying to do here this week.
Yeah, play-ins. It's not a fun little gauntlet for anyone, is it, Yanko?
Definitely not, and I think it's also a testament to how good teams have become and how much the average level of Counter-Strike has improved over the past couple of years. You know, you look at it and you have some big names there, teams like FaZe, NIP, right? Astralis, so-and-so, but yeah, you have great teams, and you know, you look at some of the underdogs and you can't really, you know, put your money on it and say, yeah, this team is 100% going to go through. We already saw in a couple of last play-ins, Cologne last year, right, OG not being able to even make the group stages.
And what's amazing, right, is that at the end of last year, we had a couple of LAN events coming here. We had obviously in Stockholm, we had in Copenhagen. A few teams actually had to break their teeth against that audience and get used to it. And now is the time. Time has passed a little bit. We had the winter break. They had a moment to reflect on it and try and get better. Obviously, Gambit is a name that we have to mention. And now we get to see how 2022 starts. That's it. Like, we are setting the stories and the legends for the whole year right here.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good litmus test, all things considered, for every team in attendance. Again, the play-ins are where we're going to be starting. Our schedule looks a little bit like so. We got, what, 3? I think it's 3 best of ones to kick us off over here on the A stream. Then we jump over to those best of 3s. But starting things out, a little bit of Mouse Sports taking on Godsent, followed by Sprout FaZe, MIBR Astralis. Now, it does go on a little bit further. We're looking at winner of NIP, Wisla Krakow, and winner of Copenhagen Flames and Fnatic for that first best of 3, and then on into Big Complexity versus the winner of MIBR Astralis. So full action-packed day there, Maniac.
You already mentioned 2 teams, 2 names that have lifted trophies in Katowice. The fact that Astralis and both Fnatic are now fighting in the play-ins just to make it to the group stage, that's a testament, like the evolution of the game and where we're at, and some of the heroes that have fallen, which we obviously will talk about.
But just, I mean, Fnatic being one of those, you know, cornerstones. When you think of Katowice, you think about multiple overtimes, 5 maps. You think about Fnatic, and really how they got here is probably something to touch on in this year, in this day and age, Enko.
Yeah, I mean, also look at Fnatic and wait, if you haven't followed CS, Fnatic is now a British team. What's going on? What's going on here, right? But yeah, completely different storyline for some of these teams. It's been a long way for some of them, right? Having to fight tooth and nail just to even get a chance to be at the play-in, Trace.
Oh, man, the play-in. So, how they got here. We're talking ESL Pro Tour. We're talking Pro Tour points. We're talking all the nitty-gritty. When it comes down to the math calculations, they don't leave that up to us. More specifically, I'm definitely not
a bad idea.
That. Some of these names do sit at the very top. And that's the way it's going to look when it comes down to your Navis and the likes of the other teams up there on the Pro Tour.
Look, basically said what you want to have for these kind of tournaments are the best teams in the world, simply put. So you have this ranking, you get points all around in all the competitions, and then at the end you hope that you get the best spectacle, which is what we are all about.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we're about. Of course, with the Pro Tour and this year, basically, it's just a fresh start for a lot of these teams. We do have those points running up here. Momentarily, we'll show them to you, but of course, you know the teams that are already situated front right in the center, right? We don't even have the main event coming up today, but we still have the big teams that you're talking about. No pun intended.
You're right. Big is there. Big is definitely playing. Look, some of the names that have to fight through these planes are almost no-go if you just stop at the name and the house. So you talk about Astralis, you ask anyone in Counter-Strike and say, hell yeah, Astralis should play. That's actually not going to be that easy. NIP is actually trying to survive here without their superstar device. Has been gone now for a few months. That's complicated. FaZe, not able to align their full roster with Robs. These are all names that should be no-brainers that should be playing in the group stage, but we know that the next few days aren't going to be that easy.
No, they're not. Litmus test, that's one way to put it, but for some of these teams, they're going to fall right on their face, Yanko. Anybody you want to call out right away?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Astralis has been struggling for a while now, and it's a very worrisome situation for them. They're opening against MIBR. I think actually MIBR pulls off an upset there, right? They beat Navi in a best-of-1 at Blast. Yes, it's online. I know all of that, but Astralis has so much pressure on their shoulders. Like, that roster is so young, so new, but you have a feel like if they flop, like, let's say, God forbid for them, they don't make the group stages, like, you feel like, should they make a change already, right? Because the major is just 2 months away. So do you ride it out, or do you like, hey, let's cut our losses, even if we have to play a qualifier or whatnot? I don't know how the points are going to look like, but, you know, this is obviously not working at this point. Let's try to find something that works, that we actually have a fighting chance, because, you know, guys like Glaive and Zipex, they're not going to be in it just to make, like, the top 16 at the major. Like, they want to be playing for a team, and even the younger guys, that actually has a chance to do something meaningful.
So speaking of chances, there's a couple of them. When we start to look at the play-ins, there's a bracket, there's a whole thing here, Maniac. I'm going to let you take the charge on this one as it starts.
Yes, indeed. Look, we're kicking things off with a little bit of NIP versus Whistler. You talked about it, and that one to me is an interesting one, not only because we have local heroes that we have to keep an eye on, but because NIP, through all these turbulences and obstacles, are actually able to play a decent Counter-Strike. I was watching them in Copenhagen the other day, and I thought that they would absolutely crumble and disappear. They didn't. They actually didn't. Fuzzy did a good job. You had Hampus running strong. I'm ready for that. I'm on the NIP trend. I know.
Okay.
No, it's fine. No. I was going to say, the funny thing is with the NIP, you know, the standing situation, but they've actually played with him the last 3 months. Almost, right? He joined midway through IEM Winter, played the World Finals, played the Blast groups with them, right? So he's been there for a while now. Like, he knows what to do, going back from the first time he played for them, where they had time to just talk through one map, and then they had to wing it. So we'll see. They should look better than before.
Well, we try to keep our ears to the streets here, and that's what we do via an extension in our sideline reporter. It's going to be Heku. Can you hear me? Are you over there? Hello? Hey, guys.
Hi, Sana. Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, so how are you finding it so far in this big room that we're in? What do you see over there? What do you hear?
It is huge. It's humongous. This is actually not my first time in Katowice. I've been here in 2016, 17, and 18, but it is my first time actually being on this side of the camera, so I'm pretty excited.
So you mentioned something yesterday in the shuttle. Apparently you have a picture with Maniac from like 15 years ago.
There we go.
I do, from 2016, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Wasn't it Vilnius?
Vilnius. See, like, we're getting to learn some things about the Baltic states.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
Maniac was a player back then.
Once upon a time.
Actually, I think I was a coach, but I did it all. I did a little bit of everything. You know.
So, Heku, you're going to be on the sidelines. What do you have in store for us?
I'll have some pre-interviews, post-game interviews, some maybe content with the players during the games. Like, I'll just be talking to the players all the time.
Okay, cool. Anything you're looking to extract from anyone out at the top of the morning here, or what do you think?
No, it's going to be a surprise.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we like surprises up here. Well, cool. We'll let you go, Heku. We'll look forward to hearing from you later on.
See you.
See ya. And that's Heku, and that is our sideline element, at least for this stream for today. There's a whole lot of streams going on here. In case you didn't know, A, B, and C, and you can see us right after this break. We're going to be going to a break. We come back with our first matchup of the day, and it's just about time to get that underway. We're looking at a bit of Godsent versus Mouse Sports. And did you know? MBK's back.
It's Mouse.
Yeah, whatever.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Taking some aggression. No way, Anthony! How are you doing it? How does it look so easy? Magnificent stuff. Let's get it on!
Well, the matchup's been set, and it's right there in front of you. Godsent versus Mouse. Not to be confused with Mouse Sports, because I don't want to ruffle any feathers here on the desk this early in the day. We're going to be jumping right into this best of one, the kickoff of the IEM play-ins for Katowice 2022. I am with Yanko. I am with Maniac, my name being Trace, ready to see what Taco and company can do. Talk to me about Godsent, Maniac, right out of the gate.
Look, fascinating game that we have to kick off this event. It's absolutely fascinating. On one hand, obviously, you have Mouse that we have a lot of questions about. First time we're going to see this roster. But on the other, you have Godsent, who is a team that's been, for the last few months, on an up-and-up trajectory, but then the major was a complete crash. We heard from them. We know they had pressure. We know they didn't play to their level. They have a lot of rookies in that roster next to Taco and Phelps. But is it going to be a better event for them? Have they learned from their mistakes? Do they feel more comfortable? Is this where Godsent actually become relevant at top level?
Do you feel like MBK has learned from his mistakes?
Definitely.
And do you feel like that translates into where we're going now? We're talking about a two-time major champion.
It has to be the case, Trace.
Has to.
Yeah.
Can't even like drop the ball on that one, can you?
No, I mean, yeah, I think you were surprised when you see them there in a Mouse uniform, right? Weird. But I think for them, it's like a great change that they exactly needed. The problem, even with Robs on the team, was they had no experience. Like, Robs was not only in CS, but like as a leader of men, Robs was like supposed to be that guy. He's such a young player himself, so they did lose their best player. But with MBK, I think they get that element in their team, which can kind of lift some of the pressure from some of the other guys. And obviously, an upgrade in the op department is going to help. So I think with their proper roster, Mouse is a better team this year than they were last year.
You were making a point yesterday while we were here doing rehearsals about there being a net positive, regardless of the situation they find themselves in.
Well, you're talking about the roster all around. I think A-Core had reached his limit. We had very quickly seen that he was not made for the tier 1 level of Counter-Strike. You bring in Torji with the idea that he could be a next Monacy, he could be one of these next superstars, and he's done really well in the Academy League. You talk about NBK and what he brings to the table in terms of experience, I agree with you. The only issue that I have, and something he's going to have to prove everyone, is that he can be a mentor teaching younglings. NBK has a lot of experience, that's for sure. He's been all around the world, he's won all of them, he's got trophies and majors, but can you actually take someone under your wing and teach them the game? Can he do that?
I think so. I think we saw some of the players as well that came back from Valorant, right? You obviously have Automatic, who's playing really well, showed a good individual level, and then Nitro, not so much. For me, I expect MBK to be obviously more like Nitro, but that should also be his role. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if potentially like he takes over the in-game leader role, right, in that team, because that would make perfect sense. Remember, Dexter, when he was in-game leading back in Greyhound, like, he was still having the good roles, the star roles, and he was their best player individually. When he moved to Mouse, he gave the roles, but stayed the in-game leader. So obviously he didn't put up the same numbers. You can find a way like to put him in better positions, and then MBK takes a step back and leads, and the Opera is coming in, right? The new young exciting guy. Like, you could have something there for Mouse, who has always been known as the team that had to make more with less.
It just feels like there is a little bit of superfluous lack of skills between NBK and Dexter. That's the problem that I might have, right? If you guarantee me that NBK can very quickly go back to his OG level, which was decent on an individual standpoint, no problem for me. I know what he brings next to that. But if you have both Dexter and NBK who's slacking and struggling individually, then that's just not going to be enough. You're going to have way too much pressure on Frozen. Bim is not even here, obviously. That's going to be too much. Like, it's not going to be enough income of frags just to stand up with the top.
Frozen is a great talking point because, you know, we're talking about his second star. He was there with Robs and whatnot. He needs to maybe be a little bit more consistent, and he's been around for a while now. The kid's still only 19 years old, right? Like, there's still so much room for him to improve and so much time to mature, not as a player, but as a person as well, right? To know how to well handle yourself in some situations, right? It's not only about that. It's not only what you can do, how many demos you can watch, how many frags you can get on deathmatch, and all the training that you can do. It's like you need to mature as well in general.
Speaking of maturity, we've got one rather mature lad, and that of Chad Burchill, and he's going to be with Dinko. They're going to be our commentary duo over here. Chad, I see you guys down there. Are you having a good time here in Katowice so far?
Maturity, I think I'm just old now, Trace, isn't that it?
I want to say
Are we just old? Yeah, look, we got to address the elephant in the room. Obviously, we got Dinko here. Well, that's fantastic to have him alongside. If everyone missed the announcement, no machine this event, and for me, things are going to be a little bit different, but we'll do our best, and we're going to miss him. But yeah, things are looking good down here. We're in the player booth next to Mouse Sports. Dinko, you think you're ready to smash this one home?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to being here. You know, we're back in IEM Katowice with the best Counter-Strikes played on LAN. I mean, just look at the history around the banners here and all the players back. It's just great to be here. So really looking forward to seeing how it pans out.
Yeah, I think, boys, you're getting a bit critical of some of the situations we have here. What are we expecting from these academy players? Are we expecting Torzi to pop off? Is that what's going to happen? First LAN game for him, Yanko?
Yeah, I think so. I think he can show a good level, right? Because you look at his play style as well, and like how he goes for things. Like, he's not afraid. He's not scared to take the fight to the enemy team, and that's always what you want from your Opera. Like, you want them, and especially from out, it's going to feel great to have an Opera who has any sort of an impact. I mean, that was such a difference with A-Core.
Long time no see.
Before, yeah, I think it's going to feel good for Dexter and all the other guys.
Going up against Godsent, who don't even really have a primary Opera. So this is going to be an interesting best of one to kick off the day.
Yeah, it is going to be that. Hey, gentlemen, we'll get you down there in that commentary booth where you belong. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is Chad and Dinko, or Sponge and Dinko. They are going to be bringing this first matchup. For us, we don't even know what the map is. We're going to find out, though, because in the best one, really ain't a whole lot to run around there, is there?
There isn't, but, you know, if you're a Godsent, you want to try and stay away from, like, a Mirage or an Inferno. Even though those maps are top 3 for them, simply because Mousesports is in a situation where first they had a different team, now even to that team they added a stand-in, so they wouldn't have too much time to get ready for all the things, make a deep playbook on some of the weirder maps. So this is, for any team you would say that's a long-standing team, this is where you show us your map pool.
Yeah.
And this is where you punish the underdog.
You go tactical. You go tactical, you go to an overpass, a vertical map that you know the team against you just not going to have the protocols to answer. Anytime you get an entry kill, they don't know how to deal with the situation, so that's what you got to do. The only problem with that, and the mistake that a few teams have done in the past, is that you close yourself off in a very hard T side to begin with. You never find, your rhythm, you never get the blood flowing, and then you end up just losing your first map. That is a trap that can be fallen into.
And just to refresh everyone's memory here, how important is it to just cruise on through the play-ins, get a nice little burnt downtime?
I think it's really important as well to not just to go quickly, but there's a lot of good teams here. You don't want to lose this first game, then you have to win 2 best-of-3s against God knows who in the lower bracket, right? We saw great teams before not make it out of the play-in, and Katowice last year, 3 out of the 4 semifinalists came through the play-in. So a lot of good teams here.
You see that?
Nuke. We're going to Nuke. Tactical map. But a dangerous T side, so let's hope that doesn't do.
And this was probably a bit of a surprise for Mouse, because statistically it's not a great map for Godsent in the last 6 months, but it's a map they actually really love to play, just didn't win a lot of games towards the tail end of the year. So yeah, I think in the grand scheme, if we're talking about surprising and in the veto from the Godsent side of things, I think they managed to do that.
So they might have kind of found an even playing field here is what we're getting at.
Yeah.
They did what they had to do in the veto, right? They had a couple of advantages. They had a couple of cards that they could play here, and they forced Mouse into a corner. It's going to be hard. And also, if you're talking about Mouse, something that we need to address is the synchrony between NBK and Dexter. We have actually no idea how they are going to work. Is it going to be Dexter holding the fort 100%, NBK is just chiming in, or is it going to be a back and forth? Nuke is a map that is going to put a lot of stress on both these men to finding solutions.
Yeah, and solutions, I don't know, how do you come up with solutions for some of these guys who've never had this much pressure? This is a weird situation for some of these guys.
Godsent, they played Nuke 3 times at the major, lost all 3 times. That was one of the most clear maps where you could see the pressure on the young players, right? Because Nuke, you could go for some expos on the upper bomb side, this, that, and it's a lot of 3v3s, 3v4s, right, which are still winnable. But what you could see from the younger players every time was like they would just try to swing by themselves, try to take a fight, try to win a round on their own instead of communicating with the team and, hey, you can bait for me, hey, maybe I can flash for you, we can smoke, we can do this, we can do that. And the rounds were falling apart, and you win and lose games in those rounds.
And you talk about pressure, and that has to be the keyword for Godsent, because this event, Katowice here, is where they can either show that they actually belong to the T1 of Counter-Strike, or we'll all get to the conclusion that they don't. Because before the major, they were high up there in the rankings. It didn't go well. IEM Winter was slightly better, and now we've had the break. They haven't played for 2 months. If you crash and burn here at IEM Katowice, then questions have to be asked. Do you actually belong in the Tier 1?
Is there a way you can look at this matchup and say potentially a coin flip?
Yeah, absolutely. I think since there's so little we know about this Mousesports team, even if they came, even if they came with the full roster, and especially now with a stand-in, right? And Godsent, they are, a team that's longer tenured, but they're not really that experienced.
It should not be a flip coin. It should be Godsent taking it. They are the favorite.
Okay.
We should not paint a different picture. They should be winning this against a brand new roster.
Even with Nasty Nate back there.
Nasty Nate.
Nasty Nate. That would be MBK and company. Thanks so much, gentlemen. It's Mousesports versus Godsent. The map is going to be Nuke. It's kind of hard to put a finger on it. We say flip a coin. It's kind of hard to sit here and say one of these teams is going to come out gunning, but you hope for the best.
I agree with Maniac. Like, if Godsent is going to put themselves on the map, really, like, this is a type of a game that they need to win to give us faith into them.
A statement game. We're going to keep our eyes on the prize, which happens to be this best of 1. Mousesports versus Godsent. We're going to Nuke to kick off this play-in, and we're going to do it with Sponge and Dinko. Take it away, guys.
Looking forward to this one. Godsent versus Mouse kicking off Katowice 2022. We're back on land. We've got the best teams. We're starting to play in, Chad. And coming into this one, Mousesports versus Godsent. This is a map that I feel Godsent are going to have a great bit of excitement. They're innovators on this map.
Yeah, and the debut of Mouse here is obviously a big talking point for today. There's your 1xBet odds in the middle of your screen. Pretty even pickings right there, but a slower start as lobby control taken here and a ramp presence from Barton as co. Dexter's over there to deal with this. Phelps having a little bit of a look in towards Hut. So they're just feeling out right now what type of CT defense Mousesports are opting for here. Couple of mollies, couple of flashes, some stuff to work with, and a bit of action on ramp.
Dexter will alleviate his position immediately, dropping down with the first piece of info. Godsent now turning into an A play. Frozen will be the first player tested and taken out swiftly by Phelps. Trade back from JDC, the newest kid on the block, but MBK certainly has been around it a few times. Just one for him as JDC gets back into play. Mouse Sports hold the advantage. Lato could pull that back, and he certainly will. Numbers once again evened out as we go 1 minute on this clock.
Plenty of time to work with right here, trying to pull the rotations across the map here, and now continuing to turn their attention. Dink onto JDC. He's low. Buttons down the vent. They've changed route.
Yeah, got the bomb down into the B site. Lato is even cutting off rotations, so buying his teammate a little bit of time, but he has to plant behind the boxes, and Dexter realizes he's got a chance for a 1 versus 1. If he can drop Barton, that would make things easier, but Barton's so ready. Dexter goes down. JDC now into the clutch. His first tournament of play here at IEM Katowice for the stand-in team of Mouse, and let's see if he can get it done. Straight to the defuse with a kid on his back. He's just gonna stick it.
Right in his face.
First round for Mouse Sports. Well, certainly he's got ice in his veins, Chad. First round of play, and he just sticks the defuse.
Yeah, no nerves right there. What a huge round from him. Subbed in last minute. And they pull this one around. You look at the round, how it kicked off. Godsent pulling them across the map, forcing that ramp rotation, pushing Dexter lower. They peel into topside. They do all the damage with the dinks, and now just sit the defuse. Pros don't fake, and there it is from JDC.
Yeah, this player has a lot of talking around him as well. A lot of people thinking it's even maybe an upgrade for the team. He's got a lot of excitement. Well, that is certainly a statement in the pistol.
Well, I think Godsent have gone for that here in the second round. The buy is in, and, well, out squeaky door. Taco's going to make a bit of space. MBK needs to be careful about this one. He's down the vent and audible there, so that will be communicated from Taco, and if he's quick on this, he might get a free kill in the back right here. MBK not looking down the vent, Tech9 in hand, and, well, see you later. Alligator pulls the trigger just in time, but that's the opening for Godsent.
Yeah, nearly a little jump scare there, but luckily pulled through. Godsent get down the vent, and Taco looking to take as much control as he can. Teammates of Mouse Sports trying to rotate down. They've taken control and pushing into lobby. They're going to meet a couple players head on. And this spacing's not so great, but oh no, Frozen takes down JDC on the fallback. And the numbers again favor Godsent. Barton, he sticks around, and Frozen's going to go down, leaving just Torzy. And this start for Mouse looked good in the pistol, but Godsent right back into play.
Yikes, this is going to be difficult now. The scout in hand, and he's thrust forward again. He knows there's rifles to find here towards lobby, so maybe looking for a bit of an upgrade, but walking straight into where the bomb lies.
Not really got the weapon for the job, but a couple of players have been chunked down. Phelps on 12 HP, Barton on 60. If he can get the timing around the back, now he's got an M4. Certainly has the upgrade and has a chance for this one. They can cross right into his crosshair in the 1v1s. That's one of the players down. Again, Phelps on 12 HP. They're trying to figure out how can we get Torzy out of this position. There is limited time, and Torzy goes, but right into the waiting arms of Dumao playing on top HUD. Godsent, stay cool under pressure, close it out to tie up the scoreline.
That could have got really, really strange right there for a second. Torzy could have been pulling off a clutch right after JDC, but not to be, and now they're the ones who are going to be feeling the ramifications of this. So MBK, you can see what he's trying to do there, right? You want to, as that rotator player, you have to deal with that if Secret is a possibility. Drops down the vent, unfortunately. Taco, a little bit too swift for him and pulls the trigger just in time. But well closed out there and well handled. Dumao, a name that we need to keep our eyes on here for Godsent. Dumao and Phelps, they're the highest rated players for this team. So we'll keep an eye on them as Torzy keeps an eye on Phelps and Lato, trying to cross fast towards Secret. More smokes and flashes laid on out. And space taken as they've crept into warehouse. Torzy shot, not going to land any damage.
Phelps, should have, but Torzy able to come back with a deagle in time. That's a good opening for Maus, one that they didn't expect to pick up.
Yeah, this can still go back and forth, right? Neither team able to establish the economy just yet. The force buy in from Maus is still threatening with these deagles. They have the opening pick. Now they can use their number advantage here. Sure, the weapons are a bit of an issue, but play hide and seek with Godsent, force them to comb through the map here, clear out all these close choke points and make a bit of a choice. And the choice seems to be made, slinking down Secret. Taco and Barton with the bomb, leading the charge into the hands of MBK and Frozen.
This should be a meat grinder for Maus, but MBK swings out. Frozen now caught on the stairway. Drops his way down in towards the site, closes the double doors to try and buy a little bit of time for those ramp rotates to come down, and Mouse Sports find a couple of kills now. A team kill, another one, Chad. It's 3 rounds in play, 2 team kills already, and a 1 versus 2 for Dumao's rifle.
Still has plenty of time here. 30 seconds feels like an eternity in this, but it has just been so chaotic. The opening 3 rounds of this game, it's been odd.
He goes up to A. There's no one here right now. That's going to give him some time to put that bomb down. Not only that, but get into a post-plant position. But he has
that's going to cost him some
yeah.
time.
That's crucial seconds now gone.
Defensive smoke, you can see how paranoid he is. He has no idea where these last two could be coming from, but if he can get away, if he can fortify a position in lobby here, he can play out this 1-on-2.
No kit nor utility here for Mouse, so they still have to move quite swiftly with the weaker weaponry. Jamal's got himself a good position as he pushes through lobby. He can come through the door side as both players Jamal's now encroach from heaven. Starting to try and figure out where Dumao is. Can they pull them into the fight? Again, this time is certainly a limiting factor here for Mouse's chances, and they're not sticking the defuse. Dumao creeping forward, headshot for JDC. Mouse fight back with the pistols.
And it's these two right here from the Academy roster. Look, if you haven't been paying attention to the storyline, these two youngsters right here, Torzi, well, he got promoted to the main team, right? Replaced A-Core. But JDC, last-minute replacement for BMAS, who couldn't be here. And, well, the first 3 rounds of Counter-Strike, you're already seeing what they have to offer. It has been messy. It's been sloppy, but it's been entertaining.
I think you can see why the NXT team are above Mouse on the ranking at times. That team was absolutely nuts, and these players coming up, and yeah, it was worrying to me the fact that, okay, we've seen Mouse have all this practice, but how are they going to perform without the team actually put together? But JDC hasn't skipped a beat. Torzi's the real deal so far, but here comes another force buy from Godsend.
Oh, this might be a top pop quickly here. Taco is lining up a smoke there to extinguish the molly, and the flashes, they're going to go.
And Phelps charges with a Mac-10. They haven't checked top hut, but with the flashes up, it's allowed. The lineup as JDC comes in with 2. And Godsend's quick rounds and this back and forth finally comes to an end.
Yeah, they've handled it. The Force by Wars are 1. Mouse Sports are going to reign supreme right here. And look, this is the first chance we're getting to see MBK back in the server. The desk was touching on that. Torzi in the main jersey. Frozen and Dexter, the only remnants left over. There's even a new coach. So with Mouse Sports, there's so much to dig into here of how they're going to start approaching the game. What are they going to change? And can they be a threat? Well, so far here they are definitely keeping Godsend honest. Dumao with 1, but I think it might just be a bit of a consolation here. Anything he can do to the economy is great, right? Continue to get a couple of kills, keep Mouse Sports in a bit of an awkward position, but it's most likely going to be a Godsend eco going into the next round of play.
And then Mouse will look to recover the economy, utility, so incredibly important here with this CT side, especially on Nuke. The fact that it's gone to Nuke, I think Godsend will be pretty happy with that. You know, this is a team that I don't think many people had great expectations when this team was put together, but Taco's proven himself to be pretty proficient in-game leader at times.
Yeah, I think the story there around Taco, right, obviously going back to Brazil and then recruiting some up-and-coming talent alongside of Phelps, that's really good for the scene, and I think that you're seeing the profits of that, right? Because he was investing in the future, right? A lot of grafting, a lot of hard work, but we already saw towards the tail end of last year, it's starting to pay off. IEM Winter, they look pretty good. Now, with Nuke, you're mentioning the map choice. It's a weird one to get into here, because Nuke is a map where I feel like there can be a lot of tells, right, in terms of T-side strategies and how you want to approach rounds. So if Syker and the new coach over there at Mouse has done his homework, right, maybe there's a couple of things that they can work out, they can identify in this Godsend game. But here we go. It is that aforementioned eco round. And should just be looking to farm up some kills here. Frozen, he's gotten off the negative. I'm sure this kid is going to put a lot more frags down in this map. Frozen, look, he's the main star now. He's the main star of this team. Until we see what Torzi has to offer, and we're seeing more of that now on the Eco Bash. Frozen's the guy to look towards here.
Yeah, and Mouse, you know, scared us a little bit with the announcement. Ended up being a great positive for Mouse, picking up,
right, yeah,
re-signing Frozen, multi-year deal. So he's going to be sticking around for a long time, and he really was the player that if he played well when Rops was in the team, for example, it always felt like Mouse were winning the map, right? They would always win the map if Frozen had a good performance. It's just finding that consistency to become that beast that we know he can be time and time again. But yeah, like you said, he is the star now. He should be getting all that space, all the roles that he wants, and I'm sure we'll see the elevation of Frozen throughout this year.
It's still a pretty young team as well, right? I know Rops went out, but bringing in a couple of other younger players here as well. But we're into the gun rounds. Feels like we've almost had gun rounds throughout. Smokes towards Yard, nice and quick. There's 2 from Lado quite fast, and Taco, load up and squeaky, mollied main, misdirections. They're looking for a top pop again.
Just looking to do it once more. Smoke comes in, they're just going to disrespect it and charge into the site. JDC's been fantastic in this position, but not this time around. It's taken out of play, and now it's MBK up on top of Hut, and the numbers dwindle yet again for Godsend. Down to the 2v4. They've got to dig themselves out of this hole. The barrel. Oh, Lado slipping by MBK down. He knows exactly where Torsi is, but this guy's quick. Mouse, pick it up.
Yeah, well handled there, right? And not a whole lot of variation out of Godsent, just trying to force the rotations. We've seen that on the pistol. It seems like a consistent theme for them, but not moving, not getting fooled here as the top hit at a minute 33, you can see it right there, just flashes and a smoke towards main, so not a lot of utility to aid this, right? They're hoping that the bomb site is a little bit weaker. Well, when the AWP's right there next to the T vent, you have a bit of a problem. Tech9's out again, and we've already seen that work in a couple of rounds before, but very top heavy. This is looking like Fury is in the server instead.
A little bit of Brazilian flat. Here they go again, Frozen. First pick is in, Taco down, and not really finding too much success in these opening fights, but that turns around. Molotov killing the MBK, JDC gone, and Mousesports now setting up for a Heaven retake.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there with MBK smoke. It looked like he got it off in time, but that nade could be brilliant. Onto Button, he's out of play. 3-on-3, bomb goes down, 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, and here they go.
I love this group up from Mouse, but it is only 1-for-1, and Dumao is up with 3 kills in the round. It is on Torzy with the AWP. He swoops his way down, silent in the smoke. The stealth play with Lato as well as he trades position. Torzy's aware of this possibility. He is so honed in on this. He has a 1v1 right in front of him. He's quick, and he is quick. Straight to the defuse. He's just sticking it. Oh, he knows the bomb is around the corner, and Torzy. Oh my God, what a clutch. This guy just doesn't feel the pressure at all.
Wow. The fact that he knows there's a player in the smoke, just identifies he can isolate a one-on-one by staying in the site right there, and another round where they just sit the defuse. Godsent are going to start. Oh, look, I'd be fuming. I'd be fuming. 2 of these rounds right here have just gone to the virtue of sitting the defuse in a one-on-one situation. Big balls on these youngsters.
Yeah, and Lato, I'm sure, thought he had that. That was the play in his head that was working so well. And Torzy's just so ready, so cerebral.
You get it right. Oh, wait, hold up a second. We're straight into the action here with Dumao taking that AWP, looking for a bit of an opening. We have the rotation for Torzy, though, with the big green on the other side, straight towards lower. Not a bad nade. Chunks a bit of damage away here. Gives some information, and Dumao will pedal back as the smoke lands. Now, look, we haven't seen them condition yard just yet, and I know that these rounds have been scrappy and they have been close, but they haven't been doing the traditional plays towards outside where they take that space. Torzy actually giving a bit of a gift here.
It's about to be an option between him and Dumao. Dumao has the better of Torzy, and that's the opening for Godsent.
Just so quiet towards yard, right? There was no smokes down. That molly seemed like it was a bit of a tell in the favor of Godsent, right? Okay, why have they mollied here, right? We haven't thrown too much out towards yard. You can see that they still have 4 of their smokes remaining, right? So Godsent have been a bit frugal with their utility so far. But now Phelps is having a bit of a crawl. The smoke's in the air, they will bloom. So much room to work with here, and he's even ahead of the smokes on this. Very brave from Phelps.
The Mouse being proactive again, searching for information. Dexter will be that front player who might just push alongside MBK. First distraction, first pull is Dexter, and here comes MBK as well if needed, but it's all getting shut down. Mouse with the reaggression in the mid-round, able to make it happen, and it's all onto Phelps. The 1 versus 3 as he comes back in from Heaven. Phelps is a player that can certainly pull these kind of things off.
I don't think he has a chance. Yeah. Look, he's got a couple of things against him right here. Yeah. Big dramas regarding the time, the fact the bomb's down, we're in the lobby. It's not going to be too easy for him, and yeah, we're going to see the save come on out. Now, this is a 7-1 scoreline. This is not where you want to find yourself if you are Godsent early. This is good fundamental Counter-Strike so far from Mouse. Like every round, that right now, if you're the team who's going to play them next, if you're at home, if you're a Mousesports fan, we should all be looking for similar things. Who's playing where? What are they doing well? Are the fundamentals good? Right? Where's the team play? Because then you can start to gauge where this team is at, even with a stand-in, right? I think we heard some promising things coming out of the camp regarding how quickly Torzy was starting to be integrated into the newer roster. But yeah, look, this stand-in situation is going to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works. But we're back underway, plenty of cash to splash.
Godsent with a pace this time.
Yeah, and a lot more smokes, but there's a big gap here.
Phelps going to peer over the top of them, boosted up onto red. Oh, the AWP of Torzy gets spotted, taken out again.
It's 2 rounds in a row he's been the first death. Now, last time around, Godsent stalled out, went back to lobby and lost to the fundamentals. This time they're taking space out, Squeaky Taco. He gives one right back. I can see what he's trying to do, but now they're in a 4-on-4.
Hasn't worked out at all. And all that hard work to remove the impact of Torzy drawn back into the 4v4. Although taking the enemy AWPer out of play that early in the round is certainly going to give you much more space to play with.
Yeah, like last round, Phelps, with those smokes, he got all the space but didn't find the kills because mousesports went aggressive into lobby. This time round, they're standing put.
Frozen. Gets the early warning system. Phelps able to recover, and yet no player goes down in this engagement.
They know he's pinned here.
Solo as well, Frozen just waiting for the timing. Here comes the walk into ramp. Dexter hears it out, throws the incendiary down. Frozen actually best Phelps in that fight, so they have removed him from play. Godsent is starting to struggle here. They don't have a lot of map control available to them now.
Yeah, I think they want to go squeaky to vent. There's the molly on Frozen's position. A little bit more utility to keep him at bay. 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, 3 on 4. Maybe, just maybe, it could be a save.
Oh, lovely shot on the MBK. JDC's turn to hold down the site. He only gets the 1. And now it's Frozen's turn to try and stop Lado from getting over to the site. Lato taps his head, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Dexter coming back in from heaven. Lato's taking so much damage. Dexter has no utility, but Lato doesn't know where he's coming from. And because of that, Dexter gets the element of surprise. Creeps up heaven, gets the kill from above.
Yeah, that's a simple one right there for Dexter to clean on up. Just all these pressure moments, right? I think that these clutches that have gone against Godsent will start to build up mentally now. And also for Taco with the game plan, because if you look at these rounds and go, well, we should have won that one, right? The strat was good, right? We accomplished what we needed to. We got into the site, we got the bomb down, but we lost the post plan. So right there, that's difficult for Taco to try and navigate around when you're losing rounds to either virtue of a good play from the opponent or the fact that maybe your guys dropped the ball. Regardless, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for the calls going forward for Godsent here. They are able to get the rifles out one more time. Zoom out back into the big green.
Feels like they've had a lot of buys for a team that only has 1 round.
Yeah, it's been a very competitive half considering the scoreline, right? There's been a few rounds that if they've gone the other way, maybe they devastate the economy of Mouse. But now they have to work hard, and it's going to get harder. Phelps is down. Torsey, not the first death this time. And this is, yeah, I know that normally as soon as I say this, what happens in Counter-Strike is it becomes like an 8-7, 9-6 half, but it's looking pretty rough now for Godsent because in the pacier rounds that they've had, well, they've traded pretty efficiently, but then they've still lost in the clutches. When they've got the opening kills, then they've continued to saunter out on their own, the Phelps example and the Taco example in back-to-back rounds, but then they went just and died, and okay, well, now we're back in a 4v4. So there's a few issues here, and I'm not sure how Godsent can look to remedy this, especially as they're down in a 4-on-5 this time. Maybe that's the necessity, not getting that opening pick.
They're going to start making their way towards outside. 1 minute left. Dexter has repositioned down into the low bomb site. In fact, he will be ready for the secret walk down, and he's going to have numbers coming his way. We'll see how Dexter deals with this one.
Oh, lazy
First goes
clear.
past, they haven't cleared him out. Oh, Dexter luckily gets away with 1. That could have been a disaster for Dexter. And now his teammates trying to get down to the site, but Lato has followed up, and Godsent into the 3v3. Barton's going to hold down that vent drop as well, but Torsey, oh, quick shot, bomb down, and now he's looking for the follow-up. Taco looking to recover the kill. Barrel goes around the corner. Torsey will take that all day long. Goes back for the 3K. Doesn't close it out just yet, but Barton put into the 1v3.
Yeah, this is a miserable position right now for Barton. They're all around him, and there's no time.
He gets into the vent. He has the bomb in his back, Chad. He could sprint up the ladder, but even that's being watched. MBK has that.
Handled. All right. Well, a round that looked good again in the sense of, yeah, they're able to get in towards lower. You feel like Dexter's probably worth a couple more there. Difficult position for him to find himself in. But yeah, Godsent really starting to struggle here, and Taco looking a little bit flat. You can understand why.
It's frustrating when you get into, I'm sure you can add to this in terms of when you are calling the right idea, you're getting into situations, but it's the little details that are costing you, and you never really get control of the economy. You start to run out of ideas because MOUZ are adapting to your initial game plan. It's hard to find those answers.
Yeah, and they're getting space, right? This is an example where they were able to manufacture space. You could see that the type of smoke wall they threw, it wasn't a telegraph one from spawn. Yeah. They crawled through, got to red, through the smoke. That's the thing. It's not like the ideas have looked bad. It's not like the execution in a lot of occasions has looked bad. It's the closing out the round. And that right now is where Godsent need a hero. Phelps, one of the stars of this team, sitting on 3 kills. You'd love him to just be able to grab you a nice round, get this party started, but back into the lower buy. And maybe we see the top pop again. They've run this a few times.
finding them the most success, getting into the site at least, but JDC plays close towards Squeaky, and they're right to the smoke. It's an easy first kill, but MBK this time getting the 3K on the shutdown, and the quick round from Godsent might just end in a flawless victory for Maus, and it will. MBK, what a hold.
Yikes, this is, yeah, starting to look bleak right now. I think JDC and Torzy think if this is what Tier 1 was like, why weren't we doing that the whole time? But, you know, I know they've been back-to-back in the Academy League down there, but this is looking way too easy for them now.
And I think a problem coming into this Maus team is, you know, where's Dexter and MBK in terms of individual skill, mechanical skill? Well, if you have 3 players stepping up like this, it doesn't really matter. And also MBK having a great Eincrew position. He's just doing a lot of work.
Well, that's the thing, right? With MBK, obviously a legend in the game. If you're just tuning back in, you don't know what happened. He went to Valorant for a little while there, but we've got him back. And we're getting to see what he has to offer in the server so far, and it's a handy job, right? Mousesports are just taking care of business right here, and I've changed the setup again. Frozen aggressive, Torzy also at T-Red. Phelps has got a task ahead of him.
This is the player you called upon, Chad. You want to see more out of him, but he won't be getting much done in this round. Torzy takes him out of play. Frozen's also the second player here, and they're just not going to be ready for this position. The rattling of the rifle.
Oh, this is beautiful stuff right now. I'm loving everything. It looks desperate from Godsent. Look at Taka running through a molly straight into the hands of Dexter. You don't get easier kills than that. Now Dumao going for a kill on his own. It's just one at a time, right? Godsent can't find any traction in this, and the man on your screen, Torzy, is a huge factor of that. He's already been involved in 7 opening duels, winning 5 out of the 7, right? So great stuff from him, and that's exactly what you want from your AWPer, to be proactive, to take risks, to find you an opening. And we're getting exactly that.
Yeah, it's cool to see him being so confident to do all of that on land straight away. So, if anything, it should just get better as time goes on. Dexter playing towards the back of ramp, has got Frozen now rotating over. Dexter doesn't need it. He takes down 2, and 11 rounds now for Maus.
So if we take the first half of the first half, pretty competitive. Now we're getting into the second half of the first half. Yeah. It doesn't feel that way anymore. So
feels like they're running into the blender.
Yeah, and I think maybe that has something to do with all the clutch losses, running out of ideas, because we've seen a few strats recycled here, especially on these lower buys. And it's such a... Look, Mousesports decided to take it here. This was between Overpass and Nuke, and Maus went, yeah, let's go to Nuke. So they've clearly done their homework. They're looking good. Let's see if they can post any more.
This buy doesn't give me a lot of faith here, for God's sake. Galil's out. Frozen again, getting aggressive. Torzy, yet another opening kill. He is still going aggressive. Flash is going to remove him from his position. In fact, the rifle's hunting him down, and Torzy gets hunted by Phelps. That's the kind of impact we need out of Phelps.
I've got something back here, but these mid-rounds is where they've tended to struggle. So back towards lobby, it looks like Dexter's heard at least a little bit of this. Lots of talking out of his mouth here.
He's in a good position at the ready. They're surely not going to be ready for this tight angle. Here they come around. It's the guillotine, and it's done. He calls for the aggression. JDC pushes in alongside first contact, and 12 rounds for Maus. This is just a shutdown.
Beautiful stuff, right? Like that angle from Dexter. Have you ever seen anybody hold there? Like, what a ratty position that is.
You just get so frustrated if you're Godsent. You just, why is he here?
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's so much confidence coming out of the Mousesports plays right now. Yeah, like you said, chuck another opening kill on that Torzy tally right here. This is a great debut. Him and JDC right now both have over 100 ADR. Like, I know it's an 11-1, 12-1 scoreline right now, and they're owning them, but these are 2 individuals who there's question marks around. We're getting those answers so early. I hope this is something we can get more of as the tournament continues, but we're out Squeaky. We got some space.
It's an attempted quick play here from Godsent, trying to use some of that pace they had used previously that gets them towards the site in that first quarter of the game. You mentioned, Chad, but as of late, it has been shutdowns towards the site before they even get through the choke points. So first kill of the round goes JDC's way. He'll happily pick that up for Maus. Trade kill comes through from Latzo, so at least the number's even for the time being. But Phelps' position could deliver some rewards.
We've seen him here plenty of times. At this point, I don't...
Timing! Oh, he gets one at least. He gets one. Torzy trades him out immediately. And now Godsent, the only option is just to hit into the A side.
I feel like that summarizes this game so far, right? Like, Phelps, he's found these timing windows. It's looking good. He gets a kill, instantly dead. It's like... it almost feels like it's for naught. And they don't have any space again. So Godsent, one more time, find themselves scratching their head in this mid-round.
Yeah, it feels like Maus have the speed run to the answers of every question Godsent have posed. Torzy peeking down the door, and aggression this time for the AWPer does not work out. MBK cleared out as well. And now suddenly, from a 3 versus 3 to just Dexter coming in from heaven. He has won a clutch from here before, but this one much more difficult up against 3 opponents, and Lato will not let it happen. Godsent at least pick up another round.
Yeah, okay. Well, salvage something there. So Phelps' kill, not for naught. And they're able to put themselves at least in a position to grab 3, right? You get 3, you convert the pistol, you win the Force by Wars, then we can start to make a bit of a conversation. Now, the scoreline you're seeing now, maybe you're an older viewer, maybe you just tuned back in. Well, this is what we would have seen back in the day, but Nuke has become quite even, I would say, right? Still with a bit of a CT bias, but the Ts have so many options, forcing the CTs across the map. You don't often see 12-2 scorelines like this.
Yeah, we're no longer in the world where you can pull that back too easily.
Look, the factor is, when you're going up against MOUZ and you have no idea, right, you can only watch the old demos of how they're going to approach the game, right? So you're going in the black boxes, I like to call it. So if they have one gimmicky round they pull off after a pistol round win, that's the game, right? That is the game done and dusted. So Godsent are going to have a hell of a CT side.
Phelps charges. First player to get a kill this round for Godsent. JDC has been fantastic, but this time really trying to be neutralized before he can get anything done. Throws a smoke down just to buy some extra time to get those players of his teammates back into play. And in fact, he's even gone one further. He's shut down the bomb, and now it's just 2 players left for Godsent. Luckily, they've pulled it into the 2 versus 2 and put it all on Torzy. Not ready for the angle. 12-3 half. MOUZ Sports lead the way. We'll see if Godsent can pull this one back as you join us after the break.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you another method to take outside and find picks on the T side of Nuke. This execute will obstruct a lot of vision from the CTs and possibly force a warehouse player out into the open for a fairly easy pick. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 smokes, 2 mollies and 2 HEs. Future Pro 1, you'll be throwing the bottom hell window smoke. To throw this smoke, hop into this corner. Aim at the top of this pipe vent and slightly to the right of the line. Run forward and jumping through the smoke as you get close to the wall in front. Save your molly as you can use this to block off secret as you spend more time outside. Future Pro number 2, you only have a warehouse smoke to throw, so don't mess it up. To throw the warehouse smoke, look into the center of this wall. Aim at the bracket on the silo. Then jump throw the smoke. After this, head into lobby and hold off any pushes. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the A main smoke, mollying secret, and saving a HE for CT red. To throw your smoke, position yourself so half of this vent is cut off by the wall. Aim to the top of the cables, run forward and throw the smoke just before hitting the box. Then clear some close angles and hop onto this box. From here you can throw a molly to cover secret and hold the push. If you feel like it, throw your HE to CT red with Future Pro 4. Future Pro number 4, you'll be throwing the CT red molly along with a HE. To throw your molly, wait for the warehouse smoke to bloom, then make your way into this gap. Aim at the lower corner of the garage door and jump throw the molly. This will land behind CT red and possibly cause a counter-terrorist to rotate back towards the ladder area. After this, running through your HE behind CT red as you could get some chip damage on the rotating player. Then have Future Pro 1 boost you behind T red, and if you're quick enough you should be able to catch any CT trying to get up from warehouse to ladder. And that's about it. This execute is a nice way to find a pick outside. If you have confidence in your aim, I have no doubt you should be able to catch CT player out.
Welcome back to the second half. Mouse Sports with a convincing, or rather Mouse, falling down the trace path right here, Chad. But, you know, coming into this very strong showing into the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022, questions about their young players certainly being answered, at least in half number 1.
Yeah, really good stuff to see. Some clutches, some hype moments, some big plays. Torzy looking great on the AWP. Now let's see, can Godsend give us a competitive CT half here? And I'll push this one to double digits at least. We're underway, we're into the pistol. Lato with a fuse kit and a smoke in hand, the rest with Kevlar. And on the T side of things, it's Mouse Sports who are mainly opting for Kevin. A lot of space towards Yard. They have taken so much room.
And Lato, first player with the pressure, drops back in from Hell Window, just trying to come away with at least one. Will get overrun by MBK. Dumao now from Heaven, chips down for low damage.
The bomb's gone down B. They're already into the site. There's no rotation for this. They were all dealing with that Heaven crunch.
So they're going to put the bomb down, no problem here, Mouse. But the problem certainly is the fact that they're still down a player. To get into solid post plants, maybe that can negate the problem.
Oh, wow.
And JDC, he's coming down the vent.
There's nobody here, though. Would have been a great flank if somebody was home. Now they're all going to have to fight towards ramp. The USP's trundling on down. Torzy with the P250 looking good.
Yeah, Torzy just at the decon door, can buy some time here. Phelps just trying to gleam all these positions, clear them out. JDC, Dexter with the kills. They're shutting down the pistol, and Dumao's left alone. Time's the ticking, and there's still 2 players to clear out of these spots, and even then, the time is too far gone to get involved in this one. Mao's recover the pistol.
I love it, and they might even get Dumao here. He's going to, just link up the vents. He's going to hold on to the Kev and the kit. 9 HP to his name, so look, that's good to carry through. But just how quickly they're swinging off of each other there on Mao's, right? It looks, well, I assume that the communication is an all-time high, right? Because just all the kills come in sync. Door swings open, fights come in, all the angles, the communication at this point for Godsend, you know it has to be chaotic. One double, one single, there's window. They're loving it there, and that's Torzy. Really just showing us what he's got. JDC leading the charge with 18. Torzy with 16. Frozen, 7. It doesn't matter how you get it done. It's a win, right? But this is just not what you're expecting,
It's a positive in a way, right?
Yeah.
It's like you don't even have to really rely on the star just yet.
Yeah, look, with Modesty, when he's playing for G2, right, they were playing the Blast stuff, it was online, right? And look, I'm not saying that he's an online, I'm just saying we haven't seen them play on LAN. So there's always that reservation with some of these younger names. Now, the environment that they're in right now, right, they're seeing everybody, there's so many players around, and they just, looks like they're having fun. So, Mouse Sports, 3 more rounds away from closing this one out. Plenty of utility. They've already managed to get Frozen and Torzy down towards Secret.
Oh, Phelps with a nasty dig. You've seen him before. Hits some unbelievable shots, so they won't be challenging him down just yet.
What that does is information now. So they relay that back to Dexter. Dexter goes, all right, well, they've already rotated a player lower. So with that information, they can start to retool, regather. His presence felt as well. Phelps was forced off his line. 50 seconds, still plenty of time to work with here, and MBK's coming in through main.
Numbers certainly coming through main here for Mouse, but Taco in towards the vent. It's a little bit chaotic here as he now has a rifle. It's another kill for him, and they finally flush him out. But Barden's still in position up in the rafters. Are they going to be able to check for him? The distraction from Heaven, the pull into the fight for Frozen, and Mouse will go down. A good answer there for Godsend.
Got a bit rushed, didn't it? Right?
Yeah,
there was still
very
50
much so.
seconds left on the clock, just channeled straight through main. I think they were assuming lobby was taken with the Secret presence, but tripping over their own shoelaces right there, Mouse. And these early force by wars, which we saw in the first half, will be continuing here. Just behind the CT vent. What an absolute nuisance Taco was there. He got a lot out of that position.
And it just seemed like because of the chaos, no one really was able to figure out how we deal with him. We just kept getting free kill over and over again.
Little note here, Torzy has a Deagle in his hands, but has left over about 1K, right? That's classic from the AWPers. They want to hold on to enough money to get the big green out ASAP. But how far can they push these Deagles? Taco on ramp does have the support right now with Phelps, so a 2-man crossfire here should be hard to break.
Godsend need to avoid the force by wards. You can't go into the scrappy CS, keep it clean. Taco and Phelps certainly doing that with 3 early picks. JDC, good for 1, but that's it. Just Frozen left now in the 1v4.
Economic damage name of the game here for Frozen, but might not even get that. Lato will go down. His position is noted and... Okay.
No.
Okay.
Not like this, Frozen. They're separated as well, Chad. They're not together, these CTs, but luckily Dumao takes down Frozen. You can't give any space to players at this level.
That was a lot more costly than maybe it had to be. A couple of nice shots there from Frozen, but it still should be the eco from Mouse, right? This is where they should tighten the belt, be a little bit more conservative.
So many rounds to play with.
Good round from Phelps there. Easy lockdown. Not too many dramas.
And confidence from Dumao, like 2 of his teammates has just died and then he's just trying to chase down and get that kill. So closes it off, gets it done, and now it should be the 6th. Very unlikely we're going to see the P250 of Frozen with 4 Glocks alongside it. Taking down all 5. And these are the type of rounds as well where if you want, as Mouse Sports, just hit the brakes. Siphon out all that utility, force them to use their protocol nades, the mollies, the smokes. They'll have to reinvest in all of that. So there shouldn't be too much of a rush in a round like this. And this is the thing with Godsend. I want to point out the CT setup while we have a bit of time here. Dumao and Phelps are going to be pivotal in a map like this, right? They are dealing with a lot of the yard plays. If players will slip down secret, one of them will be finding themselves, you know, either getting across the secret early, going straight towards ramp, towards lower. Those two and how they choose to approach rounds can be the difference between Godsend making a comeback or maybe Godsend falling flat on their face. Taco over towards ramp, and then you can have Lado and Barton locking down top. Speak of Lado, there he is. One to find, Frozen again, and there it is. So 13-6, and we will see the rifles come out now. Torzy with 5.4, plenty of cash to his name. And look, we've seen Godsend as well in the past on this map like to bring out double orbs with Taco on ramp. So they do have some fruity little setups that they like to run on Godsend. We hopefully get enough rounds to see some of them.
This is really the first test for Godsend. Are they going to be able to deal with the buy of Maoas in the second half? Because they were just getting outgunned, just destroyed really throughout that first half when it came to the rifles. If Godsend finds some success early in this,
aggro
might turn around their fate. Dumao gets aggressive. He's nearly caught by the rifle. The timing could have been better for him to get out of position now, Chad.
Oh, they're across, and they really put the CTs on notice here. More chip damage through the smoke, just tagging away, but it is unconfirmed. They have gotten the real estate they're looking for. So not only do they have warehouse, they have secret, and JDC is anchoring lobbies. So right now this is feeling like a bit of a dream for Dexter. If they can weasel their way down secret without too much traction, force a rotation, that's going to allow Frozen to potentially make his way around heaven and flank. So we'll keep an eye on that.
A little bit of a sound cue being made. I don't know if Lado was able to hear it, but certainly not now. He has no ears on his head. In fact, has no head at all, but Trick comes in, at least JDC down for the 1-for-1. Under a minute left in this clock. Godsend have sent Phelps down to the lower side to try and deal with this threat. It is certainly a difficult threat to deal with. Nearly gets caught with a flash as he drops back, but Phelps able to come back out for the swing. Torzy goes down. Bomb down now for Maus, but there's still a player in the deficit. They're going to try and pull these kills back, and Dexter is the man that does that. He's looking for the follow-up, and once again, it is Godsend here coming back into the retake, but with 3 players all from the same position, trying to charge down Dexter. It's going to work out, so it has to be MBK and Frozen. Frozen has a molly for this post plant as well. He can buy some time. Flash to allow the peek out from MBK to try and get this advantage pulled back, and MBK will certainly do that. Molly in from Godsend, just trying to hold Frozen back right now, but they have to get onto the bomb. They have to get onto the defuse. Frozen swinging, but can't do much about it, and the retake is there for Godsend.
Oh, a couple of keys there, isn't it? Frozen, right? Just chilling in warehouse, hoping to catch somebody trying to come down secret behind, but we've seen multiple rounds already from Godsend. They like to retake from ramp, right? Heavy presence, it was there on the pistols, here again, but there's so much pressure on hitting those shots, right? You're going in and you're brute forcing, right? It's not like you're hoping to open up an avenue of assault coming down secret on the flank, down the vent. They're just all coming through ramp. You can see the pressure starting to heat up there. Nice little flash from Frozen to set MBK up, but not enough. The bomb will go down, so this will allow Mouse to go for a half buy. Galil, some MAC-10s, an upgraded pistol, and some util as well. And this is looking like it'll be a top pop coming out of Mouse.
Just waiting for the time to strike. Barton's position, not really going to be too expected for these MAC-10s to be hopping out. He's going to get away with 1. Oh, nearly an issue if he stays up here, but he's actually getting away with 1, 2, and 3. Barton is a bowling ball, just knocking down all the pins. It's just a shutdown for the Godsend side. 8 rounds now added to the tally. Starting to have a little bit of breathing room for what feels like the first time in this game, Chad.
Yeah, and the conversation before we went to half was if Godsend can win the pistol and then avoid the force by walls. Well, they avoided the force by walls by winning the force of their own, and they've actually set themselves up in a pretty good position. 13-8, not too shabby as a timeout taken. And this is going to be the first Mouse timeout. You can understand why. But there's an opportunity for Cyclone, the new coach over there. Dane played in Tricked a bunch of other teams over there within that region.
And obviously with has the experience of the XT guys, and that's going to be very comfortable for these players coming out of that academy team. They have the person who was really leading the way for that team and where they found their most success. So there is that link between the two rosters coming through for this new team.
Yeah, and I still am very surprised just to see huge performances with JDC and Torzy out of the gate. Like, it's opening picks and clutches, and it's been really fun to watch so far. But now closing out the game, this is a bit of a different beast, right? This is where maybe some nerves can start to slip in. It is only best of ones, but it's a little bit more cutthroat in the play-ins, right? Best of one for the opener, then best of 3 for the rest. Same situation, win 2 and you're through, lose 2 and you're out. Is there a change-up just here? Dumao's AWP, relatively aggressive, looking for a find. Smoke's dropping, forcing him elsewhere. Displaced. Here comes Phelps. He's very noisy coming secret.
The gap in that smoke now stopped, frozen, charges in towards the warehouse. Gets taken out by the 5-7. MBK quick to tread that out as he charges his way down in towards secret. Dumao, nice shot on the AWP, and Dexter has the bomb on his back. He needs to get there with his teammates. He's stuck.
Yeah, well, the fact he's picked up the AWP, I think he might have different plans here, and definitely so now. Button from top hut, JDC's down, and Dexter and MBK, well, the two with the most experience on this roster right here, left in a 2-on-4 situation. So much time on the clock.
Still a very difficult round to pull off here.
Yeah, I think a round like this is, if they don't find anything, if a kill doesn't come their way, if MBK doesn't hit a jumping absolute banger right now, then it's a round where you could even justify saving.
Money is not good at all for MOUZ, and you make a big investment getting that AWP into play with it really not finding anything.
This is, look, if they save the AW, it looks like they want to get stuck in, right? The smoke is going to facilitate this plant. So they are looking to risk it all here.
You have to use the rifle here of MBK to clear these tight corners. This AWP is not going to be great to clear out Raptors. Oh, smoke goes down. Okay, Lado swings into Dexter, and now the rifle isn't needed. Bomb goes down into the site, and maybe that's the small weakness, that opening to get MOUZ into the round.
Okay, well, he's been able to get away. This is going to be causing some real problems. Button late down the vent. MBK over towards Windows side. They're really taking their time about this, Godsent.
This could break their backs. This could break that momentum. Dexter's found another one. 2 kills into this, and he's got the right read. He spotted the player with a shot. Barton dodges it like he's in the Matrix. It's all on MBK. 1 versus 2 with a rifle, but a very good position to deal with this. It's planted for him. Shots there. Low HP player down, and that time, it's ticking. MBK's just playing with his food right now, and MOUZ have got the round. How have they done that, Chad? I have no idea.
They were given, there's so much space being given. They're just taking liberties. Dexter's an AWPer, apparently. The one that he missed, we'll forget about, but the 2 to get them into that position. It feels like there's some real rust going on right now with some of these individuals, right?
I think it's that one peek out from Lado is what loses the round. It's just, that's the move that just gives MOUZ that one opening. That was the only way they really get into that.
It felt like there should have been no way, right? Because with Lado in that position and a player over there towards Shadow, it feels like the site was closed. It feels like there should have been absolutely no way back in. That's 14 for MOUZ now. They weren't able to retain the AWP, so they are down to rifles. There is a chance for Godsent to stop this immediately here. This time it's just a bit more posturing, but look how many nades they have left. It's a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, and a Molotov remaining for a minute 30 worth of play. This is not going to get easy for MOUZ.
Maybe they just try and focus in on eliminating Taco from the ramp, giving themselves a few options, try and pull a couple rotations down. Taco's position is adjusted. He's still got utility as well to slow it down, and Taco realizes going down in this position, you can't happen.
Yeah, look, it's a good play from Taco, right, not to give up his life, but again, there's just a lot of pressure being applied, and Godsent, they don't have a whole lot of info. Okay, we've given up ramp, but what else? Right? Dumao now is floating around. Him and Phelps both heavily rotated over to try and help on out. It doesn't feel like everything's exactly where it needs to be just yet. But Phelps is finally clawing back a bit of info. Dumao up the ladder. The timing is just working against Godsent every step of the way.
You're going to see us go big time. This is really working for MOUZ. They're getting map control with no information being picked up by Godsent, not having to use any utility. This secret walkout from Phelps, he's just going to stay down there, so they have no idea. There's no information being picked up. And even if they do, MBK's ready, and now that's the signal to go. They charge in 30 seconds. MOUZ in a position that can wrap from heaven, and the pressure now, look at the bait and switch from the ladder just to get the info. The trade is in from Torzy, and now Dumao in the side being punched from so many different sides. MOUZ just everywhere on the server right now, and it's just taken out this Godsend side. They have no idea where they were getting shot from.
It feels very similar to the first half for Godsend, right? Remember, there was a lot of rounds where, you know, maybe they would find themselves in a 4-on-4, or maybe they would even be able to get a bit of room on the map, but then MOUZ would just push lobby and just hold some fortified positions, and they would be making really good plays. And the same thing again right now, the timing on the fade of that smoke, they're forcing big rotations. This is really lovely stuff to see out of MOUZ Sports early. Gotta stop putting the sports on the end.
Just MOUZ.
This should be it right now. 3 Deagles, 2 MP9s, not a defuse kit in sight, and a faster play coming out now from MOUZ as they look to trundle down Secret quite quickly.
Lato will spot the feed on the tight angle. Frozen aware of that possibility, tries to eliminate Lato early, but unable to do so. MOUZ getting the Secret control and so much time to play with here, they can slow it right down.
Now, look, they knew that they were going to be up against a bit of a force spy here. So with all this space, last time they were in a situation like this, they decided to go in through main and they got absolutely dismantled. This time round, looking to take those rifles over towards Heaven, and that might be the right play. It is just Dumao over towards the locker room. If they eliminate him, they should have free passage up Heaven. It'll just be Barton up on the top rope with that MP9.
And with the way they're approaching, they're not pressured at all, so they should be methodical and leave no stone unturned. This position for Dumao should be checked, and the timing, oh, he's not going to be checked. And oh, it's worked out finally in his favor with a shot.
Oh,
dear. They were free. Dumao just unable to pick it up. And that was the chance to really start things here. Phelps' turn to try and get Godsend into this round. Deagle position close. They don't check him again. Dexter goes down. Follow up for Phelps, unable to be found. Tacos rotate down. It's good for one. It's still a 3v3, Chad.
Yeah, this has gotten messy again. Frozen on the flank right here could change it all. There's one. Lato's down, 2 to find.
Flank around MP9. Oh, if he had a rifle, certainly a kill there, but trying to rattle away at the high HP player. Taco tries to swing with a distraction, and now it's all on Barton. 1 versus 3. Bomb starting to be planted. He can deny 9 seconds. Torzi drops him in return. MOUZ Sports get it done. Strong showing at the start of IEM Katowice.
Hey Future Pros! Took the private jet to Nuke today to give you a flash for the A side. This flash will help your team greatly. First, make sure you shoot out this window. To do this flash, get into this corner just outside of T-spawn. Aim above the 3rd window in the middle of the white metal cladding. Then run forwards and jump throw the flash as you get into the center of the window. A site is a complex site, so this flash won't blind everybody, but it certainly will help. Good luck, as you're gonna need it.
have it. First.
Well, talk about the surprise there, mate. Right? Like, Godsend we were talking about. For them.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of jumping for joy in that regard, is there? For Mouse Sports, kind of the start they wanted. Godsend, not so much.
You're talking about joy. We have to talk about the young players.
Gotcha.
We have to talk about JDC. We have to talk about Torsi. Obviously, they were highlight players coming into this game. We had a lot of questions. We didn't know how they were going to pass this first test on LAN. And man, they showed up. What kind of first game is that for both of them, completely taking over the game?
I think I can summarize this game in 3 words. Self-inflicted injury. Unless self-inflicted is one word with just a hyphen, right?
Yeah, I'll give that to you.
Glando is bad. But you just look at the opening of that game for Godsend, really, like, they lost so many rounds. Like, they're so frustrating. Like, pistol round. I mean, starts with a straight-up defuse hold, right? Then they lose the 3rd round against the Force Bite. Then the Torsi 1v2 as well. Like, it's not like the calling was really that bad. Yes, you know, they were trying to do a lot of upper takes, but it was that they couldn't really finish the rounds, right? They were put in winnable situations and just couldn't close it out, and the game snowballed out of their hands from there.
I'll join you that they were probably a little bit either unlucky or not really exactly at the top of their game at the beginning, but towards the second half of the first half, they just went dry. They went dry on their play side. They went dry on the tactic boot. Taco had no idea what to do with his players, right? I think it just put them off chart. These first few clutches they've lost track of time. They lost track of what they wanted to do in this game, and they just advanced in the dark when Mouse was actually calling the shots.
And a 12-3 is a hell of a deficit to try to come back from right in the beginning. But, I mean, you won the 2nd round right there. You think, okay, maybe we're going to have a game on our hands. And the snowball, he really does take over. Not the best of looks here for Godsend to start out their debut within the play-ins.
No, it's truly not, because of how many situations and how many rounds I have seen them, and I have physically felt how helpless they were. They were helpless in some of these mid rounds. Any single time we had the 4 versus 4 or 3 versus 3 with the 50 seconds left, you would see Mouse actually being the one on the up and up, on the offense, finding kills, finding impact, either retaking inside or pushing towards the outside. It was always them deciding what was going to happen, and Godsend were just victims.
Yeah, there was just so much pain. This is the pistol round, you know. I referenced JDC just goes for it, right? Low HP, that's the play. And I think that's the difference between these rookies in this game. Like, Mouse's rookies, they're just going for it, right? They were just going for their plays. Usually, we were talking about Torsi, said he was not afraid of anyone. That 1v2, jumps down, knows the players in the smoke, like, isolates the 1v1, goes for the defuse, right? And it's not that Godsend's rookies didn't play that great, but the problem was they did get a lot of kills, but they couldn't close out those rounds. That's usually Phelps' job. But when you do some of those pops, you can't really control who's going to stay alive most of the time, right? In a more slow default round, yes, he's probably going to be that guy. And both of the veteran players for Godsend were dead in
and even then, you talk about the defaults, anytime Phelps tried to go up against Frozen towards the outside, he lost the battle. He never really made it work. Frozen had his number figured out all the way, and that was painful to watch.
Yeah, it's not ideal whatsoever for Godsend. Obviously, taking that first L, that's not going to go very far. But then in round 3,
yeah, this was like Godsend loses that pistol round. It's really bad, but then they win the 2nd round, which, you know, most of the time it's even better, really. But again, like in this end round situation, they lose to a couple of, they die to a couple of 1-digs. Then JDC, I mean, this is an off angle he's holding, but, you know, it's not an easy one. He still has to hit that 1-dig. And again, this is just such a gut punch, really, for Godsend. It's like, oh, we did it. Oh, now we lost another silly round, right? And it started adding up, really. That's why they ran out of steam in the second part of that first half. There was just so much frustration built up in the team.
And Yanker is talking about attitude, and that's what I want to focus on for Mouse as well. We talk about these stuck defuse. What does it tell us about how they feel, how they go into these games, trying to take risks? First pistol, stuck defuse. Round 6, I think that's the one we're looking at right now. That's going to be a stuck defuse as well in the 1v2. It tells a lot about their mentality going into this game. Like, F this, we're going to try this, we're going to put it all on the table. And that's how you want rookies to start their journey, to start this adventure.
Well, to take the risk, you know, some risk, reap a major reward.
And also, again, what's the communication here in the 1v2? Like, the teammate from Hut is going around door. The bomb is planted. It's not planted for him. Like, if his teammate dies, like, he's in such a bad spot. That's why they lost it. Like, yes, he knows where you are, but still you can maybe try to play it with your teammate, try to do something a little bit different. It's just a lot of, you know, head-scratching moments, really, from Godsend.
And some of those, perhaps, jitters just getting started here. I mean, we're talking about guys who've been playing for a long time. You can't really give them that caveat. But this is the first game.
So is that the angle we're going for Taco?
I'm
right now?
not
First
saying
day
it's
jitter?
angle, I'm
Is that
saying.
the one
I'm
we're
not.
going for?
I'm worried now. I'm like, I had them.
I'm
I thought they were going to be good, and now I'm really scared for them in this tournament because these are the signs that we were wondering that we saw, from the major, right? These nerves, these jitters.
Yes.
So there's still a chance that it's just first game, first thing, right? That they'll be able to bounce back, but it's not looking good right now.
Well, last map, they took an L. They're going to get that opportunity to bounce back. For us, we're going to bounce on down to the victors. That's right, a winner's interview with Heku. What's going on down there?
Hello there, NVK. I have not seen you for a while, but yeah, NVK, congratulations with your win. I mean, you guys, it was like a really dominant performance. You did so good on the city side, but we saw like it took you some time to get those T rounds. Do you feel like maybe you didn't have enough time to prepare?
No, I think it's just, that was the first game that we ever played on LAN and together, and first official game, all of that. So, you have to come in, and the main thing that was important for us was just the intensity no matter what. And I think we showed it on both CT and T, that we didn't give a single round for granted. And so we wanted to be competitive every time, and we knew it was just a matter of time that we would break them on T side. The main thing, is like we lost the second round with the stack dinner, and that's pretty much it. Like we knew that the round was going to come at some point. It was just like tight, and then you just need one to like unlock it, and then everything's fine.
Well, you definitely have a lot of experience, and you came in instead of Robs, who, despite the fact that he is really young, he was like the most experienced player on the team. Right now, you come in like with all of this experience. What is the situation? Because like you have IGL previously. Are you IGLing right now? Are you splitting the responsibilities, or is it all up to Dexter?
So when it comes down to leading, Dexter has the full hand on it. Just help a lot with like takes and how to do like specific macro things more in a game, and also helping a lot like outside of the game on how we need to practice, the general ideas about vetoes and not forgetting anything. Like that's the experience kicking in, not making mistakes twice. And that's the balance that we have that is very good, and I think it showed that we came in very fierce and we didn't really question ourselves. Like we knew what we wanted to do, we executed it, we managed to stay very calm and composed, and that's exactly how we wanted to approach the game, and we just executed really, and that's through Dexter's leadership.
Well, right now you won against Godsend. We didn't see them in Cologne. We didn't see them in the previous Katowice. We did see them at IEM Winter, and they actually surprised us by getting to the quarterfinals. Right now you are one best of 3 away from actually getting to the groups. Do you think you have like a really high chance of like having a day off tomorrow?
I mean, that's the plan, right? Like, if you just have a good day, then you're through. That's kind of the idea, and we started off very right. And anything that was in a game that could be nerves or like bad comms or anything, like none of that showed up during that game. So now the main point is to really make sure that we use the off time that we have now properly to come in with the same intensity, with the same ideas, because it's going to be a tough best of 3 in the end. Like we woke up early to get to that game and to get ready. We need to do the same thing, and that's what's going to be hard, right? So we just need to catch fire again. That's the main thing, right? And if we manage to do that, I'm pretty confident that things are going to go right no matter what, because we have absolutely nothing to lose. So it's just straightforward for us. And after one day, you can be through, and that's what we want.
Awesome. It was a joy to get to talk to you. I'll not delay you any longer because you still have a best of 3 to get ready. So good luck.
Thank you very much.
A little bit to unpack right there. Where do you want to start?
I think also, we were talking a lot about Godsend, but for Mouse, those are some great signs, really, right? Like they looked awesome. Like you see, the energy was there. They were playing really well. And I mean, this is why you don't want to miss a game ever. Every time you miss a game, you give a chance to the other guy who's replacing you to put his resume out. And JDC made a case for himself right there.
Yeah, we're gonna make a case for a break, which is where we're going right about now. If you stand a little bit closer to me, Maniac, I think it works like that. We go to a break. We come back with Sprout versus FaZe Clan. Yanko has a few words to say on the back of that.
It's your cable, dude. Hello.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area. meeting the stars. Entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends, and when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions, the defeated, lifting that trophy, writing esports history.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you a setup Heroic used to get a free cheesy kill on a CT playing towards B short boost spot. Overpass has a lot of double and triple nade possibilities, but let's start with this one. For this pro tip you'll need 3 Future Pros, 3 HEs and 1 molly. Future Pro number 1. You will be throwing the short molly to stop any CTs from pushing and one of the HEs. To throw your molly you will need to stand on the edge of this shadowy area. Aim at the bottom center of the B, then jump throw the molly. Next, make your way to the surf ramp. Look for this dark line and stand in front of it. Aim to the right of this grade along this line. Then simply running jump throw the nade and you are set. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other HE. Head to the same surf wall and position yourself between these 2 white cracks. Aim along this line of the grate halfway to the right side. Then running jump throw the HE. Future Pro number 3. Guess what you'll also be throwing? A HE. To throw yours, head to the surf wall with your other Future Pros. Stand over the bottom corner of this red smudge. Aim along the second line of the grate close to the center. Then running jump throw the HE. If anyone is close to the boost, they will take some hefty damage. If they're unlucky enough to be boosting, well, you probably get 2 free kills. Happy nading.
Well, our first match is in the books, which now sets us up perfectly for a second one. Sprout versus FaZe, and a best one here at the IEM play-ins for Katowice 2022. And boy, are there a few tangled storylines going into this one. A couple eyebrows to be raised, too. You might not have been watching for a while. You might not even recognize some of the faces in these jerseys. But trust me, they're more than warranted to be there. I've got Yanko and I've got Maniac here with me, guys. Right out of the top, we know Rops is out. He's not going to be here, at least for this part.
Yes.
So how detrimental are we talking here?
I mean, it's a tough blow, obviously, to lose Rops for FaZe, especially because his first few games were awesome. Like, he hit the ground running during Blast. He had a fantastic individual performance. It felt like he was the piece that was missing for FaZe, and Kerrigan knew how to utilize him. And now you go back to where you were before, where you have to play with the standing. They did that with Olaf in and out. Now it's JKS. I think Kerrigan has the experience with that.
I think they're fine. They didn't have him for that long anyway, right? No, jokes aside, obviously a very influential player from FaZe, right? He was sort of the missing piece. I still think, though, looking at how good that roster is, and JKS, I mean, is a pretty good stand-in to get. I think all those things considered, right, they still should cruise through the playing at the very least. And I think also they will buy themselves enough time for Ops to be back. And if they can make that happen, then there's no limit for FaZe in this tournament.
Well, you had to replace Rops with a heavy hitter. You had to look in deep. You had to find just the right Savage for the job.
Juzzy. Chad, mate, it's been 3 months since I played the game.
I have 3 days notice to play for FaZe.
I'm fucked, mate. I don't know if I can do this.
I'll get you back up to speed. We'll get that JKS everybody wants to see. Juzzy, it's been a while. A long time between drinks here. 2 months out of the server. It's a long time without CS, but I need you to focus.
Show us what you got. Show those bots what you got.
Rob's good, be good. Rob's good, be good.
Roll CT. Bring me the pistols. Let's fucking go.
You, be good.
I want to see it every goddamn fucking round, Justin.
Yeah, what do you got? 1 kill?
Well, then, that was quite colorful.
Can I get that coaching too?
Yeah, I'll
get that somehow.
It's got the drill sergeant vibes there. Yanko, what do you think of that version of Chad?
I think it's awesome, right? I think he could have a career in coaching because that's what it's all about.
Screaming and making something out of nothing.
And a lot of F-bombs as well.
A lot of F-bombs, all the F-bombs. So JKS is in. We know his tenure and we know a little bit of his backstory, but this is a guy that could really fill in a role right there. In fact, there were even threads calling for JKS to go to FaZe at one point.
And I feel like this could be a very important, pivotal moment for JKS, because remember, the last time we saw him online was the 18th of October. Ever since, no news from JKS. And people in Counter-Strike will forget you really fast. That's how hard, how cruel it is. If you don't play for a moment, people will stop believing in you. They'll stop believing that you can do anything. He right now has the best platform possible to showcase that he can play Counter-Strike again, that he's an available pick. He used to be one of the top 20 players in the year. So that's now. Now he gets to show that again. He gets another chance.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, it's rough to be rusty, right, if you haven't played for a couple of months, but also he's going to just fit into the same role. That role is more about, you know, timings, game sense, which still you need to kind of play your way back into. But, you know, it's not so much that you have to take aim duels all the time and then you're getting into your own head, oh, I haven't played in a long time, I can't win this fight. So I'm actually pretty confident that he's going to do fine, especially considering we're back on LAN.
I mean, for FaZe, I'm sure there were plenty of question marks, right? You consider, like, okay, real turbulent time. We got some players coming in, players not coming in. But I think the people that are going to be most antiquated for that question would have to be FaZe themselves. What they got?
Hello everybody, Heiko here with a short pre-game interview. Right now I'm joined by the coach of FaZe. Robin, I will not delay you for too long because I know you need to start preparing. I just wanted to get like a few comments about like what is going to happen right now, because we saw that the team went through some changes. Like you have Robs, but unfortunately he's not here right now with us. Can you give us an update what is actually happening and if he's coming back during this tournament?
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously it's not optimal for us. We were supposed to have a 1-week boot camp in Warsaw before coming here. Robin got sick the first day. We had 1 day of practice, and like Justin is a great player though. We have a good substitute. He's very calm, very similar to Robin in the play style, in the communication. So I still think we can do pretty good damage here.
Yeah. Well, instead of Robs, you will have JKS, who is an Australian who played for Complexity, and I heard from Sponge that he actually didn't have too much time to prepare for this. How successfully do you think you managed to integrate him into the team?
I mean, honestly, I don't know how much he has been played since he departed from Complexity, but I think he had like a week now to prepare, to play a little bit, and hopefully he can grow more and more into every match he plays.
Okay, awesome. Then good luck in your upcoming series.
Thank you so much.
I fucking love overtime. People are getting a little bit shaky.
Let's fucking go, boys. Fucking insane mentality. Come back, okay?
Yeah, let's go. You smoke mid. Smoke. All along. Flash playground.
Flashing mid.
I think they started 4 guys B.
Focus B?
Yeah, I think they started.
Are you guys going long or no?
I'm gonna fake
We're going
B
mid.
soon, okay? I'm gonna fake B now.
Yeah, first jump. Yeah. Rock. Dead. Deep, maybe long.
Shoot,
Go back.
No response there from Shiro on the 4v5 advantage. They accelerate towards A.
I'll fucking push.
Sign.
Hold him, hold
Sign
him.
off. Long. Still sign.
Track.
Hang on, wait.
Pushing, banana.
He's dead. Let's go back.
They're just keeping Gambit moving right now. Karrigan's about to walk into B.
No one's there. Hold it. We'll have a look.
Knife out still gets the frag.
One guy pushed him.
No, that's the guy.
Okay.
Slow.
Savage B.
Water.
Holding Hammond. You need to kill him.
Yeah.
But he's there. You can plant.
Yeah. Playing Sandbag.
I have Hammond. Hammond dead. I'm going monster.
Oh, CT.
I'm peeking, okay? Where is he?
Oh, AP's.
Peek at right side. Let's peek.
Fucking good fake, boys, man. Fucking good entry.
Brokey with the ace right there. Overtime kicks off and Brokey steps up. That is insane.
We fucked up the ramp boost and I saw him.
Yeah, and it plays something like an action movie. That's actually really cool. I love the way that's done.
Also gives you an insight in how the team works in a sense, so you could see how much Brock is talking and also like directing people and saying. That's why we knew straight away, right? His communication was really good, and that's why we knew he was going to be a great player.
And for FaZe and Karrigan, albeit his arsenal here, Twist, great addition thus far.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cards to play with if you're a Karrigan. We can start with Twist, obviously. I was just checking at his LAN events the last 6 months. He's actually been an absolute beast. We're talking 1.18 rating in every LAN event he attended. So he's currently acting like a superstar on LAN. Rain, on the other hand, is also someone that is stepping up on LAN compared to online, which is great. Brokey is actually the player that we want to see more of. I feel like he's the one that should mature and turn into something that he isn't quite yet, and he could be the last step.
Is this one of those games, though, with Sprout on the other side of it, Yanko, where Brokey can kind of find that footing, that confidence that he needs, perhaps just push himself right on through this thing?
I think it is. For him, it's not a confidence problem really ever. It was just kind of evolving more into the role and needing a little bit more time and then finding ways to have a little bit more impact. Like his mechanics are really good. He's super fast with the op. It's just about maybe sometimes picking the best place to go to, finding a way in around to have the most impact, be where the action is. And also, you have a lot of good riflers as well. You know, they take some space too that you just have to play a little bit more passive in some rounds.
Yeah, well, we're going to get over passive at this point. Overpass the protocol. Does it play out like we've seen before?
Yeah, I think it's going to be all right. I think it's going to be all right for FaZe. It's a good map to play. Spoiler, we just had them on Overpass in that amazing action video we just saw. Brokey will be there punishing.
For the sneak peek?
Sneak peek, indeed. So I believe it's all good.
What are they playing, Trace? We just talked about FaZe the whole time, right? Sprout on the other side,
there is Sprout on the other
Vic
side.
has an academy team, and then they have Sprout, the team that they actually farm for players every now and then, right? But if you want to talk about them, Slacks is the player to watch. He's the main opera. He's their best player, right? And if Anders was here, he would talk about Rals for probably an hour.
At least minimum. But like, what is the winning angle here? Like, what are you looking at? If you're Sprout, you got FaZe on the other side of the server. You're like, well, what do we do? How do you beat them?
Shock and awe. Just balls to the wall, being aggressive, right? Going for it all the time and trying to make them as uncomfortable as possible.
You know who Rawls used to play with? Rawls used to play with MSL, Glaive, and Pimp in 2014. That's the kind of throwback we're looking for.
Yeah.
3D Max, baby.
Where are they all now?
Wow.
Wow.
That's a throwback.
Yes, indeed. And throwing it over now will be us into the game. Thank you so much, guys. That's going to be Maniac and Yanko. For us, we turn our attention into Overpass. Sprout versus FaZe, and JKS is in a FaZe jersey. Boy, I thought Christmas was over, fellas. What do you know? Woo! Let's go to Overpass.
Well, looking at this one, Chad, I'm sure you're happy to see JKS back on the server, but, you know, not having Robs here, it is unfortunate for FaZe Clan, but hopping into this matchup, Sprout versus FaZe, it still really does point towards a FaZe Clan victory, on paper at least.
Yeah, look, with Sprout, right, this is a new roster. It's international now, right? This is no longer just a German team. There's a couple of new names in here, Stayer and Marix. We'll be keeping our eye on those, as well as Berry coaching them from behind, but the 1x bet odds quite heavily favoring FaZe here. This is Sprout's best map, so let's see how this one goes here. I'm interested. Aggressive. Rain flashed off the line, and already one bullet, one kill, one way to kick off map number 2 here on the A stream.
A wonderful observer Rush catching all the action today as well. We hop into play. There, making his way through the connector. His teammates already down one player. Rain looking to go ahead and decapitate another one. Staying inside of the bathroom, is worried about the long play, but goes back in towards the peak, and they're able to equalize these numbers.
There is a safety net here. Karrigan and Brokey were both either on the site or close enough. And speaking of site, Brokey, you might want to stay there. They're all in front of him there. Brokey's dealt with slacks, but there's more to come, and Karrigan, he backs him up.
Well, Brokey's there in play. Couple of kills for him, and now just Ral's left alone. A 1v4 with the bottom down. He'll get his chance onto the shot of Brokey. And now looking for a little bit more here. He's inside the bathrooms. Worried about a potential flank around, and he's got the right read. Twist just not getting aggressive, though, just covering off that drop down if things go south in towards the connector.
Yeah, there's lots of time, right? 45 seconds. Needs to isolate a fight here. Going to be difficult at range with the USPs. And this is good from Twist, right? A lot of players would push and look for the kill. He's just playing to contain and spotted now.
There we go. Closes down the door. Ral still has to get the bomb, Chad. That's the biggest problem here.
Door closed and no open windows. So I think this is going to be a very difficult round to win. And there you go. Karrigan, another Dane. He secures that, and it will be a 1-0 start for FaZe here.
So looking at Overpass and JKS coming in terms of what you can expect out of JKS, what sort of positions, roles, etc. are we expecting out of him here on Overpass?
So we've only seen Rops play with FaZe on this map once, right? And that was over at Blast, and he was playing over towards the B bomb site, but Karrigan also used him as the third man A. So let's say that JKS is going to either be a B anchor player or he's going to be the B rotator, right? So we can look to that for the CT side. On the T side, when we get over there, he's going to be playing that backyard position on the B bomb site, holding down for any aggression, making sure that he can relay all that information over to Karrigan to make the calls. But yeah, the desk was talking about it. There are a lot of similarities in terms of roles and comfort zones for JKS. There's a couple of dramas, right? I think they had Rops playing Pit on Inferno. JKS has traditionally been a B player on Inferno. Overpass has never really been a map that Australian Counter-Strike has thrived in, even since I retired. So Overpass was for the longest time like a Renegades 100 Thieves type of ban, so you have to keep that in the back of your mind. But in this type of position with the players around him, FaZe Clan of old, we would always talk about this team, and it's when like Rain and Guardian and Co were on you can kind of do the exact same thing. You have so many good, strong individuals that you have a wall on either side, and then Karrigan floating between the two of them reading the game. So it is a nice balance they have here for the CT side. But we will get the rifles out. Round number 3, the Eco Bash is done and dusted. Sprout's conservative efforts have netted them 5 AK-47s. Let's see how they kick this off. Looking likely for a default spread. Aggressive molly from Brokey will be extinguished. Marix to deal with Connector. And Spitty, that's a name some of you might remember. He's going to be dealing with this B aggression.
No longer has his old buddy Dennis in the team this time around, though.
They were, you know, a couple for a very long time, weren't they?
Yeah, you know, he cheated on him a little bit, went over to Big for a while, did some AWPing, didn't really work out, came back and broken up with the Sprout side back to the mix. But looking to just take their time, just really sitting back in this default spread at the moment, not really pushing or asserting dominance just yet.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? On a bonus round, which is basically what FaZe are operating with, you tend to get a little bit more aggressive, have a couple of maneuvers where you look to find an opening, but FaZe have opted to be quite passive here, and they've also been relatively conserved with their utility. We're at about the 1 minute mark. They've still got a couple of smokes, couple of mollies and flashes as Sprout are bearing down on B.
They're getting ready to collapse in on this B site. Twist and JKS doubled up outside of the monster tunnel. He's FAMAST. He could really make something happen. Marix is going to try and use this boost to peer down into the site, try and glean some information. Karrigan's head just about dodged down below, so Marix sees no one at the barrels.
They're going back, are they? The bomb is heading back.
Not committed at all.
They have to be going back to A if he's here. Okay, it's around the world back to A. 3 up connected. Time's going to be a problem.
27 seconds left. Spitty also goes down.
Knifing each other.
A little bit of team damage. Not the end of the world, but certainly could be now that Brokey's over here, primed and ready. And this player, you do not want to face him down too often. Limited time. He's flashed. He's held back behind Dicebox, but now he's got Rain up here to help him out. Brokey cleared out a play, and that bomb actually gets over towards the site.
All right, well, the last-ditch attempt. Now it's Carrigan's turn. He's already committed to this. He's not going to get anything on the jump. Slacks catches him. It's a 2-on-4.
Yeah, Twist and JKS. They've got a flash at the ready. Primed as Twist moves through. He's caught by the flash himself, so that's going to buy a few extra seconds here for Sprout. And even with the limited time, it's just down to Twist, and he walks away with 2 runs out of ammo on the FAMAS, and Sprout will get their first round.
I felt like they shouldn't have gotten away with that. Right? There's 2 bodies on the site. They were unable to get anything done between the 2 of them, and then under pressure, Carrigan unable to stop the plant, and Sprout will get there first. But yeah, just maybe a few odd moments here. You know, Stayer coming up the connector. I think there was a knife in hand, but that's the 2 youngsters, the 2 new additions. Stayer and Marix, they're having some impact in this one, and Rouse as well. A bit of a note as well, the coach behind them is Barry. Maybe some people remember him from once upon a time.
He's always been around CS. Even if he's playing, you know, tier 3, tier 4 teams, he's still there. He's just a pure, passionate CS player.
I think I competed against Barry at an IEM in like 2015. I think he had like Cadian on his team. Nico was standing in, the Nico from G2. So it's a different world. But FaZe now are just down to these pistols here. So you can see what kind of money they have left over. If they had bought into this round, it would have been a bit hodgepodge. This way they can guarantee the M4s, the AWP for Brokey, all that good stuff. And they've invested in some smoke, so they're going to try and close the door. There's 1 on JKS, 1 on Twist, and 1 on Brokey. Now, well, Brokey's is gone. Twist and JKS can keep Monster Tunnel smoked, right? Another one's just bloomed. That's going to buy them roughly another 20 seconds. You add those other 2 together, we got another 40 seconds that they can likely keep Monster smoked unless Sprout brute force their way through.
JKS is going to be that first player in contact. He's also got the barrels, so in fact, the barrels player should peek first. JKS at the ready for the play from short, but also can swing it to come through Monster. FaZe just threw down that smoke in the Monster Tunnel to buy a few extra seconds, but Sprout are primed and ready to attack into this B side. But look at the numbers for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they have a lot here, and Rain's also on the flank. It's about to get very, very messy.
JKS just primed, but no one yet coming in towards his crosshair. Sprout decided to congregate in short and send all of their forces through one narrow choke point. This could be an absolute disaster for Sprout against the pistols. They have to clear them out. JKS just trying to stay alive and pull the crosshairs away. Here comes Rain on that flank as well, but luckily Sprout taking the kills, and the rifle of Rain goes down. They're running the clock down a lot here, chat, but it's on to Carrigan, and just the P250. He's out of play. Sprout tie it up. They give me a little bit of anxiety in these late rounds, but they're still winning them.
Yeah, it feels like they're removing right here a lot of the question marks around utility. The fact that they waited so long is because they don't want to push through a smoke. They don't want to take any of those little maneuvers. But it was perfect from FaZe. How long that they were being able to keep them at that door. That last smoke that JKS dropped was good, but unable to find the kills. So that if Sprout can keep their cool, when there's 15 seconds left on the clock and they have to go clear out 4 players on the site with a known flank of Rain coming in, that is really good signs early, right? That's actually a positive. I know it's only a win against an eco, but late round Counter-Strike is where things get stressful. And for younger players, for newer names in an environment like this, that can tend to be a bit of a problem. So we are going to get an early timeout. Barry's chance to chime on in, have a discussion about what they just dealt with and what they're going to deal with coming up in round number 5. That AWP's out. Twist, unfortunately, going to have to opt for a FAMAS, but everybody else with the M4 and util around it. And do we see something aggressive? That's a question, right? Do FaZe want to try and set the pace now that they're into the thick of the gun rounds? Do they want to decide which part of the real estate they're looking for? Or are they happy just to do their default spread as the CTs lock things down and allow Sprout to come to them?
Sprout dealing with that molly early, opt to use up a smoke for it just to get some of that playground control. FaZe not really challenging too hard down. Instead, they're sending Twist into short on B. Gaining a little bit of control. In fact, they're going to take water eventually here, and that's a significant part of the map to control for FaZe. Brokey's the first player tested. Is it the flick down? At least they've confirmed the position of the AWP, and now things are going to get a little hot and heavy for Brokey. Stuck inside of Khan, and Sprout starting to deploy utility on board. Twist, in fact, going down to Marix as well. Now he's starting to worry about getting pushed from Connector's side, but that will open up space now for Sprout to move through mid.
Look at the radar right now. All 4 CTs look like you could grab them in your hand. You've got Carrigan above trying to help out Brokey and Rain. JKS over towards Sewer to do the same, but they've been, well, held at bay by the smoke. Guess not. Brokey walks out. Marix gets the kill. Now they're finding themselves with a 2-man advantage and 50 seconds left on the clock. Sprout are just hitting the brakes here, right? They're dealing with whatever's in front of them, and they can take their time, regroup, trade out, and get a 3rd round here. Looking good.
The containing phase inside of the connector and another headshot. Every single kill of this round has gone Sprout's way, but can JKS do anything to change that? He's let one go on by. Rals, the only player coming down here. JKS, the door is closed, and oh, so close to taking down Spitty. The lineup was good through the spam, but now JKS into the clutch. No kit on his back.
Hold up a second. Here, Stayer's pushing the side. Spitty's just grabbed the bomb now. This 1-on-2, if he can get past Stayer, it is a possible winnable 1-on-1 against Spitty, who will have to plant.
JKS starting to move forward. Still taking his time. The angle still being held here. Stayer gonna be covering off the bind. Spitty goes down into the 1v1, and now JKS into the 1v1 up against Stayer. JKS has taken so much damage, and remember, he does not have the kit, so the time is somewhat limited for him to make his move. He's aware of the bind position, but he's got a smoke chat. He's gonna throw it down, but it goes a little too far, and Stayer quick to react immediately upon the tap. The kill is through.
Yeah, loving this out of Sprout, right? It's by the book Counter-Strike. They're doing the ABCs. They're doing their defaults. They're getting the territory. They're isolating the fights.
Yeah, and Sprout are a team that are going to hard prep for tournaments, right? We see, a lot of other teams, especially, we've seen it back in IEM Fall. Vitality falls short to a Sprout on a map like Vertigo. If you can prepare for a best of 1, Sprout or a team are going to heavy prep. If they can figure this out, it's going to be quite difficult, especially for FaZe now playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, I think some of the question marks around when you do have a stand-in coming in is how much does it limit the playbook? Because you have to catch a player up, right? Now, I know that it's only been 2022 that Rops has been in that FaZe jersey, but I'm sure they've gone through a lot just within the first couple of months here.
But one of the best IGLs in the world at dealing with new players coming in and creating that system quickly. Ran holding down from Rock. Oh, slacks. Collateral damage.
Lots of TKs today already, right?
Every single map, yeah.
3 or 4 so far, so we'll keep count of that. But space taken again, and, well, this time round, Carrigan's the man having a little bit of a looky-loo. Up through the connector, been able to find a path of, well, no resistance, but it doesn't ever seem to be an issue, right? We've seen a rain flank. We've seen them hold on to the territory, but okay, now we have an issue. Now we have an issue. They have to go towards A quite quickly here. They're going to feel the pressure.
And the numbers of FaZe are now arriving here as well. In fact, they are just so ready for what is coming their way. Again, problem, FaZe have numbers, but they don't really have weapons.
We've seen this before, right? This was similar on the B side. So Stayer, Slacks, Marix, all through long. Can they get it done again?
Stayer's going to be looking down into the bathroom, spots Brokey in the corner, smoke to allow safe passage, but is it really safe passage when Twist is here? 1 kill on the P250, Slacks trying to make it all happen, but he's down, and now it is Marix, the young Dutchman, and it's not going to happen. FaZe on pistols, snap the back of Sprout.
Good reactions right there. Until Carrigan got that kill on the flank, I thought that was done and dusted. It feels like Spitty was aware of the potential for the push. Goes on down, and just too much pressure, right? Because at that point, there's a lot of unknowns. And when you're on the T side, if you don't have map control and you have to run back through, you either have to do it very slowly or you have to do it very methodically. Actually, both at the same time, right? You want to clear every corner, you want to make sure you check it out, or take a risk, take a gamble, and you could run back into multiple players with pesky pistols. Either way, 3-3, and well, Sprout are the ones on the worst side of the economy here. This is Rain's chance to pad the stats a bit.
Also feels like FaZe's chance to grab some solid control of this game, because I think throughout this we've seen the little telltale signs that FaZe are coming close in some pistols and making the right reads. They're containing Sprout, really making it uncomfortable for them. But Sprout have been doing a good job at just figuring that out. But FaZe, this is their chance really to snatch control early.
And they're looking pretty comfortable right here. It is just 4 Glocks and a Deagle. We won't get too excited about any of this, but if you go and have a look at Sprout, since the addition of these newer players, they've already played quite a few maps, right? They've played a bit of Counter-Strike with this 5-man roster. 33 maps in total. They've won 20 of them. They lost 13. That's not too shabby whatsoever. They do find themselves here, virtue of Tyloo not being able to make it, right? Yes. So there is that bit of an asterisk. Tyloo today just announced a bit of news that somebody is retiring from Counter-Strike because
It's a sad day.
Yeah, so I guess Bentet is going to be plugging into his position. He recently joined the team, but here we go. Coming into A, Rain. 3 quick kills. Make it 4.
Wow. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But for Sprout, in terms of where their money's going to be at, it's not really going to be in the best of spots, Chad. You know, you're going to have enough to get the rifles up. You're going to be really lacking utility. And with the playstyle Sprout been playing, do you think that's going to affect, you know, how long they can let that clock go down?
Yeah, I think here you have a couple of options when you have players sub 4K, right? You can either opt for Galils with Yuto, which appears they have, or you could have gone for something, you know, like a half buy with Tech 9s and tried a bit of a set piece. This feels like they're attempting to do a default just with lesser weapons. They would like AKs and AWPs, but they're going to try and get it done with Galils and Scouts. So they've opted for that util. This is going to be very telling that we might see more of the same.
Brokey back in the AWP, yet to really have found impact. FaZe kind of got lost in the sauce and connector in their last gun round with everything on board. This time, they've consolidated that water control. And heavy numbers for Sprout outside B.
This is a good position for JKS. Difficult to clear for the teasers they come through, and with the door open, Brokey has full vision. JKS spotted a toe. That's enough. Needs to get out. They're coming in.
And this is the charge through Twist in position. First is his, Brokey on the follow-up. And I think Sprout is starting to realize what forces lie beyond these walls. It's almost impenetrable with the defense that FaZe have put through. And now they look to their one hope, Ster making his play through the bathrooms. Can he create any space? Can he shut down a player on A? I think Rain just spotted him with a jump up on Dicebox as well, so they know Ster's position is here. And what can you do here if you're Sprout?
Well, half the problem right now is the fact that it's a Galil, Scout, and an AK. The only thing you'd want to be holding on to here really is that AK. So they are going to give it a crack. Utility over towards A right now, but Brokey's rotating in. There'll be 3 here.
And Rain is in such a good position. You don't often see him go down without at least one. So this is going to be very difficult to flush Rain out of position. Brokey's already rotated back into play. 20 seconds left. Sprout really just floundering at this point, hoping for some miracle. Headshot is good, but Carrigan's out towards long as well, and just the sheer numbers here for FaZe Clan, the firepower is enough, and they will pick up 5.
Yeah, I think right there, they're just not enough in terms of the fragging department, right? If they can get an opening kill or two early, then they can play out these mid-rounds, or if they can isolate players more aggressively, like we've seen a few other times, that gives them a bit more wiggle room. But when it's like a hard press, when you have FaZe who go up, you know, to do the Overpass is a great map for transitional defense on the CT side. Aggressive early from the CTs, posturing with util, allows the potential for, in the future, aggressive plays. You pick a corner, you jiggle, then you drop back, right? You're forcing the Ts to consistently use more and more utility just to get to your bomb site. So if FaZe now go, all right, well, you guys want to play that slow CS, we can do it too. We'll just play by the book, you know? We won't just turn this into a bit of a biff. Spitty now struggling a little bit here, yet to get off the mark with a kill. Let's see if we can turn that one around in future rounds. This is 2,400 into this round, so you can see there that most players hovering around that 2.5 to 3K mark. They won't be investing too much. Next round with the 2,900 loss bonus, the AKs will come back out. So don't want to get too far ahead of themselves here. Deagle, 2 P250s, a Tech 9 and a Glock, and well over towards B with some flashes. Pretty simple approach.
Yeah, Sprout just looking to see what they can get out of this. Good utility from FaZe, just slowing them down. So you don't have that pace out of spawn, but if you can get this water control without being detected, you can still have that explosive ability to get out short and just try and force your way into the site. But look at the numbers again here for FaZe.
Yeah, they're ready and raring to go for this one. And well, they've done a good job at least drawing the rotation. This could be one of those rounds where Sprout want to force out nades if they can.
Look like they're just going to fully commit back in towards this A play, try and emerge from the bathrooms and long and aim to put that bomb down. But again, Rain is still over here. Often will be the nuisance to deal with a couple of these quick rotations from Sprout. Throws down the smoke into bathrooms. Sprout trying to put a couple of players in position, ready to go. But it's just hard to see them getting through this rifle.
They flashed and cleared it. Spitty's actually pushed on up towards the gate, and it is going to be an A play.
Rain's position, though.
Here comes a flash.
He is somewhat in the open. He's going to start dropping back into a better position. The flash is there, and luckily he was in a better position to drop back, but he doesn't get a single kill. And so Spitty out from long gets the headshot and a bomb plant for Sprout.
Oh, they've got what they wanted in this round. How much more can they get? Brokey trying to deal with this, has 3. Down on the site and just 2 to find Brokey looking for more. The top of the USB, and that's an ace for Brokey right there. Simple as you like.
He made that look so easy, Chad. Just every single shot, even the last USP shot is ridiculous for Brokey. Yes, against pistols, but just the sheer mechanical skill on display.
Yeah, it could have actually gotten out of control, right? Because Rain gets run over, the bomb goes down. If Brokey wasn't as conservative as he was, right? Or if he dies in the bank position and they're able to push up even to close to choke points, the rotation's still coming in for the remainder of the phase players. Maybe they're not there in time. But yeah, pretty cool about things there, Brokey. Those are the type of kills everybody gets hungry for. 14 kills for him now, so yeah, he did a good job extending his tally. They've missed that molly a couple times. You noticed that? There's been one that's been too far to the left. There's been one where it hasn't quite landed. So problems early with the util.
Still, Rain has gone aggressive. He's got up to Fountain. Sprout haven't really punished that missed molly by taking that control.
He's good here for a couple of kills.
Oh, he's in a very good spot. One down. No quick swing out from the second player. Sprout instead, they double up. Trying to allow Rain into a better position here. He will get himself in towards Party.
This is so ratty.
Flashed. Oh, this is a good recovery. Good response to Sprout to pull that kill back.
Yeah, this is good from Rouse. He almost did that single-handedly, right? I know there was a flash coming in from his teammate to make that all possible, but Rouse almost going down. 36 points of health, a 4-on-4, and the mid-round ensues as space taken by JKS and Twist. They've been playing pretty heavy towards Monster within the earlier rounds. In the last few, opting for this sewer control, and well, they're coming back right into their den.
Molly goes out very early on to clear out the barrels, and JKS knows they haven't crossed over because he's got the iron goal, and so now they're going to clear him. Spitty will not best him in the rifle, and luckily it is the 1-for-1 for Sprout. 40 seconds left. AWP of Brokey removed from play, and that's the advantage now siding with Sprout.
Silent dismount there from Twist. Both of them will be here. Carrigan and Twist to defend B in time. Massive issue now, 25.
Ooh. Yeah, Twist gets himself into a very strong spot. They're aware the molly will go through, but that won't stop Twist from getting the kill. Even has a smoke to get rid of the flames, and now Carrigan blinded. Not really able to line up the bomb, but he'll take down the support network. And now it's just Rouse left alone, and Carrigan out to the left. It is FaZe Clan once again pulling back the retake.
One of the cool things when you're watching FaZe in a situation like this, sure, JKS goes down, but like they don't panic, right? Twist understands, all right, we're giving them the avenue of Monster. That will be the job of my teammates as they rotate in from the A site. You see Brokey, maybe he takes a liberty or two, but swings on out quite aggressively from that connector. Good stuff from Carrigan, well handled. And this is great from FaZe here, 7-3. One of the conversations, right? JKS hasn't played a lot of Counter-Strike in the last few months. He's been on the bench for 5 months from Complexity. And then throughout the off-season, you know, some offers came his way, but nothing stuck. So in the last couple of months, he hasn't been playing a whole lot of CS. I think it was, you know, a month and a half, 2 months without him even touching the game, taking a bit of a break, staying in Europe while doing so. But yeah, he individually might look a bit rusty, but that brings in a conversation about like, well, is that going to be enough? Because with Olaf on the team before, right, then we have to go back to last year, with Olaf on the team, you would look at it and you would go, he's not the star, he's a supportive element. So as long as JKS gets a couple of kills, it's the same FaZe from last year.
Yeah, if not better, right? And that is certainly the way you have to look at it instead of the 1-for-1 for Robs. But right now, Sprout just taking their time. Again, they'd love to run this clock down early, try and draw out utility of FaZe. They have actually done a pretty good job at sort of manipulating FaZe's rotations throughout this game.
Well, when they've had a buy like this and all the util, this is when we've actually seen Sprout do their best work. But FaZe have been a little bit more aggressive in some of those rounds. This time, you can see how passive they are. They're giving up a lot of room, but they're staying transitional. Range just gone from the site, aggressive towards front bathrooms. They're continuing to move and look for info constantly. But taking a look, 45 seconds again. Absolutely no rush.
Yeah, Rain can actually cause a few problems here if he can spot out Marix coming up through connector. That is the danger man for Rain right now. Yeah, this spot is very good. Marix is going to go down, and they can't trade him out, so he can drop back and actually play from Divider. Overruns the AWP and nearly comes back for 3. Unfortunately, unable to get it done, but Sprout, their numbers are completely cut down.
And Spitty's just picked up the bomb. At the 25-second mark, he was still holding onto the B and connector push, now running all the way over. Rouse is the only one who can get them in here.
He's trying. I thought he was about to get the timing window here on Brokey. He still can. He's just a little bit more tentative. And so Brokey's going to be under pressure. Missed shot first. Stare brings him down, but Carrigan, quick trade. 7 seconds left. Bomb down. And now that's it. That's the job done. Carrigan closes it out, sweeps them up, and FaZe with another.
The problem with playing late round CS, right? If you're not trading, you don't even have to be favorably. It just has to be 1-for-1. Yeah. If you're not trading 1-for-1, you're never going to get into the site with a comfortable scenario going on there. You see Carrigan, the time's low. Carrigan doesn't even have to go for a lot of these fights. He could just delay and be a bit more of a nuisance, but why the hell not? 10 seconds left, completely unravels the plans of Sprout winning this one out late.
and even able to scavenge that AWP across. So plenty of cash now for FaZe for buys in the future. And you can see, well, the economy of Sprout now not fantastic. Max loss bonus in play. This is a classic half buy, and there is a clear indication right now that they're setting up for B. Rain has all that info. So there should be 4 players to defend from FaZe on the B-bomb site pretty shortly, I imagine.
Brokey just about misses the shot, but Rain has really been the nuisance. He's been so disruptive, just destroying their setups just as they're about to execute, getting all this info. And Sprout, they don't know, but they've cracked the Enigma. They're at the ready. And Rain's about to flank them.
How many does he get?
Let's say 3. We'll go with 3.
All right.
I believe.
Silence them 4 in the back as they start to execute.
Well, they're starting to run now. That might reduce his chances. It's 1. It's just 1 right now. He's recovered, and unfortunately, just the 1 pick for Rain. But luckily, JKS is there on the B site. Takes down 3, and Spitty left alone with the rifle.
I'll give 5 kills to Rain in this round. I know the scoreboard won't, but his information allowed them to be more than ready for that, right? Like, you have to consider Counter-Strike as, sure, look, it's a simple game to understand. You shoot the bad guy in the head, okay? That's the goal, right? But in terms of information and how much that plays at the top level, Rain doesn't fall into any issues, right? Not a single player was there to even send him packing at all, and just continued to get all the information, got there in time. You're executing onto the B-bomb site, and somebody dies from behind. The execute's done. It doesn't even matter what happens. You can't even fully commit. You have to deal with that flank. And as you mentioned, JKS got to mop it up. So I'm sure he's happy about how the round unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, JKS being a B anchor and having spray downs, it's all we used to see back in the day.
Yeah, well, 9-3, look, a 9-6, if they can salvage this, even a 10-5. A 10-5, I think that the T side is where we probably will ask a couple more questions of FaZe, because the way that when you watch Rops play in FaZe, he was not like he was towards the tail end of Mouse. I really liked the Rops that we saw on debut because, first of all, he had a big smile on his face. And second of all, he was still lurky Rops, but he was also doing aggressive lurks when he knew to take his gaps. So that's where is the question going to be, is JKS going to try and take those same risks, or is he just going to sit back and hope that everybody else is able to do that for the team?
When we talk about FaZe Evolve, the T side was their biggest problem, was their biggest weakness. They would often have big CT halves and struggle to close sometimes.
Okay, this setup, we've seen it before. They did get isolated in Connector, Rain, and Brokey previously. Let's see if they're able to hold them back this time round. Sprout with Marix and Slacks currently residing in Connector. Stay up, and Rao's working on the default control, and well, there's an AWP to deal with.
Oh, Brokey, another missed shot.
Had a couple of those, hasn't he?
He has. Not really looking so warmed up. It's early in the day, Chad, so...
It's a nighttime game, you are right.
He comes into his prime time later on today. I'm sure Yanko will confirm that.
The sun has to set. And I think no birds are allowed to be awake at that time.
The birds signal time to go to bed for Brokey. 9-3. FaZe, again, just playing this comfortable. They're very active, but they're not exactly pushing into Sprout.
Well, if you looked at the pathing of this round, Twist started forward on long. We played 2 in Connector, and already, now they've dropped out, they've gone through sewer, they're rotating players back, right? They have a lot of information still. However, Stayer and Rouse have actually slipped the net here. You can see between Brokey and Twist right now, those two could be a bit of a thorn in their side.
Yeah, Brokey, he's still in a position that could deliver impact, but 35 seconds again. Sprout have run down this time. If Brokey can thin the herd and take a couple of these members down, that could be a real problem for FaZe, but he has to get the timing here.
Scope again.
Yeah, he's got to get close, and he's quick. That's the bomb down, Chad. That's the worst player to lose because you are limited on time, and you have to waste seconds going back to get that. No one's recovering the bomb.
Yeah, this is real problems now. Rain's taking down Stayer. Slacks is over there. There's 10 seconds left. There's no time to plant. You'd have to find all the kills. I think we can call this one 10.
Yeah, this is absolutely 10 for FaZe Clan. And Sprout, it feels like...
their own worst enemy right now?
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like I'm watching like a VP game sometimes, but at least VP would get towards the side a little bit. I mean, this Sprout side just so stagnant.
Yeah, and look, maybe they got baited into this because it worked for them early on, right? Remember when they were dealing with that P250 round? I think it was like the second or third round of the game. The slow style of things actually netted them some profit. Now, it's working against them here, and maybe a pace change late, as we do see Rouse opt into a Mac 10. Problem is, if you're Carrigan, you're probably ready for something like this. We haven't had a pacey round out of Sprout whatsoever. I would be telling the troops, hey, boys, this would be the time to expect something fast.
Exactly. Sprout haven't really conditioned them to not expect this, right? You've had that slow
it's weird,
style.
Right? Yeah, it is weird. It's the mind games of Counter-Strike.
It sounds weird when you say it, but it is true. When you haven't had a fast round being thrown in at all, you believe that it will eventually come.
Well, that's like with overtime. I feel like when you get to overtime, if you do the first round, on that first round, you do something completely crazy. Like, I'm talking about with 16K just buying MAC-10s and rushing B, for example. Oh, well, see you later again. Rain's been sharp. You know, it's something completely outside of the box. It's probably not the most optimal play, but from a mental in-game leader, brain versus brain standpoint, that's where you could maybe unravel some things, cause a few issues. But the issue's still here for Sprout, right? Down a man, so much time to deal with, more space being taken. With every round like this and every kill that FaZe starts to hit that's a big shot or one tap, they'll just continue to push and fight.
As always, Rain getting into these positions. Did actually miss the timing a little bit here. He's actually traded out position with Stair, but he's coming back. And he's got the flank. Rain now is aware the two players in these positions. Rain comes away with one, and he transfers back for three. Rain is the nightmare right now for Sprout, and he's looking to close it with another. Rain is just an animal.
That's another ace for FaZe in this game. Brokey's was an eco bash. That one right there was a full rifle round. The only drama right there was Rouse on a MAC-10, but I don't think that was a conversation point. What a weird position to find himself in with it was like he's playing deathmatch.
And he dealt with it so well. That is not really a comfortable position when you have to be worried about all these angles, and he's still able to deal with everybody.
Next guy pops his head up connector. Yeah, I'll take that as well. Look, with the position he's in right here, at that point in the round, that's as if you were playing deathmatch on Overpass, right? And you've just spawned in there, and they're all around you. So great stuff from Rain. Huge haul from him. 19 kills. If there was any question about this guy, they're being answered right now.
Well, Sprout come to the last round of the half with this buy, and it's not fantastic. They've really struggled, and it hasn't been a change in pace at all from Sprout.
No, their 3 rounds came within the first 5. Since then, we haven't seen anything whatsoever, and they continue to get picked on off. This time, JKS with the alley-oop, twist, flash, perfect, and there you go.
This is the easiest work of JKS's life. He's been brought in. He's not really having to do anything.
When I was on the phone with him, I was like, mate, this is going to be great.
Yeah.
You're going to have a good atmosphere. Karrigan's going to do it all. You get all your positions. Everybody else will kill players. All you have to do is kind of enjoy the environment. So far, so good. 8 kills for him, not having to do too much more. You'd love a 12-3 as well.
This setup, Rain and Brokey in the bathrooms. Now, I would say Brokey has looked a little cold, but you have the rest of the players really stepping up. And so he hasn't even really been required, and when he needs to, he's hit a couple of important shots.
It's fortunate that the misses he's had haven't really cost them too much, right?
Yeah.
Like, because he's had a couple where it's like, oh, normally Brokey would hit that.
Yeah.
But they've always been able to salvage that. Look at Rain. Like, this is, remember Fur? Well, maybe you do. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
But Fur would do this type of stuff. Just like ratting around constantly. Like, how much room does Rain have? It feels like there's nobody to challenge him. He's always finding the gap, and this should be it.
Yeah, FaZe looking to close the half with 12. JKS finally called into action. They're the last player left. FaZe Clan's first half here at IEM Katowice looking strong. We'll see if they can close it out nice and quick after this break.
Hey Future Pros, back on Overpass today with another T-sided smoke. This one is thrown from spawn and lands in the doorway to bathrooms. To master this tricky smoke, hop onto the railing. Line up in between these 2 points, aim to the right side and close to the top of these leaves. Then throw the smoke. It may take a few attempts to get it down, but I have faith in you all.
When it comes to stealing rounds, and as a result, their opponents' dreams, IEM Beijing Haijian was a great time for 100 Thieves. Vitality might have been a threat back then, but what Gratisfaction did was just a prelude to what was to come.
There's no bomb plant yet. All the pressure of the timer right now is on 100 Thieves and Gratisfaction. These two, oh my god! Are you kidding me? Taking down Shocks as well!
The French fought valiantly and were able to earn some crucial points. But when the game transitioned onto Inferno, there was a very important factor that they didn't take into consideration, and that was JKS defending the bomb site.
They almost catch him at the angle. Can they finally bring down JKS? He's going to try and flash his way into a fight. What does it take to bring him down in this B defense? The flash for the setup, and actually, he makes it back around the smoke. He's still a factor here. Oh no, they line up behind it. I can't believe it. He's destroyed their team. There's nothing that will stop JKS. Unbelievable.
Welcome back to the second half. 12-3 for FaZe Clan. A strong start here at IEM Katowice. Sprout posed a little bit of a threat in the first couple of rounds, Chad, but after that, it was the Rain show.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? You're looking at a best of one. You're thinking best case scenarios for a team like Sprout coming on in, a couple of youngsters. Unable to really put up too much of a fight just yet, but now it's the CT side. Let's see, can they have a CT side that rivals FaZe's? 4 towards A. Rouse to solo the B bomb site and quite quick through connector. Those 1x bet odds are not looking good at all for Sprout here.
It's nearly the scoreline. Here come the T's right into towards Stara to ready. USP will get cleared out. JKS happy to be here, of course. He will find himself the opening. Carrigan twitted out 1 for 1. A little bit of map control for Sprout towards A, but it doesn't really matter because it's coming right into Rouse in this B site. He's under pressure and repositioning, but Twist hunts him down. FaZe just with this potent aggression.
And they're quick coming through connector here, but they're going to have to be faster than that. Smoke towards short. There's only one way in, and that's going to be Monster right here, right now. Diffuse kill on Spitty, sure, but that's all they have. Oh, the flash.
Oh, the flash from Rin. That should have set Twist up, but it did not connect. They managed to dodge it. FaZe still with that bomb down, but they're starting to lose players, and in fact, they are in the deficit right now. Rain and JKS looking to drag themselves through this one, looking to be recovered. Damage being done.
One bullet.
Now it's just JKS, 1 bullet left, reload up, and he's looking for these 2 players dropping down into the pit. 1 for JKS, but look at the time. There's not really enough, but luckily has the kit on his back. Spitty, it's going to be real close, and oh my god, that couldn't be closer, Chad.
Yikes, all right. That almost got out of hand right there. That almost got out of hand. It looked perfect for FaZe there, right? The fact that there was a short smoke, there was even a monster flash, and then the kills just went against them, so maybe just maybe a little bit of overextension just there coming back to bite them. And Sprout will get their 4th round. But you could see how annoying it was for Rouse. Like, on his screen, 2 players just appeared from different angles jumping, right? Really staying mobile with those Glocks. They have got themselves into a buy, 2 M4s, an MP9, a FAMAS, a Scout, a little bit of util. That kit's still in play. But FaZe have actually opted to go for a 4-spy here. Twists, through virtue of Carrigan, has been gifted the beautiful AK-47. Galil's for the rest, and a Deagle in Carrigan's hands. As expected, JKS playing Rops' position over towards the backyard of B. Has some help of Carrigan close by. Brokey and Twists, with the support of Rain, will be working on pressuring towards A. Carrigan's lining up a nose flash, so he wants to try and activate JKS with a pick early here.
Oh, that's worked out really well for JKS. Could have doubled up, but Marek's luckily 1 for 1 for Sprout.
But that's all you wanted, right? Carrigan, oh, there's a tight gap.
Oh, did Jar spot him? He changes up to his position, so assuming that he did, he's going to start dropping back into his long. Twist is going to hear those footsteps. That's information for FaZe. We'll see how they adapt to it. Rain poised and ready for the long swing. Just a Galil in hand, and he actually gets tagged up by that Scout as well. So now Brokey, he's the second player being asked to come in to help. These Galil's not doing much at long range.
It's going to make Sprout move a lot though, right? Because they lost an opener at B, so they would have been thinking, oh, maybe it's going to be a B hit now, and Stayer needs to be very careful because they're all just around that corner.
This could be an explosion right in towards his position. Bombs down, good swing out with a flash. Two good kills here. Brokey at least getting one back for FaZe, 2 versus 3. It's still within touching distance, and Slacks with a scout trying to get a shot off. He will indeed do it on a Brokey, but no kills yet. He's waiting for the cavalry to arrive, but Brokey's taking it down. Flick out to the right from Slacks, and now it's just Carrigan, and he's down as well. Good hold from Slacks, just not really having to fight everybody, but just buying time is so impressive.
It looked like some of those shots should have been on, right? Yeah. So just missing there, but regardless, recovered, and FaZe should be down to the economical. This is where we had bigger questions, right? How are they going to operate on this T side? You could see that opening that they went for. Nice little maneuver. Simple nose flash on the B side. But yeah, Slacks was under a lot of pressure there, and he did take a lot of shots before converting any damage. Deagle's out.
It's a good player to talk about as well, because Yanko points out in the desk that Slacks was the player that everybody needed to watch out for Sprout. He's had the quietest performance so far for them.
Yeah, I feel like, as far as German AWPers go, there's only really one on the tip of everybody's tongue, and that's Sirison, right? So you'd love to see another name come into the ranks. This team have had quite a few different configurations of German rosters with different players over the years. Now starting to move a little bit more international, as Marek's one of those. Mops up 2 quick kills. And this one here should well and truly be the 6th for Sprout. Just a matter of time. We do have A, B, and C streams going on today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So if you wanted to tune into any of the other matches, just add a B or a C towards the end of your URL on Twitch.
What matchups are currently going on then, Chad?
Ensign Tropic is looking one that's about to get started, and then in a couple of minutes' time, OG Renegades as well. So I think Ents with Madden on debut is actually quite exciting.
Very interested to see how that's going to slot in.
And we have Astralis MIBR as the up-and-comer for the next one, and I still don't know how to say the kid's name from the academy team. So we're going to have a couple of problems, I think, but we'll do our best. Turtles made it easy.
Easy. I mean, everybody really on the team's easy up until him, right?
Exit, Woody, Jota, Turtle, and then...
Bruno.
Yeah, look, we'll give it a crack, guys, but that's the best I can do.
At least we have a while to prepare. Maybe we don't. We'll see if FaZe Clan's buy round here is going to shut them down. AKs are going to come out for the side. Utility's going to be purchased up, but they don't have enough money to get Brokey on the AWP.
Yeah, look, it's not the end of the world here. I think that you'd prefer it to go up toe-to-toe with Slacks, but Carrigan can easily call around this. Now, with Sprout, they started very default heavy. I'm curious if FaZe would be the same if there would be a bit more of a plan out of spawn. We'll know quickly here as, well, does look very much like a default. Jake has to deal with B, Rain Carrigan towards connector, Twist and Brokey looking to deal with any aggression for Fountain and Long. And quick!
Very quick, and Rain is actually just hunting down further. He may not come away with a kill, but he has got that connector control.
So much space very early. That was full throttle right there. And JKS has even maneuvered into sewer, so...
He's got everything.
They really do. Spitty's the only potential thorn in the side here, but he'd have to do his best Rain impression, and that's not easy.
And you've got to be aware of that as well. When you're FaZe, you're aware of your one weakness, your one spot you must be aware of.
Oof.
Stare getting spammed down through the smoke, down to 60 HP as FaZe now congregate their forces in towards the A side of the map. They're going to be walking their way through Bathroom, leaving one lurk player of JKS elsewhere.
Yeah, still lots of time for this. A minute on the clock. Upper Bathrooms control not under their remit.
The unscope timing not great there. Slacks try to get away with it. And FaZe have decided, the ops here, let's just go down to B.
Yeah, JKS hasn't had any issues where he's been standing so far. He was close up towards the short position. More aggressive utility. Carrigan selling a fake. They should be able to get in towards B here.
Yeah, Rouse is going to be under so much pressure. The Galil looking to hold down the fort. Good smoke, in fact. And then the kill comes in from Rouse as well. This is stifled FaZe Clan.
They're in a lot of trouble right now. Time becoming an issue. Smoke as well over the top. Carrigan with one, but they need to find more. They need to push in now. The rotation's starting to clamp in.
Here they go. Rouse in position, trying to hold down the site. Spitty's even being a thorn in the side for the backside, and Rouse is still here, still alive, and that's the bomb down. Now FaZe have to worry about recovering that. And Sprout's numbers are just too much to handle. It's down to 1 HP Brokey. He has to be careful here he doesn't die after the time either. Only 5 seconds left in this clock, so runs to his death. It is not going to be a FaZe round here.
Starting to get some traction now. 12-7, so we've only got 5 rounds the difference in this, and blink and you miss it. That scoreline could quickly tighten up as a timeout immediately called. And this will be the first right now from FaZe here not wanting to allow the momentum to start for Sprout early. 4 rounds in, 4 rounds on the trot. And remember, it has been a very long time between rounds for Sprout, so this must be feeling pretty good, right? The game started competitive, and then it tapered out to what looked like an absolute smashing. They need to still consolidate their economy a little bit more. So a round like this against Deagles is one where you lose 1 or 2 players, that's okay. You lose anything more, if it comes down to like a 1-on-1 or 1-on-2, that's going to have ramifications further down the track. So this isn't a round that FaZe should be winning. It's a round they definitely could win.
Yeah, they've gone very heavy on the utility. Coming into a round like this, FaZe will see how much damage they can really do. For Slacks, it must feel like a breath of fresh air, finally getting a touch of that AWP. It's going to be sent up into top middle early to pierce some info. Doesn't spot much.
Yeah, the rotation already starting to head on back closer towards that A site, so they have enough information, Sprout. This looks very much like a B execute here, and that's telling because you have Twist and Brokey joining JKS, Carrigan and Rain as the information collecting party.
You gotta start dropping those numbers away from B because 2 players currently pushing their way through bathroom for FaZe. Carrigan at the front of it. Flash into the peak. Not much gleam from it. Ren tucks it behind Divider again, and now FaZe have decided to go for the call to run down the site. Carrigan 1-for-1 trade. Now Slack's under a bit of pressure. AWPs can sometimes get overwhelmed, but we'll see if he's able to handle it. It's the second swing out into the deagle of Brokey that punishes Slacks, and now they're getting on towards the site. They've recovered a weapon, and now they have taken down Marix. Oh no, not like this, Sprout. This was the round they had to recover their economy, and now they might just lose.
Okay, well, bomb yet to go down here, just faking, really not taking any risks as Brokey. 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, and Spitty, Rouse, 2-on-3 situation.
Oh, and Rouse' position is good for at least a kill on Brokey, but Twist has picked up the AWP. He's got the angle as well. This is an easy shot to hit if the cross comes in. There's no utility, there's no flash here to get him off the angle, so it will likely be a dry peek into Twist unless Rouse is aware, tries to bait it out with a shoulder peek. In the meantime, his teammate trying to garner some control back into the site. Still have 1 smoke available here for Sprout, and well, unfortunately that's gone, and now Rouse swings onto Twist. It's just a 1v1. JKS hiding his head. Rouse gets the headshot, gets back to the defuse. Gonna start pulling that through, and it is a recovery mission for Sprout secured, but they didn't consolidate control of the economy, chat.
Yeah, look, they still have enough money to go for a buy here, but I'm talking future rounds because that was a pretty light investment from FaZe, all things considered. A little bit shell-shocked about how quickly Carrigan and Rain approached. They thought they would wait for their teammates to go for a set piece, but that pounce was one of the avenues in towards the site. And Rouse here again, you know, he's continuing to impress. That's a pressure moment. So 5 in a row, sure, 1 survives, but they get the most important thing, that is the round. 12-8 now for the difference, and that buy for FaZe comes out in full force.
Door. Oh, no way. Rain just takes him down through the spam. Rawls was shooting away the door. The tracers were enough for Rain to position his crosshair and just takes him out of the round. That's the easiest open you can find, Chad.
Yeah, that's great. You know, normally Rain has to work really hard. Weasel around the bathroom, smokes, but just straight through the boards.
Another one?
Yeah, okay, keep him coming. Let's have all the kills and connect to this round, shall we?
If I'm Sprout, I'm avoiding that. Most dangerous area on the map right now. Slacks looking to try and recover this, try and pull back some of those kills, some of the space even, but
Twist has got him,
Twist
surely.
is so ready for it. Slacks down, FaZe up 3 players. How does Sprout even think about this round?
Well, they should think about a save. Unless Spitty right now can get a couple more. Carrigan's a good name to find, but with 19 points of health, I really don't like his chances.
Yeah, and you can't really lose too much here, Sprout. You have only got a couple $100 left.
They're gonna lose it all.
Looks, oh, Twist had a shot.
They can get the AWP right now. So they know where both are. They can go salvage the AWP from Slax's body. They can go and look for somewhere to hide. But this is actually a pretty good scenario for them to be in, considering how this round started, right? Twist was the one who was going to stop them from saving. He died, right? Carrigan going down is fine, but Twist there was the containment. Now Rain, Brokey, and JKS, they're not in a position where they can hunt. So what would have happened is all those deaths that they stomached against the Pistols in the previous round would have gone into the next round for Sprout, and meant that their buy was going to be practically rubbish, right? Now, they get to retain an AWP, they get to keep an AK across. Sure, the loss bonus is only going to be 1,400. Stayer can drop something. Slacks will have enough to drop something as well after he gets the AWP back, and their buy will look a lot more respectable than it could have. So, good stuff from Sprout to at least hold on to something here. It's the little things.
It is the little
things. The little things in life,
It's the best world that they possibly could have lived in.
I think we're living in our best world right here. It's good to be back in this environment, right? Seeing all the people at home.
Yeah, it's great to see that, and you know, well,
in person.
In person, yeah. I
Normally
mean,
they're at home.
I've seen them at home for too long.
Yes.
Now we get to see them in person. It's kind of surreal seeing all of these people in the one area. You know, over the pandemic, it's like you don't see as many people, and suddenly all the people in the same room. It's a little overwhelming.
Yeah, but like we had broadcast split as well, so we had people doing broadcasts from different areas. Now everybody's together again, all the players on site. It's great. We're getting that vibe back, and we'll be in the Spodex
arena.
soon.
Yeah, crazy.
Cherry on top, isn't it?
I mean, that's what ESL employees all work towards, right? That's what everyone here, the whole team, has been working towards so long. That's the big payoff, and coming in just a few days' time, next week.
Yeah, it feels like that, doesn't it? All right, well, here we go. They've pulled this buy together the best they could. 2 rifles that salvaged AWP, an MP9, and a 5.7. Walk into round number 22. Another miss Molly, so it's been story of the day with some of these teams, just not landing all their util. That's $600 immediately to waste. Also means that FaZe don't have to expend a smoke to take space. So when you consider those details, that could come into bite Sprout later in this round. And well, right here, right now, if Brokey and Twist take long, Carrigan's over towards Fountain, and Rain and JKS are working with connected control. They could accelerate towards A if they find an opening pick.
Yeah, because so much map control here right now. They've got to really hope here on the Sprout side that the Slack setup with the right flush there is going to work out. Stare, that smoke is going to fade away eventually. Stare holding down the angle with the AK, begins to drop back. Taking more of a obsessive approach into this site setup. Slacks looking for the first piece of information possible. We go under a minute, FaZe Clan still just posturing outside of A. Certainly going to be an A split, 2 from long, 3 from the bathroom side. And here they come. Slacks throws down the smoke, holds down on the divider, sees the arms of the player throwing the utility. Can't come away with a kill, but able to recover. And how have they done this? Sprout suddenly with all the kills. And it's just Brokey left in the 1v3. He switches to the rifle, can't get it done. And Sprout somehow, some way, get it done.
I thought the timing of that smoke from Slacks was going to be a little bit too late because you saw him dropping it and then continue to have his attention over towards the banana position. There was 2 players running out of the smoke. They must have been completely grey screened. Maybe there was a flash in play, but either way, that right there is not ideal for FaZe. It was looking good until it wasn't. So great stuff, Sprout. They're starting to put up a defense here. 13-9. Buy back in. Look, FaZe, I'm not quite sure what we're going to see in terms of the approach, how it's going to differ. You don't want to pull out any pocket strats in a best of 1 if you don't have to.
This is the question we had. You know, what is their T-side going to be like now? And right now, a little inconsistent. We'll see if Sprout can keep this up, though. Because you often see teams where they get that little opportunity, they win that round, and suddenly the T can still buy, and then you're back to square one again. And that certainly is the possibility outcome here for Sprout.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Obviously, with the new economy, we don't have the... we've got the blue shell, right, with the new economy. We don't have the hard reset that you have to build up to again. So even if FaZe lose a round, as long as they get the bomb down, with the max loss bonus, they're in a position where at least they can keep rifles in their hands. Quite the passive approach from them here. They've postured for a little bit of space over towards A, but regathering, retooling, and taking the forces back towards the B site. Rouse is the swingman for this team. You saw him, he's gone between A and B. Well, he's done that again. He should be able to rotate back in time, 45 seconds, and looking likely to hit this site very soon.
Looks like Rain is just chomping at the bit to get into the site. He has been fantastic so far. Gonna throw the molly down into the water pit. Marek's under a lot of pressure, playing from pillar. His teammates down, and so Twist hunts him through. It's 30 seconds as Rouse eventually does rotate down to the site, but there's not really enough done from his site anchors.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is where the CT side, they should probably look for a save. Twist doesn't want to let them do that. Spotted 2. Information there. Carrigan up and over the smoke, and another body hits the deck. Call this one done. FaZe up to 14. And that just felt simple. Just execute B and kill them.
It was really the similar round in the last round as well from FaZe, right? They were allowed to just execute. They were allowed to just get in a really strong position outside of the A site and execute. That's why we were so shocked when Sprout were able to pull it off so convincingly. It happens again, and the more you do that, the law of average to say FaZe should win most of those rounds.
Yeah, especially when you're lacking information elsewhere on the map, because it means you can't gamble a site, or you can't have the lion's share of your forces on the correct bomb site ready and raring to go. So there's always a few dramas when you are playing that passive, but when FaZe did it, that's what started to work for them because of the slower pace of Sprout and their T side, right? So you can see how you can exploit this.
Well, they also had Rain being disruptive and annoying everywhere across the map. Sprout don't really have even one player that's kind of doing that. There's no information being picked up.
Yeah, Spitty has been forward in a few rounds, but he's not as active.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't feel like, and he's definitely not finding as many fights. So that right there is a differentiating factor, indeed. But only 2 rounds now the difference, and take a look at the money on the left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 1.5 for Spitty, 2.6 for Rouse, 1.4 for Marix. They will need to get a couple of drops here. Afamis is out. Maybe say, you can keep that. I'll take an MP9 instead.
Especially if you can get in some of these close corners, you can certainly make that work. But this really does feel like, Chad, that if Sprout loses, it's done, right?
Yeah, I think that, unfortunately for them, just that first half, if they were able to get 4 or 5, maybe, just maybe, we could have had a bit more of a competitive affair here, but FaZe grab this. Could basically call this one done and dusted.
See if Sprout are a little bit more lenient in terms of how quick they want to rotate with some of these weaker guns. They know you need to get those players back into battle quite quickly. FaZe, again, going for a heavy setup outside of B with numbers really all of this side of the map.
I wonder if they're just going to flash JKS and Rain forward here, because there's so much space for this.
4 players here for Sprout on the defense, though. And that is a significant amount of firepower still here. And Slacks has found the first. Looking to hold down the fort is Spitty, but it gets traded out. And that's Carrigan, at least keeping the numbers even for FaZe, but that is short-lived. Marix, even with the MP9, now FAMAS looking to spray down through the smoke. They've slowed down FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and, well, Stayer still lingering over towards A, so didn't completely bite down on that little bit of a fake. Rain and JKS not able to get much done from the sandbag position. Now with the low HP of Carrigan, I wonder what the conversation looks like. We do hit the 45-second mark. Another smoke landing over towards the monster position. Marix could even do the classic, which has become very, very popular these days, to sit and play in the fade of the smoke, because all he would have to do is get 1, and that's more than enough here to slow them down. Slacks behind him, Rowls not too far away. 25 now, Dinko. I don't know if they're committing to this.
Well, smokes are going in, utility being placed, but even if they do, they've still got to break through quite a strong defense. Marix blinded, but that flash will fade away, but oh, Brokey and Twist. 2 kills, nice and quick. And now they're on towards the site. Raul's making a Hail Mary play over the top. He denies the bomb plant. 8 seconds left. They have to get onto the plant right now. And Carrigan, oh no, the nade comes out of nowhere.
A holy hand grenade.
Done. Oh, that is unbelievable for Sprout. That is a miracle round.
Look at that. He's just pegged it over the fence. It's landed perfectly. Carrigan's low HP came back to haunt them in the end.
That's the 3-pointer.
What a little string of events, right? They're down and out with the numbers. Rowls up and over, denying the plant. Perfect play.
That is the miracle that keeps Sprout in this game. And now we look at the buy. It isn't pretty for either side.
No, it's going to start getting much more scrappy now. Both teams feeling the pressure of the economy here. But that might be what Sprout needed to really get the engine going. If they can fortify a round, actually get everybody with rifles of their preference, this could start getting a little bit closer here. Only 2 rounds so far, and they've been spotty rounds for FaZe. They definitely haven't been back-to-back.
It's been a pretty similar round every time over these last 3 gun rounds.
Oh, here we go. Nose flash into Monster again. Flashes in return to hold them at bay. This is just a bit of posturing, you know, puffing your chest out, letting you know we're here.
Marix gonna hold from short, stare inside of connector. Marix has been good at least getting 1. The barrel, he knows he has to trade, he has to get aggressive, and he's done it, he gets 2. And that's massive. That's so much impact. And now FaZe are looking elsewhere. They do not want to go to this B site. 50 seconds, still a lot of time. Not a whole lot of utility here.
For either team, a molly and a flash in the server right now, and we still have 45 seconds left.
And Slacks, he's going to love that fact. He's got the scout. He's got 1. He's looking for the follow-up. He's done damage, and he will come away with it. 2 kills on the scout. He'll go back. And a 3rd shot landed. Carrigan, the walking wounded, trying to fight against 3, and it's not going to work. Sprout wins such an important round. And the money for FaZe, it's again in this scrappy spot, but this is Sprout's opportunity to just push forward.
Yeah, they've actually humbled them to a point now where FaZe will have to take a partial buy. They won't be able to fully invest here. That is great work from Sprout to make this competitive. And you look at this. Little maneuver from Marix here to take advantage of Rain's path is good. JK should have traded in that type of a scenario right there. It's a little bit unfortunate they weren't able to convert the second. But good stuff for Sprout to keep this map alive. Remember, this is a best of one. Deagle's out. Will there be any openings for Karrigan to find another great grenade? Slack's right down the gullet there of Twist, but Karrigan's actually taken a lot of room. I wonder if... Oh, maybe that won't even matter. I was going to say, I wonder if they're accounting for Karrigan to have gotten this far already.
Slacks is going to go have a little look. Does spot out Karrigan. Karrigan looking to decapitate Slacks, just not really given that opportunity.
As soon as he gets spotted, you can see Karrigan's like, well, this changes the round, right? Because if Karrigan could have gotten through and pushed up, then they could have created a gap. But by not, it's like, well, we have to cancel. It's all for naught, really. He may as well try a different path, and he will through the smoke, like I'm off to a flame. Like, spotted and shot. Hit. That is big.
Well, now they continue to move forward. Still just under a minute left as FaZe continue to approach the site. They got to deal with a two-man setup here, though, with AKs. It's going to be difficult to break through this. And this is going to peek out from Marix and stare alongside him, get all three.
Okay, well, two-round game now. This has escalated very quickly for FaZe. They might be starting to sweat a little bit here. Now, I know that they have a stand-in, but coming into this, most people at home would be looking at them as the favorites, just coming in here just to get the job done, right? They are yet to get the 15th. One more to secure overtime. Rifles out again. AWP for Brokey, AWP for Slacks. Everything everybody needs for an action-packed round number 27. Extinguish, utility, forcing them back, making sure there's no aggressive maneuvers. That little Molotov being thrown out from Twist there to allow the safe passage up for Karrigan when that smoke does subside. 3 players on B and JKS again. They've been playing a lot towards short and caught out by the connector player, the door being blown off.
Oh, that's huge for Sprout. Now they have the advantage into such an important round of this game. Rain down in towards the connector. Marix is down below him, just head tucked. Spitty could peek out and get the info, but Rain's timing to drop back. They don't have a fallback plan, Chad. If it goes bad on A, they have no option to go back to B.
Could go worse. Look at this long setup. Rounds and Slacks in combination here to shut down Brokey and Twist. Problems now for FaZe.
Slacks playing in front of the smoke as well. Are they going to expect that if they go around the corner? I do not think so. Rouse gets aggressive though, and the timing nearly works out perfectly for Rouse. Luckily, the rifle of Twist keeps him at bay, but the flash around is so messy. And luckily, Twist thrives in the chaos, gets that one pick. Smoke still available. Molly as well from Slacks to slow it down. He's just trying to buy time, but Twist runs through it and runs out of ammo on the second kill. But luckily, Rain is quick to follow up and get that space back. But yes, the bomb back still in middle. Rain has to grab that, and that's going to give time for Sprout to position themselves accordingly. And Marix has even got the flank around.
Oh, Spitty, what a risk!
Oh, that risk has just opened up the site entirely. They had a sandwich of FaZe players, but now they've got the site. They can plant safely on the other side of the truck, and Marix into the 1 versus 2. No kid on his back. Starts to creep forward. He's got so many angles to check here, Marix. He's got so much to worry about. And FaZe have dropped back into the blanket stairs setup. He has got the smoke kit and a flashbang as well. This really feels like his only option right now. He's pulled it out of his backpack. Let's see if he can get it done. Smoke has a gap in it. Quickly repositioning. Brokey's playing very active right now, causing problems. He will go down though, and Marix once again trying to pull Rain into the fight, but Rain looks to just hold, peering down. The shot's not coming through. Oh, the defuse will be stopped in the end. FaZe Clan reach map point.
Look, that smoke gap actually coming back to haunt him a little bit there, because the visibility was enough for Rain to identify where the defuse was coming through. That right there is a crazy round, and FaZe need to be thanking Twist for the 2 openings that he was just able to get. Look, it was a little bit scrappy versus Rouse towards long. There was flashes coming in from both sides, but when he pushed through and took advantage of Slacks right there, that was the opening they needed. And really on the ropes now is Sprout. They've been able to buy back in. It's not great. We've said that a few times. Another missed molly.
What's going on today?
Yeah, look, maybe they need to sort out their jump binds, because we've seen it more often than not.
Maybe they're not used to playing on LAN, Chad.
Yeah, you know, it's those extra ticks. Well, This is quite a clear indication. Looks like 4 straight over towards A. No connector presence, just JKS this time more passive towards B. It's all on Stayer again on this slither gap.
Yeah, this is a position they're ready for. Carrigan gets the info.
He's just running up. He's just going fast,
Yeah,
Carrigan.
I love this. I love this acceleration. They think there's a weakness in the site, and Rals, he's not ready for that. Nearly goes down, lucky to be alive, and unfortunately for Rals, there's not a single kill in this hold for Sprout. 5 versus 4, advantage with FaZe, and Carrigan looking to take matters into his own hands. He's found a follow-up. And now Marix is the next player, lying to wait for Carrigan to take down. 3 for Carrigan. He's looking for 4. Luckily, he will go down. Slacks needs to be aware of another player inside of the smoke, and now he's just the last player left. FaZe, just a formality. They've got it done. Their first win of IEM Katowice locked in.
Beautiful stuff there from FaZe. Came on here, took care of business. Got a couple of shaky at moments, but as we expected, they pick up the win in the best of 1 on Overpass, and Rain with a massive performance on that CT half. An absolute nuisance here for Sprout. So they're going to have to look forward to the lower bracket, the best of 3s, and Spitty a bit frustrated right there, but FaZe, they pick up their opening game of IEM Katowice 2022.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
Well, FaZe Clan leaving a lot to be desired on their T side, but ultimately get it done there at the end of the day over Sprout, who did make a pretty good case for why they could have won this map, but didn't. That's the best of one done and dusted here in the play-ins for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. If you're just joining us, you are joining at an appropriate time. I do have Maniac and Yanko here with me on the desk. We're ready to sort of talk this one over. Second half, a little bit topsy-turvy, but in the first half, looked a little bit like business as usual, Maniac.
That's the key, Trace. I think that the second half changed the story just a tad, just a little bit. If you'd only watched the first 15 rounds, it was the story about FaZe completely manhandling Sprout. Everything was going great for them. Rain was having a classic performance on the A side. Brokey started off hitting the ground running. Everything was falling together for FaZe Clan, and they strumbled a little bit on the second half.
Yeah, multi-kills on multi-kills on multi-kills in that
Rain
first
guy?
half.
Amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, he's pretty good, right?
Pretty damn good.
And one of the best things, overpass. I mean, the chat was talking in the cast about Fur, and well, that year when FaZe and SK were going up against each other, overpass, it was Fur and Rain on their CT side, and that aggression. And this was vintage Rain performance. Listen, last time, even with Robs, when FaZe played, overpass was against Big in that last game at Blast, and they only won 2 rounds on their T side in the first half. It was 13-2, so potentially some issues there, regardless of the fact that they have a stand-in and maybe needing to get a little bit warmed up on that T side. But what matters is they managed to get it done eventually.
And the reason we focus about Rain, Trace, is that looking forward into the tournament, if we see FaZe making it to the next step, one day eventually Robs comes back, and this is when all the pieces are together for a team that could actually lift the trophy. And that's why we talk about Rain, because he has to be one of these pieces that needs to be fragging hard, and boy did he.
Yeah, he did, as well as Brokey had some moments of brilliance there as well. We're talking about our U.S. Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Marks on the other side, I have to say commiserations. This is another guy that's pretty mobile throughout the entirety of Overpass.
I think he did all right. I think he did okay on the CT side. Whenever FaZe tried to late execute, then I think the defense of Sprout was fine, and that was Myrex, and that was obviously Slacks together. They were holding that A side quite well. But, it was just not enough. They didn't have enough breathing room from the first half, I think.
And the problem was, yes, Slacks had some good rounds in the second half, but he was, pretty invisible in the first half, only 3 kills. And, seeing as how it's the primary operator, the star player, right, you would have liked for him to being able to deliver a little bit more. Might have gotten Sprout a round or 2, and then maybe we see an overtime or something like that.
Yeah, just a couple more rounds could have definitely changed the tide of the game there, Maniac.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, there was a point that was brought up by Chad during the cast, was that Rain was being disruptive on the CT side. He was in Sprout's faces. He was forcing them to either slow down the pace or be very paranoid. That wasn't really the case on the other hand, right? Outside of Sprout, they were very defensive. They tried to be up bathroom, and then as soon as there was any kind of utility being thrown at them, they really pulled back. Yeah. So as a result, you play in the dark. You play almost a complete dark. There was never a move to re-get information. So you just hope that your defense is, gonna be strong. But that's when FaZe just, at the end of the day, execute on the B side, good trades, and that's it. They just didn't have enough information.
Yeah, and I think, at the end, it's like 14-12. And the round where FaZe finally gets it to close it out, it's just chaos everywhere, right? And it shows you a little bit of, Sprout and some of their players with some questionable moves. I mean, here this is a standard play, but Raul just can't get the kill, right? He gets traded, and Slacks is trying to hide behind the smoke. Then you see Twists, right? And his kill coming through, getting a couple of entry kills, and towards the end in the 2v2, Sprout is still not out of it really, but then, Speedy, they're just trying to go for it and just going for a really high-risk play that doesn't pay off, and FaZe is able to close it out and just win the following round and kind of close the game 16-12.
That move hurts. That move right here. That hurts a lot if you're
caught out in the open, man.
He had a teammate that was coming in from behind. It was a connector. I don't think he needed to take that kind of information, because anyway, had his opponents been leaving, then his teammate would have been there to get the drop on them. So not a big fan of that move, and towards the very end, well played by Rain as well, navigating the smoke.
He had the feeling.
That's how it works.
He had the feeling it just wasn't the right feeling.
Tonight was going to be a good night.
This time, right?
Oh, anyway.
I gotcha.
Shout out the Black Eyed Peas one time. For us, we are going to get that opportunity to hear from the victors. It is FaZe Clan with the winner's interview.
I see lightning, I hear thunder. That means that Rain is coming here for an interview. Okay, Rain, congratulations with your win against Sprout. You had a really nice, dominant city side, but it kind of felt that something happened there in the end on the T side. Can you explain what was it?
I think it was just a little bit of nerves from people. We were a little bit frustrated at times, and we didn't trade each other good enough. The communication was a little bit off in the start, but that's first game on LAN in a while, so that's how it is.
Yeah. But you probably are getting the LAN buff, so you'll be all good and fine, right?
Yeah, probably. We'll wait and see, but for now, for me, it feels good at least. Might take a couple of games to get into it, but we'll see.
When it comes to your series against Sprout, like, did you prepare against them? Because they were kind of like a last-minute change, maybe not as last-minute as Movistar Riders, but did you prep for them, or you were just playing your own game?
We did a little bit of prep, but as we haven't played with Justin before, we focused mainly on like getting us ready and getting us as good as we can, and then we just.
This is actually going to be about against Mouse, and it's kind of funny because Robs used to play in that team, now he's playing with you, but he's actually not going to be here, so like we're not getting Robs at all. Do you think that this series will be all about like who is better at preparing their substitute player?
Yeah, in a way. We're gonna have some more fire in us, you know. We're gonna do it for Robin. He's sitting in isolation, so we'll win for him for sure.
Yeah. Doing for Robin, like, I mean, is Kerrigan right now a really sad Batman?
Yeah, it's a little bit sad that he doesn't have his star player here, but he still fires us up. So.
Okay, awesome. Then good luck in your upcoming series.
All right, thank you.
Breno.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
It's all on Forest. He gets the first. He doesn't get the second. Pro have won. Taz has delivered in front of the home crowd.
A Niemann's game, and look at that. The whole crowd is the whole standing ovation from everyone and Fierce Pro.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your EMS1 Katowice champions, Virtus Pro. And he's back on it. He's got the kid. He's holding it down. I'm not sure there's enough time. Fnatic, there he do it. Ladies and gentlemen, your ESL1 Katowice champions are Fnatic.
Just getting there in time. Ball tried to fire in. It's going to get planted. Glaive and Dupree pushing up from Banana. It's all on the newest acquisition, and it's all done. Astralis win. And not only are they your major champions, they are your fortified #1 team in the world, the IEM Intel Extreme Katowice World Championship. They win it all. Because they have to earn this one every inch of the way. JW finally silenced, but it's just Guardian and Olaf, just Olaf! And Olaf gets paid back by his old team! Fnatic has done it! The first 3-time IEM champion. 2 full years. And a legendary brand, a legendary team gets back on top. They walk in the smoke, Glaive. He'll only punish one, but it's just Ariel Levine, and it's done. They had one goal. That's it. That's all they wanted. Back to back. And they've got it now. And the last to join the circle is Dupree. How much he had to give to be here. How much he had to give up.
Simple and Flamey, who just seem to be taking matters into their own hands. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. Your champions are going to be Na'Vi. It's a 3-0 clean sweep here in the grand final.
Victory unlike anything the Spodek has seen before. Your IEM Katowice 2020 champions! It's Na'Vi! Gambit, they're playing this one safe. They know that it's all theirs. He just has to not defuse. 3 seconds, 2, it's done. Gambit, baby, they've done it. IEM Katowice. No small fish in a big pond anymore. They're swimming with the sharks.
Next up on the docket, we have MIBR taking on Astralis in a best of one. This is going to be a good start for one of these teams. One of these teams is going to take that L that is inevitable for someone alongside of this competition. I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. And we are just starting things within the play-in. Speaking of which, you just heard Fnatic, 3-time Katowice champions. But now, the story thickens as they get dumpstered by the Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, wow. Yeah, not good at all.
That was an overpass, you know, that's one of Alex's, signature maps as well. And they got 7 rounds on the T side and couldn't win a single round on the CT side of overpass. So it seems like we did get Copenhagen Flames in that PGL major Stockholm form. And that's a scary prospect for everyone else on the server.
As it should be. You know, this is one of those teams that you kind of look past, but for us, we can look past that matchup and into the one that we have on our hands. With MIB and Astralis in the server, you start to think, okay, there should be a ton of lineage right here, right off the top. And, well, for Glaive, there's a quote that we could probably go ahead and pull out, right? Boom. A pretty big loss for us if we don't make it out of the play-in. Well, he said it. Thoughts?
Understatement.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's an understatement. I think a few people have a tendency to paint the picture as if this event goes wrong, then we truly have an issue with Astralis. I'd say to hell with that. We're already in that phase. We're already having issues with Astralis. If you're a fan of Counter-Strike and it's a name that you obviously compare to greatness and brilliance in the game, and I can't fault you for that, reality is things have changed completely right now. Ever since they brought in Blame with the config, they had one good event that was in Copenhagen. We thought, okay, we see how the pieces can get up together. We see how Blame with config can bring the firepower. Things have changed massively, and it's an Astralis that's in the dark and a Glaive that is struggling right now.
Yanko, would you say that there's a deterioration? It's just kind of like slow and somewhat painful to watch?
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Like building new rosters and making changes in your team, there's 2 things can happen. Like if it doesn't go great, like either it's like some small things and you see them and you need to switch them up and then you start playing better, or it's like the Cloud9 scenario where it's like, okay, this is just actually not making any sense
at all.
And they start making changes after like a month or 2 because we can just see, okay, what we thought we could make happen, we cannot. And unfortunately for Astralis right now, it seems like it's that latter option.
So, you know, for Maniac, I'm thinking of a, you know, kind of brings back some whack-a-mole almost scenario.
That's how it feels like. It feels like Glaive is playing whack-a-mole with issues to fix and problems to be solved. And that's why I'm feeling for him right now. He's got so many types of problems that are currently in play for Astralis. We can talk about roles, we can talk about maps, we can talk about individuals. So many different issues where Glaive can never, ever reach, like, you know, cruising altitude, where things are falling in place and everything is making sense. It just never happens. There's always something that is wrong. He's trying to fix one problem, another one comes up. It's just very complicated as Nigel. It's probably going to age him very much so.
Yeah. Do you have anything you can take away from that?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of, right, first you have, you know, a young kid as the Opper, right? Lucky, then the whole thing where he's gonna play. Then okay, you get 2 good players in Blame and config. You wanna make them comfortable, so you maybe change some of your positions and roles, thinking, okay, I can pull this off. And then you start playing. You're like, well, actually, I can't really pull this off. So how are we going to change this, right? Can this,
now what?
And we switch back? Can we not? Like, you know, what do you do then?
You say two good players, and I'll be agreeing with him until the end of Blastfall Finals. What the hell is going on with Config? Yeah. What the hell is going on with Config? He's a player coming in with a lot of firepower, a lot of promises. He's being given the positions and the spot that he deserves if he can perform, and then he doesn't.
It's especially for someone who some people are saying like this is the most skilled Danish player.
Yeah, that's
he's not showing it, right? We're talking about Denmark. That's the most stacked like country out there probably in terms of talent.
Yeah, and that has been proven, you know, over the course of the past couple of years. For us, let's hear from the source directly.
Hey everybody, Heko here for a short pre-game interview. Right now I am joined by the GOAT, by the IGL, like I don't know what is like the best way to introduce you, Glaive. Glaze, it is obvious that you are an amazing in-game leader, but it feels that right now you're kind of overwhelmed because, you know, like previously you had Sonic that would help you out. Right now, technically you have Blame F, who was also IGLing. Is it all up to you to prepare for the games, or is he helping you out?
No, I think a lot of the players are helping out, and also the coach is helping out a lot. So I think everybody's doing theirs to contribute to the team. So no, I'm not here on my own.
You're not here on your own. Oh, that's really good. That's really good because it is a team game. Okay, I want to talk a bit about your maps because previously you were like perma-banning Mirage. Right now you're done banning and you even sometimes pick it. How do you feel about your map pool at the moment?
It's a bit up and down, but we're doing our best to fix it, and we're having a lot of talks about how we want to expand our map pool and focus on some maps that hasn't been that good for us. So we're trying to figure it out, and I think we're getting there, but still not 100%.
Mm-hmm. And how do you feel about the firepower of the whole team? Because, like, I mean, you are still a full Danish stag, but you had like some changes. How do you feel?
I feel good about the firepower. I think we have enough to be able to fight for titles. We haven't been showing that we can do it, but I feel like that we have the possibility to do it, and I think with time we will show it.
So you just need time?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, then good luck in your upcoming series.
Thank you very much.
So, who is this Astralis, and what have they done with the champs?
I don't think they have the time that Glaive is asking for.
Yeah.
That's the problem that I have. I think when you are Glaive, when you're Astralis, when you have the pedigree that he's got and you have the expectations they have, what is happening right now and the level they were displaying in the last few weeks, they don't have time. I think that has to stop very, very shortly. I think they have to pick up some momentum. They have to pick up some confidence because every single game, otherwise, it's going to be a battle from start to finish.
So, Astralis side or not, MIBR, what do they look like these days?
I mean, they've looked better. At least at Blast, they managed to take a map off of Navi, actually beat them in a best of one. And listen, we're talking about the reason why we're so critical of Astralis is because the expectations are really high.
Yeah.
The reason why we're like saying good things about MIBR because the expectations can't get any lower for them at this point. I mean, we're talking about, you know, a lineup that started with Fallen and Cold there and Fur, right? And some of the most legendary Brazilian players. They brought the band back together for a while. That didn't work out. Different rosters, and it just kept getting worse and worse, and to a point where we don't really. The reason why we see them most of the time is because they're like a partner team with Blast, so they have to play with groups. Like it's a question whether they could qualify for some of these events. And actually, with this last roster, it has looked at times flashes of. You can see also the hype being there, the teammates playing for each other, and also having some good things, at least on the server too.
I feel like they're finally giving us reasons to be excited about watching them play, which I have been missing dearly. For a long, long time when it comes to MIBR, it was just about, oh, another game. And now finally with this core, right, with Turtle, with Joda, with Woody, you watch them play. Exit's super interesting as well. They have a hell lot of firepower, and they are not scared at all to take in Jules, which is great. Now, the downfall of that is that they make a tremendous amount of mistakes. This is like messy Counter-Strike. It's absolutely not clean. 5v4s being lost. Great opening kills, can't convert. It's all over the place. So it's fantastic to watch. It's splendid. It's like a meal that you can't understand, but it's somewhat you like to eat it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really make sense.
Now that's quite the illustration. Thank you so much.
I'll be here all day.
I think when we talk about Astralis and like their championship level, their level unattainable almost, you kind of can put MIBR as a namesake in that, but this is a totally different look than the project started, Yanko.
Yeah, as Maniac, I mean, even when the project started, like that was still, there were things to be figured out, right? They went international and tried to do a couple of things there, went back to a full Brazilian lineup, and they never did reach the levels that they wanted to. There were never big trophies being lifted or anything of the sort. So I will tell you, Trace, though, like the Astralis thing just seems like a catastrophe one after another, and I can see here MIBR pulling off an upset.
I think it's very, very possible. Like, there's a very real reality right there. Also, in a best of one, who knows what's going to happen because the map's going to be nuke.
Ooh, okay. Hear me out on that one. What we have seen from MIBR during Blast as well when I was covering them, on open maps on the T side, all fun and jolly, having a grand all time, opening skill left and right. I have seen MIBR struggle on closed maps on the T side back to back to back. I've seen poor Ancients T side, I've seen poor Overpass T sides. Now, Nuke's is supposed to be a decent map for them, but still, that T side is an issue, and whenever it gets too tactical, I feel like they can be one step behind. It's just basically the philosophy of the Counter-Strike you play.
Just case in point, what you're saying there with MIBR, you know, they lose 9-1 on their T side against Astralis. So, I mean, that pretty much kind of paints a picture right there. Perhaps they went back to the drawing board, Yanko?
Yeah, potentially, you know, a little bit also looking back at the game and seeing what went wrong and how they can work on it. But, you know, for Astralis as well, that's been one of the maps they've been trying to kind of get back to. Nuke, Inferno, obviously, right? And I think they just need to be a little bit more loose, fast, free, right? You can't just rely on trying to, you know, throw smokes, put Blame in a position outside and try to, you know, put some pressure on the map so that he can play, right? Like, it's maybe a little bit too obvious at this point. And even worse, I don't think it's a style that other players on the team are comfortable with, most notably Glaive and Zipex, right? So they need to find some sort of a middle ground where they can still get like good lurks out of Blame, but not hinder the rest of the team so much that, you know, he's always so out of position in such a hard situation where the lurks are not going to matter.
I think who's the last one alive most of the time, Maniac?
I think Blame is quite often on my screen
on any team.
I'm watching Counter-Strike. The issue is that he has been the only one that's consistently been putting frags on the board. I know frags are not the whole story in Counter-Strike. It does play a role. If you don't think so, then you're playing the wrong game. The issue that I have, and it's something Yanko is mentioning, nothing is flawless and effortless for Astralis right now. Nothing is effortless.
Like it used to be, perhaps.
Exactly, like it used to be. Look, playing Counter-Strike is a game that has a whole ton of protocols, intricate. It can be very complicated, but when a team is in the flow state, everything is working, suddenly you don't even have to think about it. You know how the round is going to look like, you know how you're going to finish it, you know how your teammates react and how they like to play. Astralis have to go back, and all these automatism, they just don't exist anymore. They have to think through them consciously all the time. How do we approach that situation? How do we not? What are the mistakes we do? And that's a bad trip, man. That's a whole bad trip.
Yeah, I look at Astralis, and it's not just that the players have changed. We talk about the coaching change as well. Does that change the atmosphere?
It's a big one, especially for Glaive, right? Like, he's been used to working with Zonic for such a long time. And again, I'm not saying Ave is a bad coach or anything.
Zonic.
The jury's still out, right? He's just not Zonic, right? So, and no one really is. So that's also a thing you need to kind of go through the paces. And listen, we saw how Device fared in NIP. We're seeing how this new Astralis is looking like. Magus can do pretty. We only saw a little bit of them with Vitality. Like, you know, there's a reason why that roster was so good together. Like, it kind of was just everything fit in perfectly. The camaraderie was there. They were all on the same page. Everyone had their role. Like, you know, I think all of them would be looking back and seeing like, hey, it's actually like, it's what we had was actually
good.
really special. It's actually really hard to build that again.
And the thing is as well, you're just going down the list of these players who was in that incredible Astralis lineup. We're talking individual streets. We have to talk about individuals, and some of these players in Astralis are just at the moment not good enough to bail them out of their mistakes. I think Zip is struggling massively, individually speaking. I think Glaive is trying to figure out what the hell he's supposed to do in some of these situations.
It's an identity crisis.
That's what it is.
You know?
And when individuals are sometimes supposed to bail you out of a bad round, someone's going to save you. It just doesn't happen here anymore.
But that's also because Glaive isn't a good player because he has insane aim, right? Like, his aim is like good enough, right? He was really great and had a lot of impact because he's like playing the rotator roles mostly on the CT sideline, and then he's always at the right side of the map. He's getting kills through the smoke. Like, he's giving good information, good help to his teammates. If you move into play away from that, like, he's not going to have as much impact. He's going to have to take more fights, and there's a lot of players out there who are, you know, mechanically better than him, but not that many players who are actually smarter than him, especially in crunch time.
And speaking of fights, there are plenty of those going on with 3 streams. That's a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike. Means that we should probably check in on the brackets real quick. It would be about that time at least, so that you can get a pretty picture of where your little team is sitting somewhere here in this play-in. Now, Maniac, pick one of these teams and tell me a great story.
Well, I'm going to talk about NIP because I just bumped into Hampus, and he looked hella relieved after that game. We didn't get to see it on the A stream, but apparently things were tough in that first match. We know that can be tricky. It was not going to be the first time a team actually messed up the opportunity, and Astralis did that as well during Blast. So good on NIP to surviving that one.
Yeah, absolutely that. We shift on down now. What other side of the bracket you got, Yanko?
Yeah, I think for Mao's phase like that we saw there, that's going to be a good game. And here we still have a lot of games to be being played out now. So yeah, a lot of interesting Counter-Strike still ahead of us, Trace.
Yep, and right here and right now will be the starting point, at least, of MIBR versus Astralis. A BO1 here within the play-ins. Astralis, no strangers to lifting trophies here in Katowice, but they've got a long road ahead of them. We're going to go ahead and jump into Nuke, and we're going to do that right about now.
Thank you very much, Trace. Heading into MIBR versus Astralis. This Astralis is certainly not the same beast that used to be, Chad. You know, you look down the results, they're losing to teams they shouldn't. MIBR could be a real banana skin.
This isn't live, I don't think. They're running around. There's some M4s picked up, so everyone just take a deep breath, right? We're fed up of listening to the desk, you know. They've been doing a great job. There's just been a couple of little delays here, but we're looking to get this one underway. Now, the gentleman you can see on your screen right now, BRNZ4N. Look, I'm going to apologize before I even start. That is not going to be a name that I'm going to be able to commentate. So we're going to go by his first name, and I want to make sure I get this. It's Breno. So Breno is going to be BRNZ4N, because otherwise you guys are going to think I've lost my mind. Anymore, so here we go. Let's get this one underway. 1x bet odds are favouring the Danes here. CT side start for the Brazilians. Kit and a HE for the defence. Couple of bits of utility smattered on the other side, and a P250 for BlameF as we turn our attention towards exactly that big man himself, towards Yard taking the space. Glaive throwing some nades, trying to force the CT to look elsewhere, and Blame, he's across, he's down secret.
Turtle. He's going to draw the attention away from his teammate in the corner. Exit gets away with one. Lucky goes down quite quickly. And 2 kills, in fact, to come up early into the kill feed. Astralis down to 3. We'll see if they can still figure the way out of this one. Breno sitting back inside of man. It is going to be Glaive that removes him from play. So still, MIBR do hold the advantage, but look at Glaive's positioning. If he can get up to heaven quickly, this could be a very strong spot.
Well, Turtle needs to survive here. He's gone down 2. Config leveling the playing field 3-on-3, and now that flank you were talking about, it's coming in through fruition.
Oh, and they have no idea. Glaive with an easy kill. That defense. Oh, so close. Milliseconds in it. Glaive gets it done. And Astralis down to just 1 player. Is Jota getting towards the site. Taps, tries to pull them into the open. Config goes in for the fight. And Astralis somehow, they recover that. And it's Glaive that gets it done.
How close was that?
It was literally a pixel away from being defused.
I can't believe that. I thought Glaive was way too late. Nobody else reacted. Understandably so, when you have a player making that kind of a maneuver. Here we go. Copper in slow-mo here.
Look at this. Look how...
Oh, Lord!
It was the last tick on the defuse.
Whoa! They are very fortunate there, Astralis. That would have been one way to lose that pistol round, but they do convert. And straight into things with 1 AK and 4 MAC-10s. All right, this one might be a bit pacey.
They're looking to make some bank, but MIBR bought up. It's not a terrible buy here for the Brazilians.
They've actually tried to completely sell this secret play right now, and there's currently nobody down towards B just yet for MIBR. Say that, and 2 immediately drop. But it's going to be a top pop. They'll be here.
Yeah, Glaive the front man with the charge. The MAC-10 trying to get in towards the site. Config. And BlameF get the follow-ups. MIBR did have the initial kill, but it's starting to be cleaned up by Astralis. Damage control has arrived, and now Woody and Turtle, just best to save these.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, go for the double dip, give it a crack in the next round. Maybe, just maybe, see if you can, well, I was going to say find an upgrade. The only man you can take down and do that will be Config. Astralis are really crossing their T's and dotting their I's here. You can see they're in no rush to get that bomb down. Config's just sitting there jiggling, making sure nobody pushes out heaven, and now the plant will come on in. The 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, and they don't really have any reason to chase just yet. One of the keys would be maybe farm a bit of extra cash with the MAC-10s, but all in all, cool your beans. Just chill on out, secure the round, and I think if you're Astralis, with what we saw from Glaive with that statement that he did during the press conference, look, we know that they're not in tip-top shape. I don't think anybody is expecting them to come on into this event being in tip-top shape, but we're looking for changes that show that this lineup can function, right? There will have to be a couple of changes in roles, some liberties given and taken. One of the things that I was looking at quite a lot before coming into this event was Astralis and just how much space the likes of Config and Blame were given. Blame especially. He has previously, up until this event, had all of his roles and all of his positions, like almost eidetic from what he was doing at Complexity. So it's no surprise to see him continuing to perform to a good level. Config's gotten a lot of his roles, which keep him central in packs on the T and the CT sides. I feel like Glaive is the one who's sacrificed the most, right? So if they've chopped and changed a little bit, maybe move Glaive back in on the T side to more central positions where he can get that information, there will have to be some trade-offs. Someone, either out of blame or config, is going to need to do a different job. So we'll keep our eyes on that. We'll see how that trends as we move into round number 3. A couple more AKs on the board. The saved Scout and the MP9, the best to boast here for MIBR.
And an interesting point that the Maniac brought up on the desk about MIBR on their T sides. You know, if they get off to a very slow start here, not picking up a lot of CT rounds on Nuke, that can really hinder their chances of finding success later on in this game.
Yeah, so it could be over before it begins, really, couldn't it? So we'll have to see if they can put up a decent CT side defense, but smokes towards Yard again, and still no intention behind it. Hoping to force out these rotations. That's a bit of info, and a bullet to the back of the head.
Brano at the ready. Team is set up with a 3-man setup inside of the site. Astralis could find more than they bargained for here. Luckily, Zipek's able to come out with the reply almost instantly. Brano from the back of the site is putting up enough resistance to make Astralis think about a ramp play instead.
There's only one player left to really worry about here, and that's Woody, who has a Scout in lower. If he was to play from single door, maybe he'd have a chance, but now he's actually gone window side. This is a one shot, and then he will have to pivot back, and he's copped the goose through as well. 40 seconds left. Still time for Astralis to pivot elsewhere.
Config about to come out of ramp. AK-47 at the ready. Woody's Scout holding for it. As 30 seconds remain. Astralis still just taking their time, letting all of their forces get here. Woody had changed up his position. They're actually leaving. They're going back up secret, and this is a problem for them. Astralis is going to have one player down there to deal with, and here come the rest of the squad. They're not even going to know there's so many players coming into the site.
He has to do it all here, Breno. If he can stop the plant somehow, some way, that would have been the chance, but it goes on down, now out of position, now out of health, outgunned. I think it's just about consolation kills. Try and do some damage to the economy on the way out the door here.
Yeah, force a couple of rebuys, try and contain Astralis in this lower site if possible, but right now, Astralis not having too many problems. They'll close up that door. Config just holding it, looking to lock this round out. Astralis going to go up to 3 in a row. There's no kits, no utility here to really lose either for MIBR. They are starting to go down here, and Astralis will be happy that they limit their casualties. Just one player goes down in the round. Not a lot of rebuys being forced out at all.
All right, well, pretty clean, right? The pistol round was scary. Round 2, yeah, easy done. And this one here, the same, right? It felt like, oh, they don't know where they want to go. But no, that's part of this, right? You need to identify where the CTs are. You want to force them around the map as much as you can. So pretty calm stuff early, right? It feels like it's at a nice level for Astralis now. They haven't had any big highs of crazy plays. They also haven't had any gut-punching lows just yet. And as I do see what appears to be Mr. Referee, we may have a slight technical pause here, guys.
Yeah, I think it's a mic problem for one of the players. Hopefully that will be resolved as quickly as possible.
Or they're making Breno change his name in game, so it shows up on the kill feed correctly.
How much do you reckon Launders has paid him to represent him in the?
I'm not sure. You know, I'm not sure. Launders can be a devious fella at times, so you never know. Maybe paid him off with a big fan of pizzas. Yeah. Could have paid him off with a pizza or two. So we'll have to see what Launders has been up to.
He's diving into the Brazilian audience, really trying to force that.
You know what would be cool? See the gentleman, this is for a history lesson, a Counter-Strike history lesson. Ave, that gentleman right there, you see the Fnatic boys up on the banner, that's back in the era that Ave used to play. This is the 1.6 days. Ave is from a legendary era of 1.6 Counter-Strike where he played alongside of Zonic. Obviously, Astralis fans would know Zonic indeed. We had like MJE, Sunde, like Danish Counter-Strike. We're going back so far.
I believe it was the IGL back then as well with Zonic's team. Indeed. So you could kind of see the philosophy. If we can't have Zonic, let's get the guy who used the IGL Zonic.
Yeah, but the problem you have with that is the game has adapted so much.
It's a completely different game.
And also, Zonic has taken on almost this persona of his own because of what he's achieved, right? So just the stature of the man buys the respect, right? And I'm not saying they won't respect Ave by any means, but having Zonic behind you has won 4 majors telling you to fire up, you know, it's going to be something that's going to get the heart going, especially for these next-gen Danish CSGO players.
And for these MIBR guys, a lot of people, especially obviously in Europe, NA, were very unfamiliar with these guys. And they really are starting to make a name for themselves coming over to Blast at the start of the year. I don't think anybody's expectations for them was very high, but they were really impressive. They have so much firepower. And it seems like every single time we see a new South American team that we don't know many of the players, it just seems to impress with the skill that they've got.
Yeah, there was 9Z just the other day, right? You were getting to cover off some of their matches. Obviously, that's where Try was, who's made his way into the 0-0 Nation roster. But that is the thing. And when you look now, we might go a bit wide here, guys. I don't know how long this one will be. With the changes around the major and the amalgamation of the regions, right? So now that the Americas is a whole region again, this is a real good chance for the South American talent to grab a few extra spots at the major, right? They can take those away from teams maybe like an EG, who we have to wait and see what they really have to offer. So this is a great time. I think if you're management over there at MIBR and you're seeing, okay, you know, there's a couple of little diamonds in the rough here, or a couple of players who showed some good faces that they can build upon, because you're right, like with this team coming through with a legendary name like MIBR, they don't fill the shoes that are left for them. But that's not their fault, right? That's just, that's the team they're in, right? So I guess they're a little bit unfortunate in that regard that it comes with the name. But this is Counter-Strike at the highest level, and I'd love to see them putting up a bit of a fight here in this best of one. The last best of one for today on the A stream. We will be moving into the best of threes after this. We still have B and C running consecutively. If you don't want to hear the ENTS versus Entropic result, close your ears now. Closed. Good. 16-9 in favor of ENTS. Spinks had a massive game, 23 for him and 23 for Snappy. This is the debut with Madden on the roster. Now, I say that. Technically, Madden played for ENTS at IEM Winter, where he stood in for one game for Snappy, and then Snappy flew in.
Yeah, they must have thought that was a good idea. And,
yeah, right?
It's just like, oh, wait, you're actually kind of sick.
Yeah, you're cool.
I was worried about Madden because he was a player that has so much potential, but at FPX team, they were just a team people forget about. Like, they didn't even exist in a lot of people's heads and never really attended events that often, but they actually had some good results. And you look at Madden, he was a player that was clearly one of the best in that team, and he just kind of went into that free agent pool, and a lot of people kind of lost the hype around him, lost the excitement. I'm glad he's here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. But seems like our tech issue is resolved, Chad. We're ready to get back into the action.
Wonderful. All right, well, first gun round, AWPs are out, and this is the perfect storm for round number 4. Smokes from spawn and Glaive already out towards Yard. So this is different already. Blame F towards Lobby. We're already starting to see some changes here. Let's see if that thread continues. The L-block smokes out, the AUG at range. Joda finds the opening, config down, and the number advantage early.
Glaive was starting to move forward. That molly is going to hold him back and force him into the wider fight, which might allow Woody some eyes on Glaive's position. Yes. And Glaive very lucky to get down secret.
They're going to be expecting this, right? Regardless if it's Glaive or Blame, MIBR are aware of the type of maneuvers that Astralis do like to make. And well, considering they are down a man here, looking good for MIBR in this round, but Glaive has so much space and nobody has dropped lower just yet to respond to this. There has to be sound cues, right? An event has to be broken, the door has to be swung open.
And this is cool as well. This is the in-game leader getting all this information. You know, often you would have to piece together what your team are saying, but you experiencing this firsthand can change how you play the round.
Are they going to open the door at the same time here,
this
right?
Cool.
So, oh, the door's blown off. Never mind. Completely cancel that.
Yeah, they come.
Bit of noise, door swings open. There we go. Glaive's in.
He's down on the B side, starting a potential flank around the ramp side. Turtle's position, very strong.
Bomb needs to go right now on Blame, either outside to secret or use that smoke he just threw to drop down the vent, because Glaive has this lower control and still there's nobody down here.
Woody got the scope in position. Glaive is just waiting to try and open it up. Sees the barrel. Oh, he can't get the angle, and he's going to try, but he just can't do it. Zipex goes down. Blame and Glaive taking 2 kills between them, but this time it is taking Reno running down to the site, trying to get there in time. Lucky with a missed shot. There's not enough time to get the plant. Astralis have run out of time, and just waiting for Glaive to make the play. Not executed to perfection at all, and MIBR will get there first due to the time.
Yeah, so that is like an unforced error in a way. Sure, they had to get past that ramp hold. I thought the avenue was definitely going to be try out squeaky down the vent, but heading the ramp route, the resistance they found, it was enough for MIBR to secure a round, but with everybody dying. I feel like even with the round, it's a horrible situation to be in. They lose the AWP, they have to rebuy with MP9s and light util. There's only 2 M4s on the board, and they won the round.
It's a round win, but it doesn't feel like a victory.
No, not at all.
It doesn't feel like a win. Now, Astralis able to buy right back. Obviously, a lot of them saved their weapons anyway. So, economic damage not really there, and a timeout straight for Astralis.
Yeah, I think maybe that's just to discuss the pitfalls, because everything else in the round was going their way. Blame finding that kill at 12 seconds, not buying enough time. You can see as he was dropping into the site, it was ticking from 4 to 3 seconds. They get all the kills, but just not in enough time. So let's see if there's a bit more quickness in the next round of play for Astralis here. They've taken their time out, they've had their conversation, and they're ready to get back underway here.
If you're MIBR, you've got MP9s. What are you doing in this round?
I think that they could use them to lock down the close choke points on top of hard or close towards squeaky door. Maybe play a bit of ratty in the vents, right? You need to use these a little bit more up close and personal.
Well, flashes from Astralis. This is quick. Zipex entering this time, and oh, he's going to get caught in the corner. Indeed, he actually got caught by the flash. Made things a little awkward. And MIBR up to 3 kills in the round. They've got a 2-man advantage right now as Astralis are just down to 2. BlameF looking to try and take out anybody that might come into his crosshair, but opportunities not given. It's the MP9s that have shut down the play of Astralis.
Yeah, I think those flashbangs just a bit of a missed timing, right? You can't be having that happen. I think both Config and Zip were caught by a flash assist of BlameF. So another error. In back-to-back rounds, Astralis have had some wubs and some flubs.
Could it perhaps be a little misread of the economy? They go for a quick play into MP9s into a lower tier buy, or?
Yeah, they must have known that it was going to be a rougher buy, but I think that they were thinking they could brute force this. They had the utility and the weapon advantage, right? And the thing is, they should have got that opening kill if it wasn't for the flash. So you really just have to point to the timing on those flashes, right? I don't hate the play, right? I'm sure you could critique it a little bit if you, but in terms of overall, it was looking good until those flashbangs. So dramas early for Astralis as they are pushed on down to just some pistols and a scout. They have about 2K left over on most, so we will see the buy round through virtue of the 2,400 loss bonus in the next round. But this is a chance to tie things up, you know? This is looking like MIBR find themselves 3-3, and we spoke about needing a strong CT side, a good foundation to work with.
Now, Config is known for his explosiveness, his entry ability. On the rifles, he's done on the scout here.
Yeah, he's back in complexity, you know, and even here in Astralis, a little bit, some secondary AWPing. You can expect that from Config, but that's what you need. He has been missing since Blast, right? And I don't mean Blast this year. I mean the one in the arena last year. He's basically been on a bit of a holiday as far as the stats are concerned.
Woody, AWP position at ramp. If Astralis come this way, surely Woody will be able to come away with at least one. Spots the leg, hits the shot. Zipex down and numbers even out again. So that initial kill from Config now removed.
Time is an issue though, right? This is feeling like Sprout's pace when we just did the overpass game, right? They were very slow, very methodical, but the clock came back to bite them, and Astralis with 30 seconds left. Nightmare scenario here, Dinko, is if they die after time. So
yeah.
Well, that could come into fruition here. 24 seconds.
Looking to lean towards A to get this bomb plant. They have got an option to maybe have a player come in from main. And right now, utility still being saved up from MIBR. Astralis haven't forced any of that out of them. 14 seconds left. Not enough.
Nice.
Yeah, it's done. They have to run out. They just have to die. They have to go into the blender. Oh, it's working out for Lucky. Gets 1 kill, and Config will go down. It is MIBR who pick it up. And Astralis, you know, I look at this team and I see a lot of passive players. A lot of players that enjoy playing in the late round, Chad. And this is a problem we actually seen from Complexity with that last roster when they had Cold Zero, JKS, BlameF. You need someone that's really going to open those rounds up for you. And Config, like you said, has been missing a little bit. And he was that sort of player that did that for Astralis.
Yeah, Config at 100%. That is the perfect piece for Astralis. However, that has been missing a little bit, and with the other roles that we were talking about, Blame doing a bit more of the lurky plays and Glaive being moved into the pack, Glaive will take a few more risks than Blame, right? Blame will lurk to get in a position to play out the mid to late round. Glaive will try and get them into a position to initiate. So there's differences in how these two like to play the same role. And that's a key right here, as we're on board with Glaive again, crawling behind the smokes, and this is the risk I'm talking about. Look at it.
He's willing to do this. He's willing to make the play. He's trying to open it up. He will do so. Breno down. Now looking for the follow-up. Glaive has 2. And it's a 2-man advantage for Astralis, all taken off the hands of the in-game leader.
And it should just be the save call for MIBR. We talk about the man, and he delivers exactly what they need. That's an in-game leader round. It's peeling straight through the smokes.
Yeah, it was almost perfect. You know, we set up who is going to do it. Glaive suddenly steps up to the mantle.
Scripted, I believe.
Yeah, Chad are going wild about that one.
Now it's just about seeing what they can hold on to. It's not the end of the world here for MIBR, but if they can hold on to these 3 rifles, we see a pretty decent buy going into the next round of play. But that's good, because that's conditioning right there. So when MIBR in future rounds see that L-block smokes, as I've dubbed them, I'm sure they have a team name. It's just a little bit more digestible than me in the middle of MIBR Astralis calling it, I don't know, Na'Vi or Penta, you know,
exactly.
But that smoke wall now, they have to be aware that the peel through it into main is a possibility. So either not playing open to that position, having somebody keep their eyes on it.
And Glaive has played with all of the smokes, right? Every gun round so far has played with those outside smokes in some way or another.
Yeah, it's look, you mentioned it before. It's good for the in-game leader to have that information to make those type of calls. It's better for the in-game leader if he can do that. Then he doesn't need to say anything. He's like, guys, they're already dead. So let's see how much more we can get out of that as the buy's back in. Still enough there to make the purchases work for MIBR. And the smoke wall towards Yard again, but this time clear indication they want to go top or ramp. Everybody's congregated in lobby.
Here comes Astralis with some pace behind this, trying to get him fast. His exit holding down is 2 for him from the anchor position. Throws out the smoke to the left side to give himself a bit more time and a bit more cover. Also Woody playing from heaven, can peer down, and 2 kills added to the tally. This is 2 quick A plays for Astralis that have ended in disaster.
Yeah, so maybe just go back to what worked. Those yard crawls could be on the agenda in the next round of play. Jota finishes them off, 4 stay alive, and a good round to keep things level here, 4-4. I feel like we're still in the tug of war point of this half, right? Like, it's just the back and forth nature of this. But it hasn't... Look, I think it's still maybe a little bit early. What are we going to say for Astralis here in terms of amount of rounds necessary, right? Are they going to be happy with 6? It's hard to know, because with the results they've had recently, you'd want to just win this half 11-4, I'm sure.
You want to get as much... it's not the Astralis you can rely upon doing the bare minimum to get through, right? Sure. It's a very unknown quantity. It's unpredictable. It's... inconsistent.
It's a little bit unpredictable too. Blame into the AK, the rest was just pistol upgrades. So the smoke's flying through the sky again here. And this time they will use them to take some space. Woody, the Heaven rotator with the AWP, trying to reposition. And they can get across to Secret for free here. The only thorn in their side right now... Oh, actually, there's no thorn in their side right now. Somebody will have to rotate lower from MIBR to deal with this. They still have a smoke and a molly as well. This is perfect to take ramp control. We see this from a lot of teams. They get window side. They smoke off one side, they molly the other. Plenty of approaches you could go for here if you want to go out single door, limp as smoke, molly, shadow. Lots of options available for Astralis here. And still nobody lower.
Astralis starting to just split from all avenues into this B site. There was that molly. Already playing a little bit more aggressive though, MIBR. Turtle is in a pretty good position, and right to the smoke, lines up a headshot onto Lucky. Really trying to make this uncomfortable, but Blimev quick on the trigger. That hero AK coming into play. And now MIBR have to think about a 4v4 retake. Astralis setting up still with majority weaker guns. Config at the ready. Deagle, first shot is good for Config. Second, even better. And that is a lot of firepower delivered by Config. It's put Astralis up to the man advantage. And that rifle still in play in the hands of Blimev. Glaive will go down, but Blimev is in such a good position. A very good position to deal with these 2 remaining CTs. Trying to get back into the site, but unable to get it done. So it's on to Zipex. Comfortable in the clutch, and the time is helping him here. He's able to clean it up on the way out. 5-4, Astralis take it on a low buy.
Now, this is both Brazilian teams that we've actually covered off today who don't even want to contest for secret or event control when they lose that lower side. They love rotating up through that ramp position, and Config's Deagle here really stopped them. This was the opener from Turtle, just a couple of stray bullets and a headshot. You're happy with that. This was necessary from Config, considering how the rest of the kills went. Glaive maybe over-peaking a bit, Blame not getting anything done, leaving it up to Zip to do what he does best and clutch out a 5th round. Are we still in that tug of war? And it's not a forced buy back from MIBR. They're keeping it conservative.
Yeah, they feel like their best chances come when they have the utility, have the rifles in play. See if Astralis decide to go with the change in pace throughout this half again, because it did not work twice.
If they go back to another top hit and then they lose to a buy like this, I wouldn't go back to it for the rest of the half.
Well, here they come, charging through. Glaive is the first player to crack open the round. This time, MIBR do not have the utility to slow this one down. They don't have the rifles to do it, and Astralis get their way in towards the site.
It's really important, I think, for us to see Glaive playing this role in this position consistently. It's not just 1 or 2 rounds. He has done this consistently, especially throughout the gun rounds.
And it was Magisk who used to do this for Astralis a lot on the T side as well at times, so especially back with this addition with Lucky and trying to figure out how that roster was going to finish out. Yeah. He needed someone to do this. It's cool that Glaive is being able to step up that way.
It's been very messy, right? I was looking through all the names that came through the doors of Astralis over the last 2 years. I think if you include Blame and Config, it's like 12 players. Snappy stood in for a portion. They had Esatag there for a little while. Bubsky, Yugi, right? Like, the list goes on, and you're sitting there thinking...
Snappy, right, as well?
Oh, yeah, Snappy stood in for an event. And then, obviously, we had the core 5.
Yeah.
And obviously blaming Config with Lucky as the more recent additions to this one here.
It used to be a real coveted thing to be a part of Astralis. Now every Danish player's had to go.
Yeah, well, they knew that Danish Counter-Strike was so big. They're like, we'll just bring everybody in.
That's
You know,
right. It's like a PC cafe. You get 10 mans going, just Astralis players.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't surprise me if their next PR release is about that, right? Then they don't have to prac anybody else. Okay, well, MIBR, this is your chance. You're safe for this.
Here comes the outside execute Astralis. They're running with it with 3 players. Bomb currently positioning itself in towards inner. But they have got Glaive again down into this aggressive lower position.
It's quick, right? And it's on meta with a lot of the other in-game leaders we see at the moment, right? Nafany always likes to get into the thick of things. He's one good example. Alexi B of old, when he was on OG, was always in the brawls. Art, but he kind of...
He's unique.
Yeah, look, he never says no, old Art. But that's a great opening from Breno there. And the first time I've had to say his name, he is actually from the Academy roster, if people aren't too familiar. He's standing in for Cello, I believe.
Yeah, it's continued to do that, and really impressive performances out of him. Was their top-rated player a lot of the time back.
Surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, so showing that he has got that level. Astralis, how are they going to play this 4 versus 5? It seems like Glaive is the player that has all the responsibility to deal with this.
If he can start mantling up towards Heaven, that could be a real chance. We saw him do it on the pistol round. If he can do it again on the rifle round, might be good for another one here. Being very careful about this, not just going up and around. So the fact that he's doing this is going to put a bit of a time issue on this top crunch. Zipper's found Breno.
This position from Woody, very aggressive, and they're ready for it. They molly him out, and so that AWP's not in a great position here. Luckily does have the rifles, and Glaive coming in from Heaven. Exit is so ready. He was ready. No longer is he looking that way, and Glaive has a free kill. Second down as well. It's Hellfire from above as Turtle tries to rattle his way up the ladder out of the vent. It's BlameF with the headshot. Jota not really in the position to deny the bomb plant. It was limited time for Astralis, but now Jota into the clutch. The first player down is BlameF, and he's looking for Glaive. He knows that he was Heaven, but he's paranoid about the Raptors. But he has to be aware that Glaive is still up in this position, and now he's into the jewel. He has the cover, and Jota with the headshot gets it done for MIBR.
Oh, a couple of these situations, the aim from both teams has just not been as crisp as what you'd expect. So maybe some land jitters there, but Jota, a nice 1-on-2, right? You can't take that away from him. The kills came his way and he converted. And we continue the back and forth affair here. It was good to find Breno behind the vent, right? This timing was immaculate.
It was so unlucky for Exit in particular, but Glaive making it work. And yeah, I was starting to get a little worried about how that was going to set up, because as you point out, Glaive coming in really late, and we had Woody actually be able to position himself inside of the hut, but Astralis were aware of that.
They definitely... well, I don't want to say did their homework. They were prepared for the aggressive maneuver, right? Because that as well, if we're talking about things that are on meta, is CTs, once they lose full yard control, do start to play a little bit heavier in towards top side and lobby, but out Squeaky, and well, 2 are dead. Breno, I don't think he even knew he got that first one.
Yeah, Breno just, it's just random shots fired into the smoke, comes away with 2. He'll be happy about that. Glaive gets the headshot back again. Glaive just being the player to try and charge Astralis forward. Maybe a little bit overzealous, pulls out the molly to throw it down into hell. Wasn't ready for the AWP to already be there.
I think we're looking at a pretty comfortable half already for Astralis here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
6 is good, 7 would be great. Anything more than that is the cherry on top. So I like the fact that they're going for a few more audacious plays, but as we've noted with MIBR, they've been more than happy to give up the space yard, right? That's been consistent. They've allowed the smoke walls to go down. They've let Astralis walk where they want. They've really focused on locking down top sites. So every time Astralis have come knocking, they've had a very rough go of things.
Config being methodical with utility, but not going to use any of it upon the AE play. Instead, they now turn their attentions back down towards ramp, and Breno with the information play will get that very quickly. So they might be able to get down here quite quickly indeed. Astralis in a 2 versus 4 situation. One of those players will be temporarily removed from the round due to the plant, and that's easy pickings for MIBR, who now tie up the scoreline 6-6.
Yeah, great stuff there. And good response this time around. You know, I think it's just they're dealing with what real estate they've lost. You know, they don't want to die to somebody in the event when we've seen them rotating through ramp. So well cleared up there from MIBR. And there's still plenty of cash. The bomb going down, right, it actually helps Astralis out a good little bit here. They can get what will resemble basically a full buy. It is just Zip and Lucky who have to operate with a MAC-10 and a Tech-9 respectively here. But AK's and Util is looking pretty good. Do we see more of the yard play, right? As I mentioned, they're getting that space. This is a squeaky smoke from Blame. We're going to sell the idea of the vent drop, but it's looking more of the same. And the same from IBR, right? They're not doing anything too outside of the box here either.
A lot of utility being spent very early on in this squeaky door engagement. Astralis getting smoked off after throwing theirs down in from aim. We'll see how this ramp play works out, because currently Turtle is in a position to try and hold this off. He's done well to get one, and that vent drop does not work for Zipex. Astralis struggling to create that space, and it is getting toyed with. 2 players left, Lucky and Blame F looking to recover a 2v4. Turtle looking to send Lucky to the guillotine. Unfortunately for Turtle, he ends up going there himself. So just Lucky in this 1v3. We have seen some clutches out of this guy. We know he can certainly be partial to one. He's got 1 minute to do it, Chad.
Yeah, look, I don't love his chances here. Not a single piece of utility to work with.
Oh, if he gets the timing on Jota, I don't think he is going to be looking the right way. Jota not continuing his play forward. 45 seconds. Lucky, once he drops SoundQ mid and commits to the bomb plant to at least get a little bit of extra cash, but now looks to the clutch, gets spotted. Tagged in the head, luckily not for much damage. He gets into the big box corner, but what can you really do from this? You feel so suffocated, so isolated, and it is done. Really well played from LPR, and they're really playing well in the team play.
Yeah, that's great, right? That's what you want to see in these environments, flashing for each other, nobody overcommitting on peaks, and they convert their 7th round. But look, I just want to point out the opening kills so far. Glaive has 2 and Config has 1. That's it. And Astralis have been able to get 6 rounds. So the fact that they don't have anybody else really contributing in the opening kill department, I think the half they have so far is good, right? Like, but look, that's not going to be you're not going to get away with that consistently, right? You are going to need other members to be able to find you openers, like an Orpa, right? Like Lucky getting the big green in his hand, or Config to step up and take some space. So right now, look, I'm not sold if this is going to be an Astralis win just yet. I said it's a good half, but as MIBR make their way slowly back into things here, maybe some doubt starting to creep. Glaive's leading the charge, 12 for him. You've got 9 for Blame F. 7 apiece for Config and Zip, and then 4 for Lucky.
Glaives have just been way more impactful than anybody else's, though. Everybody else is mainly trade kills, mainly follow-ups, but Glaive has created all that space to make those kills possible.
If you think about the pistol round, right? Yeah. If he didn't kill the diffuser in that last second, the score could look completely different than what it does right now, but Tech9's Deagle and a Mac 10, and Squeaky's blown off. It looks fast again.
Oh, very quick here from Astralis. Zipex leading the charge as the entry man this time around, but look at that from Breno. 2 kills. Exit able to get away with 1 as Breno so clean with a 4K. Dispatches of Astralis in the right attack.
That's, what, 4 rounds that Astralis have either tried out the gate or with a bit of a poppy set piece to go topside and have been shut down every single time. So, playbook looking a little bit barren right now, isn't it?
Very thin. And it's worrying because, you know, this is MIBR, right? This isn't a team that are going to be the best here at Katowice, right? They're not expected to be the best. A lot of the narrative is these guys are coming to this event maybe a little too early in this team's history. Astralis, if you're struggling a little bit against MIBR, it is worrying.
Yeah, and look, they already did play over a blast, and Astralis got the better of them there, I do believe.
Yeah, 16-9.
Yeah, so I think they would be pretty confident coming into today's matchup, considering.
Little gap to play with here for Jota. Glaive is going to have to deal with Woody, Anders' favorite player, and he's gone off and found himself Glaive.
Anders has a lot of favorite players.
He does. He shows
every day it's a new, and every day someone else is winning a major.
And then you only remember the ones he was actually correct about, so he looks like a genius.
Yeah, he's really playing this out very well, Anders. It's down a man and really struggling with ideas. That's Config.
That's finally what you want to see out of Config.
Indeed. Well, they're coming top again, but well, at least they're pressuring to do so. They haven't committed to anything. They're allowing Config to have a bit more space. Total grabs him, and now it's a 3-on-4 situation. Final round of this first half.
Yeah, Astralis would love to just clear away with a 7th, just chip away at this MIBR defense. Problem is, where can they go with this? 45 seconds, and they have nothing.
No, you're right. Nothing. What, a couple of flashes? What are you going to do? There's no smokes for Yard. I think what they're hoping happens here is all the focus is towards top and ramp, and they can walk across to secret. Other than that, maybe try and peel in main. But yeah, this is not looking great. Blame F throwing flashes top to keep eyes drawn. With that timing, they do cross down secret, but 20 seconds again.
Yeah, very limited time, very limited margin for error, and so Turtle is in this position ready. This is such a good position. Woody coming down to help him out. Turtle's going to end this. It's his. Woody finds the follow-up, and now it's just Blame F. He's nowhere near that bomb. It's done. 9-6 half for MIBR. A strong showing after Astralis get off to a pretty decent start, but mainly led by the in-game leader of Glaive. MIBR will be happy with a 9-6 half. We'll see if they can close it, pull the upset against Astralis in day one of IEM Katowice 2022. Nine-6 half for MIBR as they lead the way versus Astralis. Their strat book looking a little thin here on the T side for Astralis, but perhaps the CT side comeback can get them through to victory.
Well, right now, as we do turn our attention to MIBR's T side, the desk pointed out that they can look a little bit flat on their T side too. So let's see, do Astralis have enough in the tank to close this one out? Are both pistol rounds going to be a necessity here as we get this one underway? 5 sets of Kevlar going up against MIBR, who have opted to get a Tech 9 in the hands of Exit and a HG in play as well. 1xBet odds here favoring the Danes, and over towards ramp we go, looking fast.
Look, he's super fast. Exit at the front with a Tech 9 charging forward with his team. In fact, they're not going down ramp just yet. Eventually, they will drop and put pressure on the Zipex, who is going to have to try and hold off an onslaught of MIBR players continuing to charge with ill intent towards his position. But look how many numbers have bounded down here for Astralis. There's so many players around, but not a lot of kills up until Glaive steps up with 2.
Okay, 3-on-3. This is going to get interesting now as Glaive looking to take some more. More fights coming his way here as they're running Glaive down. All 3 of them coming his way.
Glaive has to run back and get to cover. He still has, remember, 2 teammates still available, but they've slipped their way up the vent. They forced him back and given themselves an opening, and now BlameF trying to get involved in the pistol, trying to stop these players getting out of the vent and towards the site. Unfortunately, unable to take them down, but Config fast to the head of Turtle. Woody and Jota setting up for the 2 versus 3 post plant. Jota has gone aggressive in towards Hut, trying to isolate Config into the 1v1. Unable to get that opportunity just yet, but eventually will. Config down, and out is BlameF and Glaive trying to close this one out. It is just Jota left alone, and this looks difficult. He's got to swing his way out towards the side. Both Astralis players have dived down. They're getting on the defuse. Jota in with 1, and he's got 2. MIBR have the pistol.
Oh, that one was looking great there for Jota. It was all about delaying the time, right? Because we knew there was no kit in play. All he had to do was keep them off the defuse or make sure that he could win that fight. And huge right there, as things were looking dire to start with. Glaive pulls it back, and then MIBR snatched the second pistol round. First to get double digits here. Great turn of events for them, and Astralis going in with a force buy of their own. If MIBR can weather the storm of this, they can start laying out the red carpet for an upset victory.
They started their last tournament affair here in Europe with an upset over Na'Vi. So no stranger to best of 1 wins. Lucky peering down towards outside with a scout in his hand. MIBR have got players down secret already.
And that's the problem, right? They know where he is. He's making noise, he's scoping some more. So all of that from the secret players can be relayed to Woody and Exit as they whittle him down, as they pepper him to 25 points of health.
Can't even see who's shooting at his toes. He's just really trying to stay alive at this point. There's no real support network to get him out of here either.
Oof, and Glaive's low now as well. This is very difficult for Astralis to win at this juncture. Look, the numbers are up, and that's important, right? Because it might lull MIBR to making a bit of a mystery. They knew that there was a scout over towards Warehouse. They knew that there was a player over towards Ladder Base. But realistically, that's all the info they have. They haven't pushed lobby yet, great, but we're at the 55-second mark now, and this is where they need to start making hard decisions.
MIBR start to send forces towards ramp. Jota's already down here, holding down his position again earlier. They're getting a lot of space, but Astralis do have players on the lower side. Lots of stats being heard. Breno starting to charge down into BlameF's crosshair. Can he get something done with this Deagle? No. So unfortunate. The body shots, not what they used to be. It's not a single kill for BlameF. Luckily, a kill coming in for Glaive and Lucky, and suddenly it's done. Just like that, Astralis. They flurry of kills right into the round win.
What just happened? Everybody just walked into their death.
It was just suddenly, MIBR looking so good. Astralis just out of nowhere, just the stack of players in the lower site, it's enough.
Yikes, that was with Glaive and Lucky both low. And with Blame, uncharacteristically, missing a couple of shots right there. That
was 6 shots.
Yeah, Glaive. Glaive's having a bit of a game so far. Here's 16 for him.
He's a star player.
Yeah, he's leading the scoreboard in the server, and, well, let's see, because MIBR, they want to have the force by wars. They're up for it. They've invested fully with some Deagles and 1 Tech-9 to boot in Woody's hands. This is a rough position for MIBR on the T side to be in now, right? You need to hope that kills are gifted to you, right? Somebody needs to step out of line, over peak, maybe get a little bit pushy. Blame has taken damage, but apparently damage doesn't matter when you look at last round for Astralis. All they have left is a smoke. This is looking pouncy towards ramp, and backup is on its way. Zip has been joined by BlameF.
Well, this is a mighty setup, but oh, it's gone.
What?
What is that from Breno? Zipex and BlameF both down so quickly. Config trying to get them back in, but MIBR showing they can do it on the Deagles too.
What a shot that must have been. The timing on that was perfect, just as Astralis repositioned, and 2 absolute bangers from Breno is now Lucky and Glaive have to do it against 4.
A little taste of their own medicine here, Astralis. Glaive's timing. Smoke goes away. That's the bomb. That's the bomb dropped, and he's got a molly as well. Unfortunately, we'll get traded out. Lucky in a 1 versus 3.
And well, you can send 1 MIBA player out just to find and get a bit of room, right? See where Lucky is before you're committing to either bomb site. 20 seconds, sure. But they're all over the place. Jota's just hunting. He's looking. He's trying to find him. Meanwhile, the bomb will be going down on the lower side of things, and I'm sure Lucky just wants to get a rifle in his hands and save, because as good as we've seen him in the clutch, it's a lot to give away here, especially now that the 40 seconds has begun. Picks up a kit, just scavenging everything he can right now, Lucky. So Scout upgraded into an M4, a kit picked up. That's, what are we talking there? 3,300 bucks. So bit of a penny pincher is old Lucky. But those deagle shots, can we see them again, please, DJ? And that's like not the observer, but like the guy on the EVS.
The replay
like
DJ machine.
Yeah, I guess that's a reference that only I got. I had to explain it because the little thing that they have.
Yeah, it's like a little DJ rotator.
If I have to explain it, it's not a very good reference, is it?
Well, if people know what an EVS system is, Chad, it's a great joke.
Yeah,
it's
great.
just a very small audience.
Especially for all of you watching at home who do work behind in productions, it should know exactly what we're talking about.
Yes.
For the 99% of you,
It's a niche comedian, you know, that's what it really is.
I'll do better, guys. I'm sorry. Here's the shots. This is what we wanted. Bang. A second shot as well. And bang. Okay.
That's so hard to reset. Like, just mentally in that split second to reset the shots to get the second kill is unbelievable.
All right, well, the slobber knocker affair here. The back and forth continues.
A little faster here from MIBR.
Who's going to win the Force by Wars this time around? Like, I think the MIBR...
I feel like they got a little edge.
Yeah, like there's a bit more pep in their step. Blame's been very unfortunate as far as early damage goes. He's down to 8 HP again. They've just had to change guns between him and Lucky, so it's not going great for Blame here so far.
I think MIBR just looking to wet out this smoke, and perhaps then that's the call to go. So many players here at this moment in time. Config playing close box inside of the site. MIBR getting ready, poised. With a finger on the trigger. Minute 5 seconds left. They're starting to walk their way out. Squeaky playing contact into this site. Config has pushed his way into hut. That is a position they'll have to worry about. Lucky playing from the back of the site. Let's see how much he can get done. First is his. Config able to follow up. And Astralis have 2 kills to their name. So MIBR decide A is not the spot to go to. We're rolling right down to the B site.
Blame's here with the Scout. Perfect weapon for the job. A tag is good. The nade, it could be better. Heat-seeking missile lands and Woody's down.
And now planting the bomb is nearly impossible. There's no cover inside of the site. Astralis have numbers all over it. And it's just Jota left alone, 1 versus 4. Now, 3 of the Astralis players are extremely low, but they're not in positions to really walk into his crosshair.
Sound key needed here.
Yeah, once he breaks open this window, everybody will be alerted to his position. 15 seconds. At this point, you might just be thinking about not dying after the time here.
Yeah, you're right. It is looking very likely to be a save here, and even more so with every second that goes on by. So, again, we've gone back and forth. The pistol round for MIBR, the force spy with 4 alive for Astralis. Then they lose to virtue of that deagle, and nah, he's not. Blame's not going to risk this one. And then back again. So, well handled here from both teams in situations that felt, well, like they're up against it. So the saved M4 from Jota is good. He can buy util, I guess, but this was great from Blame. 8 HP from the start of the round, gets a scout tag and a follow-up with the nade there. So making the most of what he had left. They do buy back in, so not willing to relent just yet are MIBR. Some Deagles, some Galils, and the saved M4. Need to try and split open round number 20 here.
Blame F. Let's even get a little bit of luck. You know, you mentioned Chad last round just being chunked down every single round, it feels like. Now he's got an AK and a bit of responsibility holding towards outside. He's peering towards Silo, clean on the headshot. Now he looks for a second victim.
Yeah, that's Blame playing the same role that he has been, right? So it looks like on the T side, Glaive has gone back to more of his maneuvers, and Blame sticking on the CT side. He's a very strong CT player.
Oh, Zip's in a pretty good spot here. He's going to see the head of Jota. Oh, that had to be free.
That was very, very scrappy right there. I think he panicked last minute, and he's going to get punished for it. 43 points of damage. Points of health is all that remains after that nade.
MIBR still a player down right now as 50 seconds tick on by. We're going to see the bomb start to group up with the rest of the squad on this upper side.
Let's go back to A here, though. Like, both of these teams have had such a rough time going top.
Yeah.
Like, well, thank God they're not. 2 players lower as well. This is perfect, right? If they walk out ramp and they go, okay, well, we'll go lower, they're going to be going into 2 Astralis players who are already locking down the B bomb site here. Lucky and Zip. Smoke for single door. They should be able to get access. A plant would be great.
Time is certainly a factor here. Lucky holding down. That's Breno out of play first. Zipek does get removed by Turtle's Galil of all weapons, but the rest of the rotation is now starting to arrive. And so planting this bomb, almost impossible. And Gliv has turned up to the round to swipe them up. Turtle and Exit both down, and Jota, he might go down after the time, and he will.
Nightmare scenario. Absolute nightmare scenario right there for MIBR. After time is rough. But what is continuing to be a positive for this Australis lineup is the positional play from Glaive again, right? So we've been talking only about him here, but it seems good to get him back in that comfort zone where he's making those risky maneuvers. Right? They get into the site, but he doesn't allow them to have the space and the time to get that bomb down. Pushes through, takes 2 kills. And now MIBR will have to stomach a bit of an eco.
You can see the frustration on their faces, right? Because you're relentlessly force buying. You're so close time and time again. You've had opportunities already in the second half to get into play, but Astralis have just worn you down.
Well, if we take a little bit of a look at the scores of the doors, well, we have the MIBR timeout. They're third. They have 1 remaining. Whereas 3 out of 4 remaining. They have a lot more than that. That maths is hard. But speaking of numbers, Glaive's top of the scoreboard, 19 kills, 12 apiece for Blame and Config, 10 for Zip, and 8 over there for Lucky. On the other side of things, Breno has 15 with Jota, 14 for Exit, 11 for Woody, and Turtle on 10. So, timeout has expired, and we do get playback underway. Just some Glocks and a P250. So this one, ladies and gentlemen, I would recommend now, if you quickly want to go to the fridge, now would be the time. I don't think you're going to miss too much. Or the bathroom. Or
anything.
Anything, maybe.
Get up, run around your room, do a couple pull-ups, sit-ups.
Need to go charge your phone. It'd be a good time to do that.
Or checking on the score on the BNC streams.
Oh, yeah.
Currently running live right now.
Renegades have actually pulled it back against OG. It was a 10-5 first half on the T side of Mirage, I believe it was, in favor of OG. And then now they're in overtime. So...
The boys.
Yeah, it's good to see Liaz back in a Renegades jersey as well. But... the party's going to be spoiled there for Blame. Went on the long flank. Doesn't get too much for his efforts. 2 kills. And now just 2 to find.
An AK for Woody's, not too bad.
Yeah. Look, what are we looking at 2,400 in the next round, right? So they'll be able to buy regardless. The question is how much more damage can he get done? He could save the AK. He could still buy head armor. He could buy all the nades necessary behind it as well. He already has a molly on his belt, so if he wants, he could keep it. But trying to do a damage to this Australis economy here, force out those rebuys, should be name of the game.
Lucky's not going to miss this. Sitter for Lucky, Turtle down. And Woody
saving
is going to save the AK.
All right, well, it's much of a muchness, right? Either way, right? If he went for kills and died, still could have bought. If he saves the AK, still can buy, right? Like, he just has to invest in nades and armor now. So, no dramas. But Australis will reach double digits, 10 on the board.
Perhaps we can start to see Lucky have a bit more impact as well. Coming up in this next gun round, MIBR not going to have an AWP. So it will be interesting to see if Lucky can deliver some impact in the AWP without a real challenge. It is really the rifles of Australis that do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, which, look, certain teams have been able to run pretty successfully like that in the past. You think about Prime Liquid, for example. Like, Nitro would be the AWPer, but he wasn't like a game-changing AWPer.
Yeah.
When the secondary AWPs, like the Stewies of the world, would pick it up, the Nafs of the world, they were the ones who would find that crazy impact with it. Obviously, due to when it had Amanek, right? He wasn't finding the openings, but doing his job, and here we go.
Super quick and Config, that's disgusting. He gets away with a second. Turtle goes down to a stray bullet of Config spray. And Jota gets down the vent. It's a good bit of control for MIBR, but unfortunately have lost 2 of their forces, and Breno is on 10 HP.
Yeah, look, I would trade the space. I'll go back to lobby, and we have those players and our health back. I think, yeah, MIBR stumped, right? This is a type of round that feels like a done round already. Like, right here, right now, sure, you have the space. It doesn't matter. It's of no consequence right now. We have to see something, either a massive... misstep from Australis here, or MIBR are going to fall flat in this one.
Yeah, neither of these teams getting away with these changes of pace, right? They're not getting away with these fast A plays at all. Breno looking to claw this back. Jota at least committing to the bomb plant in the lower side. Zipex right above him, spraying down. Flamemaf removes one of his teammates. Lucky to remove Jota, and exits nowhere near the site.
Okay, well, you take the plant. That's a constellation. That's actually a bit better than what I was expecting them to get out of that. 2,900 plus the 800. It's another buy.
It is sad, though, that was a buy from MIBR, and it just ended so quickly.
We had that in the first half, too. It was Breno, right, who spammed through and got 2 kills kind of wildly through the squeaky door. So a danger position indeed, but good round from Config. And now with that plant and the loss bonus where it's at, MIBR, here it is again, in case you missed it, actually cops the nade off his body and...
It's just ridiculous that he gets that.
Jeez. You know what's weird? I haven't seen it a whole lot. Maybe it does play in a bit, but I remember at Blast, a lot of teams were doing that that vent boost. I think maybe it'd been IEM 4 as well. And then since, we haven't seen it come out a lot. It's something which was only in vogue for a short period of time. This is very different. Lucky with the AWP at ramp, Zip's actually tasked with dealing with Yard alongside Blame F. So different look here for Astralis.
And Jota, a bit of control towards outside with these smokes. Blue F starting to spray through. If MIBR get a 2K against them through the smokes again at the beginning of the round, I would feel so bad for them. Luckily avoiding it this time around. Turtle is going to get down secret just about with that bomb on his back, but Jota, he's stuck in a duel right against Zipex, and he's got to fight 3 people, so Zipex has decided to back away.
Well, they have the space, but again, hemorrhaging. Passive setup adopted here from Blame. This is a great angle.
Yeah, they're going to read this. Blame's position. If Exit tries to walk into main, we've got Blame's position to watch that. And it's going to be Glaive again, just getting into the vent. That's the bomb down, and Glaive finally gets overrun. The MAC-10 takes him out of play, but Blame F has got info on that second player alongside that initial kill, and it's done. Astralis take 12.
Yeah, they had their number there, right? Glaive's impact. The avenue that they were opting to go is vent to top, right? They were hoping to kind of thread the needle, which is something which is... A lot of teams do. You don't necessarily always account for that type of rotation out of the tees. But here it is, Glaive in the vent, and just turning around at the appropriate time to get both here. So well handled from the in-game leader, continuing to put numbers on the board. 21, clearly at the top of the leaderboard. Down to pistols, and well, MIBR feeling a little bit down and out now. Needs something to give us a bit more hope.
Zipex, he's going to be charged down at ramp and tested. Do a bit of initial damage on towards Exit, throws down the Incendiary to try and buy some time and slow down this attack from MIBR to try and get Lucky to help him out. Unfortunately, Lucky not hitting the shot. MIBR with ramp in control for the time being, but not doing anything with it.
Yeah, at least they have the space this time where no one's died. Exit's copped a bit of damage, but because of the buy, there's not a lot of nades, there's not a lot of weapons to work with.
And Config's taking Hut, so you've now got to deal with this rifle. Glaive also at door. Advanced setup here from Astralis, and they've even got a player now. Config's backed away and got up on top of that hut, so...
Blame's clearing Yard right now, right? He's poked his head up secret. So once they identify this is clear, the biggest issues are still going to remain ramp to heaven, right? And then ramp to lower. Everything else is pretty much accounted for right now. So with that info that Blame just garnered, it means that they can cheat over and bolster either the lower bomb site or try and deal with the heaven position as well.
It's just hard to see MIBR cracking this defense down this lower site. Zipex, he's going to be able to deal with this position well. Selecting his angle, clean on the first, massacring the follow-up, and it is looking to be an absolute destruction of MIBR here. The pistol's getting nowhere as Zipex gets 3. It's just Turtle left in a 1 versus 5 and an AK-47 in hand with 19 seconds on that clock. Nice little save call coming in here.
Yeah, been a lot of saves or late round situations today that we've casted across all 3 games that have simmered out, right? The logical conclusion, you can see it before we do get to 0 because they've just taken so long or they've been so far out of position, the bomb's been dropped, and there's another one. So I think we'll get the statsmen on those just counting them up, but right now, Astralis have taken the lead, and I think just with the way the game's trending and how they're reading these situations, they're in the driver's seat. 3 more needed to close. MIBR, as the desk mentioned, I think it was Maniac specifically, was saying that MIBR have pretty flat T-sides, and well, so far, we're not getting any indication here to show that he's wrong.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like that is coming through. They've had opportunities. I think that's why they seem so frustrated in the early parts of the second half. Once Astralis have won that force buy war, it's mainly just been Astralis dominant.
Yeah, and here it looked like they were going to set up, well, they are set up currently to lob out a smoke wall. Just slightly delayed, allowing that initial CT utility to start to subside, any aggressive maneuvers to be jump spotted and found out beforehand. But with this space, they need to be able to do something with it, right? Not only do they need to get the territory, they need to make sure that if they get the territory, they can get a kill. Well, and there's a one-way. That's going to make their life really hard.
Luckily for MIBR, Blame doesn't get anything from it. Drops back into the lower site. But that's information he has seen over the top of the smoke. Just spotted the one player, but here comes the ramp play. Lucky tested. First kill is good on towards Turtle, and Lucky drops back into the lower site.
Yeah, good percentage play there from Lucky. A kill and drops. He's done his job perfectly. Allow the rest of the team now to deal with where MIBR are. And I'm not sure they know where they are right now. They, again, have ramp control, but with ramp control, they haven't done anything.
They've had it a lot, yeah, and it just never amounts to much. A playmaker is needed to arise, and unfortunately, there's not going to be Jota in this round. Config takes him out of play. We now look to 35 seconds. Config, he's setting up the guillotine. Woody's coming in around the backside, but that guillotine is primed and ready. And the first head chopped off to follow up as well. Config goes to 14 for Astralis.
Yeah, good stuff. And we'll show you this again, because the fact that Config's just able to sit there and anchor that position and get 3 kills, almost on the exact same angle, like, if he doesn't have to worry about getting flanked or anything, that's a great position to put a player like Config in, right? Sharp aim will shut you down, and did exactly that. And that right there could be it.
Yeah, I mean, look at the money here for MIBR. They're deciding to play for overtime, and that's a big decision coming into this one. They don't have faith in the low buy, the force buy, really, to go and play for the regulation win. So in MIBR's eyes, if they're going to be able to do this one, it's got to be an OT.
One dead, 2 dead.
Yeah, this is just a formality at this point for Astralis. Systematic destruction, systematic death for MIBR, and just Turtle left as he heads his way down into the lower site. He's got the CZ on his back. And that's about it, Chad.
That's about it. Yep, he's got the bomb.
Yeah, and he's got smoke as well.
He does, and some head armor.
Yeah.
And if you want to check his bank balance, he's got 2K.
It's a decent amount of money.
Yeah, you
in
can
the
do a
real
bit
world,
with 2K.
That's about it, really. Turtle's just finding what lies in wait. Really is the Turtle right now.
Oh, he's making us wait.
Yeah, it's a Turtle style, but...
No, look, he's obviously... You're going to give it a crack, right? Every single round of this in a best-of-1, and you were talking about playing for overtime in a best-of-1. Yeah, look, because winning this matchup sets you up where you're just one best-of-3 away for qualifying for the main group stage, which is kicking off on Thursday. But there it is. There's the 15th, and another game that feels like a little bit of a formality here.
Yeah, Astralis just looking to take this one over the line. But for MIBR fans, you have at least one rally cry left. It is a bye coming up in just a bit, but Lucky, that's ridiculous.
What did you see there, Lucky? What did you catch, mate? I'm not sure. Either way, he'll take
it. The timings, right? Just figuring that out. It's unbelievable. Here we go, MIBR. AWP out for Woody. AK-47's utility is here for MIBR. If they lose this round, all done. Astralis wrap it up. So last stand approach for MIBR. It has to be flawless just to get overtime.
Oh, well, Config, same position. Another kill. Breno hits the deck, and I don't like their chances here. A 4v5 situation, a minute 20 remaining on the clock. Lucky likely to get a kill on the fade of this smoke.
Oh, Woody actually nearly comes away with that opportunity, but Lucky delays, throws the flash, doesn't come away with a kill, so...
Groundhog Day.
I mean, yeah, ramp control. I mean, that is just their comfort, but there's nothing really they're getting from it.
Well, this is the trade-off, right? It's a bit of a chessboard right now. You take ramp, well, we'll take yard. Like, Blame F is so forward in this position that if Jota tries to return, he's going to be instantly dead. So, I'm stumped, and so are MIBR. Is he even going to clear the corner?
Oh, that is the question. Blame F holding impatiently, waiting for Jota to come around. Utility being used up. Jota doesn't look like it. He's not going to check it. Blame F happily taking that kill easily enough. And now Woody and Exit, the 2 remaining players for MIBR. What a shot. But I think that's about the only thing they're getting out of this round. Exit, the last player alive. And he'll go towards the site, and it's done. Astralis will take their first win here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. Couple of changes, couple of differences coming into this one, but they'll be happy to get through their best-of-1.
Yeah, I think that's important, right? Because looks like there's a couple of adjustments to how they're approaching things, and they're still able to pick up the W. So smiles on the faces, Config looking sharp, Glaive looking comfortable, Blame doing what he does on the CT side. We get a bit more lucky on the AWP, and Zipex, he won a clutch as well. So Astralis, if they can continue this, could be looking good here at IEM Katowice 2022.
Hey Future Pros! I saw Big doing a nifty little boost on Nuke during the European Minor Open qualifiers, so I thought I'd quickly show you all how to recreate it. To do this boost, you'll need 2 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you'll be acting as the stool. It's important work and your contribution is appreciated. Run over and hop onto the far left railing and crouch down. When Future Pro 2 is on your head, stand when they jump and then just chill out. Future Pro number 2, you will get to have all the fun. Follow Future Pro 1 and get onto their head using the close railing. Jump again to allow your stool to stand. Now aim towards this gap and line yourself up so this railing lines up with the edge of the direct close wall. Position your scope so you're aiming just below the painted blue section. Then fire your AWP when the timer is just about to change from 148 to 147. Here you can see the exact moment when CSN made his shot. And that's it. With a bit of luck and a willing teammate, I'm sure you can hit this shot at least 1 in every 100 rounds. Good luck.
And yet again, all the questions surrounding MIBR's T side. It did not go their way as planned in that second half. The wheels really did fall off. Astralis picked this one up, but not comfortably, not even remotely close. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022 play-ins. And with me is Yanko and Maniac. Why was this up and down all the way around, Maniac?
We're not too far away from what we had predicted, which is basically MIBR coming into the table with a lot of skill, a lot of firepower. I guess the first half kind of showcased that. They had multi-kills all across the board. But then you move on to the T side, and then this is the story of a team that is, I believe, do not understand Counter-Strike to the level that Astralis do. And you could see how they were struggling to actually find their way in. Glaive was a step ahead in all the defenses. Blamef was playing with them outside, and they just never cracked the code.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it was always going to be all about Astralis in this matchup. Like, they would have had to flop completely for MIBR to have a chance. And actually, we saw some good signs for them. I think mostly you need individuals to kind of have their trademark rounds every now and then, right? We saw Zipex had a clutch or two. We saw Config had a couple of rounds. You know, the half-buy with the Deagle where he gets 2 kills. That's the round that Zipex clutches out. Glaive finally having some impact.
That's a good map from Glaive, yeah.
On the top of the scoreboard for them. We were saying how he has kind of fallen off. So that's a good sign if you're an Astralis fan.
Yeah, and for Astralis, do we still have some of the same question marks, Maniac, before we came into the server today?
I guess so, because some of the questions we have are about the map pool. So what we know right now is that at least when it comes to Nuke, not only do Glaive have a diversified plan of attack on the T side, I think managing to get 6 round, knowing all circumstances is okay, is acceptable. But then on the CT side, at least they firmly had a grip on what was happening. And there were completely different setups. I think Glaive and his troops had a very good idea on how to play the late round situations. They had multiple occasions. They were not even playing ramp. They were just playing 2 players downstairs. And then they had 3 players on top. So that's an Astralis that know how to play the CT side, at least.
Sorry, I was just talking to the
It's all right.
up in the space station.
I don't like to listen to myself either. So.
No, I mean, you're quite pleasant to listen to, all things considered. Highlights galore, but ultimately, this not necessarily the start of Astralis want, but hey, maybe it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, in the first half, we saw from Breno, right, he had a lot of good rounds, really, and, you know, he was just a stand-in for Blast because Cello got COVID, and then he just impressed the team so much. They were like, hey, listen, we're keeping you for Katowice as well. Show us what you got. And so far, he's stepped up tremendously and, you know, probably going to remain in the lineup even after this tournament.
Well, the only thing that's complicated for me is how do we imagine the next step for MIBR? Because it's undeniable that there's talent, right? Individually speaking, they can shoot straight. This man, obviously, you're talking about Breno, he had some very good signs, and it's been the case ever since he stepped in for these people. But who is going to be the one guy that takes the lead and says, listen, this is how we're playing right now, and this is how we have to play to get there. That's the only problem that I have with MIBR. I cannot imagine how they would figure out the next step.
Well, it's one of 2 things. Either you bring a European coach, right, to kind of help you pave the way in that sense, or you just have to wait it out, right? They have to get experience coming to Europe more and more and kind of learning step by step. It's a slower process, but it's one of the 2. There's no easy way to do it.
There was no easy way around this one altogether. Both these teams having had their problems, but round 14, something you wanted to highlight, Maniac?
Yeah, round 14, I think, is a good example of what happened in this game. We have Astralis, who is trying to play the really fast-paced Counter-Strike, which I appreciate, right? We're trying to find some new solutions. But on the side of MIBR, it is absolutely rock solid. Look at this, the defense. Everyone is in position. Breno with the quick double kill right here. He's got to have a little bit of backup coming in from the side of exit. And right there, again, the crosser placement is beautiful. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Promises, individually speaking, there are promises in this roster. People who, given the right circumstances, will completely win the 50-50 duels. They just need a vision. They need an ID. They need to see Counter-Strike differently because they can shoot straight way better than any MIBR lineup before.
How long has it been since we've seen Astralis lose rounds to the timer? Does anybody have any idea there? Does that seem like normal working parameters right there?
It's getting frequent right now. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. It shows just how dysfunctional they can be at times, right? But I think it's going to get better. I agree with Maniac 100%, right? For MIBR and their players, it's about some of those protocols in mid to late rounds when the round develops a little bit, when there's trades happening, to kind of really understand what it is that you need to do to put your players in a good position. And that's really the last door that needs to be open. That's the highest level that you kind of need to master to be able to compete with some of these teams.
Yep. In the competition, it was Blame F and company over to Astralis. They do pick up the victory, so we're going to hear from them right now.
Well, hello there, Blame F. It's me again, and I'm gonna put you on the spot because I had a pre-game interview with Glaive, and I was like, hey, like asking different questions also about firepower. And when we finished, you were like calling me. I was like, you're like, do you actually have the audacity to question our firepower? So like, what do you think about your firepower?
Well, I think we have a lot of firepower, actually. I think, for sure, I think what Glaive said is correct, though, that we haven't really shown how much firepower we actually have, because we have some people that haven't really performed individually, I think. But I do think we have firepower in the team. That's my opinion, at least.
Okay. It feels like you already knew for what you'll answer to this question. But when it comes to your team, like when you were brought in, you kind of took the positions that Glaive was playing previously. So right now it kind of feels like maybe he's like juggling too many things at the same time because, you know, like new positions plus also like a brand new team. Do you feel that, okay, there's no way you're going to tell me if you're going to have any player changes, but is there a possibility that maybe you'll change some positions and roles?
I mean, that's a fun question to get right after a win, but we will always adjust if there's something that isn't working. So if we don't play well in the next couple of months, then of course something will, like we will change some roles or something in the team. But yeah, it's not only Glaive playing new positions, like I'm playing all new positions on T sides. So on CT sides I'm playing the same position, but T sides I got new role on every single map almost. So yeah, we're multiple people that has to adjust to that right now.
So you're saying you need time?
Yeah, I think we all just need a little bit of time. Of course, there's some CT sides I think Glaive is having a hard time just because the way that like he was playing the other position before, and then on T side maybe I was used to calling and being in map control, and now I'm not that anymore. So I think we need some time, but we have also had time. Like we also want to proceed, produce results right now and soon.
Yeah, you probably feel like really relieved because during your time in Complexity, you just kept on going to square one. Like when you're like, a new player gets introduced, or you have a substitute because someone got an injury. So like, but your next opponent will be either big, or it's going to be Movistar Riders. Who do you think is going to be? It'll be the Germans or the guys from Spain?
If I had to guess, I would say big.
But Movistar Riders, they came here like at the last moment. Are you ready to play against them?
Yes, we are prepared for any of the potential matches for sure.
Awesome, then. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Prepared for any of the potential matches. That's what Blame F says. Do you believe him, Yanko?
I don't know. I just
the dejection.
Like, you know,
it's all
like, he's just so mad that he's getting like asked some questions because they won. It's like, yeah, man, like you beat MIBR. I think like if you want us to give you a pat on the back because of that, if that's where your like expectations like, like I don't know, right? Like, but at least you like to hear that they're prepared to play any team in this tournament. That's always a good sign. You don't want to be unprepared when you play someone.
Yeah, especially with any of the teams that we have here. Of course, anything is possible. Brackets show us the possibilities. Rather, Maniac, when we look at the brackets, when you start to break it down, think about it Barney style, is there anything starting to shape up and take form? Yeah, Barney style.
Yeah, look, there have been a couple of surprises, I feel like, down the road in this bracket. First of all, Renegade truly pushed OG to the limits. We're talking about an overtime win from OG, even though I don't understand Nyx are supposed to be so good. And then on the side of ENCE versus Entropic, we painted that as a very high-level game, which kind of issue was hard to predict. It was actually ENCE who took over Entropic, never been able to get the ball running on their T side. So Entropic's going to have to fight all the way back from the lower bracket now.
Yeah, it was anything but, because in that game, ENCE lost both pistol rounds and still came out with a comfortable win. So maybe a sign of things to come for ENCE.
Perhaps it is a sign of things to come. And speaking of those that are coming forth, it's going to be our commentators who we're going to be switching over to here in a second. They're going to be joining us. We're getting some fresh faces in. I think they're well rested. They go by the name of Jason and Sadakist, or hell, I guess you can call him Lil Momo if you want to. Either way, they're going to be taking over in the commentary booth. When we come back, we're jumping into another game here, a best of 3 to be exact.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
I Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, that's the definition. Call them and tell them get ready. Throw a game home back to 11. You know who sit on the throne and who wear the crown. I hope you get the message. This gon' be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu, 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all zero for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Eds have done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in the stacks Wonderland. Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my God. Garo, are you going to be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition. We can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top. We're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Yes, and we're back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice. We're back in town. The year's 2022, and this is the place to be. I'm joined now with Yanko and Bleh, who's, I don't think we've worked together in quite some time there, pal.
It's been a while. It's been a while. It's good to be here. Wanted to give Maniac a little bit of a break.
Since Star Ladder Shanghai, like 2017.
Good times.
Or DreamHack Mumbai. Whatever.
Wild times. Wild times.
Wild scenes. But speaking of better times, Copenhagen Flames, Nip, have they had better times between the two of them?
I think both these teams have been struggling quite a bit, right? NIP, obviously, we still don't know if this is going to be the final iteration of this roster. There are a lot of question marks around here. But on a bright side, they did have a pretty decent win coming in against Wisla Krakow earlier today.
Well, a bit sweaty, right? It was 12-12 at some point, then they managed to win the last 4 rounds, close it out 16-12. But I think for NIP, right, obviously without their superstar device in the op position, they're just trying to make it as far as possible in the tournament. You know, if they make the group stages and not make the playoffs, then it's going to be like, well, you know, we done what we could. If they make the playoffs, it's going to be a small miracle. So, yeah.
So you got to ask yourself, and what this Nordic bout, what are we representing NIP with at this time? What does this NIP team look like now that there's no device showing face?
It's hard, right? Like, you have Hampus, I think he's calling pretty decently. He's working with what has been given thus far. But you require so much on the likes of Plopsky and Rez to pop up consistently. And that's something which seems like a prerequisite for them to even, like you said, pull off a miracle and make it to the playoffs.
And that we're yet to see in like 5 years. Rez has been playing like to get some consistency, right? It's not the point of like when he has a good game, it's a really good game and you can see it. It just doesn't happen often enough. Listen, out of these 5 players, I only have faith in Hampus and Aztec that can actually consistently compete at the tier 1 level in their roles. And that's Aztec is a support player. Like, that's not a player who's gonna, you bring him in and all of a sudden you're gonna start winning championships because of him. If they get Device back, they need 2 more players to change before they can be up there with the Navis, with the like Vitalities, his phases, G2s, right, and so on. And I think it's just about time that they themselves are aware of it and start fooling themselves with all these like, young players or prospects that they have, because, it's been like a couple of years now. We're not talking 6 months. and that's it, like pull the plug. No, it's been like the Rez has been around for 5 years. Plopsky, what, 2-3 years himself. Like it's just not been there, especially comparable to some of these other rookies we're getting on the scene.
So we're going to look at the Copenhagen Flames as well. And Blay, I want to know a little bit of a brief backstory. Perhaps you've never watched the game before, you never watched the broadcast, and the Copenhagen Flames, the name just sticks out to you on the page. Why are they special?
I mean, if you look at just the name of the team, it's been the org has been around for a while, but this lineup they've been kind of like, just getting this crappy win. Some of the kind of like best of one specialists last year, able to maybe get a couple of wins here and there against some tier 1, tier 2 opposition. But they had a great run in the PGL major, right? They had a pretty impressive run coming in. No one expected that to take place, but ever since then, Yanko, it's been worse than before.
And the run was actually stopped by NIP at the very last hurdle, right?
Nice
it was a playoff game. Whoever wins the game goes into the playoffs. It was overtime on the last map. It was just craziness all over the place. So you can definitely bet your ass that Copenhagen Flames are going to be out for blood on this one and try to get some revenge for that loss.
Yeah, it is about time for revenge. It's also about time for us to find out the maps. Now that we switch over into a best of 3, that is not the only change, because if you think about the weight of this matchup, one of these teams gets to go straight into Katowice, a couple days of downtime. That's not a bad way to be, Yanko.
Yeah, and probably you would think for both of these teams, well, maybe not NIP, but for Copenhagen Flames, probably the best chance to kind of get to the group stages here, just taking a win today. And, we had in that tier list, you need to get hot, right? Need to have a good day, really, and that's the definition for them. And we were talking about and saying if they can repeat that form from the PGL Major, they can get into the group stages.
But with Nuke and Mirage in the cards, what's our third?
Ooh, an Ancient could potentially come on up. I don't know if they've banned it out. Oh, Overpass. All right. Nip should be comparatively happy with this, but like you said, you're talking about individuals coming off hot. The win they had earlier against Fnatic, yes, listen, Fnatic did drop the ball quite a few number of times, but if Nikodos is going to be showing up the way he did earlier today and the way he has been showing up for this team in the past, I think this could be a pretty spicy series.
And that was Copenhagen Flames winning 9 rounds straight or 8 rounds straight on the T side of Overpass. They didn't have a great CT side. The problem for NIP has been like Inferno towards the second half of last year became a pretty good map for them, maybe even their best map, overtaking Ancient, and then they've lost like 3 of the last 4 or something along those lines. They kind of lost that map recently, so they're struggling a little bit to have kind of a clear pick. And if you go to something like Overpass, where Copenhagen Flames just had a great game there.
Yeah, you look at both of these teams, and it seems like, well, for NIP, we've obviously been talking about them finding footing for about the last decade. But at this notion, you want to think that they could solidify it here, Blay.
I mean, they did, win a couple of, I think at least one major in the past.
A decade's probably a little bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah, but yeah, they've been struggling quite a bit, and they have maybe might have a little bit of mental edge. They did take down this team earlier. For me, it's going to be obviously that was good device. Right now, we have Fozy coming in. This is a player I do want to touch a little bit upon. I think he's been doing a pretty decent job overall, considering the massive shoes he's got to fill. And we talk about Rez, we talk about Plopsky and the lack of consistency, but I think Fozy's been doing a pretty good job, just kind of being consistent throughout. And I feel like he's going to be quite instrumental, because if Nikodos is going to be popping off, and you got to bear in mind as well, Yanko, Roy was actually kind of quiet in that beating they gave Fnatic earlier on. If he steps up as well, the star player for this team, oh boy.
The old out-of-nowhere star player, 28 years old, he suddenly bloomed, right, and then impressed everyone at that major. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. Nuke, the first map, though, for me, for a long time, it's been all about Hampus. For NIP, pretty much on both sides, especially their CT side, right, which is where they're going to get to start. He controls yard. He has very good aggression, timed aggression when he's going to play behind red, when he's going to try to go fast, play around secret stairs, and so on. So he has to have a good game if NIP are going to have a strong CT side.
So a little bit of a misdirection here. We talked about the Copenhagen Flames going into the first part of this year. We obviously watched them a little bit last year. There was just recently an article where the quote was, hey, we kind of lost focus due to the conversations around us joining a different org or potentially leaving the organization, going wherever, Complexity. When you go down that hill, Yanko, how do you get back up? How do you get the focus back?
I just kind of get humbled. I believe they did get humbled a little bit. It's hard not to get carried away a little bit. They just had they played really good Counter-Strike, beat some really good teams at the major, and then you go back to your kind of tier 3 online tournaments. It's not the same vibe, and then all of a sudden, like, you think you're super hot, and some of these teams are beating you that you don't think.
And then you lose Akimbo and K23.
And you're like waiting to like come into a different org. That doesn't happen. So yeah, it can be a little bit demotivating, but you need to just push through it.
Yeah, got to play through the pain.
Consequences in both those series that they played previously back in Stockholm and now here is moving on to the next stage of the event. So both these teams, Copenhagen Flames probably trying to get a little bit of vengeance, some revenge. on the loss they took at the PGL Major. Here we are live into the pistol round. Going to be NIP starting on the CT side. We got dualies in play. We got 4 guns in the upper bomb site.
And they both have the same skin. Is that these guys
beautiful.
are just look at that? Look, it's so coordinated. We'll see if their gameplay is a little more coordinated than what it has been as of late for NIP. They talked about it on the desk. Not enough firepower, potentially. Fizzy down below, going to swing out. He's missed 2 players already entering in the site, so his time was numbered as they wanted to wrap around the silos. Bomb will be planted safe side. They don't have full control of Heaven, and that's where S-Tag will try and get himself positioned with the USP. No kit left in play. Rez has armor. He's going to swing outside. Hampus has made his way back toward Mini as well. They'll both enter together. Hampus was down on the secret stairs, but no presence outside. He still sits with 100 HP to try and get toward this bomb, but Yabby's the only one to take any damage so far, and Hooksy's in a perfect position to hook out wide after the first kill, and nail Rez with a headshot. Copenhagen Flames start out on fire. I'm going to use a lot of those really, really redundant and not creative puns, and go up 1-0.
Oh, that's a nice pistol round from Copenhagen Flames. Not enough stopping power in those dualies. That's not how this defense was supposed to work out, but beautiful flashbang from Nikodas. Both players a little bit blinded. Also forced into the open. Good utility usage. The Molotov in the site making that very difficult to coordinate the defense. And it's nice and clean. Second round bye for NIP. Deagles, a CZ, pair of them. And Copenhagen Flames have the solid second round bye. They're going to head towards outside. Previously the upper execute. Now using the open space of the outer yard.
Well, smokes down immediately, allows them to cross over towards Secret. Zyphon sitting way back to make sure that no one will try and sneak in behind them.
He's chilling.
Now the question is, with Zabby this far back, utility to work with. He could try to disrupt. I say he has utility to work with. He's already thrown that just now, so it's not going to be much left. I was going to say he could try and disrupt and keep people upper, but he's going to sneak in through lobby, potentially cut off the ladder when they want to go down, because it's just Hampus down there now, and he's going to get overrun. Does do a bit of damage, just a fraction, really, onto Roy, and they'll overrun his position. Rez gets one with the Deagle. Nikodas falls. Plopsky trying to hold ramp where he can, and this is where Zabby comes in late. Tries to make sure no one can go anywhere. In fact, that was through Squeaky, excuse me. I thought we were looking through Radio Room, but it's 2-0 now for Copenhagen Flames. Pretty standard round. That was pretty smart, well thought out, just locking the CTs.
I mean, two clean rounds that open this up for Copenhagen Flames. Looking good early on. The test in the pistol round, the test of the second round bye from the defense. And I mean, they pass it with flying colors, only losing 1 player across the 2 rounds. Now things get a little bit easier. Unarmored opponents. So Hooksy's MAC-10 can be very aggressive. Chew up the unarmored players and get some bonus money flowing.
Need to take the door out at Squeaky. Hooksy goes immediately through into the vents. That's gone as well. Molotov behind him. No one's coming down, and he is going to have so much map already. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's obviously a very strong position now. I mean, less impactful in a round like this because NIP's stacking towards the upper bomb site. So, I mean, you don't really have the pressure of feeling like someone got down low and is going to be able to cut off rotations, because you're not even really concerned about that at the moment with these weaker weaponries. You're just looking for anything. Jumping Galil from Nikodas.
Yeah, not bad. Takes out Rez. That was the closest player to the smoke. They're still pushing through, so Nikodas gets ready. Nearly didn't have the gun out, and player up on top of the red crates. Could have caught him out, but smart. Yeah, he's going to just put the Molotov down and back away. Immediately, by the way, Hooksy was covering off back in the vent. He didn't want to lurk too far. He just wanted to make sure rotations couldn't get ahead of his teammate, ahead of the cavalry. And that'll now put us into just 2 players left for NIP. And they'll have guns in the next round. So maybe they can get something rolling, but very, very smart and fast start from Copenhagen Flames so far.
Yeah, fast, surely. Efficient is kind of what's sticking in my brain right now. 1 player going down in these first 3 rounds so far. Not the biggest deal this early in the game, but it's just nice to see. Copenhagen Flames not struggling whatsoever. Everyone seeming comfortable in these first 3 rounds. And off to a good lead. M4 is being picked up by the Ninjas. Fuzi as well picks up the AWP. No kits across the CT side. We'll see if that comes into play. But again, another chance. You mentioned fast. Copenhagen Flames can come up with another kind of fast strategy if they want to. Again, they have a bit of a bonus round, so to speak, with a few Galils mixed in there. The MAC-10 still on Hooksy. We saw him get down vents quickly in the previous round. This round, that could be really impactful.
Hooksy again, same thing. Oh, wow, he's made it. No, he hasn't. He got caught. Hampus through the smoke, blinded as well. Just had the lineup, barely caught him, but that's a very crucial and significant kill in the round.
This is a good angle to get a second kill, and a little bit slow, falling asleep at the wheel. But that was a chance for a 5-on-3 in the favor of NIP.
Yeah, it was a bit of a late reaction. I didn't catch his eyes. Maybe he was looking elsewhere for a moment to check radar, but either way, They'll know the AWP is in play toward the ramp. Roy's still trying to get position. May not have got toward the vents, may not have got downstairs that way, but he'll head through secret. No one really down there that's going to combat this.
It's nice. If you're Roy, you're kind of happy with this, but then the question becomes, as always, like, where do you go? How do you choose to sync up with your teammates, or where do your teammates attack to let you have an impactful position? So looking towards ramp room, Roy in the vents to cut off any kind of rotation to drop down and be able to defend at the double doors. And NIP still have no idea this is happening.
Exactly. I was about to say, Hampus is back towards CT watching outer, thinking no one's crossed yet. He's still jumping, looking for information, trying to get some inclination of what they're doing. And there's no one downstairs. You can get your AWP. Fizzy potentially could drop down with it, but that's still going to make rotations extremely difficult. So again, even though they lost the opening pick on Hooksy, I'd say Copenhagen Flames have the advantage. Another miss for the AWP. Xavi can't capitalize, and the AWP's already sent running downstairs. Oh, no. He's got to hit these shots. Yeah, surely.
He's missing a couple. This is brutal. Ooh, and they're not looking at him. He somehow sneaks away, gets another one. Good trade from Nikadaz. Roy's still just chilling, and there finally is his moment. It would have been nice if he could have backstabbed the AWPer, but he had to watch for the vent drop.
And that's the problem. Even though this went to a 4-on-2, it was never like they had the control of the round because of Roy's position. And now, at 2-on-2, bomb planted immediately inside of the smoke. Nikadaz, AWP at the orange box, gonna make sure no one can walk up close. That's a tough position, tough angle. Sees it, misses it. If he had to hit that, I'd say round over. Now it's all on Roy, who's been down here for so long. 4 kills so far in the game. 2 in this round, making a third. He's looking for the 4th, but they're on it. He doesn't have the lineup. They're gonna hold it. He doesn't have a kit. Nade instead. He's 100 HP. He's got to shoot him in. He's got to take him down with bullets. He's not quite going to get it. Rez gets a full 10-second defuse.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating if you're Roy. 4 kills in the round, and he takes all the guns away, so not too bad in a losing effort. But, man, that's a tough round for NIP to win. That's just brutal, letting the 10-second defuse slip away. Admirable from Roy. Does find it after the fact. And NIP, I mean, listen, you can't really be all that happy about that round if you're the Ninjas. Yeah, you won it. You lost the AWP. You still have no kit. You have even less utility to work with in this round. And your economy's on the verge of being broken again. $150 in the bank across the entire team. NIP scrambling for the moment, and it's aggression that they call, and it's aggression that succeeds. They take control of lobby. Another 5-on-4 for the Ninjas.
So the early picks going the way of NIP in both gun rounds. But I still won't call the last round comfortable. They needed a little bit of luck to get by. Positioning outside in the big garage, we saw it. Hampus trying to hold off, but down below him, Hooksy already has Plopsky. So once again, the lower site, and I won't say the whole site, but the access to lower is controlled by the T side.
I think the hard part is Hampus is just trapped here. There's no utility to help him get out. Rez has 1 flashbang, but that better be God tier. And this is a spot that they're going to be wary of. Nikadaz looking for anyone peeking outside. Hampus just has to hold his nerve and chill.
The one thing I will say, and again, the problem is they don't know it, but they are now. S-Tag's gone through radio. He's checked lobby. Fizzy's going to know he has no one behind him at Squeaky in about... It depends on how far S-Tag wants to go, but he can at least cover this. Hampus is already gone. Smoke down on Mini, though. That's a very smart single smoke. They know they've already got to big garage. No one else outside. No one at heaven. There's only one spot that can capitalize, and just like that, the AWP... Tough position. He goes down below. He's got the M4 immediately removed by the AK instead. Rez the next in line, so they did get rotations in, but it's still the favor, still the trade going for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, NIP had the right call. It's just banger headshots out of Copenhagen Flames to crack it open and negate that kind of a stack the lower site, and then obviously S-Tag has no chance. They spot the final player, call an audible to the upper bomb site, and he's in an impossible situation. So 4-1, and that is the nightmare scenario after winning a round with no players surviving. You've got no money in the bank. NIP, everyone kind of hovering around $2,500 before investing in this round. Good shooting from Hooksy down low. Saw him try and go for those vent drops with the MAC-10 a couple of times. This round, he cracks it open through secret stairs.
See if they change the pace at all. I mean, outside's been working so well. They're going to have both Fizzy and Hampus there to cover it off. Close smoke, and then a single. Okay, they did throw another one. No gap. Close to no gap. Might have been one just next to the red crate, but Roy's already gone by that with the M4. No guns to work with for NIP this time, but they'll have S-Tag downstairs in the hallway, and he's backed up by Rez right now as well.
You can have all the backup in the world. No armor and just pistols. That's no fun. Roy's just chilling, looking for information outside, feeling relatively safe. back and forth up and down the stairs, keeping his eye on everything as he can. Rest of his team aligning in lobby, and they can just use utility to slowly encroach and constrict onto this upper bomb site. Here's the utility, get Jabby out into the open. Hooksy with the kill. That's the MAC-10. The upper bomb site is lost.
Tag up the vents, trying to get back into position, and he does the right time. He sneaks through to get Nikodaz. That's an AWP for them to work with. Hooksy's got to be careful as he turns around to see where that AWP is gone, and he nearly gets caught by Hampus. Has to sneak out. MAC-10 can't do it. You said pistols were no fun, Jason. I think they're having a bit of a laugh right now.
Yep, I'll eat my words on this one. They're doing God's work so far with what they had to bring into the round. Still going to be a tough 2-on-2 if they even want to go for it. Rez has the M4. I mean, he could, in theory, choose to save this, but he's going to peek in and see what he can find. If there's anything he can find.
Tough call as well because there's no kits in play and the bomb is ticking away. You're kind of right. They had the choice to save it and just get some weapons back in their hands, but maybe round's a little bit more tantalizing for them at this point. 5-1. Copenhagen Flames do escape that one, but not as efficient as you've been saying.
It was a doable retake as well. I don't blame them for going for it at all, especially with the money coming into this round. A lot more comfortable. Still going to be no kits on the NIP side, but plenty of rifles built up. And Copenhagen Flames may be feeling like that round was a bit shaky. They've been pretty solid throughout this game so far. That round was one that felt like it might have gotten away from them, and they just call an immediate timeout, settle things down, and make sure they're all on the same page moving forward.
Settle down, Jason.
Settle down.
It is going to settle in this series over a best of 3, and as they said on the desk, the winner will immediately qualify for the Spodek Arena. This is the play-in, so technically they'll qualify for IEM Katowice. I know that sounds confusing because we're all here.
Not the Spodek. Not yet.
No, yes, sorry. Yes, the next stage. I'm sorry, you're right.
It's okay.
I'm new here. Never casted
I've never done one of these before.
No, this is a whole new world for me. That said, it's Mirage coming up next. We're guaranteed that at the very least, and then overpass if needed. I know they said all that on the desk, but for those of you just joining us, that's your update. That's what you can look forward to in this series. Hopefully NIP can look forward to
everyone loves
very least 3 maps. I do favor Copenhagen Flames in this series, and I think NIP's in a weird spot right now. Obviously, the big signing of Device, and then we know he's been sitting out for some personal reasons, and we hope he's doing well, but it's definitely means they're on the back foot trying to come up with something to keep them going as a team. Plopsky's going to get something to get them going in this round. Again, the first pick for NIP. He's going to double up before going down, but Fizzy's going to do the same. Og to play with as he comes down from heaven. Bomb dropped beside the silo. No smoke on top of it. They'll have the vision, and Rez will push through to catch out Hooksy. That's a pretty convincing round. I know 3 players only survived, but convincing and fast nonetheless from NIP.
Also, a good defense against a tough play. That play is super popular. The smoke out of the squeaky door. You pop flash them through. Really tough sometimes to read the timing of that as the defender. They handled it well. Plopsky coming out over top, saving his teammate's life, who was just basically there for distraction and bait as the round turned out, but nicely done from NIP. 5-2 in the favor of Copenhagen Flames. Op back in the hands of Fuzi, and Op in the hands of Nikodaz as well on the T side. Copenhagen Flames starting to run a little bit low on funds. Not in the breaking point just yet, but not as comfortable as they'd like.
Hampus does try to body block the smoke. It'll still cover off many, but maybe he's hoping it'll create a gap he can still see toward the red crate from his
Gives Rez a gap up in heaven is actually what it does.
Good call. As Plopsky, though, is the one that was standing high and in charge, you would think, on top of the silo and off angle. What a transfer! As Rez manages to get 2 before going down, but they're still down in the round, and Fizzy makes his presence known working through from radio. I was about to say that round was pretty much done on that entry, but Rez, that was pretty spicy little transfer. Unfortunately, he's just outnumbered and outgunned.
Yeah, it's a bummer when you make such a nice shot like that, a nice transfer over, and it's just not enough to hold you off in the round. Some of these upper hits from Copenhagen Flames have been brutal. They've done a very good job. NIP was able to stop him in the previous round, but not this one. And NIP now are going to have a decision to make as they take a timeout. Down 4, 2-6 heading into round number 9. And they've got some economic conversations to have. You can see Fuzi there already picked up a Mag 7.
Yep.
I wonder if that's a snap buy, if that was a miss buy.
Well, the fact that he has it and then the timeout's called and they haven't bought anything else makes you think that he was a little bit quick on that one.
Yeah.
It's certainly a viable weapon on this map. We know that, but yeah, I would say you maybe should have waited for the call there.
Whether that was the call all along or whether the rest of the team is just falling in line, they do have a 3-round losing bonus built up, so they're going to make some of this funds back. But Hampus has picked up a scout, obviously some CZs and armor picked up by Plopsky, Deagle on Rez, so they're having some more danger around it. To at least give them a chance, and they came close to winning one of these rounds previously. We'll see if NIP has it in them this time. Door blown open. Standard utility used to keep aggressive pushes at bay.
Interesting that Mag 7's going to go down the vents. Typically it plays Hut in that vicinity, watching the doorway, the two entrances of upper. But he's going to go get close to the secret stairs.
It's because a wall was put up outside. So, I mean, NIP's calling it out. No one outside can actually really cover it. So the shotgun's going to be the one to protect and find information at the lower bomb site. And obviously gets it up to a close angle as well. No one from Copenhagen Flames even getting close to the shotgun, though. The wall has done its trick.
Not controversial at all to have Swag's name on a gun, eh? Skin, Swag.
Not at all.
Well, oh, burning alive. Rez was flashed up, couldn't see where he was. Hooksy's going to get the kill despite the engagements at the ramp. You're right, there was no one outside, so they moved the shotgun, but it moves away from the exact position. It could have been hugely influential in this round.
Exactly, which is, I mean, that's why the smoke wall did its job. It forced a rotation. It caused them to shift around the weapons. Now, there's no way for Copenhagen Flames to know that it's pulled, you know, the shotgun away from such a dangerous attack. Good vertical stack. Plopsky's not able to handle the follow-up, and neither is S-Tag. And that's the round after one quick kill from NIP. Hampus coming in for the flank, but Copenhagen Flames is so comfortable. They're aware.
That's why a staggered entry, by the way, just taking your time to clear angles against pistols is so powerful, because obviously they had that double lineup, high-low stack, like you say, and then the next two come in and are like, all right, I got low, you got high. Don't over-peek, don't over-swing. Pretty straightforward assignment at that point in time, and they should, at this point, well, they will take the round with only one player lost in that occasion.
Yeah,
so smartly done from Copenhagen Flames.
Nice little peekaboo game at the end. Peekaboo with a shotgun.
Yeah.
Yeah, he burns. He doesn't even, he gets out of there a little bit late. I think he gets stuck trying to move back, which is unfortunate. This is what you mentioned, kind of the staggered entry, the follow-up, good trading, and good spacing from Copenhagen Flames to not lose too many players to the stack. Again, another pretty much full buy, solid buy from NIP, but they need to get something going. Haven't been able to string 2 rounds together. Asatag at 1 frag, Hampus at 2 frags for the NIP side.
So they've gone for the alternate wall this time that covers off the garage. Hampus is inside of it, but again, no one heading outside at this point in time. A lot of utility used, therefore, by the T side. The last of 2 smokes is thrown now by Xavi, and it's Siphon that will hold on to one if they want to do anything additional.
Yeah, these outside smokes, Copenhagen Flames hasn't messed with them a whole lot in that yard, have they? They've kind of used them as his just information denial. Ooh, nice little boost, and Rez, is he gonna get baited into the peak? He sees the utility. He wants to stand and fight, which is relatively dangerous. He does have Fuzi here with the ult.
Yeah, Fuzi being in that position is actually the key, because they had a player swing in and could have surrounded Rez, but the Molotov pushed him back. Rez now knows he had to get away, does well to find one and stay alive in this situation.
And this is a lot of utility Copenhagen Flames has used already in this round. They do not have a lot to go for a plan B. They've got, what, 1 Molotov, 1 flashbang left on Roy. It's going to be all skill from here for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, and this is tough. They know it as well, that they didn't get enough map control off of this, so Xavi trying desperately to get an opening, catch someone out in the upper site. Plopsky's up above. He won't be able to see that, and that means Hooksy's going to be a sitting duck, a target, and an easy kill, and Roy trying to counter that. Gets taken out by Hampus. Man on top of the huts, takes another. Plopsky drops down. Nikita's only able to get the AWP position now, and even though he was desperate to get down below for a bomb plant, he'll get caught out. Plopsky, good round, 3 kills. And again, no utility, they can't move him from that position.
Yeah, the smoke wall outside cost a lot for them to pull that one off to kind of keep some attention from NIP outside, and then obviously the execute in towards ramp room as well. Used a lot of utility to just take 1 loss to Rez and not get any frags in return. Good defense from NIP, holding strong across the map and outlasting Copenhagen Flames utility. Puts them in a tough spot. 3-7, still 4 rounds back for the Swedish team. Ooh, fast-paced upper. Hooksy, yeah, gets behind the Molotov. Might have pressed the issue. That's the fight he wants, and he's got it. Nice little jiggle pre-fire and S-tag inside the upper bomb site. And that is the anchor down and out. 5-on-4 for Copenhagen Flames.
Hooksy, by the way, leads the way on ADR. End of last round, he was at 108.4. And already has 100 in this round, so keeping that average high. Roy will take out Fuzi. Outside open, no smoke this time, as you say, last time. 2 rounds ago it worked. It rotated the shotgun last round. It didn't really work in their favor, so they'll slow it down now, put the wall so we can get inside the garage. They'll actually utilize it this time. Rez is going to try and capture the fact that they've gone through it, though, and be in a perfect position. Catches out Hooksy. Easy shot as he comes through on a gray screen. And now it's a bit of a cat and mouse game between the two of them. Oh, he's going to run, though. That's going to give him away. Noise.
Also, that's the ramp defender, which is why you see Copenhagen Flames just pick it up. They're like, oh, Rez is outside. Okay, we'll take ramp. And then also a second player spotted outside, so they know at the worst it's going to be a 3-on-1 at the lower bomb site, and it's actually entirely clear. And what a flank Yabby has coming down the vents.
Popsky already inside of them, though, is going to try and do his best to work his way out. Sneakodas is staring it down with the AWP, completely countered in that position. Both entrances covered off. And another win for Copenhagen Flames to make it now 8-3. You're right, great response. They see Rez outside. Screw it, other way, go.
They just picked NIP apart. That's just like straight heads-up duels. That's not even using utility to really find any kind of advantage in those fights. That's just great shooting from the Copenhagen Flames side of things. And man, you got to feel for NIP to a certain degree in this game. This has been real scrappy, real rough half. They've won 3 rounds, but not in succession. It's win and loss each and every time, and that puts the CT economy in such a weird place. It is tough to continue fighting in these scenarios.
Yeah, imagine, I mean, nuke, CT side, you're thinking, all right, this is where we want to be. It is Copenhagen Flames map choice, to be clear, but when you don't have guns every round, that's just so annoying and frustrating.
I feel like this is like the 3rd or 4th round we've seen like NIP just relegated to like a half buy with no rifles. Like normally you see like, that's one of the other things that we haven't seen is Copenhagen Flames is winning so convincingly that we haven't even seen NIP able to like save any rifles. This is a bit dangerous. Hampus, he's pinned down, he's got teammates here, but slowly but surely they're gonna start wrapping upon him. He's got one, but no chance for a follow-up, and all the danger is averted.
That could have been like, if he hits those shots with a deagle, I mean, I know that's a big if because he didn't, but he had clean headshot potential there. That could have been like a 3-kill for him, which would have been huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to, like, that's kind of just tough for NIP, is in today's, like, game of Counter-Strike, how often do you see CT teams able to save 1 or 2 M4s, and then you supplement it with the pistols? Here, it's just been NIP getting wiped out and having to fight with all pistols. They don't even have an M4, don't have an AWP to the next round. And at this point in the game, when you're down 3-9, you know, there's not really a whole lot of situations where your first instinct is going to be look to save. You have to start fighting for rounds. You have to keep fighting for rounds.
Roy downstairs. Excuse me, I said downstairs. I was looking on my mini-map. He went straight into the big garage. I thought he was wrapped already past the stairway, but that is a clean kill on the outside man once again. Hampus down. He's been struggling in that position because they've just put so much pressure there.
Well, and I think Copenhagen Flames have had a different play outside with that wall each and every time they've gone there.
Fuzi gets Zyphon back. I just checked the scoreboard, and I've been unaware of it. And Yanko alluded to this on the desk that, you know, he is a player that can hold his own at the top level, but he's more of a support player and therefore won't make magic happen. S-Tag is sitting 1-12 right now.
Yeah, he's had a rough go of it here. And I mean, part of it, he's been in that upper bomb site. We've seen Copenhagen Flames have some nice executes there, but surely as that upper defender have to be able to deliver a little bit more, and it's just not being provided. But look, NIP is not mounting a whole lot of resistance as a team either.
So Zabby's through Squeaky, excuse me. They've already got control of Squeaky. Now I'm just confusing myself. Secret. I'll get there in the end, okay? The point is they've got outside, they've got mini, they've got all the entrances covered off, they've got the perimeter of the site. The only place that there isn't any presence is toward ramp, and Fuzi's trying to bail out of there and go through radio and hope he can make something happen. Rez, to hold his own, can only get one. If he takes Hooksy down as well, then there's a chance they win out the round. 21 seconds, bomb to be planted upper, and Fuzi with an AWP to try and make it back into this round. 1 kill in it for him already. There's no kid to work with. He's going to try and get back in. Baits out a shot, but oversteps both players to stare him down. Hooksy gets the kill with the headshot, continuing his good form, and now 10 double digits already for the Copenhagen Flames on just the 13th round of their T side.
Yeah, this has been great. This has been beautiful from Copenhagen Flames. A nice opening, pop flash through the smoke wall outside. I think that's the first time NIP and Hampus actually even saw that kind of a play come at him in this series, in this half. Copenhagen Flames has a very dynamic attack going on. This is a well-called T-side.
And it started right from the off. We saw the pace.
Yeah.
The 2 rounds, Hooksy gets inside the vents, although he did get countered off in one of them, just barely through the smoke by, I believe it was Plopsky, but it's... They know, they have it, like, it's clear that they picked Nuke for a reason as their opener of this series. They have a plan. They know exactly what they want to do and what they want to exploit. And it's nice to see, because it's a lot of teams, even though they pick Nuke, they don't necessarily play with this much assertion. They still kind of read and react, and it doesn't work on the T side always.
Yeah,
so.
Copenhagen Flames is looking really polished. This has been a great game to watch if you're a Copenhagen Flames fan.
Copenhagen games.
I know.
Flam?
We both got word mix-ups.
Yep. It's all right. You haven't said that they
Linguistic
need to get more
struggles.
sex or whatever at the major.
Look, I stand by that statement.
Everyone does.
Happy Valentine's Day. Yesterday.
Happy birthday, Jaden. That's what Valentine's Day is for me. How perfect. Hooksy's going to take down Plopsky. I made it not even one game in this event before I mentioned Jaden, Jason, so.
I know. I hadn't heard a word about it yesterday either. I was surprised.
Fair. Fair. Nikodas takes down Fuzzy. That's a pretty straightforward round again. And now they'll buy for the last round of the half. 11-3 for Copenhagen Flames, looking very convincing. And a bit worrying for NIP. A few rounds they did what they could to get map control back, and you can still see them trying to push back and take territory, but it's all reactional on the CT side. And we say it so much. The way to win on Nuke, there's different approaches to it, but you've got to get the CTs moving, and they have been forced to move so much and react so often that they can't really get a footing. And I'm not sure if I'm concerned yet for NIP. Obviously, they're in the upper side of the bracket right now, but this isn't looking convincing if you're an NIP fan.
No, I mean, yeah, I think we're past the point of concern. This is turning into a beatdown. This NIP just not even being able to get started on anything positive. Another opening kill for Copenhagen Flames. They have the lower bomb site. Hooksy's gonna lurk outside. He's picked off. Nice find, but the return from Nikodas is there as well. And now NIP are in a weird place because you have to find a way to retake this lower bomb site, but you have so much action across the map. 3-on-3 in the post plant. There's one kit on Rez, and there's some utility on Rez and Plopsky.
Yeah, be holding the off angle. Barrel protrudes slightly on entry, but you've got to react so fast to it with the rest of the site open. They're both going to go toward the right side. Zyphon's already found the first shot on S-Tag. It's Roy that's going to follow up. Rez does catch out Yabi. Falls on Roy as well. That's a good reaction shot down below, and he tried to defuse before in smoke. This time the smoke forward. Zyphon goes through it. We are at 12-3 at halftime for Copenhagen Flames.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you another method to take outside and find picks on the T side of Nuke. This execute will obstruct a lot of vision from the CTs and possibly force a warehouse player out into the open for a fairly easy pick. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 smokes, 2 mollies and 2 HEs. Future Pro 1, you'll be throwing the bottom hell window smoke. To throw this smoke, hop into this corner. Aim at the top of this pipe vent and slightly to the right of the line. Run forward and jumping through the smoke as you get close to the wall in front. Save your molly as you can use this to block off secret as you spend more time outside. Future Pro number 2, you only have a warehouse smoke to throw, so don't mess it up. To throw the warehouse smoke, look into the center of this wall. Aim at the bracket on the silo. Then jump throw the smoke. After this, head into lobby and hold off any pushes. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the A main smoke, mollying secret, and saving a HE for CT red. To throw your smoke, position yourself so half of this vent is cut off by the wall. Aim to the top of the cables, run forward and throw the smoke just before hitting the box. Then clear some close angles and hop onto this box. From here you can throw a molly to cover secret and hold the push. If you feel like it, throw your HE to CT red with Future Pro 4. Future Pro number 4, you'll be throwing the CT red molly along with a HE. To throw your molly, wait for the warehouse smoke to bloom, then make your way into this gap. Aim at the lower corner of the garage door and jump throw the molly. This will land behind CT red and possibly cause a counter-terrorist to rotate back towards the ladder area. After this, running through your HE behind CT red as you could get some chip damage on the rotating player. Then have Future Pro 1 boost you behind T-Red, and if you're quick enough, you should be able to catch any CT trying to get out from warehouse to ladder. And that's about it. This execute is a nice way to find a pick outside. If you have confidence in your aim, I have no doubt you should be able to catch CT player out.
10 years of IEM Katowice. We're proud and very privileged to be back here again for 2022. What an event it always is, and hopefully it can be a great event for one of these two teams. Winner of this series will move on to the next stage with a couple of days off. NIP, though, already down 12-3. Maybe they'll need an X factor in this half, Jason, as they swap over to the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, they might need Jesus to come back from this kind of a scoreline, 12-3. It feels like it's just a matter of time between Copenhagen Flames just put this one away. What a beautiful first half they just played to have a massive lead like this. Winning the pistol, as we know, might just seal it right out of the gates. And we'll see how they handle it. Roy's going to be outside. You got 3 players in the upper bomb site, and Zyphon over towards ramp room for this attack. NIP heavy outside in towards yard, so Roy's going to get a chance to have more impact, but he's gushed and forced back immediately.
Immediately indeed. Roy trying to do what he can. P2000 in hand for him. Means he's loud and proud, but I would favor the USP at the range, to be completely honest. I haven't used the 2000 in years.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
P250 for Rez as the smokes go down. They'll try and cross massive gap in it, though, and Hooksy's going to find the shot with the silenced USP, and that drops the bomb temporarily, so Hampus has to recover that. Thankfully, the smoke was covering its position.
S-Tag still lurking over towards Squeaky Door. That might be, as you mentioned, they need an X Factor. That might be one place they look forward. If they can successfully get downstairs to the lower bomb site, there are 2 defenders here, but if they force a quick rotation, S-Tag could have the information.
As with the quick pop. Fire is going to get absolutely removed. Rez with the shot. The P250, as I mentioned, takes down the P2000, and that'll open up some positions. Zyphon's going to hold this off, though. At Orange Box, he can just be quiet in this. Smoke should give them a plant. That gives Roy a chance to advance as well, and he does tremendous damage on Rez. Bomb does go down, but 2 on top of it already. Big rotation in this is that S-Tag still lurking up above, can try and cover off the vents. It may not matter, though. Roy's already on it. That smoke's in position still. They could try and tap this out. Hampus is going to go all the way around to control room. And at this point, there is no kit. So if they're going to go, they've got to go early. That bomb now completely exposed. Hampus is spotted. Good shot, Zyphon. S-Tag opens the door. 2 in front of him. He takes them both down, but Hooksy trades it, and this will be enough time to defuse. Very close round in terms of what was going on specifically inside of the site, but the perimeter saves it with late play from Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, which could have been tricky considering NIP had 2 players on the lurk in different areas. That could have been a real spanner in the works for Copenhagen Flames, but the fact that they dispatch of the 2 players in the lower bomb site increases the pace that the lurkers have to take for NIP. I think that might have just screwed up their game plan a little bit. Good job from Copenhagen Flames. Nice patience as the bomb's being planted, and good trading as well to get the defuse. 13-3. And NIP off that buy, I mean, off that plant, they have to buy. They have to continually invest with this kind of a deficit. Desperate times for the Ninjas. Plopsky with a Galil. You've got an AK on Rez and a Scout on Fuzi. And then Deagles on the remaining 2 players. And Copenhagen Flames going to get aggressive and take away whatever idea NIP had in this round. Ooh. Nice catch.
Yep. And that's an even better catch. Bullets through the wall. Gives him the smoke cover as well. Roy's going to take down Rez. Very convincing. Bomb was never really a factor as Hampus was trying desperately to run it around outside with his teammate out there. But just 2 rounds to go now for Copenhagen Flames. Again, their map choice. I said I wouldn't be concerned for NIP, but when you've only got 3 rounds, yeah, okay, start to. I'll be very concerned on the next map when it's their choice, and if Mirage doesn't get off to a good start for them, then the fact that we're into our first best of 3 of the event, sure, they're on the upper side of the bracket. There's still worrying signs here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at it from the other angle, it's very positive signs for the Copenhagen Flames. This is great. I mean, for a team that kind of, as they mentioned on the desk, had that great run at the major, and then we kind of didn't hear much about them. They had the odd period of looking for a new organization, of maybe perhaps leaving the Copenhagen Flames, and that didn't come to fruition. And I thought maybe kind of the excitement had just kind of fizzled out, and here, reigniting a little bit of that early on at Katowice.
Bounce nade to clear close corner. That certainly is telling of the fact that there's a player down there. They already know that. They saw him run through the Squeaky Door early, so they're not exactly posturing with worry as of yet to cover off the lower position, but Roy's going to take down S-Tag. Zyphon still up above. They've got the innards of the site covered with the crossfire high and low, orange box, but they didn't see the toxic entrance. This decontamination room becomes a problem for them. They'll jump back up, and Rez now has a chance to try and cover off his teammate with an AK that he's picked up, and the bomb should go down. Hampus just baiting it out to make sure no one's going to come through from the control side doors.
there's no safety to get this plant down.
That's the tough part. That was arguably the chance, but they don't know that. So instead, they're going to go back together and try and clear more angles.
This is a great play. Does Hooksy realize the possibility? He hasn't even looked over. There's the transfer over. That's unreal. Bomb even falls out of the vent. So Rez committed to that play, and Hooksy's got it as well. Everything that can go wrong for NIP is going wrong, and it's 15-3.
And that's a tough one, too, because crosshair placement popping out for that strafe shot from the vents.
Yeah.
Where is he? He's up close on the stairs. He's not at the bottom where he expected him to be, and that gives him the time he needs to react.
And actually, all due respect to NIP, they actually handle this kind of crossfire in the lower bomb site pretty well, going 2 for 2. Zyphon and I believe that was Nikados that was over in dark, just kind of failed to coordinate who was watching what at the right moment, and one NIP player able to sneak through. Still, almost as close to impossible as you're going to get, this comeback is.
So we'll see if this map ends now. On just the 19th round.
Man, this is a phenomenal opening in this series for Copenhagen Flames. They're going to feel great between maps. NIP, I mean, not a lot of fragging coming out. Not a whole lot of production on that CT side in terms of just getting kills. They're baited right into Roy. Nikados is there as well, and once again it ends in spectacular fashion for Copenhagen Flames. 16-3. Dominant opening map.
Very dominant indeed. 23 kills for Hooksy. He leads the way. 20 for Roy. In fact, pretty much everyone in Copenhagen Flames with more than anyone on NIP. Rez had 15 and Jabby, okay, he's 14. He's one under that, but yeah, very dominant one-sided game to start the series, and hopefully NIP can shake this off because it's their map choice next, and it's Mirage, which isn't exactly unfamiliar territory for anyone in this event.
No, not at all. And we'll be getting that right when we come back from the break, so stay with us.
Wow, well, Nip are down but not out, and that is not how they wanted to start this series. It's Copenhagen Flames that come in with a vengeance. They take the map, and they do it convincingly. That's right. 3 rounds over there, wasn't it, Bleh?
Yeah, listen, I know it's their map pick coming in, but it's not a map Nip can't play. It's a map they're pretty comfortable, you know, being like a deciding map, for example. 3 rounds there, one of which one of them was a diffuse coming into the smoke, where I think there's a bit of panic. Yeah, it was very awkward, but listen, credit to Copenhagen Flames. The way they were just punishing the rotates, having complete control of the map, the trade game, Roy creating all that space, everything was on point. For Nip, I don't know, Janko, S-Stack didn't quite step up.
Yeah, I mean, they got more rounds in the first half than he had kills, really. So it's unfortunate. I mean, they were just manhandled by Copenhagen Flames. It was the nightmare scenario for any team, I mean, on the CT side, right? You win a round, but you can't string 2 rounds together. And to be honest, like, that's not a thing. They had the first time it was a 5v4, then another time they had like a 4v3 as well that they couldn't convert. That's just mental mistakes, right? Like Plopsky dies in the 5v4 playing, you know, it was a weird smoke that was there. It's just try not to die foolishly in that situation. No, but seriously, like, you know, you have an advantage, and that forces like the rest of the players to move. Hampus was kind of stuck in garage. He gets punished by Nikodos later, and just like dominoes, right? One after the other, they all fall, and that gave some free rounds as well to Copenhagen Flames. They start getting momentum, and honestly, the calling was really good. They were setting them up, doing some stuff on yard. Then it's an upper pop, right? That when NIP switches their focus to a yard-heavy setup, you know, they pick correct timings to do some of those explosive plays, and that's how you get 12 rounds on the T side, Trace.
Yes, that is how you get rounds on the T side. Explosive plays, and moreover, getting something going here if you're Nip, because that's not really how I could forecast the ball starting to roll in the direction they want it to. That's one-sided. It's hard to come back from that play.
I mean, it's doable, but it's definitely going to be kind of rankling in the mind, because the map coming up, you know, they have Mirage as a pick coming in. It's a map Copenhagen Flames are pretty comfortable playing on anyway. Then if Overpass is the potential decider, if they do manage to take Mirage or Copenhagen Flames, they made Fnatic look like fools. So for Nip, questions have to be asked. I did see an interview where I think it was Hampus was given an interview on one of the Swedish sites where he said that I have a little bit of a urine infection, so they have more problems, Janko, and they already have.
If they didn't have enough problems, then, you know, I was saying, you know, yeah, Hampus and Asta are the only 2 players I have. They were the worst 2 performers on that first map, right? So that really didn't really pan out great, but yeah, I think this one is a lock Trace 2-0 for Copenhagen Flames, and I'll tell you why. Okay. They've only played Mirage once this year. It was against the Young Ninjas, and they beat them 16-4. So now they're going to beat the Brig Brother as well.
So it has to happen this way.
It has to happen.
So for Fozy, he's like, all right, maybe I won't have to play them in Mirage, and it's just getting wrecked.
Okay, he's going to be the guy to go to, right? Like, he knows everything. He's already faced them.
So, yeah, obviously not a whole lot to detract from what we just had. We could talk about the next map. We could also talk about Movie Star Riders Big a little bit. I know that one's going on over there on the B stream currently on Nuke in a best of 1. And this is important, obviously, because of the brackets and how they play out and what matches we're going to be watching here on this stream. So Big Movie Star Riders, 8-7 at the half, and that's about as even as it comes.
Yeah, Big was on the T side. That's a good T side for them. I would expect them to close that out. But, you know, looking at our game here on the A stream for NIP, the problem is, right, like, you want to say to the team, like, guys, let's not try to give away some foolish kills when we have a man advantage and whatnot. But you also don't want the players to play scared on the other side of things, right? You don't want to be too conservative, so you have to try and find that balance. It's very difficult to find confidence when you've lost, right? When you got beaten up 12-3 as CT or Nuke, but then you have to find a way. You can't just, you know, let that snowball into a quick 2-0.
Well, what's really worrying for me, just to add on what he said there, Janko, was like you said, right? There was never a point where it felt like they mentally reset. They just, like you said, it was a domino effect, and there was never a round where it looked like Nip had some semblance of control coming in.
Yeah, if anything, like, you spin it that way. Hey guys, listen, it was just like, you know, first map of the series. We didn't really ever join the server, so to speak, right? We beat ourselves. It was their map pick. You go with all the
lies to yourself.
You spend all the lines, right, on this one. You're hoping to get a good start because you need to get some momentum going, right? Like, we've seen it time and time again in these best of 3s. When you win your first map pick and you go to your opponents and you smash them, like, you're gonna play super loose. You have less to lose, right? And that's what we're gonna see for Copenhagen Flames. They're playing like they did in Stockholm, and that's scary for everyone.
They're a LAN team.
There's a mentality you shift out of,
all the time.
you don't shift out of. Yeah. Anyway, look, we're gonna go to a break because we do have another map ahead of us. Mirage looking like a little bit of a vindication chance here for the side of Nip. Redemption even for that. We're gonna go to a break. We come back. We jump right into the action. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros! We all love doing A executes on Mirage, so I thought I'd show you a slightly different approach to help secure the T-side pistol round. This strat is almost as old as Mirage, but it's effective and still used by some pro teams today. 100 Thieves playing under Renegades at the time will be my pros to help guide you through this execute. The idea behind this strat is to take CT control using smokes and flashes, which can give you a nice and easy post-plant situation. For this execute, you'll need 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and at least 4 willing Future Pros. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the jungle smoke along with 2 flashes. To throw the jungle smoke, hop up here and line up with the left side of this thing. Line your crosshair up so you're in line with this brick section and also where the post meets the wood. Then toss the smoke. Jungle is a right pain to smoke, so be aware there could be a slight gap on the left side of the smoke. After you've thrown your smoke, hop down to this door. Get in front of the left side of the right metal grid. Aim to the top of the lamp and throw the flash. This will blind anyone looking at ramp from the CT side. Then make your way to A main with your team. Once the coast is somewhat clear and you have a teammate close to triple box, pull out your flash and lob it into CT. This will allow your teammate to bring the pain to any defender in CT spawn. After you have some ground towards CT spawn, make sure you plant the bomb for this newly acquired territory. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the stairs smoke along with 2 other flashes. Do I really need to explain the stairs smoke? You guys already know this, but if not, hop onto this ledge, aim at the middle of this thing, then place your crosshair in the middle of the lower part of this gap. Then just toss the smoke. After you've thrown the smoke, head to the ramp and lob your flashes towards jungle. This should flash anyone playing close to the smokes and buy you some time before the CTs try to look for a one-way or push the smoke entirely. After this, just hold towards CT to support Future Pro 4 from afar. Save your second flash as maybe you can get some use out of it in the post plan. Future Pro number 3. Your job is to take Palace control. Make sure to be aware that a CT player could be pushing Palace. Once your team smokes come in, this is when you can peek out of Palace. Keep an eye out on the jungle smoke and also peek CT when needed. If everything is going well, make sure to stay up in Palace, as this is a very useful position. Future Pro 4. You are the point man for this execute, so make sure you did at least 4 hours of DM prior to this round. You'll be pushing towards CT spawn with a flash from Future Pro 1 to assist you. Your flight path for this push is important. Fight your instincts to push onto the side, instead push in front of the triple boxes to get close to CT. When you are close, call for Future Pro 1 to throw their flash. You can now explode into CT and take as much control as you can. If you need another flash, call for Future Pro 2 who will have a backup flash. If you have all made it this far, you probably are set to win the round. Make sure to keep control of CT as it will make any kind of post-plant situation so much easier to win. Good luck, and I'm sure you can nail this after a bit of practice.
It's really yummy. All right, Jason.
What's going on?
I don't know, just...
What's yummy?
What is yummy? Lots of things. Right now for Copenhagen Flames, I think Nuke was pretty yummy. We'll see if Mirage can be tasty for NIP. They are back against the wall right now. Down 1 map in... not an elimination best of 3, thankfully for their sake, but a chance to get a few days off and move on to the next stage of the play-in, which is pretty beneficial in these situations. Practice rooms are already set up, teams are already here. You'll be able to really work on the fine-tuning of things.
You know, the players can request snacks by typing .request.
Can we
team
do that?
Chat. I don't think we can.
West tequila.
I was thinking banana.
Nah, it didn't work.
Yeah, we'll maybe, you know, give him some time. Give him some time here.
I expected it to just appear.
Yeah, to just materialize. Okay, pistol round, second map. Copenhagen Flames starting on the defensive side. They've got mid-aggression, tons of information. Yabby's about to get tons more, and another headshot on top of it. First kill to Copenhagen Flames, and he backs off, and NIP don't want to press the issue. Roy's going to find a nice timing and a nice one-tap. Misery continues for NIP.
Bomb to head toward the B site, but as you say, there's not much going on, and Zyphon's already pushing up behind them. He's going to lock them into this position shortly. Hooksy is on catwalk, so if they try and desperately and frantically run backwards, he'll be able to hear them going underpass, and Zyphon's already locked it, so there's no chance. There's no time to slip between the two of them. Bomb waiting, though, will open up that path by getting the shot, but now he remains as the only one left, and Plopsky running will be heard. Very audible for Hooksy. He's made that call. S-Tag, meanwhile, still over toward A. The only one that can make a play in this, the only one that can save the round for his team, and Roy's going to deny that. I think this one, yeah, look, Plopsky's even doubled back once again and said, well, I'll just go middle. Whichever way I find to pick, I might as well head that direction.
I got a long-range pistol. I'll go mid, and even that didn't work. Man, Copenhagen Flames on point in this game so far today. They are shutting NIP down at every single turn.
Absolutely, yeah. That's every pistol round so far, 3 of them going the way of the Flames.
Convincingly.
Yeah, no question about it. That one was very convincing. I mean, look at the map control they were able to get. As soon as they were up to the top middle, Hooksy was able to cover off, Zyphon was able to cover off, and sure, he dies in the apartments, but he got so much information. They're able to push them so far forward. The picks have already been established.
I feel bad. In some ways, it feels like this series hasn't even started yet. Like, we haven't even seen NIP really mount any kind of... we haven't seen them fight back yet. They're just getting battered.
And there's no referee to stop this one.
No, nobody to throw in the towel.
Pasha needs to keep on punching, man.
That was a fun fight to watch.
I didn't watch it. I was busy.
Oh, dear.
I got asked to commentate it, but they, I won't get into it, but I was busy with other stuff, with other obligations, and then I was like, I don't know anything about fighting. And then afterwards, I was like, damn, I should have done it. That was sick.
Yeah, not like it
Saw all
matters.
the hype. Not like what?
Not like it matters.
Well, I don't know anything about Counter-Strike. Yeah, I don't know anything about Counter-Strike
exactly.
either, so.
You've made a pretty good career out of that.
Yeah, some would say.
Nice opening kill again from Nikodas, and going to continue the spray, not really committing to the fight, and it's just awkward. NIP's not getting any clean looks, and even the heads-up play to jiggle peek down below. Roy's coming in, so is Yabby from Catwalk. 2 players at top mid stuck behind the boxes, and NIP have nowhere to go. A couple more kills coming out. It's 3 in total for Nikodas so far in the round, and he should just chill. 7 HP, just don't die.
Deagle shot, I think, was slightly through the edge of the window, so a massive dink. Nikodas, you're right, don't die. Keep that M4 in the picture. Zyphon swings around again, being the aggressive player on the CT side. Saw him in the apartments on the flank last round. This time comes through from spawn and gets the kill on the MP9, which he's then going to discard over to Nikodas. There'll be some gun tossing and swapping in spawn, but Zyphon, I can tell you, has the M4 to play with still. And, yeah. 1 dink. That was all they were good for with the Deagles that time. It does feel like we are waiting for the arrival of NIP in this series. There hasn't even really been that many compelling rounds. Fuzi this time is going to be up close with Roy, who with that MP9 will make sure that he has the run and gun, and that's why Jabby's up in the window, because he can cover him off from behind and fall back safely, rather than what we see a lot of people do, play up close to that underpass position and then have to scurry back into connector. And if Roy goes down in that situation, could get caught out for it, and they go 2-2 at the worst situation. But Roy found the kill. We are 5 on 3, and still NIP unable to get any openings in the rounds.
Ooh, sketchy timing with the smoke clearing. Nicely done from Hooksy as Plopsky peeks out. Didn't see the second player, but it's all good. Last remaining NIP players gonna bunch up and hit the bomb site, see what they can find with a pair of P250s. Nice little dink there, but backup is on catwalk and has too many angles to check. Rez does trade it off and find it, but that's the only positive thing for NIP in the round. 3-0 for Copenhagen Flames on Mirage.
Yeah, 3-0 starts, and AKs to come out this time for NIP. All AKs as well, so we haven't had an op yet in the hands of anyone, but I Actually, I don't even see one being purchased yet on the CT side this round, so they're going to go for the bonus, essentially.
Well, they only lost the one gun, so, I mean, they could pass a weapon over to him and pick up the op, yeah.
I was going to say, I was looking at the money bought. It must have been Roy that bought it, because he's gone down to 2,600, so they will have one.
Yeah, keeping your opper rich. Yabby, nice little boost up and through the bottom of the wall. And now they're going to make their escape, and or they're going to get even more. Double kill. You might as well just push forward, see what you can get. A second player coming in. Good control from Rez. So Copenhagen Flames gives the advantage right back.
And that's a good read from Rez. He knew that he was boosted from below when he got that first shot, so there had to be a second player somewhere in middle. He made sure you could at least see the connector, and then had the up-close angle covered off in the event that he did attack that direction. Good response. I will say as well, that was a decent attempt to get Nikodaz in position with the AWP, but he actually went a little too passive, and now they'll give up mid for essentially those 2 kills.
S-tag lurking out. Good kill from Zyphon, just playing a default box. There's going to be a follow-up, and this is going to fool him. Normally, you think there's only going to be one lurker in Palace. A second one, Rez pops out. A minute on the clock, just under a minute to play with for NIP in a 2v2.
So Rez with all 3 kills in the round as he rotates back toward A after these opening picks. Hampus is going to go join him. He sits inside of Palace, and there's uncertainty on the Copenhagen Flames side. For once, they don't have the early control, and it's been sustained by NIP, so Hooksy goes back all the way over toward the B jail, and that forces Nikodas to have to be more passive as well on the CT stairs. Probably play the post plant at this point, unless he can find somehow an opening pick with this AWP. Kit down on the site, as we just saw. Bomb's going to be transferred over as Rez is the low HP player, 35. He wants to find the opening with the AK, and he's going to sneak in past Firebox, past Sandwich, excuse me, toward the back site, which puts more pressure on the AWP. A fast shot required, but they're going to go straight for the plant instead. Safety in doing so. And Nikodas still looking for the angle for when they go for the post plant. Tetris instead, no, he goes toward the arch, and he's caught out. Good shot, Nikodas. Now Rez has to play from the vent. Oh, he's tagged up by that. He's tagged up. That's going to give it away. And not only that, he gets caught crawling through, and it's enough to take him down with the nade alone.
Oh, that pisses me off. I'm not even playing. What are you supposed to do about that? What a great read from Hooksy, just tossing the nade in, and it is absolutely perfect.
I was going to say, even if it doesn't kill him, the fact that it tagged him,
yeah,
he heard that. He was already like, oh, he's there. Like, that's ridiculous.
Good round from Copenhagen Flames. Man, even this mid play early on, this is that crazy nade. Rez has got to be so frustrated. After everything that went wrong on Nuke, to have that happen is going to be real frustrating. That push in the early round to get the opening 2 kills and going for the third, textbook Counter-Strike is like, you got 2 kills, you have a 5-on-3, just go up connector and fall back and retreat and play the advantage. But with the shots he was hitting, you almost can't fault him to go for that third.
So again, quick presence toward middle from NIP. They still have AKs to play with because the lost round bonus has built up. Again, early on 4 rounds, but it's 5 essentially, the way that the lost round bonus works, because you start with 1,900. So they get enough to purchase with the bomb plant as well. They'll have good utility to work with, and they're already deploying some of that, as we saw, toward connector and top jungle as well. So Roy's locked in, but at this point, they haven't done much with it. They're going to start to swing underpass at this point. The one thing they have done is clear a little bit of mid-presence for Fuzi. He doesn't have a lot of pressure on him at this point.
Yeah, they got away with one as well. Yabby had that glimpse from Catwalk on the head of one player, almost was able to open things up. He's going to remain aggressive as well. Hampus and Rez, they didn't spot it. He didn't spot it at all with the smoke pluming.
Yeah, that's a good smoke, because now they are going to sneak one through window, and they have no information. Yabby's going to think he has an idea, and rather than wrap through jungle, Hampus is going to try and swing back to Hooksy, who's in B. Now, Yabby could spot that, and does. That's going to foil the plans. Hooksy's on the move. He was heard. Surely Hampus heard that.
Yeah, he did.
5 steps? Okay, you're right. He is positioning, pre-firing, but that's going to give his position away even further as Hooksy's able to get the kill. He was a hot hand on Nuke. This time, not enough. Tough to play in B solo, and Fuzi gets the kill through the window. It's Nikodas that's rotated over with the AWP, but the bomb to be planted once again.
That was an ambitious fight to try and take for Hooksy. He wanted the hero effort. Oh, the barrel showing. There's the smoke that plumes. Now, if Roy doesn't get this, they're not going to go for it. They should be probably calling this off. The kill from Zyphon might suck him back into it 2-on-3, but you're risking at AWP. You're risking a lot of money. And yeah, I think that finally was the call to just back away. Maybe take some guns out of the exit, but make sure you don't lose that op.
It's too bad the op wasn't on Catwalk, because then they could watch, if it was the opposite positions, he could watch the entrance to Palace again and maybe get a few more exits before retreating, but it's Zyphon that's going to try and rotate around and actually catch them off with the M4. They check, no, they considered checking, but Rez wasn't ready to fight, and that means Zyphin's got 2. Plopski's been tagged by the bomb down to 45. He can't go for this, and he needs to keep the AK, so it is a round for NIP, but a costly round nonetheless. They'll purchase again at least.
Great exit kills from Zyphin. Man, that backstab through the murder hole is brutal. Hampus, what a great play. It's unfortunate as well that Yabby's coming back into this fight, because I think he could have cracked the bomb site open much easier if Yabby didn't spot that out. Hooksy able to get 1, but as you mentioned, especially when you're being flanked, it puts you in a really uncomfortable position, not able to build on it. First round on the board on Mirage for NIP. And multiple players getting off a goose egg in the scoreline as well.
The interesting thing is that Yabby, remember, was the one that was on catwalk and didn't spot the window boost.
Yeah.
But I think with the smoke, he was thinking it was still possible they went through. So he goes back to check and just happens to be in the right spot because they didn't have the information.
And NIP have to pay the op tax at middle through smoke. Nikodas finds the opening kill. That's Fuzi to go down. 4-1 in the favor of Copenhagen Flames. And look at the utility map that NIP has to work with for the rest of the round. You've got 3 smokes, a Molotov, and 1 single flashbang on Hampus. And now with the man advantage, Copenhagen Flames, their defense can start getting proactive as we're seeing here towards ramp. They can start gathering information. They can go for a few more risky pushes just to shrink the map and cut it in half.
So very passive again from Copenhagen Flames, expecting a presence at the bottom of middle. Roy's actually going to give up window completely. Which is interesting as well, because that gives up connector. And Zyphin and Nikodas are pushed far enough forward that they can be exploited from this position. So now Nikodas has to rotate back over toward Firebox and watch this. No support on it. Roy's all the way back in checkers. Good shot from the AWP. Zyphin still making sure there's not going to be a split on this. That'll slow them enough. Roy gets back through the murder hole, but the boost coming up, he's able to catch it off just in time. It's a trade out, though. Plopski has the kill. Nikodas, just barely the smoke in time, will deter the vision, but allow his rotation. He gets safely back to CT stairs, and S-Tag drops on the E-box position. I still call it that. The old Mirage, you'll remember there was 2 E-boxes here, Jason.
Yes.
I am old.
That is old school. That's really rolling back the years. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you. Bomb is down, so is Plopski. 5-1. Copenhagen Flames survive with 4 players. And I mean, there's another problem from NIP outside of the lack of kills, outside of the lack of rounds on the board, is now Copenhagen Flames, their economy starting to be pretty strong, able to have maybe 2-3 rounds of losses worth of buys before NIP can take that kind of an advantage away from them. This is just turning into a very, very difficult half quickly for NIP, especially off the back of the blowout that was Nuke. 16-3 in map 1 in the favor of Copenhagen Flames.
I was going to say all 5, excuse me. Hampus is over toward the courtyard position at the B apartments, but the rest are all in middle, and they're rushing quickly. Jabby might get caught out on this at Archway. He's got Hooksy, no, he's not even going to get a chance. I was going to say to get 1, but Hooksy could swing out. He's dropped as well. Roy, very quick to respond, gets back toward the window and manages another kill. They might just do enough here. Still a 2-on-2, bit awkward. As an AK is now picked up for Hampus, they're going to get a bomb plant off this. Change of pace entirely from NIP, but is it sustainable to win out a round? Not with Zyphin on the case. He's got both. No armor to battle against the M4, and well recovered despite the efforts from NIP.
Yeah, that's a couple rounds towards this B bomb site, though, that have kind of slipped away from Copenhagen Flames and gotten a little bit dicey. So NIP might be thinking in their heads that this B bomb site is a little susceptible. Maybe this is where they want to try their hand moving forward, see if they can get a couple rounds on the board that way. Previously, it was the backstab through murder hole that got them their first round. Here, just a nice timing rush through the Molotov as well. That wasn't expected by the defenders. 6-1. Nikodas coming in with the op, grabbing a nice quick shot onto Rez, and as you mentioned, Zyphin on this flank as the smoke clears. Very low HP players that he's able to clean up. Round number 8 coming in hot. NIP still looking for something that they can build upon in this game, in this series.
NIP's requested that I type in .request NIP win Mirage, but I did, and it actually just said the device is unavailable.
That's not bad. That's some of your finest work.
Thanks, man. That's putting it up there. Or maybe it's not, I don't know. That's how you look at my work, I suppose.
Oh, dear. Well, it's not going well at all. Plopski just chilling at top mid, Roy, top connector. Silence on the map, no one wanting to give any opening kills up. NIP's held on to their utility a bit more in this round. Copenhagen Flames on the other side on their defense. They've used quite a bit early to disrupt any kind of a fast play from the Ninjas that didn't come to fruition. And NIP, with this kind of an advantage in terms of nades, this might just be a slow played round to pull off and execute.
So Fuzi with the AWP finally on the T side. Plopsky beside him. Again, mid seems to be the play. They have actually forced a few rotations out and gotten some map control with it, but Roy's being a little more patient this time passively in window.
Feels like this could end up being a split up catwalk towards the B bomb site. You have Hampus ready and waiting in halls, just a 4-1. They're just gonna walk up catwalk, contact play, trying to keep the information away from Copenhagen Flames as long as possible. But God bless, there's 2 defenders playing deep, far back towards bench. Nikadaz with the op as well. This isn't a clean entry. It's gonna get real dicey for NIP. Oh, they're walking up along the wall. Nobody spots it. Oh, Roy's here. A 3rd player. That timing is horrible. Roy's going to come back. Oh, he needs that, Nikadaz. What do you do now? You're overexposed from so many angles. And Zyphon can't stop it. That might have been the bomb down if he was able to hit the shot. And Copenhagen Flames going to be kicking themselves, even without a whole lot of information. 3 players at the point of defense, and it just doesn't work out. Doesn't pan in their favor.
Nips found something with this mid-exploitation of just being passive and then working up catwalk. They're getting into B because they're not getting the information. The Copenhagen Flames, but it doesn't matter. How does Zyphon find those 2 kills? He was even worried that a nade went down Martyrdom style and backed away from it. 7 HP. He's got time. That's twice he's had the 2 kills that turn the round back in their favor. 7-1. And, oh, man, that's brutal if you're NIP.
Man, he's having himself a giggle as well. He's just like, I can't help it. I just keep winning all these clutches. Like, what do you want from me? Just gifting him over. 2-on-3 retake for Copenhagen Flames. Even when NIP do everything well, it ends up going wrong. Good jump and entry from Yabi to get this retake started. And Zyphon winning in the 1v1 afterwards. And it's, I mean, contrast the giggling, happy face of Copenhagen Flames with the frustration on NIP. 7-1.
Yeah, that's brutal. Finally, it looked like they had the site, the round, bomb down, man advantage, information, and then Zyphon just arrives and picks up now his 8th and 9th kill in the game. Nikudaz on the AWP leads the way at 10, and just to note as well, considering they're getting toward that B site, Hooksy's your B player, and he still has 8, so it's not like they're getting in clean.
Oh, another opening provided by the op of Nikudaz. Hampus trying to make the run again, trying to set up a similar play with a different look. Instead of the 4-1 up catwalk, this time they were trying to do a 4-1 in B halls, and Hooksy's there with an op as well. Oh man, NIP has been thinned out, and they have to back away. What a brutal shutdown from the double op setup that Copenhagen Flames switches into. You have to feel so defeated at this point, so outplayed and outcalled. And you know,
the last round especially, right? You finally look, it's all right, you're looking good. Let's get this covered off. 3-on-2. We got bomb down, and then just, yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah, that's the real ball buster, because that's the one where it's like even when we get everything we want, it's all taken away from us, no matter what happens.
We haven't seen a lot of straight A takes. So with 2 mana already gone, we're going to go back over to it, but it's a bit desperate. Yeah, 3 defenders as well, because there's been no more action at B, and they're expecting a rotation of sorts. Zyphon again, another double kill. 3rd round in a row, he's gotten at least 2.
Look at him again.
That's ridiculous. 3 kills, very concise, hardly under pressure, and he's able to take his time and tap away. He's at 12 kills, and 7 of them have come in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, he's having a heat check. He wins that clutch, and now this little tap away, a thing of beauty. Spectacular stuff from Copenhagen Flames.
Actually, I go back even further than that. He had 2 kills in the last 4 rounds, because remember the exit kills prior to that, was it not?
That was Zyphon.
5 rounds ago, yes it was. So he's had 12 kills and, what's the math, 9 of them in the last
It's a lot of
rounds.
A lot of maths
rounds.
and numbers being thrown around.
It's tough.
Makes
it's
me
very
nervous.
Difficult. Yeah. I'm going to stop thinking this hard, because I will tap out on day 1.
Yeah, don't think this hard, because he's just taking heads off. That's all that's happening right now. No need to go too deep. Nikudaz is, not under pressure. He sees it coming right around the edge of the smoke. Does he see the follow-up? Almost. He's got to get down, and he's in trouble. Finally, NIP might have an advantage. 2 players working their way into the A bomb site.
And again, though, they do exploit that catwalk position. This time they cover off ladder. It's Roy to go down. Bomb still back at Horseshoe, way back towards spawn. Fuzi's going to go that direction now to try and grab it. Gabby has to cover off the catwalk position. Hooksy's rotated toward middle because of the loss of Roy. So again, NIP. Now, the fact that they've got toward the A site's fine, because Fuzi has bomb. He can head through spawn. This is another round. They need to win, but they have the advantage to work with. Plopsky to cover off against Hooksy. Shot from Hooksy, picking up the AWP from his deceased teammate, not successful. Plopsky now has that information as well. They'll flash him off the angle, and Plopsky's going to try and position himself wider, and it's going to work as the AK gets the kill. Yabby backing off. Only 6 kills in this game. Needs to just get exits at this point in time.
All right, find a way to lose, boys.
Oh, I can do that.
Yabby's going to back away. So, a round for NIP, and this time, that round felt like they just forego all tactics, and they said, all right, guys, like, let's just go find something. Like, just go, please go get a kill. Not a whole lot of team-wide tactics, and you could even see the bomb left so far behind while 2 players working into the site. NIP is able to trade their way in. 8-2. Map's not over, but I mean, if you go back to Nuke, it's what? 5 rounds for NIP to the 24 of Copenhagen Flames so far. It's been a brutal run. And NIP have to build on this. This needs to be multiple rounds in a row. This run that NIP has here, just for morale purposes, it feels like they have to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah. I mean, again, luckily it's not an elimination match for them, but it's, yeah, this is a tough one. And considering the circumstances within the team, you know, I make the joke about Device not being here, but obviously, look, we wish him well with personal issues and whatnot, but it really changed the complexion of this team, and there's a lot of questions around it, a lot of pressure, looking to rebuild to become Sweden's top team, and suddenly they're having to scramble, and that adds a certain amount of pressure to it, no question about it, from the fans at home and online. And soon to be in the arena.
Hell yeah.
I know. There's no customs, but I've seen the arena with my eyes this time.
Yeah, you can't get stopped.
I'll get there.
You've made it.
I don't want to say I will for sure
Don't
with
jinx
my
it.
luck, but there's a good chance this time. Knock on wood.
Nikadaz is really making NIP pay for mid-control. Good find from Hampus. Oh, and he almost gets picked off. He saw the up peeking around that corner, just makes the jump and realizes he's kind of stuck at the moment. Molotov in, protected by smoke. An aggressive play from Hampus, calling out to his team that he's in position. And look at Rez coming through. Murderhole just looks away. The timing has just not been with Rez this whole series.
So Hooksy gets another kill. And this time, despite losing too early, NIP cannot claw back as Roy, the only one to go down so far. They'll get locked, completely surrounded in the A side. They could retreat, but that's about it. Zyphon again, another double. Last round he went down early. This time he comes right back and does what he's been doing all game. Multi-round kills, man. This guy is unbelievable so far. Yabby closes out the round on Esatag, and Zyphon now sits with 14 total.
Across the entire map and a half almost that we've played so far, NIP still have not strung 2 rounds together in a row.
Wow, good point.
On Nuke, it was 3 individual rounds throughout that opening half, blanked in the second half. Here on Mirage, it's the same story. Win round 5, win round 10, and then it's back to losing. Copenhagen Flames have not allowed NIP to gain any kind of momentum, any kind of streakiness to them. And this is one of the most comprehensive, I guess, victories. I mean, they haven't won yet, but this is one of the most comprehensive leads we've seen from Copenhagen Flames across these 2 maps.
Absolutely, and that is a good point. I mean, I said Nuke, sure, Copenhagen Flames map choice. They looked very composed on it. I would excuse NIP if it didn't go their way at the end of the map. The way that it fell with so few rounds was already concerning, but now you're on your map choice and it's still this result. Yeah, you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
Team economy. Now that's interesting that the loss round bonus, even with so many going in the NIP's favor, has been completely one-sided still. I know that seems obvious where they're winning, but the point is they're not even getting enough kills to limit that money to really hurt the Copenhagen Flames. Although this round does leave them a bit tight, so there's a chance maybe if they can win this, hence the timeout, but get back in and get a few rounds. If this was 9-6, although that's asking a lot the way things are going, you still have a chance in this.
We're really getting to a lot of if statements, aren't we, at this point? We're reaching for anything for NIP. I was going to say, just to make your point, this is probably the closest NIP's had the economy to a breaking point for Copenhagen Flames in this whole half. Tough times. AK on Rez, Galil on Hampus. Pistols otherwise. Not a lot to work with in terms of utility either. 3-4 flashes and a smoke for the rest of the round. Mid-control is there, and maybe just going to try and pop up through the smoke. That nade was maybe a second early.
Yeah, every time I'm like, oh, look at this nade. Nothing. Just not. That's a little better. That one does massive damage. Hoaxy, oh, he's caught with a nade out, though. Didn't even pull the pin, so it won't explode on top of the body, but Nico Das will explode Fuzi with his big green Uzi. It's actually an op, okay? It just rhymed, so I went with it. That's how I do things here. As Nico Das looking for more. 43 seconds remaining. There is still a player on Catwalk as well to try and lock in the tees as Nico Das dancing, wants an angle, but they won't get it in time. Zyphon goes down, good enough damage, doesn't matter. AWP has the shot.
Hampus is finally getting involved in the action. He was trying to cut off the rotation from the B bomb site, but it was Yabby moving up Catwalk, as you said, so nothing for Hampus. He just kind of spent 20 seconds doing nothing. Now they're going to come gather the bomb, but Yabby's got the cross. I think he spotted the leg. Yeah. Low HP, and Rez not looking in that direction. Bomb still not picked up, but Hampus goes down. Great trade, great play off Catwalk from Yabby, and Copenhagen Flames handling every obstacle that's thrown at him.
That almost could have been clean. The op went down, and Yabby was jumping across with his knife out because they didn't know where he was, but yes, does immediately turn back and get the kill. And yeah, well-controlled. Nico Das was looking for every kill possible. It got a little bit impatient for him, but still worked out. And you're right, Yabby had the bomb covered off the whole time. There was nothing they could do about it. No utility to cover off that position at Catwalk. So we go again, 10-2. Copenhagen Flames making it still the case that there's been no back-to-back rounds. And the economy stays well intact. Yabby down below uses the bench in reverse and cuts off both Rez and Hampus. They only got one kill on Zyphon between.
There is so much confidence in this Copenhagen Flames team to be playing just solid fundamental rounds and then mixing in some aggression just to take away whatever NIP wants. Oh, these two maps have been great to watch. And Copenhagen Flames 3-on-2 scenario bomb down top of a ramp. And if NIP don't get it quick, this smoke is going to clear, and they're going to be well exposed to every angle. Nico Das playing it smart, playing it patient. Not patient anymore, takes his shot, had an opportunity, and backs away. They have mid-control. They have a second player following up with Nico Das. That's going to be Hoaxy to protect and keep some spacing for the offer. The flick over doesn't work. Should be a trade, and it is. It's Plovsky left alone in a 1v2, and he's trapped inside the site.
Shot out from Hoaxy, closing it again. It's going to go 11-2, which is, yeah, looking pretty desperate on the NIP side. Fist bumps aren't really going to compensate at this point. Try and keep them motivated, I guess, if you have to. But interestingly enough, it's looking more quiet. And, you know, if I were to look at just the teams, I would have thought, oh, NIP fist bumps, they're winning this one right now. There's no reaction on the Copenhagen Flames side. They haven't even broken a sweat, though.
I think Copenhagen Flames are just tired of celebrating. They're like, all right.
All right, you know what? My arm's getting tired. I don't want to yell nice every round.
Yeah, they're loving this.
Chords.
This is the dream. And Hoaxy was even playing this one passive. There was a flank coming up a ramp about 5 seconds from then, and he was just chilling, allowing Plopsky to peek into him. 11-2. 2 rounds remaining in NIP. Nothing is going to save this from being an atrocious half. But 2 rounds could give you some space to make some magic happen. Oh, Hoaxy never saw that coming. Good thing Nico Das is there for the trade into a 4-on-4.
Good shot to catch out Hampus. Roy, still inside of mid, is a bit uncertain as to what's going on up close, so doesn't want to overextend. There's 2 at the boxes, no one down below in the underpass, but he is uncertain of it. Needs to watch his backside if he's going to walk out that far. I think he's still on the ledge. I'm just looking on the minimap. Yeah, he's still safe.
Oh, what a brutal position for Zyphon. This is the bomb as well, remember, on Rez.
That's actually ridiculous that he's up high, that he's able to jump out through box all the way around and jump back into that corner.
Oh, look at this. Look at that timing. Just chill, Zyphon.
No chance that he gets spotted here.
That's the bomb. They're going to have to chase him down, and he knows it. And I mean, now you calling out, you know, that's clear. Molotov to buy time. You're allowing Yabby and Nico Das to make the next move. You're just protecting the bomb at this point.
And Zyphon would have heard that there was one in Palace as well. Now, they know that they've come up connector, so it shouldn't really change the approach that they take. But Zyphon on his own dodges the flash, even has the AK picked up, nearly gets another. So another double for him, but nearly multiple in the situation of the spray. That's going to lower them down so much that Plopsky's left with 19 HP against 2 players that have now retaken the site that they originally took.
What an impossible situation for NIP. The bomb is down. You have 3 players. You have to send all of them to make sure you can pick up that bomb. Therefore, there's no one to stay back and control the bomb site that you just took. And then you have to fight your way back up as the rotation from Copenhagen Flames came in. This has been just an incredible showing from Copenhagen Flames across 2 maps. 12-2 here on the CT side of Mirage. NIP's pick. Timeout called from the Ninjas, just looking to claw this final round in their favor.
I don't know. I don't know how you hope to get back into this one, but you might as well use your timeouts because the game's ending quicker than those, and you've already used 3.
This is where you got to really feel for the in-game leader. What do you call? He probably has no idea what to do at this point.
Call mercy. Call retreat. Call reset. Just restart.
Are we live?
Yeah. I didn't LO3, did you?
Yeah.
Dot ready.
12-2. Out of the timeout, one final round in this first half. NIP looking for a 5th round in the series. 6th round, excuse me. See, I've done it.
You've done it.
God.
It's all right. It's day 1. We're just warming up. Galil trying to jump on the curtain box to see down middle. Hampus is already in the underpass below the window, but meanwhile right now the bomb inside of Palace with Zyphon pushed up to A main is going to get flashed in, makes a few steps. And depending on the audible timing from Palace, I assume they would have heard those steps with the flash thrown. So 3 players now going to try and bust out the doorway. Nikudas needs to support Zyphon in this position as he's underneath. Inside of Shadow. I take it back, excuse me. We're looking at him. I was looking over at my minimap. He did go up above. I didn't think he jumped the boxes. So he has a really tough position to be in at this point. Now he'll drop down below. Utility can move him from here, but it gives him a better chance of coverage against the immediate refrag and trade. Ooh, the timing though. Zyphon again with a double. That is ridiculous. Every round he's gotten a kill pretty much this half. He's made it more than one. And Nikodas somehow holding reverse firebox will sit and cover it off with another 2 of his own. Hooksy's gonna find it as they re-enter. I thought when they got connected, they were gonna be in a huge problem there, but no. Copenhagen Flames 13-2 at half. Another huge one-sided half to start off map 2 as well. And the Flames could be done with this series very quickly. We'll take a break, and hopefully NIP can find something while we do so.
Future Pros, we have another execute for you and your friends to learn. This execute will help when you are taking the B site on Mirage. For this setup, you will need at least 3 Future Pros and 3 smokes and optionally a bunch of flashes. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1, you'll be throwing one of the arch smokes. To do this, line yourself up with this corner of the cracked stone floor. Aim at the left side of this dark squarish smudge on the wall, then simply jump throw the smoke. Since you threw this from close to mid, I would recommend wrapping around Cat to get to B or maybe holding off rotations in mid. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the other arch smoke. To do this, line up with the middle part of this window. Aim to the sky and position your crosshair so it is in the middle of the antenna and the overhang. Then throw the smoke normally. Future Pro number 3, you will be smoking off the window leading into the B site. To throw the smoke, get yourself into this corner. Aim at the corner of this large tower, then jump throw the smoke. Nice and easy. With all 3 of these smokes thrown, taking the B side should be much easier than it would be without them. To make this even easier on your team, get your players to lob as many flashes as possible over the top of B. And as always, good luck.
Well, it doesn't look too happy over there right now, does it? Rez just kind of praying to gods. I think
all of them, whichever one's going to respond.
Yeah, Plopsky's just staring straight forward in disbelief. And yeah, every god. All of the Olympians, all of the Greeks.
The Romans.
There's other gods, I'm sure.
I was going to say, where are you going next?
I don't know. There's, whatever.
You did the Olympians. What about the other ones? You play Hades?
I know. I was trying to. I can't remember the name right now. It's not cathartic gods. It's like like Nyx and Chaos and I can't remember what they're called. But anyway, it doesn't matter because right now none of them are going to answer. Nip's going to have to find a way to do this themselves. 13-2 as we start off the second half, and Zyphon is back. He never left. Some say he would never leave. He may or not leave this round. He's got to turn it around because just like that, he's the only one left. How did NIP get up connector? It's another double for Zyphon, but this time he's got more work to do. Bomb dropped inside jungle. They'll subside. They'll sit back. No need to fight this guy one-on-one because he's been doing so successfully in these battles that they'll just cover off the bomb. And Plopsky does get the angle through the vents. And finally, NIP have a pistol.
All right, there we go. Rez came to play on the pistol round. Triple kill for him. He's got 12 frags. He's the highest on his team. Next up is S-Tag with 9, but a long way to go to come back into this map. First pistol of the series going the way of Ninjas. Good shot here, and obviously up connector. The split never really had the impact they would have liked. That's a nice follow-up shot. That third kill from Rez is quite nice. 3-13, and no reason for Copenhagen Flames to try and make this quick and press the issue and go for some kind of a force buy here. Just get the AKs out with this kind of a 10-round lead. And we'll see, remember, the T-side on Nuke that Copenhagen Flames came out with just picked NIP apart. So we'll see what they bring to the table here on Mirage.
Shot out Plopsky. Double wins back-to-back. Finally, Jason.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Do we count that? I guess we have to.
You have to. Technically, his back-to-back rounds, okay?
Yeah, we'll give it to him.
You seriously going to be a stickler about rounds right now in the situation they're in, Jason?
I kind of wanted to be, yeah. I did want to be. Let's pile it on.
Just rude, if you ask me.
Oh, no. 13-4. NIP trying to save some face here on Mirage. Down a map, if you're just recently joining us, the winner of this series moves on to the next stage of IEM Katowice. They move out of the play-ins.
I've just noticed the utility damage, Jason.
Oh, yeah.
Nikodaz has 303 and Hooksy has 273. On the NIP side, 53 and 44 are the only two with utility damage, and that's S-Tag and Rez. Rez this time gets back at his Zyphon, though. Roy immediately on Catwalk, though, will cover off against Hampus. That's a very one-sided utility game.
Yeah, well, I mean, it helps, obviously. Ooh, good shot from Roy. Almost found a third. It helps, obviously, that you start on the CT side. A lot easier to kind of rack up utility damage on the defensive end versus the T side. We'll see. I mean, look, will NIP even last long enough in the CT side to maybe close the gap? We'll find out. Stay tuned in the next episode.
The way you were saying that, I was like, where are we going with this?
Leave it at a cliffhanger.
Back to you in the studio, Jason.
Back to you. Hooksy and Nikodaz, 2v2, and NIP's on the wrong side of the map. They're going to have to go for a retake. They've got 2 kits. They've got a smoke Molotov and 2 flashbangs, and now they've got the information that the bomb is planted.
Zyphon also has 17 enemies flashed.
Zyphon's been a beast this whole game. Him and Nikodaz on that CT side, that was just brutal to watch.
Or amazing, depending on your perspective and who you're cheering for in this. But it's Rez that sneaks inside of the site.
I don't think Copenhagen Flames realizes how much utility NIP has. They've got a great advantage in this post plant.
Nikodaz to window. Hooksy's going to peek first, but the smoke's already down. He's burning. He just barely stays alive, but forward he goes and a bullet to find him instead. He was so weak on it. Now, he's on the ball. This could be a lineup. Nikodaz can't get it right. He knows he's going to be challenged by Rez, and the bomb defused. He's just got to run away. Nade? No nade.
Ooh,
nearly got him through the window, though.
He did tag him, but not enough damage. Nice win for NIP. The smoke and the Molotov combination is just brutal. Copenhagen Flames decides to play the defuse instead of protecting the bomb site itself. Can't blame him for that, but as I said, didn't realize the level of utility that NIP was coming to play with in the post plant. So 13-5 in the favor of Copenhagen Flames, and with that plant, with the extra $800, they're just going to continue going for it, keep applying the pressure, but a double up setup for NIP's defense. One on Catwalk. Hooksy's in trouble if he tries to turn this corner.
Dead. S-Tag the opener. Now we're starting to get some momentum for NIP. Uzi. Takes down Roy. Meanwhile, Rez, opposite side of that, will shoot out from the jungle position toward Palace. No resulting kill, but good damage onto Yabi, and Hampus will finish him off as Rez takes out Zyphon. Another round for NIP, and this one looking very convincing as Nico Daz goes back through spawn with an AK in hand. No kills for Copenhagen Flames. So this is better. This is not bad.
No, this has been a good look, good start to the half for NIP. At the very least. And obviously the first gun round solidifying a nice 5 players surviving would be ideal. They got into some real economic issues on their CT side of Nuke, just not able to win clean rounds. That's been spotted, good kill. A little bit of economic damage, which is basically all Nikodaz is playing for at the moment.
Plopsky's got the flank though, this one's over. Nikodaz being a little bit slow to work up. They know he's in position, so they won't even bother refacing it and losing any weapons. Any more weapons, I should say. They did lose Hampus, but 13-6 now for NIP. Jason, 4 rounds in a row. You gonna be a stickler now?
No.
No, yeah, not so loud about it now,
they've got a couple of gun rounds on the board. I don't think winning the pistol and an unarmored Glocks should count.
Well, it does now,
in my
Jason,
book.
so enough out of you.
In the book of the eye test.
Is that a book? It's usually just a bunch of letters on a board at the end of a hallway.
It can be.
Okay. 2 AWPs in play for NIP, and our first timeout called from the Copenhagen Flames in this entire series, in fact, because they haven't really needed to talk about much.
I think it's a tech.
Okay, listen, you're right, and
just, you know,
I was really...
giving the people the information they need.
I was going with what seemed right in my heart, Jason, but when has my heart ever been right about anything?
That's a good point. Not much.
No.
It's all right.
No, they never loved me back.
You'll find the one.
Jaden's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, 13-6. Look, is it at least good to see NIP fighting back in this series? Like, this would have been a really rough way to end this if Copenhagen Flames had just closed it out like 16-2 or something crazy like that. Even like 16-4 would have been a little bit atrocious. So it's good to see NIP mounting some resistance here in the second half. And the question just becomes, like, can they actually get this scoreline close?
Yeah.
It's going to take a while, I think, for viewers to believe they're making the comeback happen. I think first thing on the board is they have to win enough rounds to where they can feel like they can start believing in the comeback. And it is NIP with some of those tech issues. You can see the admins helping out.
Yeah, I think that was Hampus that had his headset off.
I wasn't looking that closely,
yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I caught it really late, so.
Well, you know they've got Top Gun here on Polish Netflix.
Dude, you know what? I actually watched it 2 days ago.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet this year.
Really? I watched. I had to rent it because I don't have like a full Prime. I have a Prime account, but in Canada we have to rent it, so it was like $4.99 to watch it for my 90th time, probably. But
that's the best $5 you spent in a while.
It's not bad. I will give you that. I'm still waiting for Maverick to come out. No, the reason I watched it is I met someone who had never seen it before.
Oh, that's atrocious.
And her dog's name was Goose. So I was like, well, you have to watch it. Like, we have to do this. And then I was telling her, like, oh, Maverick's due out. And she goes, why is it called Maverick and not Goose? And I was like, oh, you're in for a good one.
Wait,
you're in for a good one.
How do you give an animal the name of another animal?
I think it's brilliant, actually.
Really?
Goose. Yeah. Maybe I'll name my next dog Duck.
Yeah, see, that would be silly.
Yeah. I think it's brilliant. I love it. Lots of dogs are named Moose.
No.
Yes.
Only
Brian from Adidas,
only
if
in
you're
the
watching.
boonies of Canada.
No, he's from Oregon. He lives near Bellingham.
Okay.
He's a mountain biker, works for Adidas. He's a cool dude, and his dog's name is Moose, okay?
All right.
He's a big CS fan.
Fair play.
Okay? He's probably not watching, so he's not going to back me up on this, and you win the argument. But I promise you.
No, I believe you.
Okay.
And there's probably a lot of dogs out there named Bear as well, I would imagine.
Maybe. Yeah, that's just stupid, Jason. Why would you ever name it that? What are your dogs' names again?
Reagan and Mara.
Oh, like the president, Reagan.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
No, it's just a nice.
This is not Rogan because he'd be canceled then.
Ooh.
So what was the other one? Sorry, Mara?
Oh, these tech timeouts really get things spicy, don't they?
They do. They do. Absolutely. Yeah.
Woo, we're back. Thank God. 10 seconds left. 13-6. Copenhagen Flames looking to close things out. This round going to be a bit of a half buy out of the technical pause. And here we go. Double up setup still on the board for NIP's defense. Looks like Copenhagen Flames want to use the MAC-10 and the Tech-9s to be really mobile, hit this B bomb site. It's going to be on Plopsky. The only defender here, though, Hampus is going to have a quick spin from Catwalk, and I think Fuzi already has a sense, a spidey sense of what's coming, because he's snuck over to the market as well with that AWP. And all that's left for the Flames is pulling the trigger on this hit, on this attack.
So Hooksy with a set smoke from top middle. That's a flash, actually. You could courtyard. There's so many smokes you can throw from over here. Millions, in fact.
Oh, Plopsky's actually left the bomb site. This actually could get a little bit dicey. He's isolated, can't get into cover. And there's Hampus from Catwalk. There's the saving grace.
Yeah, absolutely. That smoke went toward the checkers position. They didn't throw the arch drop one, so that covers absolutely nothing of relevance and leaves Hampus in that position to find the 2 kills. Nikudas gets taken down by Fuzi as he wraps back around and into the site. 13-7, just 6 rounds separating them now, which is a very different scoreline from that of which was the 13-2 at half. So far, all NIP on the CT side. In fact, they have now won. Okay, they've won 5 in a row. That ties the best streak of Copenhagen Flames in the first half.
Yeah, we'll give it to them. Nicely done. Coming back into it. 13-7, another bye for Copenhagen Flames. All AK-47s on the board. Still haven't been able to crack this double op setup. Still haven't really been able to get close to cracking the double op setup. Fuzi's got one. As you can see, aggressive in the B halls, looking for the deep angle. Asatag has the other. He's playing over a ticket booth back at the A bomb site. So extremities of the map are covered pretty damn well by these ops.
Siphon waiting again, does get the shot on Plopsky despite the dink. And unfortunately, the M4, therefore not a kill. Had it been Rez, would have been a very different story with that AK-47, even through the fragile wooden wall. Xabi's walked right out. S-Tag had no idea. It's 2 picks to the good for Copenhagen Flames.
I like the courage, but S-Tag's got to be real frustrated just walking out. He never saw it coming, and as the smoke clears, Hampus has one. He's starting to claw the round back, but Yabi's got control of CT spawn. Good transfer over. And the remaining defenders are in mid. They've lost control of the A bomb site. The bomb is separated for the moment, but there's no danger between the bomb and the bomb site itself.
Yeah, Xabi's even to come back around to make sure they control that connector position. Can't quite see into our jungle. Rez is top mid, so he's going to be very late on this, but he's going to try and go for the full flank through CT. Zyphon's the one that's watching that now. 15 HP for him to try and hold this off. Both have kits. There is 2 incendiaries, a single smoke, and a flash in the hands of Fuzi, but he has the AWP to try and work back into this, and are they going to call the save already?
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. 2 on 4, you have Rez all the way back at T-spawn. You don't have anyone who's really in any kind of comfortable position to actually pull this off. So you have a lot of money. You could have gone for it if you wanted to, but I think NIP's feeling is we've done enough to kind of get this game back into like a doable territory. Like we can make this comeback work at 7-14. So let's just make sure we don't run out of money. Tough call to make.
That's becomes only the 3rd time the bomb has detonated in this map, and only the 3rd round that a T side has won. So NIP will allow this to go 7 rounds ahead at 14-7. They will now play to secure a victory with a pretty grim chance against them even still. Guns back out again for Copenhagen Flames. As we look back at Xabi, who pushed, very aggressively through, and that was a pretty significant play, we have to say, considering he got the kill on S-Tag as well and opened up the site. Rez running across, gets missed by the AWP. Molotov behind him, smoke out extinguishes, but he has to commit to this push in middle now because he can't fall back. The Flames were still slightly engulfed behind on the stairs. Suppose he could have sat patiently inside of the smoke, but that's not Rez. That's not what he's going to do. He wants to go for kills instead. Sees the angle backside of the apartment. Nade out because he expects a close player to bounce and act off of that, but Hook sees it locking key, and he'll just sit inside of the cubby and stay surviving with 100 HP.
And they'll be happy with that. Just not taking any damage from the aggressive play, forcing it back.
Excuse me, he's on 69. Even better number.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I'm mature.
Well done. Silence on the map. Patient round from Copenhagen Flames after the aggression. They were just waiting for Roy and Zyphon to get in position in underpass. A little bit of run boost, coordinated with the 2 players popping up. And they're going to attack and take over mid control. Missed shot from the window op. Excuse me, the window M4. Back into the double op setup again. Plopsky to try and defend.
He's got Roy trying to go for that mid-bench. Rez, edge of the box, and Connector in the edge of the smoke to fire into. Couldn't get the kill, but Hampus does find Zyphon. So it's now 2 kills. NIP looking to respond immediately and shut down this Copenhagen Flames win in the last round.
They've still got a long way to go, NIP, but I think one good thing that they've done that might make you feel like this is a bit more possible is they've at least, I think, taken the overwhelming confidence of Copenhagen Flames away from them. They finally kind of put a stop to the crazy run, and you're starting to see NIP get a bit more assertive in the positions in the fights that they take, and you're starting to see Copenhagen Flames, you know, how many times you see just a couple kills leak away and they've been just forced to not do anything for the rest of the round. So NIP's starting to take some of the wind out of the Copenhagen Flames sail, just still such a long way to go. 6 rounds back. 14-8.
But how easy is it to lose the momentum and then start to struggle? They haven't had any pressure on them in this whole series, right? So you better hope you're up to the task and able to respond quickly, because it can get disorganized in these situations. When there's no adversity. Is this the one? This is the one, Jason. This is the first time out.
Yes.
Copenhagen Flames.
It's the music, that's the giveaway.
I got it. I got it. Remember there was a time we used to change the music for timeouts? Production used to throw their own music on.
Okay.
I remember Henry being undecided about it. He's like, I like changing up the music, but you know, the epic timeout music has such a significance, you know?
Yeah. It does create some important. It does give a good vibe to it, I think.
It's the connotation of the sound. It's the immediate emotion that it conjures within you.
What are you, a music reviewer now?
Yes, actually.
14-8. Out of the timeout, here we go. Nikodas has the op on the T side. And this entire CT side, this entire defensive half, NIP have had exactly what they've wanted, the double op setup. They've never had to really go away from it. They have enough money to keep buying back into it. Uzi and Connector with 1 op. S-Attack still back at Ticket Booth over at the A-bomb site.
So Hampus on Catwalk would be in a perfect position if Hooksy were running, but he's not. He's quietly going the underpass route at this point in time, but he is still directly above him, and without anyone inside of the window, he's going to be expecting a presence. He will not overextend the corner at mid. He will hold to make sure Connector is covered, and he can see the window position. So it is all really down to Hampus to make sure that they do not get through middle. Nico Daz heading that direction now at the opposite side of it, the T side, top ramp. AWP for him to work with. Yeah, the smokes were thrown up. He knew exactly where those came from. Did Hampus, so he Molotov'd underneath the window instead, so they couldn't get access to it immediately, and they can rotate, and this buys them a bit of time to do so. Hampus and Fuzi both heading back over toward mid very passively. In fact, Hampus is going to second guess that.
Ooh, good find. Yabi was the one who walked out and found S-Tag from Palace just a few rounds ago. Now he just walks up a ramp and finds a timing where S-Tag is actually peering down towards Connector. That's got to be frustrating. And this provides a lot of opportunities for Copenhagen Flames. Utility spin at the B bomb site. This is a fake. This is all a ruse, but if they get a kill, it's going to be huge. And even just the damage has pulled away Fuzi with the op. It's all on Rez.
Yeah, absolutely. But Rez is in a decent... Yeah, he hears it. He's in a good position to call this early enough before the bomb goes down. That brings Fuzi back into the picture. Rez is still alive. Yabby's got him as well. Hooksy did what he could to find one more, and Hampus now has to stare through Connector to hold this bomb plant off.
No, they don't get it.
Sits. They're not. You're right. They're out of time. They've got to be careful not to die after the round. No smoke to cover that, and Zyphon wasn't in a position to make sure he could cover off Connector.
I thought he had the plant in time. I would have
just gone for that. I agree. I thought he was on too.
Oh, bless it all.
Curse it all. 14-9. This hits double digits. We've got a very serious chance of a comeback for NIP.
Well, yeah, this helps out a lot. Oh, man, yeah, especially with this opening, you're not going to get a whole lot of free openings like that. When does he actually, what happens here? 9 seconds on the clock, and...
we won't find out.
Yeah, we won't find out. All right. Molotov towards top mid. Talk about the wind going out of your sails. That one is self-deflating.
Well, and this is the point, right? They've had no adversity throughout this entire series.
Yeah, they've been cruising. They've been on cruise control.
Yeah. Didn't remember to look at the gas tank while they were doing it. Suddenly they're on the prairies, and they can see a gas station miles away, but it's too far.
It was all a mirage.
It is. Wow, you brought that right back to the map,
Full
Jason.
circle,
well
baby.
done. I'm impressed.
All right, well, pretty standard round so far. Kind of a stalemate in the early going. Roy's getting a bit peckish in Palace and eats a nade for it.
Sustenance.
Spicy meatball. Here we go, Hampus on catwalk. Double op setup still. This time both ops over at the A-bomb site. Fuzi's got his towards window and backing out to play it more passive, and he's actually shifting towards the B-bomb site. So mid-control coming in for Copenhagen Flames. They've got to contend with Rez and Connector, who's just starting to back out, and yeah, with that Molotov as well, realizes he wants nothing to do with it.
Hampus and Plopsky to play this together, but they've also got Fuzi in the window. This could be significant. This could be a setup that's one step ahead for NIP. Hooksy down immediately. Needs to be traded. It's not. Hampus gets both. Bomb will sit stationary at the arches, and this round, I think, also over 17 seconds. They're going to have to save once more. Nico Daz is going to bail out and go home.
Oh dear, this is a bit scary now for Copenhagen Flames. They're really going to be kicking themselves. They let the round get away, the lack of the plant. 14-10, NIP have gotten to double digits.
Wow.
It was 13-2 at half, so an 8-1 run in the second half for NIP so far.
Yeah, Copenhagen Flames, we got to start to criticize. They've played very, very well T-side of Nuke, played excellently to close out the map. Good CT side here, but now we're seeing a lack of plan, a lack of foresight in the rounds to get this done in time.
They've been struggling to find early success and some opening picks that's going to allow them to kind of peel this map apart. Last 3 rounds, all of them have come down to round time, so at least Copenhagen Flames has been able to save some weapons, but that's only going to last so long as you stop getting that losing bonus and you stop being able to afford utility. I think this has got to be the round where you just go for it. Everyone's below 200 bucks. Yabby's at 700, but economy an issue for Copenhagen Flames down the stretch in round 25.
Rez underneath. Once again in shadow. Good look at it. Fuzi still trying to determine if he should be staring that direction to help with his AWP, or does he look instead back toward the window where Roy is down below. Hampus also pushed out on catwalk, seeing that's become more and more standard. I know it has been a standard position, but a lot of teams didn't always go with it. It used to be a very 3A, 1 mid, 1 B setup for a long time, and I think the meta has very much changed on Mirage based on teams not only utilizing middle, but getting better at taking B. For a long time, Bs were just like rushes. That was the only B plays we ever saw. Now we're seeing a little more strategic around it. Strategy around it, strategic-ness.
Yeah, he's done it again.
Rez is gone.
That's so painful. He's gone for this play like 3 times now, and he's found another opening with it. This is crazy. This has worked so many times. And actually, look at the control that Copenhagen Flames has. This retake is all 3 players going to be funneled through CT spawn. Murder Hole has no access. Connector has no access. And NIP is in a lot of trouble.
Double flash to hold off CT because they knew that they had Zyphid and Connector. Molotov went on top of it as well, but it didn't spread to catch S-Attack. That could have been significant in itself. He does still stay alive. They are down 1 man, but they have momentum. In the last few rounds, they're all going to work inside of the site with 2 players still remaining. They're able to take down Yabby, and it's Doolies as Fuzi takes out Hooksy, but Roy still in position will swing back out 2-on-1. S-Tag trying to get back toward the site, taps it. He's got the kit. He's got the first kill as well. Holds it this time? No, he's not going to try. He is. Oh, he's going to get tapped away. Zyphon gets back in just in time. There's been a few times with smoke on it. We've seen Copenhagen Flames miss the lineup on their respective sides, but no smoke, no problem. It's map point and series point for Copenhagen Flames.
I can't believe Yabby's been able to find 3 entries at 3 separate times in this half of just walking out Palace or walking up a ramp. He has just somehow gotten so fortunate with the timings that no one's looking at his position, and it is crazy. Those are entries that NIP is going to just feel so bad when they look back on, especially making such an admirable comeback. To have it stopped by that kind of a play, that kind of an opening. Oh. A lot of heartbreak for NIP. 15-10. They've got to rattle off 5 in a row to take us to overtime here on Mirage, here on their map pick, or else Copenhagen Flames is going to get a chill tomorrow and move on to the next stage of IEM Katowice.
Rez backing up from the smoke at the windows. Roy's down below. Double position this time. No one in B site directly. Double on catwalk. And that'll boost Hampus up. So he's got a lot more vision, but they didn't really do much with that, did they? Shots that were angled into the smoke and then the drop back down. That could have been heard from Yabby, so they'll know that there was 2 in that position. Bomb still waits at the courtyard over toward the B apartments. Hooksy heads that direction now as Plopsky just nades, not revealing himself as a target. Does do damage with that nade as well. Yabby goes down to 64. But then the round slows. 45 seconds, no picks yet, and we know time has been a problem for Copenhagen Flames in this half. This time they're going to lose the first pick as well to Rez.
Yeah, and this, I mean, that kind of doesn't feel like there's any real plan around that attack from Roy. Not a lot of utility either for Copenhagen Flames to work with. Nikodas is in a solid position, and they've actually found a way to squeeze towards this B bomb site, but the position of Hampus is going to be so powerful. If Plopsky can distract, if he can show himself... Do they have time for this? 20 seconds. Back to the A bomb site through underpass. 18 seconds on the clock. Oh no, S-Tag's in such a strong position. There's no way this works.
Not at all. Even if they find S-Tag now, you still have Fuzi that's going to pop out on them. Hooksy's going to go immediately for the plant. Safe side boxes. Flashbang leaves S-Tag inside. They get it down, but Hampus, oh, he nearly got in position on the reverse play from Catwalk. They will still get the defuse. Tons of time to do so, as it was a desperate attempt to at least get a bomb plant this time for Copenhagen Flames.
I almost couldn't believe my eyes when I saw them make that turn back to the A bomb site. God dang. A plant, but there's nowhere to go after the fact. They're crunched from Ticket, they're crunched from Palace, from Catwalk. They had nowhere to go. So, 15-11, 4 more rounds for NIP, and then we've got overtime. Plant's gonna help, but I don't know if Copenhagen Flames wants to buy in this next round. They might want to call a timeout, go for a half investment. Right on cue.
Well done, Jason. It's like you were a coach or something. Look at that economy, finally. NIP has a commanding lead.
Yeah, I mean, neither team has had any real issues with their economy on their CT side. And I mean, it's been kind of unfortunate for NIP in a way, because this has been a really well put together second half, a very dominant CT side. But in the context of the match and after Nuke, it's been a comeback the whole way. So we haven't really mentioned it so much, because obviously it's just like, are they actually going to make this happen? Are they actually doing it? But I mean, props to a good CT side after being down 2-13 at half. They're come roaring back into this game. But I mean, still, stepping on, you know, one single Lego in the dark is going to ruin everything.
Oh, God. Why would you even say that? Ah, my foot. It hurts so much.
Yeah, the red ones hurt the most.
Why do the red ones hurt? They all hurt. It's just they're square and sharp.
No, the red ones do hurt the most. You just can't tell because it's dark.
Maybe you just think they're all red because the blood's just all over them.
Yeah, maybe. It's a good point.
Not M&M's, Jason. You don't eat the red ones last.
Only green in my contract.
Huh. I don't even have a contract. Yabby will sit at the entrance from Palace. Down below remains S-Tag. Normally it's been Rez in that position, but he back toward the connector at stairs this time, with a smoke in front of him, and a shot from Yabby at range from the Palace position as they weren't watching it. S-Tag's down below.
Oh my God, look at this. Everyone back away. Roy's telling everyone to chill the hell out. He's gonna find, oh, barely. He needs this. Plopsky is so exposed and in trouble. That would have been magnificent. And Hampus is gonna protect from Catwalk, but Roy applied a lot of pressure there.
And they do have the defense divided because Hooksy's still in that position. He can still cut off rotations on this. Now, they don't know about S-Tag, and he's going to get the information that Nikodas is heading toward... Okay, he started walking in a time, but
I don't know if there's time for him to walk the whole way, right? 24 seconds?
Yeah, man, they're starting to look like Virtus Pro at this time.
Well, the problem is, even if, like, they never even have to see S-Tag, he's just an insurance policy, and there's no way to pick him off. Fuzi spots him. There's the Deagle from Palace, and Fuzi has that as well. 15-12, NIP within 3.
Scary. I'm not convinced. So far, Copenhagen Flames 2 rounds only. I mean, exactly the symmetrical half as that's why overtime's a possibility.
If you let this get to overtime and have to go play a third map, ooh.
Oh man, no. That's the worst.
At 13-2 and your opponent's map pick after one half, there's no way to get around the fact that you let him get away with one. Fuzi. And Rez in middle. Rez has 20 kills. Flashbang through the smoke. But a good kill from Hooksy. A nice return from Hampus as well, so 4-on-4.
Now here's the call as well. Yabi and Zyphon know that there was a lot of pressure toward
not a fourth
players.
Not a fourth time.
Try. Hooksy through. He's going to take down Fuzi. They're going to walk straight out. Hampus only good for one. Hooksy's got the double from the connector. Surely this round has to be it. They're going to head toward the A site with the bomb. Nikodas in tow. Zyphon gets positioned slightly forward. He'll play on the garbage can. Elevated off angle to try and catch out Plopsky. And Yabi is able to swing and support as well as cover off Hampus, who could still work through connector. There's the trade. Yabi in perfect position to do so. And now, as he goes deeper and deeper towards CT, he gets further and further from threat, and Hampus is taken out by Nikodas. They will get away with the victory, and it will be 16-12 in the end.
Yeah, that is, I'm not going to say it's a clean way to close it out, but I mean, that's 3 excellent halves of Counter-Strike from Copenhagen Flames and a great recovery in the fourth half.
They look relieved
yeah.
by that. I think they could start to, oh, absolutely. They were feeling the pressure. You're right, 3 excellent halves, only 1 that we saw from NIP, and it's a CT side of their own map, which is a bit concerning if they don't have T-sides, even on their choice.
Yeah, T-sides have long been a struggle for NIP, and obviously here as well in this series. Everything seemed like a struggle for NIP in this series today against Copenhagen Flames, so it'll have to be a long conversation tonight for the Ninjas as they prepare for another game tomorrow. But for Copenhagen Flames, they're going to move on to the next stage of IEM Katowice in spectacular fashion. A good win on Mirage, a 2-0 series, and we're going to head to a break, and we'll come back with the desk.
Well, I think what all these Zoomers would say about that is a big yikes for the side of NiP. Did not really conjure into the potion, the mana potion that they wanted it to. In fact, more gold required in this sense because NiP have found themselves taking an L to kick things off here in Katowice. Just through the play-ins, too. Not great. But on the other side, the Copenhagen Flames. Holy smokes. What about those guys, Janko?
They've done great. I mean, as Jason pointed out, you know, 3 really, really good halves, and then in the last one just managed to eke out a win, get it done, not allow for any shenanigans for NIP to get back into overtime. And man, they're just impressed, really. I mean, I feel like the same way I felt at the major, right? You're sitting there like, wow, these guys are actually pretty good. Wait, they're pretty good. Wow, they're really good. And you sound surprised all the time.
Yeah.
And then instead of keeping that up so we don't sound surprised again, they fell off a cliff after the major, but now they seem... It's just their LAN team, Trace. That's all there is to it. They're just
Lanimals.
Lanimals. Yeah. Hey, you know, what are you taking away from the Copenhagen Flames in just this short amount of time we watched?
I mean, firstly, map 1 was just a complete blowout, right? And map number 2, like, fantastic CD side coming out from them. I do like what Jason pointed out, that once NiP started getting that comeback train going, we could see the nerves coming into play. The 4 versus 2 bomb, they could have just planted the bomb, even though they didn't have a smoke. Instead, he stops planting the bomb, they lose another round. They were never pressured at any point in this entire series until the very final half. And that's when you could kind of see some of the cracks starting to creep through for this side. So a few problems here and there, Trace, but in the end, they do manage to close it out. So that's still a W for them.
They do manage to close it out. And you think there would be a little bit more comfort over there on the pick of NiP, right? We went into Mirage. We thought, okay, surely it can't be as bad as Nuke. And then slowly, surely, you see them maybe start to claw back in. But where did it fall apart?
We talked about it in the pregame, right? Like, it doesn't matter that it's their pick. They need to get some momentum going. If they don't, it's just going to keep being more of the same because Copenhagen Flames are playing with so much confidence. We're talking about the series where all 5 NIP players were in the red and all 5 Copenhagen Flames players were in the green. Now, I'm sure if you ask NIP, they're going to say, okay, we sucked individually, we were missing kills. Yep. But there was a lot of it was just them being on the back foot in rounds, right? Because of how good Copenhagen Flames were playing. You can't take that away from them.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate reality for the side of NiP. You know, you start a couple men down within a round, you're not really destined for greatness, Blood.
I mean, even if you're talking about the individuals, right? We usually look at Nikodos, we look at Roy, right? The aging star of this lineup. But the sheer individual brilliance coming out from each and every one of the members was just fantastic. Hooksy had his moments. Zyphon on the CD side, we were just gathering our jaws off the floor. He was hitting some nutty shots and multiple spray downs. And he switched over to the T side. Jabby, I don't even know how he was finding his timings on his entries. And NiP will be having nightmares as to him just walking out ramp, walking out palace, and just opening up the bomb site single-handedly.
I mean, the guy was doubling them up, like for a siphon, or a Zyphon, however you want to look at it. Okay. Well, he really took the energy right out of him, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, Tracy. You know, all those rounds were just, they weren't sure. They were posturing, right, trying to see if they're going to get a kill, and then he just comes over, gets 2 kills, and that's it. Like, they just kind of close out the retake. And, you know, that's just what playing with confidence and just being more disciplined, more methodical in those rounds gets you.
Yeah, I mean, if talking even about the timing was getting, it wasn't like him just blindly walking out multiple times. Sure, there were a couple of rounds where he caught them with the pants down, but we had so much pressure being exerted from Connector, Hooksy just sneaking on in as well. And we go back to the CD side, no matter what NiP were trying, they never felt comfortable. Nikodos with the AWP, he always had to read. The smoke off Connector, for example, he just reposition himself, have his op train towards top of stairs, free kill right there. Just that CD side was fantastic. A little bit of a struggle closing it out in the end, but they got it done. It's still a win.
Yeah, and I think Jason said it best. They probably did get tired of celebrating almost at a point, right? Like there has got to be
you
like
never get tired of celebrating.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
Nice, yeah, and they just like deflate and go over. But yeah, for them, that's a right step, right direction. But that's not all we've uncovered here, Janko.
Yeah, that's true. You know, if you really wanted to, we can find some bright spots for NIP. Like you're thinking maybe they found a way to like kind of figure it out or anything like that, right? So I'm gonna go over here, Trace. I have a little bit of a thingy over here, right? I'm gonna show it to you now. So
put that together yourself?
Yeah, it's all me. I designed the whole thing, right? So they were losing 4-0. They decide to go like for what really works best for them, which is try to go for a default, smoke top con. They smoked window as well, right? They tried to go for a safer default with 2 players going underpass and 2 players going from top mid. Now we're gonna move into the in-game vision here, where you can see as Hampus is the point man really in this situation. He loves to play around that window area. Sometimes he just uses it to attract pressure to himself. Sometimes he uses it to make a play. Here you can't see it, Jabby's POV without X-ray, but right now at this moment they're boosting into window. And it's like one of those plays where you kind of just have to go for it really. And the communication was there from Jabby. They were challenging him a little bit. He's maybe trying to make a call like, hey, they're probably baiting me. Someone's maybe in window. And there was a guy in CT who was checking for it, but he was doing it a little bit too early. He's checking it right now. Then he goes back to A, and this gives great timing for Hampus to sneak from behind. He would have liked to like buy a little bit more time here, but he gets spotted. He has to get that kill. And from that point on, NIP just has to book it towards the B side. Luckily, they managed to get the trade kills and win the round. And you're thinking maybe this is an opportunity for them to get some momentum, to get a couple of rounds under their belt to reset Copenhagen Flames. But Trace, they were also unlucky. I mean, the following round, Nikodos breaks the window smoke and kills Fuzi through the top mid smoke. And then you're 4v5 in that sort of a situation. It was just one of those nightmare games that NIP will probably want to forget as soon as possible.
And that round you just mentioned right there, the second kill they got as well was just a dry shoulder. It wasn't even a shoulder peek, just dry peek towards B apartments. And they just gifted 2 frags away to Copenhagen Flames with no trade potential, no flashes coming in. So a lot of homework to be done on the T side for the NIP. Considering it was a map pick, it was a disappointment.
Yeah, it just felt flat. Like, I think that would be the easiest way to describe it. Just lacked of substance, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, we could pretty much put a pin into that one, but it's not entirely done. I do believe that we are going to get that opportunity here shortly to hear from the winners, as per usual. But the thing for Copenhagen Flames here is you want this to be the step in the right direction, right? You want this to be right where you step off, and perhaps this is what they're going to say to us.
He's coming here. He's coming here. It is Nikodos. He's smiling. That's already a good start. So, Nikodos, congratulations with your win. So, Nico, your first map was Nuke, and it's not unusual to see, teams get double digits in the first half on one of the sides, but you guys managed to do it actually on the T side. How did you do it? Like, did you abuse something in a way, like maybe you saw a weakness in the defense of an IP?
I mean, a little bit. We didn't have too much preparation for the game, actually, because we had a game before that we focused more on. So we just knew what works for us on the T side, and we just stuck with it, and then we just kept grinding the rounds and didn't lose focus, and we just kept winning rounds.
And then IP, they just couldn't stop you. Like 12 rounds on the T side on Nuke, that is actually really impressive. When it comes to Mirage, you actually managed to get 13 rounds on the CD side, but when you switch sides, you kind of had some problems getting those final 3 rounds. Do you feel that you were just making too many mistakes on the T side, or did you get heavily anti-stratted?
To be honest, our T side on Mirage has always been kind of shaky. It's like one of the sides we're not that comfortable on yet, and we're still working on it, so that's why it was kind of hard to close out the game. So we tried a lot of different stuff, and eventually we won some rounds and closed it out.
Well, luckily, this means that you actually have a day off tomorrow, and you already managed to qualify to the group, so congratulations with that. You were extremely close to getting to top 8 at the major. What is your goal for this tournament?
Trying to get top 8 for sure. I mean, we already accomplished one of our goals, which is coming to the main event from the play-in. So now our goal is just to get a few upsets and do whatever we can.
Okay, sounds like a good plan. Then I'll not delay you any longer. You had a really long day, so enjoy maybe your some chill time, relaxation. Maybe wait, are you going to rest or are you actually going to prepare?
We're gonna probably rest a few hours, get some dinner, and then we're gonna start preparing for the next game for sure, and maybe watch this game back and look at the mistakes so we can fix it for tomorrow or the day after.
Okay, then I'm looking forward to seeing you in the top 8.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just like that, that is Copenhagen Flames starting off the party exactly how they wanted to. And I'm pretty sure they can rest assured. Now they've got their slot within the main event, as probably we're not supposed to call it, but...
The group stage, Trace.
Yes, the group stage.
There we go.
But working its way up there, Copenhagen Flames have an opportunity here to start the year off in the right way. This would be a great start.
Listen, every tournament there's a team that gets hot during the tournament that you don't want to face. Obviously, we have the heavy hitters in the group stages, right? Your Navis, G2s, Vitalities, right? But these underdog teams that just get rolling, they can be sometimes even more dangerous. And everyone remembers PGL, the major, and how they performed there. So yeah, I think it's a team most will want to avoid if possible.
Yeah, I think it's because they've got that fire. Isn't that right?
Oh, they got Flames, Trace. Not the fire.
But the OG
just got
flames.
I'm out.
There we go.
All right.
All right.
So let's do this. Let's go ahead and head to a break to save some face here. That would be this face, actually. Imagine that. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back with another best of 3. We're still trying to determine who's the winners and losers of day 1 here in the play-ins. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back, kind of.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, that's the definition. Call them and tell them get ready. Flow again, hold back and let me. You know who sit on the throne and who at the crown. I hope you get the message. This gonna be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared, who ready to win it on any occasion, yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu, 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all 0 for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Ends have done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive. What's next? He's walking around and just walking in the stacks wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my God. Scarrow, are you going to be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition. We can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top. We're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Hello guys, today I'm gonna show you the main things that I'm doing in my spot on Rush. I'm playing Connector and I'm gonna walk through my gameplay. The Connector player is here, right? But it doesn't mean that you always should be in here playing behind the smoke, right? You can always jump short, ask for a flash from A side if you have a good spawn. This works really good, especially if the enemies are taking mid control through top mid smoke, because that means that they won't have the possibility to swing at you while you're in a vulnerable position. Yeah, that's why you can jump on short, wait for the top mid smoke to land, wait for a flash, for example, that they throw. Peek after flash and try to catch a guy who's gonna jump behind the boxes. So that's one way to play it, the first spawn. Why I'm saying that this is good against top mid smoke, because if they are smoking fast window and you're trying to jump short, you won't have time to react to them, because they're gonna throw some flashes, the fast window smoke pops and you're gonna be here in a bad position. They're gonna usually kill you. The best way to play against teams that use the both variations, so they throw the top mid smoke at some rounds and then they throw like fast window smokes at some rounds, is with first spawn you can go in window, and usually when you're here you already understand what smoke it is. For example, if the smoke already bounces one time when you're here, that means it's the fast window smoke. Usually against fast window smoke, the best play to go is underpass. this is the only position that you kill from. If you jump under window and try to go con, you will get caught here, because if they have good spawn and they smoke past window, they will usually catch you here. So it's not a possibility to go there, and it's not a possibility to go short. Maybe you can risk it and jump here, try to get 1 kill and then drop the underpass, but I don't really prefer that. So when you drop the underpass, you have different options that you can do. So you can push underpass if you feel it. You could have thought like, I'm gonna jump short, but if they smoke past window, I'm gonna go underpass and push it. That's the mindset you should be having with the first spawn. Other play is smoking the one way. Just throw it here. It's a one way for all mid. You can see mid. Then as well you can hide in underpass, and if you're not playing against a team that underpass from this side and they run out with the fast window smoke, it means you can hide here, just watch your underpass, and at some point at a good timing, when for example they smoke by hand top con and window, you can swing on them while they're in bad positions, and then they don't expect you. So that's the one point of playing the aggressive style on mid. The other point that I'm playing, how I'm playing, is like if I don't have a spawn, I have different variations that I can do. For example, I could be playing the second guy on A. Usually, I would just ask my window player or me myself can smoke con, so it shows that maybe I'm in connector, so they think I'm in connector, and I could be playing balcony, and my A player would be baiting for me, like jumping CT ticket, for example. I could be playing like spots like this maybe, or like this, or maybe even hiding shadow or ninja. It's all reasonable places, and if it's an A round, it's you'll probably get like 2 kills, because they would usually, by seeing the guy, your A player jumping on ticket, they maybe would not be expecting you. Maybe not on the top tier level, but I believe in Face It and matchmaking games it will work.
What's going on, guys? I'm here with Hampus and Plopsky of NIP, and it's time for some hard-hitting journalism. Guys, we've got Rez and Esatag in the other room, and I need 2 questions for each of them. Tell me about Esatag.
We should do something with Tet. Tet, yeah.
What's Tet?
I don't know, like he started, he was like,
yeah.
one Tet.
When we were playing, he started saying,
and then
someone is Tet.
Yeah, Tet means close in Danish, apparently.
What is Tet, and why do you keep saying it?
Yeah, that's very good. That's very good.
All right, one more for Esatag, guys.
Only been with him for 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Just say Patrick's a weirdo. All right, moving on to Rez.
He hates when people touches his share or like does anything with his share. He even like one time, like I moved it a little bit and he said he wanted to hit me.
Oh my god!
Yeah. But it's when he's playing Rocket League.
When he's playing Rocket League,
his share stance is very important when he's playing Rocket League.
Okay, why is this so important when it comes to Rocket League. Just throw forget about CS, right?
Yeah, that's very nice. That's very nice.
All right, now we need one more for Rez.
One more, yeah.
You guys ever shared a room before?
No.
Would you like to share a room with him?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, guys. 2 questions for Tag. 2 questions for Rez. You happy with them?
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice.
Let's do this.
Boom.
Here comes trouble.
You know how this goes. 2 questions each. Rez as a tag.
Yeah.
I would start with Rez.
Rez? All right, my first victim.
Questions from your teammates, boys.
Yeah. Rez, your teammates noticed that you do not like to be disturbed. In fact, they think you are afraid of the human touch. Why is this so important when it comes to Rocket League?
Some specific individuals like to disturb me when I'm in a game. So yeah.
Rocket League exclusive.
Rocket League exclusive. And yeah, I want to win, man. I don't want to disturb. And they really like to shake my chair and stuff. You know?
CSGO, whatever, but Rocket League, it's on.
Not on Rocket League. That's my.
Next question. Your twin brother, Hampus, loves you and would like to share a room with you. Could you organise that?
Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah?
I would love to. That would be very cozy.
Are you a big or a little spoon? There's a tag. Don't think you avoided the question. What is tet, and why do you keep saying it?
So, in Danish, tet is like close, and you know when it's stressed and you gotta say he's close, you throw it out there, you know, super fast. So they all know what it means now, but in Swedish it's nera.
Yeah, I mean you've spent thousands of hours saying tet.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So, but nera.
Nera. Your teammates are just getting to know you. They're worried you might secretly be a weirdo. How do you respond?
Wow.
True.
Really? I think the biggest issue with that, you know, think that I might be a weirdo. Like most of the time, I'm just trying to soak in all the Swedish, you know, going on. So like I'm just listening, staring, you know, like not really coming in between any conversation. Like, you know, if I had to come up with something super fast in Swedish, like it's really hard to just get into a conversation. So. I don't know. Maybe I should talk more English. Just get in there, you know. But guys, I'm not a weirdo, please.
Do you think your teammates might secretly be weirdos, Patrick?
Oh, for sure. Like they're all freaking weirdos.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
We're all weirdos here.
Yeah. You'll fit right in. You'll fit right in. Perfect.
Let's get it on!
One B rush.
Oh, this is so I'm gonna have to beat them.
Yeah, steps on B. Noise B.
Yeah, I'll be side. I'm pushing it. One towards bench.
Shoot. Tap at him.
Dead one. One more side. Side.
I'm pushing. Nice,
right, man. Nice. Triple nades. Ow.
2-8.
Big nades. He's one.
Yeah, smoke window. No! They're win!
2 mid. Nice smoke, thank you. Escaped. Flashing the smoke. Reloading.
Oh! Nice, Harry.
Out. Both there. One pals 2.
Maybe flank. Jungle.
Nice.
He's a boomer. Come on!
Nice. 1 HP.
I thought it was nice! Let's go! Harry, please don't scream again.
Nothing AAs, but
50.
Half HP B rush, still apartments. AK-47 acquired.
Nice try. Jungle, he is all blue.
Ram could be out Tetris. I don't have vision.
Ooh.
Nice, Chad. Good half. Well played. Oh my god. Look at the spare on Harry's face.
Lots of pressure here.
Out Tetris.
One middle, one triple.
Default.
Yeah, close.
CT.
Oh!
Unlucky.
I got jammed on the wall. My boomer movement, man.
Two mid. Where? Two mid.
Go shotgun. Rush one more.
8. B plant. Ah, backside. Coming left. Let's go! Ooh, nice try.
In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming. give it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. It's in our blood. It flows in us. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. This is our fate. We'll light the stage. Won't give it up. faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
This is the end. This is the end of it. This is the end. This is the end of it. This is the end. This is the end of it. This is the end.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. I, with my eyes closed, I can see in the dark.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
A decade of stories have echoed through these halls. Many have tried, many have failed. Time waits for no one. In the wake of years unlike anything we've seen before, the newly crowned king's mere existence has sent shockwaves throughout the space. Counter-Strike is the unwavering constant. The goal remains unchanged. The hunt for firepower is greater than it has ever been. 2021 marks the end of an era. Astralis needed new muscle fast.
So now they're running through the smoke into this B site, and Config, death from above.
Good shooting.
Very lame makes it so quick.
Vitality. A statement of intent. A frightening combination of experience and raw power. Some people play the long game, and at times it's best to hold. Chasing the dizzying heights they have already touched, Gambit's young guns are hungrier than ever. American Counter-Strike, down, but not out. The decorated captain returns to his former banner and art form. A relentless year of change and instability left the fierce and formidable Furia frustrated. Safe may be that final piece for the Brazilians to climb the food chain. Fnatic have diverged from their trend, breaking tradition and incorporating a British core around the two berserkers. Virtus.pro moved earlier than most, removing the quintessential support player in Sanji for the muscle of Flit. VP have now sharpened the plow to a refined point. 2021 was rife with heartbreaks and near misses for FaZe. After a year of ifs, buts, and maybes, FaZe opens the checkbook to acquire certainty. Carrigan has been chasing this dream since 2007, and now with a potent pair of twists and drops, this workman cannot blame his tools. No more excuses. search to uncover the next prodigy has led the samurai to reforge their katana. Returning 3 years after Ence's fairy tale run,
They pulled off the upset!
Alexi B has been given the golden ticket to his redemption. Partnered with talent the likes of which he has never worked with before, Alexi must harness Counter-Strike's most precise weapon whilst nurturing its future star.
Every day, every single day, day in, day out, I wake up and I see the message. Sign him, sign him, sign him, sign him, sign him. Every fucking day. Fuck it. Fuck it. Welcome, Monesi.
Can the future arrive so soon? The next generation already has its feet firmly planted at the top of the scene. Everyone wants to be the next to uncover the diamond in the rough. Seemingly unbothered by those that have come before him, only interested in what lies ahead. A path laid out to glory. A team with few flaws and an obscene ceiling. Those with an affinity for the clutch. Those pulling the strings. Combined with the unstoppable force feared by all who oppose. Built piece by piece by a studious council. With a grand slam to defend and a major crown upon their brow, this battlefield is now their domain. The simple fact you exist forces everyone around you to adapt or die.
Let's get it on!
It's Intel Extreme Masters. It's Katowice 2022. We're looking at the 1xBet tier list. This is where all the boo-boo faces will be compiled into one category at the very bottom we might be starting with. You can see it says book your flights. Some people probably did waste their time getting here. So, Kasad, Yanko, their friend Maniac, my name is Trace. Let's start with book your flights. And who needs to go to Travelocity right now, Maniac?
I guess we could start with also the longest flight. I guess Renegades could just come back to where they came. Probably, arguably, it's going to be.
I got that
sword for your Trace.
No disagreement.
Don't even
there.
let him do that.
So, Maniac, we just said Astralis. Now, that could be a magic word. Where do they fall in this list?
There is an obvious category. There's an obvious category. Do not screw this up. That's where Astralis belong right now. I think a lot of people in the community, myself included, are very concerned about Astralis, like red flags everywhere. Feels like you talk to them, you listen to them in interviews, it's like a crisis at the moment. They don't know the type of Counter-Strike they want to play. Config is not finding his groove at all. Blame is the only safe bet you have, no pun intended.
Did you just say that?
I will.
He's the safe bet.
Blame him.
I see so many problems with
It's a safe bet that he's going to be the last guy alive. That's a safe bet.
He's going to track people. He's going to shoot people.
Is it safe bet?
So are you guys disagreeing with where Astralis goes?
Oh yeah, I think they flip a coin, 100%.
Fnatic, they've had a lot of stuff going on. And even in the new year, where do they settle? Kasad?
not screw this up. I think they played a pretty good CS at the late 2021. You know, we watched them in IEM Winter as well. They got like super close matches. I think they're playing solid Counter-Strike. They bombed out pretty much in the FunSpark event, but it's the start of the year. You know how it goes after the break, little ring rust and everything. But I do believe they're gonna make the group stage, and I would put them definitely into do not screw this up.
You want to say some shaky stuff? Now's your opportunity, Maniac. Ninjas in pajamas.
You know what? Actually, I'm ready to put them in my safe bet. Fight me.
For me, they're not, but if it's, 2 against 1, like, I'm just never, NIP will never be a safe bet for me.
They already fell off.
Them just, they're not even on the board,
Okay, safe bet.
How does their logo go, though?
There is no wrong answer there, is there? I don't really know. Okay, a couple other teams here. Let's go with OG.
Ooh, OG.
That's another safe bet, I think.
Saab, where do you put them?
Safe bet.
Okay, 2v1.
I'll put them in do not screw it up, but I got my way with NIP, so I'm ready to let that one slide. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure thing, man. All right,
he managed to trick us with NIP, so he's letting this one slide.
It's next level. All right, let's go for the next one. I'm thinking a little bit of Whistla. Thoughts?
I mean,
interesting one, right? No one quite knows where to put this.
Maybe book a train.
They're not gonna fly.
Book a train.
I mean,
fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, they're from Poland.
Wow. Okay. So, Movie Star Riders. Thoughts, Kassad?
The thing is, like, they just got the opportunity. They have nothing to lose, right? And they're not really especially like a good team right now. They don't have any crazy results. But the chance they got, I know that the mindset that you get when you have a chance like this, right? It's not book your flights for me. I would put them all the way up into like on a good day.
All the way up there. Okay, not bad. Godsent, Taco Project.
That's a definition of on a good day.
Okay.
Oh, they're better than that.
So you're gonna say flip a coin?
You put them even above ends a little bit. Just
we should know
a little bit.
A little bit down. A little bit more down. A little bit more. A little bit more.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, it rides. Whatever. MIBR. Okay, everybody calm down. Yanko, I know you've got a soft spot for the org, so tell us about MIBR.
Yeah, we saw some good things from them. It's like, especially that 1v4 clutch against Monacy. So book their flights.
No, hell no. It's on a good day.
That just tells you how sick that kid is.
Okay, on a good day, we'll say MIBR
chance.
can find all of the rhythm and rhyme that they need to. Koi, that's our tier list for this side.
It's actually pretty even out.
That was our 1xBet tier list, and of course, well, that was also made before this all started. Really, now some of these guys eating their words. Not exactly who to be exact, but maybe Maniac or Black can fill in the blanks here before we jump into Astralis versus Big. Now, that's a feisty one. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a very crazy one. It's a good one as well because Astralis have shown signs of life in their first games here. A little bit better than what I had expected. Granted, I had very low expectations.
It's MIBR. Let's be real.
It doesn't matter to me.
Wow.
So you had no expectations.
MIBR.
Talk about the MIBR who beat Navi in the Open. No.
And then lost to everyone else. In a very
complexity.
Complexity doesn't really count, does it now?
Try and give that to me. Astralis look better than I thought they might look.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah. So flip a coin or?
I think he's a fan. Are you really becoming a believer right now?
Of Astralis?
Yeah.
Against Big, no.
Okay.
I don't think.
Fair enough. Good.
Good. Also is good is us understanding who's jumping back into the server, guys. We do have to kind of get away from our own antics here for just 1 second. For the Big side of things, they did just have a match not too long ago. Is that going to help or hurt them, Maniac?
I think it does help them. It helps them because Sursen actually had a really shaky start, but ended up in a good way. I think he convinced me a little bit more, and he's definitely the player that I'm going to keep my eye on. I mean, up until now, one of the greatest onliner we have in Counter-Strike. If you just objectively compare online to LAN, not saying there's anything wrong behind it.
He just played online a lot, yeah.
He actually is yet to deliver the same type of Counter-Strike he has. You look at the Blast and how he was playing there, he was phenomenal. He was absolutely phenomenal. So if Big can actually prove to me, and if he can prove to me that he can do it here on LAN, then hell yeah, Big are in a good position.
I mean, it felt like he really didn't have too much to do. I do agree with you, and it was a bit of a slower start compared to what we saw from him at Blast, where it looked like he was unable to just miss a shot. But then it was great to see Tapson pop off, you know, the star IGL, so to speak, Fav and Tizian all having a good time. For me, the guy here is Keto, right?
Okay.
If he's able to maintain, this is the one thing we've always asked of him, can he be consistent? Can he be the consistent second, maybe third star in this lineup? And he had a bit of a quiet opening start here.
And that can't be the case. That just can't be something you work with, can it be, Maniac?
No, personally, I have doubted Kido for a while. I will agree that he has the odd one game here and there. I think he can be a competent secondary sniper from time to time, but still, when it comes to the top level, I don't feel like he's enough. I think it's the same with Tizian. The good news is Favin is actually doing what he was supposed to do. Favin is actually an upgrade when it comes to the firepower. He's better than Gade. He's proving it time and time. He's getting more and more comfortable in his role. So Favin is a very good reason to be excited if you're a big fan right now.
And if you're a Astralis fan, you're excited because they did beat MIBR earlier, albeit 16-11.
It was MIBR.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I personally, like I said, I have full faith in the MIBR project. They're going to go to new heights. Whether that's here in Katowice, I don't know. But we're going to have to keep our eyes tuned to that one. For Charlotte, though, having picked up that victory, sets them up here to play against Big. Now, we're not in best of ones. This is a best of 3. And moreover, the winner goes into the group stages of Katowice. So, Maniac, thoughts?
There is something we can take away from that game against MIBR, aside from the opponent, is Astralis playing Nuke and having an actual savoir-faire about how they wanted to play on the CT side of Nuke. Yep. I'm jumping the gun a little bit here. We're going to do the veto down the road, but I think that Nuke could be an option for Astralis. They looked reassuring. I think they probably reassured themselves as well in how they wanted to play. So that's a great sign for a team that is currently looking for a map pool, definitely.
Yeah, but then again, Nuke is a map that Big are going to be pretty comfortable playing on as well. But again, for Astralis, it's not. They should be trying to play their strengths. They need to try and. They just seem like a shift adrift, right? There's no land anywhere inside. The compass is broken. They need to figure out how they want to approach this. And unfortunately, the game's only going to get harder. Sure, congratulations, great win against MIBR early on. But Big, I mean, they're a team who, in this particular lineup, in this particular matchup, for me at least, are firm favorites.
I mean, absolutely. They played against each other last week, and Big won all of the 4 maps. Basically, that was it. And some of these were an absolute, I guess, blunder on the side of Astralis. We have the 14-1 side, of course, on Mirage, where Sursen ended up 32-7 scoreline. That was completely out of this world. So if you just look at recent history, it feels like Big have Astralis completely figured out. But now we are on LAN, and that has to be a component between the two lineups.
So let's take that into some stride right there, right? You say Searson, there's a lot of eyeballs trying to just say, hey, what are you going to do? You know, do something, poking him with a stick like a meme. Then on the other side, if we have to kind of compare it, there's Lucky, and in a different context. But of course, that brings us to our epics.gg players to watch.
Searson, the German powerhouse in Opping, known for always delivering numbers for Big. However, due to his recent health situation, he was not able to put in the hours to polish his individual skill. Lucky, a young talent that had big shoes to fill, taking over Device's role in the team. Throughout this time, he found his own play style, but consistency is still something we're waiting to see. Will we see the old Cersei or the new Lucky? Let's see who will come out on the top.
Who's going to come out on top? Who knows? And that's why we're all watching ever so patiently. Map veto is also going to be important. Again, best of 3, not best of 1. Does that help or hurt either of these teams, Maniac?
I think it put Bigs in a better position because it's a best of 3, because it's a team that has their Counter-Strike figured out.
You know what they want to do.
To Astralis, exactly. I think if you're Big, you have a clear idea where you want to go with this one. You have a couple of options. I think the ban should be clear-cut. Inferno, Vertigo should be out the picture. 100%. Then Dust 2 is usually what Big go for. It's a go-to for them. They've picked it twice. Last time they faced them, they won it twice. I don't see why they would change.
Ancient? Oh, hey.
I think that's Nip going with Ancient, perhaps?
Well, NIP is not playing, so that would be Astralis.
That's actually sorry. I'm
it's
losing
okay.
my mind.
I know NIP did
I get confused
a bad feeling today.
But there we go. Astralis going with Ancient, the Dust 2. Last time they swapped, they were flip-flopping with the Ancient and Mirage, right? But on both the maps, Big look very dominant. Dust 2, as you pointed out, it's a comfort map coming in for Big. They should be feeling very comfortable there. Even the Ancient pick, they did have, it's closer affairs than Astralis. 16-14 if I'm...
Yeah, it was a close game. It's just Glaive struggled on the T side. That's what happened last time.
I think everyone struggled on the T side.
Ancient Dust 2 Overpass. That's our protocol, at least for Ancient. Does this one get, pretty intense right out of the gate, or who we think has sort of a momentum here to run with?
Yeah, I think it can be intense because of how that Ancient looked like last time. I can see Astralis take Ancient and then put Big in a position where they absolutely have to win Dust 2, and then we roll on to Overpass. I can see it coming. The problem is for Astralis, I think if they hit the ground not running, walking, really slowly walking, and they lose Ancient, then we might be looking at it too, potentially.
So we talk about Dust 2, or we used to with Big at least, and just some sort of dominance that they used to prevail, right? So is that still a lingering vibe, or is that sort of shifted out now that there's no Zontaras, there's, go down the list?
I feel like as a team, like, well, with Favin coming in, sure, Zantaras might have had the bigger peak overall, but then as a team, as a unit, they seem like much better with Favin coming in with the language barrier and everything taken out of the equation. I know Gate was there as well for one period of time for the side of Big, right? So I feel like overall they're going to be feeling very comfortable. For me, it's Sirsen again. All eyes on Sirsen. Dust 2, this is where he's meant to shine. Can he do it on land, though?
As well, I think on Dust 2, look, when they brought in Favin, one of the, I guess, the premise right behind, the logic behind was that they want to play a better, more streamlined Counter-Strike, right? We were all going to talk German. It's going to make life easier for us. Simple times. On Dust 2, I feel like I'm starting to see the results of that idea. You're trying to see a couple of gimmicks here and there, a couple of tricks that people really don't have behind. You'd see Tapson playing with a stack of nades behind him, for example. And he is the one that actually is being enabled with that. He's being enabled to perform better. I think anytime I see Dust 2 now, he's playing that catwalk position very well, drops down to CT spawn, has a lot of impact. He's a man you want to be. Actually hardcore fragging. He's supposed to be.
And also the one guy we did bring up earlier, Keto, right on the B bomb side, he can be very, very, very impactful. And if he decides to show up over here, it's going to be hard, but it's not going to be Dust 2 right now. Of course, it's going to be Ancient coming.
You got me all excited for a second. I thought we were going to go.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Dust 2. Trace, what the hell?
Yeah, I had you guys all, You're
the captain of the ship. I'm just
and you know what? They didn't even give me a license to drive this, so I'm not even sure how I got behind the wheel. Nonetheless, Ancient, a pretty good start, and at least it's fun. It's not Mirage.
And Blade mentioned Sirsen, and it's actually a quite interesting point. In general, Ancient has been a hard map to dominate for snipers. I think it's one of the only few maps where you'd see Rifle actually have the overhead over the snipers. But when they met, Sirsen actually had a really great game, 26 kills. So the question is if he can do it again, that would be a problem for Astralis.
Well, just as all eyes are on Sirsen, almost the same amount they're on Astralis to continue on and, well, try to secure another trophy here in Katowice. Right now, though, the play-ins continue, and one of these teams gets to go to the group stage. So let's do it.
I'll do it with you anytime, Stunna. Yes, we're going to get into Ancient right now. Jason and I to bring you yet another best of 3 on day 1 of the play-in. IEM Katowice. 10 years we've been doing this tournament. Kind of crazy, if I'm honest, Jason.
Yeah. It has. That is a pretty crazy concept. Let's get things underway. Tizian just firing off bullets into the smoke. Vision is blocked. Keto's going to get first real action sent his way. And there's not any ability to really distract from Faven. And that's an opening kill over to Config and Astralis. 5 on 4.
We're talking, as we always do at events, about the map pool and Ancient coming in. This is a nice split. Blame F working up.
This is a nice fake. Astralis is like, peace. Config's got a nice lurking kill. B-bomb site is open for the taking. Bomb's gonna get planted, and Config's just toying around, seeing what he can get on his way out of this world.
As far as Lucky doesn't peek a little wider there with that box in front of him. He's looking for the gap instead to try and get a kill while his teammate was busy, but still had the chance to fall back. Now they're actually going to get closer to the site. Lucky removed by the low HP Tizian. Lovely shot on the USP, but Sirsen left in a 1-on-3. And questions already as to where Sirsen was earlier today. Not exactly having the most impact, but this is a good start. Another one tap on the USP. Although Bomb, he's got a kid.
Smoke. He's got a smoke as well. He can do this.
A little late to bloom. Nice shot from Glaive. Pops out. That's what Astralis need to get started. No, we were talking a little bit about the map pool, as we always do at every event, and I'm still in favor, and I think more and more people are getting there of having seasonal rotations of sort of 9 maps, bringing in 2 each time. But the thought I was having was, it was all spawned off Mirage being the only legacy map that has never left the pool still involved, and then Ancient's been one of the better ones to come in, and then there was all kinds of talk about balance, and I'm sure we can get into that throughout this game, Jason, a bit.
Yeah, I still think Ancient, I think the general consensus would be probably Ancient still needs a little bit of work here and there, but overall, yeah, I think this is actually fit quite nicely into the map pool. I've started to enjoy it in some ways. And obviously the teams have as well. Pissed around to Astralis. 4 MAC-10s and an AK-47 for the struggling Danish side to get started on the right foot here in the opening map of this series. The winning team does qualify to the group stage of IEM Katowice.
Zipix just collecting the cash on the MAC-10. The only AK was Config in this round, and therefore he's just sitting now at the far angle looking towards CT from the backside of The B site. BlameF on the flank should catch out Tizian, who hears him coming and is going to try and catch him out in the corner. Does exactly that with the USP. 1 kill, and now a MAC-10 picked up. Wonder if he can farm a bit of cash with there's no real need to save, so might as well try what he can. Nade instead toward Lucky, but he'll be hunted and pursued by 2, and down he goes. Lucky gets the kill.
Admirable. Admirable attempt from Tizian. 2-0. Should be seeing the M4s come out for Big's defense. Man, this Astralis team has really had a tough go of it lately. Especially after the excitement of seeing them initially, which feels oh so long ago in their first event together. Very promising signs, and it's all been off of a cliff since then. Gonna be interesting to see how they can bounce back in this. I'd love to know, after just a string of disappointing events, what their kind of preparation was, what the conversation was on how they prepare for an event of this caliber with those struggles so fresh in their minds. The op goes down. What a shot from Config. This is a guy obviously a lot of eyeballs have been on in terms of just haven't felt the same Config since he put on the Astralis jersey. And he's at least getting started really well here. 5-1 in the opening 2 rounds. One of those being the opening kill, a straight up heads up duel against the op of Searson.
So a rotation back over toward A. This was one of your complaints with the map, is that the rotations were still so long. I think you said specifically the map feels big.
Yeah, when you come back around from the B-bomb site through this passageway, but you know.
I thought, and the answer to, I might as well get into this in some of the slower rounds, I thought a connection point right here where they are, behind Glaive to Donut, would actually make mid more viable and that rotation a lot quicker, which might be a kind of a cool addition.
This position's pretty cool. If Tizian can distract, which he can't. Keto, that Molotov is not reaching him. No, oh, this is brutal.
Oh.
What a god.
That is insane by BlameF. The fact that everything else is covered, so he might as well look there. They hadn't cleared it. Good read and react by him in that situation. But yeah, that could have been a massive play from the back of the site. Instead, Astralis looking to go up 3-0.
That's huge from BlameF. And I mean, that's a positive sign to me for Astralis, is the focus there to be able to cover that despite the fact there's a Molotov in the position, despite the fact you got the opening kill. BlameF still ready and waiting for that exact peak. Huge round here for Astralis, and if they could get more, that would have been beautiful, but Zip walks right into the op shot. And I hope Astralis hunts this down. I like the fact that Glaive is really constricting upon this position, but he's got no teammates really with him to provide pressure from the other direction, so I think Big might be able to get away with both of these weapons. BlameF coming in hot. He's got some utility. Is that going to do it? 37? It does. It's perfect. Nice grab at the end. One op survives, but Astralis with a good start.
Very good start to go up 3-0.
They were in the analysts put them in the flip a coin category?
Coin category.
I think that's fair. I think that's a good place for them.
There were some surprising ones. The on a good day confused me. Does that mean like on a good day they could win the whole event, or on a good day they might make it through? Because putting Copenhagen Flames in that category was a bit odd to me. I might have put them a little on a flip a coin, actually.
Was flip a coin lower?
Flip a coin was higher.
Higher?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the problem with Copenhagen Flames, well, we talked about this a little bit, but they had the major, and then the online games after that, they just kind of disappeared a little bit, and the results were pretty lackluster, so.
And they had Cologne as well, which was big before the major, and I remember I was called out immediately for saying that I didn't rate them and thought, one-off event wasn't enough of a sample size. So here I am on the opposite side yet again, apparently. But yeah, no, we're back on land, and they looked great this morning when we saw them.
Fits you, always the contrarian.
The black sheep.
3-0, and an early pause.
Yes, indeed. Give you some indication of what we're looking at least already in the server. AWP brought out for Big, and there'll be guns again for Astralis naturally. I do believe they have an M4, yes they do, for Glaive on that side, and Lucky still on the MAC-10. So what's the buy going to be around this? If Searson has the AWP brought over, there's not really a whole lot of money. Deagles. Okay. Well, that'll be fun.
Could be fun. Let's see. Op still in the hands of Searson. That's going to be in middle. So if Astralis take this quick, which they are, no one's slowing down. Lucky's going to lead the way. The tip of the spear, and he's made great progress. Oh, this could be huge.
They heard him, though. They had to, yeah, okay, even still, I'm surprised they didn't come around the corner expecting him. Maybe they didn't. Maybe the flash timing was deafening for them, and as they look back, Glaive's going to get an opening. That is massive for Lucky, who even throws the op slightly further away from that corner so that it's harder to gain control of on the CT side, and now with the bomb down, they'll just cover off the perimeter. That op could even be picked up should they all survive in this situation and brought over into the next round for Astralis.
What a great run from Lucky. just traversing up along the wall on the right side, even pausing after that first kill and making Searson make a really awkward decision with that AWP. Couldn't sit back as the MAC-10 wrapped upon him, and he couldn't push forward because as we saw, the AKs and the rest of the rifles were waiting for him. There was nowhere to go. So Astralis take the op right back into their favor. Lucky's got that in his hands. Good upgrade, MAC-10 to AWP, and it's 4-0.
And they'll back away with, yeah, exactly that. The op that Lucky threw out of harm's way earlier in the round. So Kiddo and Tizian staying way removed, far from the round, as Kiddo does have armor at least to save. Doesn't need a helmet because he's against predominantly AKs. I do say that because there is still the M4 for Glaive. But they'll be able to bring out kits around that. What's Kiddo gonna buy at this point? Surely goes for a full rifle.
Oh yeah, M4. We like it. What's that? There we are. All right, round number 5 coming in hot. Astralis, 3 players towards the B-bomb site, but stuck by a deep smoke behind the double doors for the moment. A lot of Molotovs, a lot of utility put out by the CT side early in the round. Trying to control lane here. Tabson sees nothing for the moment. He's got a teammate, Tizian, watching his back and middle. And they both back away from their respective angles. So a lot of utility used by Big to get those early advantages, and as the timing of them just kind of drifts away, Astralis finds himself with a huge utility advantage.
Tabson inside Jaguar. Favin's going to come join him now through the cave as Searson holds on B. Kiddo's the only one back over toward A because Tizian's gone toward middle. Quick peek toward boxes, but doesn't commit to holding the position entirely, so Glaive and Config have a bit of room to work with. Searson gets the opener, though. Lucky goes down, so the op on the CT side gets the win, and I know that's been something that's been criticized of Lucky. He's not finding the opening picks enough on the AWP, and he's the one that's certainly been under scrutiny so far for Astralis in this new lineup.
I think everyone in Astralis has been under scrutiny with
Certainly,
the way
yeah.
But yeah, Lucky the obvious one with the big shoes to fill after Device's legacy building here with the organization as well. Nice kill from Blame F. There is someone waiting inside of the smoke to his right, waiting for the perfect timing to pop out. The spam is great. 8 seconds. Faven, this is his play. He's been biding his time, and he's got the plant down. Can they get it in time? No. Faven's done it. He stopped the plant. And that's the first round for Big on the board.
And in timing as the aspect of how to win it as well, that's pretty incredible because a lot of the timing that's talked about on Ancient right now is that you can sit back on the T side and the CTs have to use so much utility that you normally get a clean take, but they don't clear cave. And that's actually one of the most crucial spots on this map, especially at the B site. And Astralis again will have weapons. Lucky back to an AWP once more. There should still be one on this CT side. Is there not? They didn't get it at the end of the round. So the fact that Searson was dropped, they didn't recover the weapon.
You take the win, though. Take that win all day. This time, Astralis. Ooh, look at this push down mid. Searson almost gets caught. That's huge. Double kill. That's well played. Tabson spamming through the boxes over towards lane.
That was actually a triple push. Even though we only saw the middle part of that, Kiddo was pushed out through A long. And had he gone further, they obviously fall back because they have a substantial advantage right now. There's no need to overextend. But if he'd gone further, he would have spotted the bomb. And that would have been crucial as well, as Lucky does get Tabson, but Favin takes him down immediately after. And as a result, we're left with just Blame F. Blame F to pay your respects for this round, I think, because it's going to be a 1-on-3. Bomb is at least in his hands, but... 4, excuse me.
Don't count our boy Searson.
Yeah, he's got 1 HP, all right? I was misled. But this will be tough. They are really divided at this point in time, but Tizian can quickly jump out for Kato if he needs to on a trade, and Favin's going to go all the way through towards spawn. Let's see if he can cut off Blame F, who's heading that direction. Yeah, look at this, taking the entire map away.
Oh, yeah. No chance for Blame F to even do economic damage. Good job from Big, surviving with 4 players, starting to build up a bit of economy, starting to get a safety net beneath him. And cooling down Astralis' hot start. 4-2, Astralis still with the lead. They're going to buy right back into this. Lucky with the op. They've got 4 AKs as well. Plenty to play with.
Let's see exactly where the Up doth go for Searson, as he's going to go straight toward middle with it this time. Tizzy in there to protect as well on a rifle. Quick run boost puts him on the ledge. AWP already in aggressive position toward boxes, but smoked and lost, I think.
Yeah, fair play. He took a lot of damage, and they invested a decent amount of utility and resources to make that play happen. You like the fearlessness. That second Molotov is really a bummer for Searson, though.
Tizian still has really good position at the bottom of middle, but he's got to be very careful about the timing of the smokes and blame F's position, because Config and Glaive had pushed up A, didn't find a pick. Now, is that information that they're still being aggressive and made with that utility?
Oh, this is so scary now. Because, I mean, Tizian didn't have to worry about utility until just now because he had his teammate covering him. They might be stuck in middle. They might not get away, but actually Astralis a little cautious against the AWP, take their time getting out, not able to completely punish Big, but they have forced them out of the map control.
The interesting thing was they could have capitalized on A with just Kiddo over there if they had committed and known that there was still two that deep in middle, but they tried to go back and reclaim position. Either way, 50 seconds, things will slow down significantly as Glaive and Lucky head toward long once more. Zipix looking to throw utility to support that. Config likely to rotate through Donut at this point in time as he still holds middle, but Tabson is already working up on the B site to get the information. In fact, he's going to go full flank. So if they slow them down at all, it's a long rotation for Tabson as well. It's not like it's any different than what you said for the T's, but he's going to be very hot on their heels in a post plant if it goes that far. Kiddo down already, traded out. Config's got Tizian. So Tabson is going to be late. Bomb will be planted. Favin and Searson have to stay alive in this situation to make his position viable. I don't think they'll expect them, but the boost in the corner, ooh, Lucky's actually going to go backwards here. They're both going to hold off angles. He could be caught here and traded. Meanwhile, still up on the site, bomb still ticking. Now Tabson comes into it. Lucky's there. Down he goes. Wait for the boost. Favin's got to get the information that he's up on top of the planter. Not going to get the call, but he still gets the shot. Favin's got the one inside of the site, and Config now late from middle. He never went donut. He went towards CT, and Searson finds that as well.
Oh, I cannot believe that's a dropped round from Astralis. They had so many advantages in there, and even Config getting the kill on Tizian in donut was the critical kill that allowed them to get an easier plant. And it's I don't know. It's like it's painful watching Astralis sometimes in these post plants at the moment because it used to be an area of the game in which they were so good and so efficient. But this is an advantaged post plant that they still let slip away. Obviously, a bit of a fortunate jump and kill from Tabson there. Zip has so many angles to worry about once his teammates start falling, and Big might have just pulled the carpet from underneath Astralis in the round. 3-4 as they come right back into it. One round away from tying things up. Searson at 6-5. Config's at 10-3.
Yeah, good start from him. But unfortunately, things cooling off as it's now been 3 gun rounds in a row that go the way of Big. And they won't have much economy. Okay, they're going to force it in. They're going to go with the lost round bonus here, so they've got enough to go for the full AKs. Actually, a good amount of utility, so bomb plant made it possible. I haven't seen a heavy bias toward either site, really. This has all been reactionary gameplay so far from Astralis.
I'm always looking on this map for like 1 or 2 rounds in a T side where teams just kind of group up towards the A bomb site and just try and hit a timing, because it's frequently just one defender there early on in the rounds, and sometimes you can just steal away a free win or at least a plant and you play the post plant after it. Looks like Astralis again want to go for some mid control. It's Tizian deep. The Op and Searson is at B, the Op and Keto is at A.
Two in Cave, but none in Jaguar yet. Gonna flash themselves in there now as Falcon gets Tabson into position. Meanwhile, Glaive has left that position, so too is Zipix. They're all toward middle, and they might even go for Red Room. Break down the door to the Red Room.
Red Room. Searson pushing again. Last time he caught Lucky boosting over the box. This time he got him crouching and holding the angle. But that's going to alert Blame F to the danger. He turns and still not punishing anything yet. Searson's coming back for more. This man's crazy.
Immediately, Favin, though, has to go backwards. Tabson's going to push through. Blame F's going to get caught, and this should be Zipix to run. Oh, he's got to get away from Tabson. K does. He just gets inside Donut. They need to kill on Kiddo. Now they've got the chance for the... What? No way Tabson caught him on the angle. That's insane. I thought Zipix was clean and gone, but he gets just barely spotted. Bomb goes down, and now I don't think Glaive has any chance in this. 17 seconds. Even if he commits to this plant, it's through the box. Favin will pop out and take him out. That's a huge kill from Tabson.
Yeah, some of the timings in this round were just brutal. Config holding it, just looks away, almost manages to recover. That's a huge kill to find. What a wild round. Again, it felt like Astralis was actually in pretty decent position, and then just at the last second, it's all taken away from him. 4-4, we're tied up.
This is the kill right here. Oh, he did
Just
start
barely.
clean, but like that was a second from being gone.
That's rough. All right, 4-4. Another timeout is called. Second timeout for Astralis. Feeling shook.
Yeah, absolutely. Smart as well to use that ledge up above, because that means he can get to the angle much quicker. If he drops down, he's just got to take that few extra steps, and likely Zipix does get by. It still would have been a tough 2 versus 3 post plant because the rotations were all headed that direction, but I mean, at least it's a bomb plant and something to work with potentially. So Tech-9s and Glocks. Maybe this will be your fast play. They do have 1 AK bought out now for Blame F and a bit of utility to go along with these hand cannons. No, they're not even Deagles. What am I saying? Those are just Tech-9s.
They're just Tech-9s. We're going old school with this one. Tech-9s and a MAC-10. Let's get it underway. All 5 players towards the B bomb site. Smokes to put out the Molotov that goes down. There's going to be 3 defenders here, so we're going to get a bit of a firefight.
Boondock Saint style. Searson already with 2. First on the op, second on the pistol as he takes down Glaive. Thankfully, they don't have a lot to work with to really deny those pistols of doing such damage. Searson can't see through the smoke, so no shot toward the B stairs.
Wow, I'll give credit to Searson for putting a stop to that, surely with the double kill, but that rush did not feel like it had any strength behind it. Obviously, some of it gets dissipated when the first 2 kills come out. You break off the main thrust of the attack, but there was no follow-up of any note whatsoever. Config and Lucky trying to pick up the pieces. Searson's got 3. He can actually find an ace in this round.
Asking a lot. Favin's got Config down, so we will not get an ace.
Will not get it. Have we had one yet today? I haven't heard.
Not an hour,
Rain.
that's for sure.
Rain
Yeah,
had an ace.
There you go.
Yeah.
And round done in this one, big. With 5 rounds in a row, we'll take back the start that Astralis had and now have themselves in the lead. So once guns come up, it's quite clear that they're more than ready on this map. But that said, Kiddo, B player, only has 1 kill at this point in time.
It's all good. Coming back in the game, you get a 5-4 lead. That's the only score that matters. Unless you're a caster, in which case we like highlighting the individual scores.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when they suck, because then I'm like, I could do that. That's a full court press right now from Big.
And which is gotta make Astralis feel awkward, because again, all 5 players are here at the B bomb site. There's no map control anywhere else, and all 5 players for Big are actually pushed down middle. Good opening kill provided. Tabson with a push, doubled up with Faven, and now they can fall back to the B bomb site, and Astralis have no information of what's going on in the rest of the map.
Yeah, not at all, and Tabson even gets away with his life at 22 HP. Molotov goes over the top, does do a fraction of damage more onto Tabson, but he'll back away further, but he's caught out by Glaive. That's an opener that gives them cave. Now they can start to split the site, as Favin with just a smoke to protect behind is in a very awkward position, so he buys himself some space with the incendiary. Still holding on to the pillar, and now he'll fall back as his teammate arrives. They'll go for the boost. A boost that's very powerful because of the size of that pillar in the site. If you want to line up a safe plant, it's taller than the smoke. It's easy to line up. They've already got it. And he's going to fire. No, he's just to the left of it. Did they hear the bomb going down? No, it doesn't matter. Config gets them in the gray screen instead. They took 1 step too far, and suddenly Astralis have a round to work with.
Yeah, that follow-up smoke was so brutal for what they wanted out of that boost. Config ready to capitalize, and surely you don't let this one slip away. 2 versus 4. Molotov in towards cave. Good shot from Lucky. And Tizian goes down as well. So pretty clean round from Astralis, all things considered. 4 players survive, and they've got their 5th.
Well, that will tie the game back up temporarily, and the money is still good on the CT side, so we'll have a brawl of a round in the next with full guns. This is so brutal. 1 step too far, and Config was perfectly aligned. I thought they would spam the bomb plant And this is one of the changes I also still want to see, is that tower, if you will, inside of the B site.
Oh, yeah.
Is so tall that even when you smoke it, it's a clear lineup. You can still see it. This is fast from Searson, tagged by the incendiary. He's going to go all the way through it. Smoke still down mouth the cave, and he doesn't have the best vision toward the connector position at the bottom of the stairs.
He's in trouble. Oh, Astralis is just neutralizing all this aggression. Searson's smoke, he actually mistimed it, didn't actually throw it when he wanted to, and took a lot of damage. And now you can start to see Astralis, when they sense they've got the advantage, very, very aggressive in pressing the issue. And they've cracked open to the B-bomb site once again. It's just Keto left.
Yeah, and I'm sure some people have heard me say this, but make that tower sort of a ruin as well. Knock off that top box. So
You're thinking like half the tower, right?
Yeah, so it's half as high, so it's not as as easy to line it up when the smoke's on it. You can't just see it. And then the second box that falls off the top, if you will, is an additional cover that you can also then jump up on and boost against the smoke yourself in the site. It creates cover and a bit more dynamic for the T's, I think, in that situation. So it'd be cool. It'd be, I think, a little bit. I find it an awkward site as it is.
Yeah, it is uncomfortable. At least they made the A side bigger quite some time ago.
Yes.
For you?
Yes, thank God. But again, I do think it's one of the, I mean, how few changes have we had to have? Remember Overpass when it came in?
Yeah, that was a whole new map eventually.
How many versions of that did we have? Like,
that became a whole new map. Yeah, Ancient's fitting in a little bit nicer right out of the gate. Tizian with the Deagle in middle. Molotov into his position. A little bit of a team damage out of the back of Config's head. Just a love tap. Love tap.
Is a little old place that... Yeah, I got where you were going with that.
My man.
And we'll stop dating ourselves. Shots out Zipix. Good position. Boosted up above the entrance to Jaguar. Jaguar. I know some people hate that I say Jaguar, but I don't care.
Jaguar?
Jaguar. You are Jag.
That's very Attenborough of you.
Ugh, what a legend. Man, if he wanted to commentate Counter-Strike, he could have my spot any day.
He'd probably nail it.
Oh, would he ever?
All right, 7-5 Astralis with a 2-round lead. And again, they get the benefit of mostly pistols on the big side. It's going to be half armor picked up with Deagles and some utility, but not the most dangerous weapons in the world. We'll see if they can make something happen. And they're at least sending the defense to the correct position. Again, all 5 players from Astralis going to be heading towards lane and towards this B-bomb site. Deep nades do a little bit of damage to Blame F. It's the follow-up push that almost works out. But Astralis recover in time, and the slaughter is in the other direction.
Absolutely. All 5 players staying alive. Pistols unable to achieve anything as Tizian still wants to battle through. He'll get called off by Zipix. Config pressing with the AK. Nearly got caught by a shot from the Deagle, but it just went to the right of his head, and that was enough for him to respond. And now make it 8-5. So 4 in a row for Astralis just as they started the game to turn things around, but guns once again for the big side. And look at the new Astralis camp. What a difference year makes compared to what that roster was. The most legendary roster of all time. The core that was established for, I mean, even if the 5-man that was established for 4 years, and now it's a whole different look inside the Astralis team. Searson and Kiddo, they're going to be pushing aggressively toward the A tunnels this time. No one admitted all this time. Tizian's still back towards CT, so he can play top red, but not as much pressure as we have seen, and Searson tagged to 22.
Oh, the old bait and switch. Oh, I can't believe Glaive somehow wins that. Keto, you highlighted him earlier. Quiet game, 1-11 now. That felt like one that he should have had. But fair play, great response from Glaive. Good reactions. And a 5-on-4 in the way of the Danes.
Yeah, that's not the best game. And it's tough. At the A site, it plays more like the B site on most maps. I get that it's closer to spawn, therefore it's named A, as Config's going to get Searson back. You get lonely over there, and then you try and force the issue. Config's on one right now in this round as he gets a second kill, takes out Tizzy, and he's going to go aggressive as well, and he's going to sneak in. Perfect timing to spot out Tabson. 3 kills to open up middle. And a lovely situation, but Favin's going to hear him come and get inside the corner, and I think this gives him the advantage. Oh, God, the M4 can be scary sometimes. He'll grab the AK. No more of that, but he's left in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, bomb's going to come all the way back from the A-halls towards the B-bomb site, and thankfully Blame F has the deep angle So he's got all the protection he needs. Lucky to be able to get inside this bomb site in a free plant. Yeah, this, I mean, look, Config, we mentioned he's been a topic of conversation, and you can just see how much of a difference it is when Config is on his game. 19-6 so far, just so deadly at the moment, so impactful.
And he should be on this team. I know a lot of people have been saying blame F. Man, Config at his peak was unbelievable. You go back to his early days in North.
Or even just some of his times with Blame F and Complexity as well.
Absolutely, sure. But yeah, I think North stands out more to me at the time when North was, and Heroic. I'm talking old Heroic, long before the Cadian Heroic, long before the Heroic we have now. There was almost this, like, Astralis was a new team. They were reformed from !TSM.
This is like
we're going end of 2016 here, and like North was seriously contending to be the top team in Denmark at the time, and Config was very much the reason. He had a phenomenal year that year, and then he kind of fell off for me. So this is what we were hoping to see his sort of trajectory be, and the dominant force we know that he can be in the server, and it's exactly what Astralis need from him right now.
Yeah, he's delivering for them here very, very well. Nice kill over the smoke. This whole sequence is all Config at middle. A good follow-up on a Tizian, and this one creeping through to find Tapson. Nice triple kill in the round. 9-5, Astralis with a good lead, looking to end the half on a high note with a 4 or 5 round streak? Yeah, it'd be 6-round streak if they can close this out and grab the 15th.
So flash deep at the stairs puts Zippix on edge slightly, and he's uncertain as to what's going to be the response. And as soon as he flashes himself back around the corner, a second one hits him, so still no information. As he even takes a bit of nade damage, and now they're going to go on this. This will be an aggressive push. Lucky's in the right position to support, but he misses the shot, even with Shadow to show. Zippix through the box, thankfully gets the shot in return. But now they know where he is. He has to be in the corner there. And they're going to be standing for it. They didn't. Wow, they thought he backed up further? Were they worried that there was going to be a second peak? Surely.
Yeah, you probably think there was going to be a deep player as well. And I mean, there was. It just wasn't for the first fight. And there it is, 6 in a row for Astralis. They started off hot. They finished the half hot as well. And we're headed to a break. We'll be right back with the second half.
Hey Future Pros, during a game I was observing, I saw Astralis pull off a really sick run boost in mid. This run boost allowed Dupree to peek the B alley insanely fast. So fast in fact, he beat the T's ledge molly. An extra note, a fast mid molly or flash would help a lot, as it's possible for T's to catch you out if they are fast enough. To pull off this run boost, you'll need 3 Future Pros, 1 flash, and just a little bit of movement skill. Future Pro number 1. You will be the lower part of the run boost. Run into mid, do a 180 and stand on the mid section of the steps. Time it right and start running backwards just as Future Pro 1 lands on your head. Then just do whatever. Future Pro number 2. You are the movement pro, so run into mid and jump onto Future Pro 1's head. Keep holding W and jump almost instantly. Now you can sprint across the ledge and get a really quick peek into the B alley. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the supported flash, so try to get it right. To throw the flash, stand against this wall. Aim above this ornament on the right side. Then running throw your flash. If you all did everything right, you can get a really quick peek into the B alley and hopefully catch a T fully flashed. Hey Future Pros, we're on Ancient today and I wanted to show you a nice temple smoke you can throw on your A hits. To throw this smoke, stand over the corner of this broken brick. Aim up and place your crosshair just to the left of this brick section. Then jump through the smoke. If you did everything right, you'll receive a smoke that lands in the temple and blocks off both doorways onto the site. I hope you all have a great day and don't forget to smile.
Welcome back. We'll see if Big can recover. 10-5 in the favor of Astralis. It's been Config to get them started on the right foot here at Katowice. 20-6 in the first half alone. He's shown up and the rest of Astralis is with him. A 5-round lead to kick things off. They're going to be on defense.
Yeah, and they had a good start as well to go 4-0. It was 5 rounds they actually lost in a row. I was thinking, uh-oh, this isn't actually looking solid, but they recovered very, very well. And Config, with 20 kills in the first half, one exceptional round in middle as well. All 5 players right now going to be heading over towards the A side of the map for Big. And Config was pushed to Donut, but never any further. He's the only one there. This will be a challenge as Glaive heads toward the Jaguar position. He's not going to have any information either.
Or cover. He's going to have nothing. He better have all headshots from here. There's the first. Oh, if he could get one more, that'd be great. He at least distracted for Lucky to grab a second at long range, and Faven controls Temple.
If Faven does, Glaive's going to be working back in from Donut. They surely have to expect this. That smoke is going to hold for a moment, but in comes Zippix to trade out against Blame F. Glaive and Zippix alone. Zippix wants to actually come support Glaive. They want to go together 2-on-1. Tizian's looking for it. Glaive's ready. Bomb never planted. And Astralis, with 2 players surviving, take their second pistol of the game.
That scared me with Config out in the open as that execute began. He had nowhere to go. That was a tough scenario. Out of position, but 1 kill and also helped out a little bit by Lucky.
I feel like that's an optimistic rotate in general, because you've pushed Donut, you haven't gone all the way to mid, you have no information anywhere else in the map. There's a chance they could be at that opening, and you're actually gambling on whether or not you can make it to the box. So he does, you're right, to get 1 and then distract, he does well. There's the shot from Lucky that supported it. I almost think he followed the Temple there, because that's a much safer play.
Yeah, but I mean, Config also knifed somebody in overtime with 1 HP of
you're right.
I mean, you know, he's not exactly known for making the safest play.
You're not wrong, you're not wrong. What was I saying?
Not exactly known for that. All right, follow-up smokes deep down B ramp. Big with no plant, as you said, just pistols and no armor. So probably a slow-paced round. They've got a deagle on Faven, and that's about it. That's all you got to be happy about. You were casting that, weren't you?
I believe I was, yeah. I remember Henry just being like, what the hell is he doing?
Yeah, I think Henry had a heart attack.
Yeah.
I think everyone had a heart attack.
Yeah. Or maybe a hard-on, who knows? It was a weird one. Some people are into that stuff.
Maybe both.
Maybe both. It's a lot of blood rush if it's both. Zippix, meanwhile, is going to head down toward the stairs to cover off with Blame F, who's made his way up into the cubby on Catwalk. All 5 players at the doors will be heading any moment in that direction. Slowly, though, not making a ton of noise. Thought they might go for a burst on this. Oh, that shadow, but too many numbers, too many men. Blame F's going to get the information. Lucky again, the one to rotate around, and they'll close out the round. Lucky, in fact, with the last kill, stole that out from under the nose of Blame F. But it goes 12-5 in favor of Astralis. Just to note as well, we have Dust 2 coming up next.
Ooh, what's the decider?
It is Overpass.
Nice. 12-5. 7-round lead for Astralis heading into the first gun round of the second half. All AKs across the board for Big. They need to get started right here, right now. Or else Astralis is going to start running away with it. Faven and Tapson to aggressively attack middle. Config is here. Molotov split things up. That's a great follow-up flashbang that gave Glaive just the extra second he needed to find the opening kill. It's traded right back. And Config hears these footsteps.
Tapping it out with the FAMAS. The other one up close is Config. He'll take down Tizzy, and that drops the bomb temporarily from the re-entrance of Donut, but Zippix able to get Quito, who found that kill in return. It's back and forth, but still a 2-on-2. The advantage does reside with Astralis, because bomb was delayed, and the HP is significantly in their favor. They don't have, oh, they do have a kid, excuse me, Blame F, but you're right. It's the flank of he. That could be the problem, and bomb is dropped as Searson went to check it, and Lucky will catch out the final kill.
Yeah, that's brutal. Nicely done from Astralis in the 4-on-4 config, going 1-for-1. I mean, with the FAMAS as well, trading the AKs 1-for-1 is great. And then obviously the flank and the box-in factor for Astralis at the end, that's perfect in the 2v2. They're running away with it. Although, I mean, this is a pretty, 13-5 is a pretty dominant scoreline, but I swear it almost didn't feel this dominant. As you mentioned, that kind of 5-round streak that Big had in the first half made things a little bit uncomfortable, but Astralis is handling this very, very well. I think everyone's just a little bit afraid to believe. I think everyone at some level wants to see this Astralis team be dangerous and do well. We're just all very hesitant at the moment. Good opening kill with utility with the Molotovs. 5-on-4. And Big's gonna pop right through the smoke. 2 AK-47s waiting for him on the other side. Added an M4 for good measure. And that'll be round number 19 in the books. 14-5. Astralis just 2 rounds away from closing out Ancient and taking us to Dust 2.
Yeah, very quickly as well, and a comfortable... It's so weird. I was about to say a comfortable map and territory for Astralis, but I'm realizing that I'm doing that based on legacy, and
yeah,
that doesn't necessarily apply anymore. How weird. I can't just phone it in anymore, Jason.
I know.
I gotta relearn lines and maps and teams. This is difficult. Smokes towards the bottom side connector of mid. That's gonna hold Tabson out for a moment, give Config a bit more chance to prod open some information as he has a smoke thrown in his direction toward Donut, but Glaive was able to smoke him in for a re-peek. No information, and they both rotate back over toward A, so a 3-2 split defensively. Bomb will be heading out from the A tunnels. Tabson heading that direction. Looks pretty convincing that they're all going to be heading that side of the map, and Searson has Glaive to open it up. Config left alone. Tough position as well as he goes for the short connector to CT, and a single smoke will lock out all vision on the site, so Config has to battle through it. As he steps out and above the box, does do significant damage, but no kills yet. Now he finds one as Tizian responds, having Tabson go down just before. Oh, lucky.
Yeah, that would have been great. That would have been awesome if he could have hit that, but actually it still takes Keto off the bomb. It looks like he wants to get aggressive. But that's the bomb. Keto can't turn this corner. That's a bit of a stalemate at the moment.
And there's no smokes left, and they have Donut, which means they are going to be exposed at some point in this plant. They cannot do anything to cover off Zipix.
Oh no, Big's gonna have to get aggressive somewhere, or Zip's gonna come right into it. Oh no, just missed it, 10 HP. Good job from Keto, and that forces Blame F to make a play, and it all comes crumbling down. Lucky's gonna find the kill at the end, but there's no chance at getting away.
That single kill from Keto on Zipix is massive.
Yeah, Zip making that jump onto the ledge as well really made it difficult for him. So 6th round for Big, and they get a big sigh of relief. That's kind of cool. They're playing Astralis, and they've got a giant picture of Astralis lifting a trophy right next
behind
to
them. Yeah, either that's annoying or it's motivation. I'm not sure which. It's not like Big hasn't been on the final stage of a large ESL run tournament before. Obviously, Cologne comes to mind.
That's right.
Glaive with the aggressive push to catch out Tizzy, and Keto's gone as well. Favin, though, does at least come back into it, and so too does Searson to stabilize the round 3-on-3, and now they'll open up the A site. Lucky's quick to rotate the short side of A, but you've got Favin going very aggressively all the way through Temple Hall, and Zipix is not ready. He thought he was supporting Lucky. They had no idea there was a player that far forward.
I wonder if they call this play through the smoke. Yeah, Searson was looking for it. It might not have been a call, but obviously you see Zip lining up some utility. Might be able to communicate he's lining up for a pop flash. Man, what a crazy round to think that Glaive started this out with a double kill boosted up. Normally with a fast play towards a bomb site like that, you just say, well, that's kind of done and dusted. That's over with. He's handled it well. But obviously a very aggressive flank from Config evens things up pretty quickly. And Astralis can't get anything from there. Searson with a nice double kill on the AWP.
So Blame F the last alive. Big, just as in the first half, having lost the opening 4, will now string at least 2 together. That time, I go back to it was 5, and they took the lead temporarily. I'm sure they would love to have 5 at least now and bring this up to double digits before conceding the overtime point for Astralis. There was the boost from Glaive. That was Zipix with no idea. As I said, thought he was supporting Lucky. No idea that he could be taken down from Temple.
Yeah, that's a nice push, and I guess you're kind of, you see frequently people keep their eye on that kind of a play as well, but if you're lining up some utility for a teammate, obviously your tension's pulled in a different direction. 14-7 as Big claw themselves somewhat back into this game. 2 straight. They've taken economy away. They've at least gained control of that aspect of the game. But a long road ahead.
Molotov not going to be thrown, but potentially will be with the lineup as they set themselves outside of the stairs at B. Glave's up close, wants to try and swing out at the right time, but he's already taken down. Favin with the flash support from Searson, able to get the kill. Touchdown onto Config. He has to back away as he gets tagged by the nade and avoids the spam from the AK immediately after as Keto tries to tap away and catch out, I believe.
That timing shot would have been sick, though, from Config if he nailed it.
Blame F that's there, you're right. With the Deagle as well, would have been absolutely insane.
You got to like this from Config as well. 25 and 10, obviously a great game, but just how aggressive he's being on these flanks. We saw him get punished for it a couple rounds ago when he pushed and tried to wrap around the A-hit. This time, he could be the X factor. He could be the turning point in the round. If he can push up and find them before they disappear in towards lane, he's spotted. Tizian transfers over. So, that's Big saying they know we're coming here. Now Blame F with a follow-up flank and just misses the opportunity as well. That's got to be frustrating. And I think that's the last chance that Astralis had from getting back into this round.
I think so too. They know he's going to be rotating back through the 8th hallway, so Kito goes out to the box, immediately removes him, and we turn our attention to the temple where not even a prayer could save Zipix. And Lucky aren't feeling so lucky, are you, punk?
That could have been a cool round if some of the timings worked in Astralis' favor. If you know, maybe Config was a bit quicker, was able to turn and grab one before they got too far away. Blame F was there, maybe had an angle a little bit quicker and got one. Could have been interesting.
That's one of those ones as well that because he's already around the corner, there's nowhere else to look, so he's just like, well, I might as well put my crosshair here, and then out comes Config, right? If, like you say, if he's still exposed to mid, I guarantee he's looking toward top mid still. So yeah, that was just unlucky.
14 to 8. Astralis still on pistols, 3 Deagles and 2 USPs on Lucky and Glaive. Couple, 3 flashbangs in fact. Searson spots the jiggle. And Astralis is setting up for it. Glaive's got flash in hand, waiting for Big to commit themselves into the bomb site. Oh, what a shot. That's even before the flash. That's even before the trap is sprung. Config's got to be so happy. Astralis have got to be licking their chops waiting for this hit to come in. Flashbang from Glaive doesn't work. Big has not sprung the trap. They have not entered the dead zone, the ideal position for Astralis to all take these fights. And I just think the slow pace of this hit ruined everything Astralis wanted.
And Tizian's going to put the bomb down again toward that tower, that large structure inside of the site that Glaive is trying to fire toward. Tabson's removed, but bomb still continues to tick, and it's just 2 Deagles. No utility, no kits to try and play against it as Glaive flashed off the angle, cast to concede time, at least further before he can repeak, and when he does, Tizian was set and ready with the AK. They know exactly where Blame F is because Blame F has been spamming through the wooden wall. And now we are going to get toward that double digits position, just like the first half, now approaching a 5-round response from Big.
Yeah, but the double save from Astralis, or the double small buys, pistol buys, are going to allow them to get a very, very strong investment here in round 24. AWP in the hands of Lucky. Everyone with full utility beside their M4s as well, just the 1 kit on Glaive. We'll see how it plays out. Early utility, a lot of Molotovs, a lot of fire everywhere, and Searson's not quick enough with the AWP, and Blame F so swift to find 2 kills, and Zip's gonna take the opportunity to push up when they least expect it. Like a little rat, he's got a kill. 5 on 2.
Brad Marchand, little rat? Shot from Tabson. I should say Marchand and say it correctly, but whatever. Not worth the time.
I don't think anyone's going to correct you.
It's all right. No one cares. Map point for Astralis, and they've got 5 of them to work with. 6 of them, math. Math's hard. 6 of them to work with, Jason.
It's all right. They won. Still getting the addition under
Someone would
under
correct
belt.
me on that one, so
Yeah.
I better.
Actually. These are great kills from Blame F. Flashbang might have been a bit mistimed. I don't know if that actually messed with Searson at all. Either way, he wasn't pulling the trigger anytime soon. Good double kill from Blame F to get things started. Here we go, round 25, potentially the last round of Ancient of the opening map. Astralis with a 6-round lead, 6 chances to close things out. That's what I'm talking about. This is that timing A hit that I'm kind of always constantly looking for on a T side, because I feel like it's so strong to be brought out at least once.
Well, and this is the response is an immediate rotation, collapsing back toward the site as quickly as they can from Astralis, because they know they're heading that direction. Lucky with the opening pick is going to mean Config has more room to work with, because they have to look both directions, and they can't, both with kills. A double for each as Config falls back inside a donut. The map is over. Lucky's got the kill on the AWP, third for him in the round, and we go 16-9 and 1-0 in the series before we go Dust 2.
Yeah, that's a great win here in the opening map of this series for Astralis, powered by Config, which is exactly what everybody wanted to see. We wanted to see a dangerous Astralis, an Astralis that could challenge, and we wanted to see Config throwing his weight around the server, and we got both of them. Map 1 to Astralis. We're headed to a break. When we come back, it's Dust 2.
Just want to point out as well, opening duels, 5-0 for Config. Make it 6 in that final round. So yeah, huge openings from him. We'll see in a second, because this one's just getting started.
Hey Future Pros! Locking down mid as a CT can put you in a good spot in a round of Ancient. So let's check out the smoke incendiary combo that the Chad Sponge Birchall likes to throw. Get into the middle of the doorway just before the stairs. Aim to the vines at the extended leafy bit and throw your smoke. Then quickly position your crosshair at the tip of this leaf and walk forward and throw the incendiary instantly. These nades will surely make the T's mad and make them hopefully respect the util. If you want to change it up, you can also throw your incendiary at the same smoke lineup for a deep coverage of the elbow area. Good luck holding mid, and make sure to throw your nades fast.
Yeah, there was an attempt to get back in this game by Big, and lo and behold, it's just simply not enough. Ancient going the way of Astralis in a matchup that has some pretty good implications. One that puts one of these teams on in to the group stages of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. So in case you were curious, no, we're not quite there yet. This is the first day of the play-ins, first day of the event. And moreover, first day, we get to look at this Astralis lineup in a new light. Now we get to take a look at what they've done right here to make this just a little bit more convincing. I say we, I'm talking about Bleh, and I'm talking about Maniac.
Start with the first few rounds, right? Both pistol rounds won by Astralis, converted on both occasions, of course, what you're looking for. 4 rounds off the bat on that T side, we know that has to be an issue. But then when Big actually fought back, Astralis were still able to keep things under control and have that T side that they were desperately looking for. For me, that was it. That was the name of the game. As soon as we moved on to the second half, I thought they had done enough. And of course, Config the Beast. Once in a while, we have them.
Yeah, welcome back, Config. This is
Think we can get him to smash his mouse this event?
That would be great.
Yeah, old Config. Yeah,
Old Config.
vintage. But anyway, yes, Config.
Yeah, I mean, he stepped up. Like 29-12, 5-0, 6-0 opening. I think that's what Matt pointed out as well right at the end of the game there. But I just want to add on to what Matthew mentioned right there. Like, the amount of pressure they're exerting all over the map, the way they were just toying with the rotations of Big. There was one round, I think it was round number 10, where Big sent all 5 members on a buy round up mid and up towards Jaguar. And the way Astralis were able to adapt to that, the way they just fell back for a second, they lost a member, immediately deployed the smokes, took the A-bomb site because they knew the players were trapped either inside a Jaguar or towards mid. Fantastic calling coming out from Glaive. And then again, when you have the Berserker here popping off like this is what I love to see. Even in the old days in Complexity, even when they were losing, this is a Config I always used to watch and used to love. And if he's going to continue this particular trend here, Matthew, maybe I might be a believer.
Listen, my heart's been broken far too many times. I'm too old for that. I'm way too old for that, Trace.
Break my own heart.
What we saw during the fall finals was kind of an appetizer, and then I thought the main course was going to come, and it never arrived. It's great to see Config having a pop-off game, and it is kind of the premise of the excitement behind that move. When we had Blameth and Config joining, we said, oh my god, so much firepower, it's going to be crazy. And then it just fell flat, like a bread if I'm trying to cook it, because I'm terrified with that. But
Cook bread?
I try to, but it never really goes well.
Not much of a baker, are you?
Nah, I'm not really a baker. More like an eater. I'll eat the bread.
I think I know why you're failing at making your bread. That's all
So no more failures. Let's kind of look past that. I think just having had this match played up in front of us, you have to look at some of the pillars of like Glaive, for example. There were a few question marks we had coming into this one. Where do we find him settling?
I mean, look, there are a lot of question marks overall for this entire team, right? Talking about Glaive. You can go a while back, him picking up the AWP over Lucky, then again swapping roles again. Individually speaking, I feel like everyone stepped up here. It's easy to be outshined by Config considering the 29 kills he dropped, but everyone stepped up, even a player who has been kind of, there's been a lot of noise being made about him, Zipex, right? He's been struggling quite a bit. You want to point the finger at the new kid in the form of Lucky, but Zipex has been struggling as well. But everyone kind of stepping up over here. And I do believe you had a couple of points you wanted to make about Glaive.
Yeah, what I really like about him is that he seemed to have an idea on how we wanted to approach this map from the start to the finish. And that to me matters a whole lot. When you see Big having that 4 strings of rounds or 4 or 5 rounds on their CT side, I'm thinking, damn, is that going to be Astralis falling over again and completely crumbling on their T side? But absolutely not. And you mentioned it. The way he and Astralis as a whole dealt with the aggression coming out of Big, that was mastermind IGLing right here, right now. They had an idea exactly how they had to react. Big suddenly didn't find the impact they wanted, didn't find the opening, and they fell flat.
Just a master of puppets or Trace. And we can see this head-to-head. Keto, we did bring him up, right? It's kind of unfortunate. We said, like, Keto, he's a little inconsistent. We need to see him step up. And, yeah, I mean, the numbers speak for itself.
Hey, you know what? The numbers don't lie either, because Dust 2 happens to be on the docket. We know that Big have played it a couple times. And
a few times.
The whole thing. Yeah. But overall, with Astralis taking this foot up in the series, do we consider it, can you throw this in the bag?
No, I still think that Big have a very good fighting chance on Dust 2. They've played it twice the last time around. They won it twice as well. You mentioned Keto. We can stay on that topic for a second, because I think he's the definition of being inconsistent, but it's map related.
Yep.
It's because I don't think that intrinsically he's an awesome player. I don't think he is. But on a few maps, he's found his way to have an impact. And exactly, Dust 2 is a map where somehow I know what he's going to bring to the table. I know he's going to bring that secondary AWP on the B side, and he's going to have impact with the AUG as well. So he's going to step up. He's not going to be down at 20 ADR or whatever the hell. So I think that's why Big pushes to a third map, because they have all their players in positions where they feel comfortable and they have the impact.
Huh, interesting. Not much time. Do you agree, though?
I mean, for Astralis, right? Like, this is a golden opportunity. This is the most impressive Astralis I've seen in a while. The fashion in which.
And now you've joined my camp now. Now he's coming over.
See, that's the thing. I'm not a believer. I look at the facts.
The dark side.
All right, you're the dark side. Okay, Matthew. But yeah, Astralis. If I'm them, I want to close this out to 2-0. I want to take it to map number 3.
Well, of course, they want to close it 2-0. Are they going to close it out?
I think they might. I think they might just be feeling very confident. If Config can pop off the way he is, and even Glaive as well, like. I'm just saying, man. I'm starting to believe.
I think the EVE is too easy. If Config pops off, hell yeah, but it's 1 game out of 37 right now, so is that going to be the one? Statistically speaking, we shall see.
Well, you did say the numbers don't lie. You did say the numbers don't lie. Don't even know that those are numbers that are accurate. But that's not the big picture here. Dust 2 is in front of us, and we're looking to send either that or Astralis or Big into the group stage of Kato 2022. We're going to be right back after this. We're going to be jumping into Dust 2. That much I know for sure.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros! Having a good A exec on Dust 2 can make your life so much easier. So today I'll show you the Na'Vi A exec, which they pulled off perfectly on a force buy. To do this exec, you'll need 4 Future Pros, 4 smokes, 3 flashes, and a molly. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the Xbox smoke to help your team get short control. To throw the smoke, get into this back corner. Crouch down and aim at this shadow. Then stand up and jump throw the smoke. Now get your team to get short control, but be careful as there could be a pesky CT chillin'. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the one-way smoke, 2 flashes, and a short molly. To throw your smoke, get into this corner. Aim at the bottom right corner of this window and throw your smoke. Then put your back against the wall and aim just to the left of this part of the box while crouched. While still crouched, jump throw your 2 flashes. These flashes will destroy a close long player. Once you have thrown the flashes, quickly lob a molly back towards short as you could be getting fast flanked. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing a CT smoke, a sight molly, and a flash to get you down to the CT ramp. To throw your smoke, get into this doorway. Aim to the top corner of this building and throw the smoke. Then throw your molly from behind the closed smoke just to the right of the palm tree and it should molly sight. After that, underhand a flash into CT and hop down with it. Try very hard not to blind yourself or your team with this one. Then sprint towards long and get a free kill onto the long CT who is hopefully playing close. Keep advancing and take full long control as this will allow your team to plan for long if you succeed. Finally, Future Pro number 4, or FP4 as I like to call it. You'll be throwing the closed short smoke along with the flash for sight. To throw your smoke, aim just in between these 2 boxes above the barrels. Then get close to the box and underhand throw the smoke. It looks like a moving throw, but I assure you it's not. You can throw this smoke more safely, but if Bit lives on the edge, then you should too. Throw your flash off this wall, which shouldn't blind your teammates, but will flash a CT trying to advance on the smokes, and then take the site. Give this one a crack offline, but I'm sure all you Future Pros will be able to nail it down after at most 20 attempts.
Well, here we go. Map 2 coming up. Big, staring down the barrel of an 0-2 loss. Astralis looked good on Ancient. And remember, the winner of this is going to move on to the next stage, the group stage of IEM Katowice. And
Get those pillows.
Big's got to be worried about Config right now. That's what's got to be on their mind at the moment, is how good Config played on the first map and the way that he can power Astralis into a map all by himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And get some lumbar support so that they can carry more effectively, get those backs strengthened up. Tabson going to be one that we look to. No, you're absolutely right. Config played an excellent game. Dust 2, a bit more of a classic, I think it goes without saying, than the newest map in the pool, Ancient, but absolutely a map that still relies on individual skill and a lot of duels. And Config, as we said, 6-0 opening duels in the first map. That's a scary thought.
Yeah, I don't expect that to translate over to the second map as well, to carry that forward to 2 maps into the series back-to-back. I think you can see here NK, the coach of Big, just giving a little, I don't know, I was going to say pep talk, but like a pep back rub to get Searson in the mood. That's going to be the big advantage, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't really know how to phrase that. I kind of walked myself into a corner there. That's going to be one of the big advantages you think that they would have over Astralis into this is the opping of Searson and how effective and how impactful he can be on a map like Dust 2. So that's certainly where you got to look if you're Big. That powerful op that you have, providing you openings, providing you picks, giving you advantages. And it's 1-0 in the series for Astralis as the pistol round gets underway. They're going to start on the CT side of Dust 2. Big will be starting on the attacking side, and we'll see what they've got. It was a flat Ancient. They're trying to recover.
Well, it's the start of aggression for Glaive as he gets through mid. Remember, there have been changes. I know it's a while ago, but you can get very quickly toward the lower tunnels now as a CT because you have to drop to suicide with a boost to be able to get the mid pick. Not as easily done as previously to get that information. 5 players already outside of the A cave, though, and that's a very standard exchange, but on a pistol round, they're going to be granted that much position. With Lucky going down already, they'll try and beat the cross. BlameF will get himself in position above on Catwalk, but smokes down means Zippix can do nothing to support from CT other than spam, which they try and do, but now a Molotov thrown Cat is going to make things very awkward.
Oh, this is such a tough retake. You better hit some spectacular shots. There's no kit, so the retake has to begin pretty much immediately. There's Glaive with the dualies. Nice headshot. That's on a Faven. He backs away into the smoke. 4-on-4.
Trying to hold, reverse the position, the shot from elevators. They went for the boost. It's Keto to get the first. He follows to get Config as well, and Tabson knows the man boosting must still be down there. He runs forward to find Zippix. Absolutely right. Very tough retake. Single Molotov thrown out toward the stairs of Catwalk with the smokes down below. They could do nothing to cover the cross, and it was a perfect post-plant situation for Big to find themselves in.
A quad kill on Keto in the pistol round, starting out 4-0. We kind of highlighted him, unfortunately, a couple times in the first map for a rough start of the game. I think last time I remember it was 1-11 or 1-12 when I kind of stopped paying attention and started feeling a little bit of sympathy. And so, way to get started on Dust 2. Way to bounce back here in the second map. Scout in the hands of Searson. Oh dear. Nice shot from Lucky. Right through the scope.
Tabson already rounding the corner again toward long, so Lucky may have that opening pick on the scout, but isn't in a position to capitalize at long. They're going to go for an elevator boost yet again. Spotted, though, as Lucky gets obliterated, and Tabson through the smoke does the same to Zippix.
That's such unfortunate. Unfortunate for Astralis, for Zip and Lucky is, I mean, you probably don't ever expect Big to just immediately march up long right after you had fallen back. You expect there to be a little bit of a delay. They were just caught completely off guard with how deep Big already was at long. So, Scout going to be recovered. That was Searson's initially, and Astralis is just going to back off and be happy and content to bring what they have into the next round.
BlameF toward the stairwell. But it goes 2-0 for Big. Remember, they were slow to get started on Ancient. It was 4 rounds in a row that Astralis got before they strung back a string of 5. If Peter Pepper picked a pick of peppers, Jason.
Nice. What about Sally and her seashells?
Oh, Sally and her seashells get off. No, yeah, this is a much better start for them. And obviously, Astralis will have to be patient for one more round and before they can get the guns out. But Lucky had a good opening shot. Unfortunately, nothing they could do over toward the A site yet again. That will be a point of contention, undoubtedly, when the guns do come out.
Round number 3. And Astralis kind of fighting with scraps from the previous round. Keto towards long, quick, tons of flashbangs coming out. He's tagged, but not slowed. A little bit of a flashbang himself as he peeks out. He's hungry, he's thirsty, he wants these kills. Config's gonna get the trade. Back and forth we go. Astralis still contesting the corner, and eventually it's gonna fall in the favor of Big and their superior weapons.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucky left alive with not much to hope for in this round. Bomb's not crossed, but it doesn't really matter at this
Style
point in
points.
time. Yeah.
Jumping scouts.
Searson's gonna go back toward middle. See if he can spot him out and take him down. Lucky's gonna get one on the scout at least. So now if he hits another one on the cross, maybe give him a chance for it.
Nah, well, nah. 3 HP. I wonder if his plan is to save this scout. Or just wrapping around to a new location. Either way, the round is gonna be won by Big. It's gonna be a third round for the T side. As Lucky just sees, tries to find some creative way to find one final kill on his way out. Out towards T spawn. Holds the angle to long. Again, just 3 health. 1 bullet's gonna do it. A gust of wind.
That was just me farting.
Ah.
Sorry. Well, the double stack from the dumpster, ready for Lucky's arrival. Down he goes. Now we get into the gun rounds as Big take a 3-round lead. And the AWP for Lucky this time. So he's been hitting shots with the scout. That was just the warm-up. Now it's the main game for him. You know, take the weight off the bat, get out to the home plate, swing for the fences. And if it doesn't work, you can just use steroids because it's Major League Baseball.
Yeah, why not?
They did go for the boost, the quick drop. Searson wanted to get the shot. Meanwhile, they have gone aggressively toward the lower tunnels to clear, knowing that it's open, that with that information through suicide, they've got something to work with in middle, and they're going to go straight toward the doors. Kiddo has aggression. Meanwhile, we sit back over toward B, where Tizian is on the offside, and the smoke down. He saw that flash. He saw that flash bounce. He knows he's there. He's firing as well. This is just a patience play at this point in time. Absolutely no idea that Glaive is in this position.
I love this play from Glaive. I love it. I love the whole thing about it. Glaive's gonna back off, and there's a quick one in middle. 2 players. Actually, look at Keto. Look at Keto's position. This B bomb site might be in so much trouble. They're getting pinched despite their own aggression.
They had no idea that they lost that mid position so fast. Taps him with a nade, will take out Config. I thought Glaive was going to get spotted as the smoke faded, but there it is. Keto, he strikes. Lucky's a little bit late to save his friend in Glaive, and it is Zipix left versus 3. Doors cross in his favor, but smoke down will make it impossible to hit the shot as he nades in. That's even going to bounce a little bit high. Takes a gun back through the window for him to potentially use, but even though Lucky's close by, no chance to go for it. It'll be now 4 for Big.
Oh, I love that play from Glaive. It's such a shame the rest of the map just fell apart. He was in prime position to get the kill. Just nothing really to back into after he completes it and finds the frag. Everything else around him is just burning. 4-0 for Big as they enter into the B bomb site, and the op on Lucky is forced to save Zip as well. As you mentioned, no real standing for that retake. So, good start for Big on Dust 2, much like Astralis on Ancient. Both teams on their map pick, getting out to good leads in the first 4 or 5 rounds.
So 4-0 is exactly, as I said, the start that Astralis had previously on Ancient. Now we're back into more familiar territory. Searson again on the AWP. Lucky will have the same weapon saved. So it was the right call. For some reason, the way his gun was sticking through, I thought he was actually going to get spotted there. I thought, oh my God.
There's always a chance when you make a play like that, right? That's the risk. Who spots who first? And I just don't think you're ever going to expect the CT to make that play. Probably not even in your mind as that smoke clears. Searson with the op, doesn't spot Config, jumping up onto Xbox. Oh, anybody does spot Lucky around the corner of the edge of the smoke.
Blame F's gonna grab the AWP. So they'll at least keep that in the round as he falls back toward the A site with it. In fact, he's dropped down. Could play and support Zipix at long because they need to take map territory back. They can't sit on their heels and give up both approaches to A with Catwalk lost. Config's trying to get a read on this with sound. He knows the op's up there. Can hear it scoping in, can hear it dropping down. Has the Deagle ready, but just barely. Little late on the trigger and then couldn't reset faster than Keto, who gets the shot instead with the AK.
Good luck, Glaive. Best of luck.
Nope.
Not at all.
Keto's on it right now.
Yeah, he's pissed from the first map, right? He's like, I can't have a game like that twice in a row.
phenomenal start for him.
Yeah, 8-2.
Yeah.
Searson as well with the op starting to do some work. That pick he gets on Catwalk in this round is exactly what Big is going to want this entire half. That's the advantage. That's the edge they have in the opping category here on Dust 2. To be able to provide opening frags like that make the rest of the round easier. Zip, seeing what he can find at the end, just the one kill. And now he's boxed in from 3 different angles. It was just a matter of who's going to get the final shot, and Tabson steals it away. 5-0 for Big's attack.
Well, that's going to have to be addressed soon. Money again, lost round bonus is maximized for Astralis. They'll go straight back to an AWP again for Lucky. If I'm not mistaken, he bought that himself this round, so he's limited down to $200 remaining. 2 kits in play. Lucky's got one of them, Zipix the other. But that means Lucky can't be the first to go down this time. Long's the play. Keto's the one that's there this time, not going toward middle. Manages to get back after a smoke was down. They wanted that early shot. No success. They'll swap the op. That was very much spawn dependent. And an additional incendiary is going to actually clear that position temporarily and let Zipix get a lot more aggressive for now.
Yeah, still plenty of big players here at the Long Cave. Searson and Faven going to move in. Fast up Catwalk was Keto. He's already challenging at the corner, so A defense is going to be tested here. They need to clear out Zip first. Flashbang doesn't work, but they're slow to react, and now...
They were always going to check that. The fact that they threw a smoke, an incendiary, and then a nade as well, which was clearly to obstruct vision from to cross, that was going to be checked 100%.
Yeah, well, look at the ship position the defense is in now. You're getting pinched from 2 different locations. There's no comfort whatsoever to be found. Lucky is in trouble. Smoke down to give him some kind of cover. Now, Big's not pressing the issue as aggressively as they might have been able to. But Lucky still has a long time to chill at the core. There's Searson from the other angle. I think boosted over the top just as he's about to pull the trigger on Tabson. Perfect execution from Big in this round.
Yeah, that timing was insane. That was a kill guaranteed for the op on Catwalk and gets denied. Bomb to go down once again. Config needs the game of the last map, and unfortunately he has 2 kills so far. He's not in this one at all. No one with more than 4, and that's Lucky. And we go 6-0 for Big. It's early. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we're just getting started here on Dust 2, but Overpass is the 3rd map, should it be required, just for those of you playing along at home. Maybe you got a Counter-Strike bingo card and you were wondering.
Counter-Strike bingo. Haven't played that in a while. I feel like we used to have, there was someone that used to make like a different bingo for each event. I don't see that anymore.
Someone do it right now. Get creative. Tweet it to me. And we'll randomize. Actually, you randomize the boxes because I'm lazy. So you do all of that. Create the whole website.
You do all the work, but I'll play the game.
Send it to me and I'll send it out for you.
Yeah, we'll play it on day 1 of groups.
Yeah. I'm in. I'm down.
I'm in. 6-0 for Big. Round 7 already underway. Again, just pistols and a scout on Zip. Searson's going to take the long angle. Tons of nades coming in his direction, and there was no chance he was going to get out of the way of that.
Glaive's going to push the matter on the smoke as well. AWP already being thrown off the map so as not to be recovered as Faven takes down Glaive as well. So a strategic call in that regard to keep weapons out of the CT hands. They've got plenty of money to keep an AWP in play in the next round. They'll just buy one at this point in time because they want the rifles to execute at this juncture, this situation that they're in as they head back over to the B site. Zipix back toward window, is looking toward middle, but Config's up close. Tough position to play, and we know that he tried with a Deagle a few rounds ago, didn't hit the one-shot wonder, and now he's got a rapid-fire pistol to try and make better of it. As Keto will find Blame F, that's mid-open. Zipix knows he needs to distract for his teammate, can't do it. Tizian with the shot, Config steps out too soon. Tizian finds that as well.
This is looking like a whole different team than what we saw in Ancient. Big is looking great. Obviously, this round just against the lower weaponry, so take from that what you will, but this whole half has been well constructed so far for Big. 7-0 lead here on the T side of Dust 2. It's just Lucky left to pick up the pieces. Not a whole lot of fragging. In fact, we have a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 scoreline for the Astral. So don't get a kill, Lucky. Don't get a kill. Good for you. Not amused by that, Matt? I thought that might tickle your fancy.
Nah, I'm a hard guy to please.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah, you know, it's not you, it's me.
Oh, tough crowd. Well, yeah, there's not much to say at the moment with Astralis. Just, I mean, Big's mopping the floor with him at the moment.
Yeah, this is rough. This is very rough. I mean, you say it looks like a different team. I'd say both teams look very different right now.
Yeah, there's that.
Astralis also not finding any of the openings, not getting the map control, the territory. I mean, that was one of the things on Ancient. They were able to have positions they could push and have authority on the CT side. Right now, that's just not happening. Even with that new possibility to go toward middle, they haven't done it. They haven't risked it at all. And Searson has been going for the drop shot through, as we say, the boost that you need now at Suicide.
Well, maybe here's the answer. Double op setup switched into for Astralis. Config has one, Lucky with the other. And there's the drop from Searson, boosted up by a teammate. Doesn't spot anything.
This is the cat. They have to cat boost because they went 1-4 off spawn. They want to try and get closer position. And corner boost, this could be perfect if the timing is right. Lucky can't hit the shot. They've got to fall off. Utility will hold, and they know they can capitalize on middle, which is where Zipix is waiting. He's been so good in that position for so many years. He needed to step up in this round, and he finds Favan and Quito to get the advantage for his team.
A long spray for a double kill, but we'll take it. A bit scrappy. However, the B bomb site is open. Tizian can find his way in, doesn't realize it just yet, a little bit blind, but coming through the window, it's risky. Searson goes for the no-scope, and Zip recovers inside the B bomb site. Molotov lands behind him. He eventually goes down, and from here, its damage for Tapson would be massive, but he can only find the one. So, first round on the board for Astralis defense. They've got to look at Fnatic.
Yes, that could
old school
be
Fnatic.
absolutely
2009 Fnatic.
Yeah, that is it really 2009? Yeah. It is too, isn't it? Wow.
Spicy.
Look at you being old. That's, yeah.
I don't know because of the picture. I just saw the 2009.
Okay, all right. I didn't. So you had me fooled, and you could have just gone with it.
Yeah.
But, no, it's cool to see all the celebrations of victories.
10 years of Katowice.
10 years of Katowice. Obviously, 2009. We're 2022 now, but such was the case of various circumstances and what have you. But a lot of history in this city for esports. Not just Counter-Strike, StarCraft.
I'm actually very excited for StarCraft.
Yep, massive tournament in the StarCraft calendar. One of their biggest in the season. Certainly in the Western world, it's one of the absolute biggest. And then, of course, you've had Dota on this stage. You've had League of Legends on this stage. Jailbreakers, I think, at one point, as Matthew Andrews was casting that at one point.
Was he now?
Yeah.
I don't even know what game that is.
No, me neither.
I still think, for me, I still think StarCraft 2 is one of the best esports to watch. I'm excited for it. But we got to get there. Faven, oh, there's a gap in that smoke underneath, and he spots the kneecaps, and he takes him out. There goes Zip. Trying to push up into the corner behind the double doors, and he's caught. Never realized the gap in that smoke was his undoing. Good equalizing frag found by Blame F, but Astralis' defense is caught in middle, and Big is hustling up Catwalk.
Catwalk indeed, as Blame F's desperate to fall back, gets to the elevator position, but no one there to boost. Instead, he's just going to be the chauffeur in the doorway that denies Quito entrance, and he'll rotate around to the ramp as well and find Tizian, dropping him in the spot as Tapson is now holding from the corner. But guess who? Blame F again is going to find the kill to give Astralis a second round.
What a round from Blame F, not just the equalize, but coming up the ramp like that. It felt like he got there a little bit late. I think what the saving grace was is the fact that Big stopped to throw the smokes onto the railing, and he's just able to make it just barely. That timing, these are tough fights over and over and over again, and Blame F just delivers each and every time. Second round, 7-2, Astralis 5 rounds back. But at least now they've got weapons in hand. They've got money behind these weapons as well. Still with the double up setup on Lucky and Config.
Quick shots from Faven. So a bit more neutral this round as Searson was unable to get any opening at middle. He still stands top mid now with the op, but no one's going to give him a look. Been less aggression now that the guns have come out toward long, and perhaps that's by design by Big, knowing that they don't necessarily want to take those duels. But Lucky is the one tasked with watching over it right now. Second AWP, as you say, Config inside of a passive mid stance with Glaive inside of CT spawn to cover him. Interestingly, that means Zipix is the one that's all the way over toward the mouth of B.
Tense angle. Config and Searson. Config just backs away, doesn't want to swing too wide. Doesn't want to be overexposed. Just standard default mid control for Big.
Yeah, and Config's done that in response to the fact that Glaive's also gone back over toward A to support that site. So they've given up mid entirely. Zipix down, smokes out a huge split opportunity to go toward the B site with just Config inside of it. Glaive's gonna do what he can inside. No, he can't. He can't. Config's gone. They're gonna call the save. He couldn't get through the smoke. Jumps even. He's spotted, and Searson got... How's that not a leg shot?
I don't know, man. The kills that Big just got in this round are freaky.
I want a slow-mo replay. That's a freaking leg shot, okay? What, does he got Achilles heel or something?
Got some junk in the trunk.
Check his mouse, maybe.
8th round for Big. Astralis, they bug out and go home. They don't even want to go for it. Lucky's going to save an ADVP out towards long, and Blame F just chilling at the A bomb site. Big still looking good. And I mean, this half has been great. Once Big kind of makes a decision and senses they have an advantage or sense they have a certain part of the map, it's just an explosion from that point to the bomb site. They don't slow down for anything. 8-2.
We gonna get a slow-mo? Maybe.
Is that what you need?
I want
a little bit of slow-mo in your life?
Yes. Look, how is this not a leg shot?
All right, here we go.
How is that not a leg shot?
Did he have 100 HP? Are you sure?
Oh, yeah, I didn't actually look at that. Shit. All right, look,
you are right, though. It was probably a leg shot.
I'm looking back. I'm looking back.
He's doing some research. He's gonna get us updated. Let's see. 8-2, 6-round lead for Big. This attack has been fantastic, and Keto, single pop flash, is going to clear out close mid. Decent amount of map control with that position, looking for someone to rotate into his crosshair, into the angle.
Oh, he was 68 HP. All right, listen.
Well, you were right.
It was a leg shot. All right, I was going to say, I didn't catch the HP. Look, I'm a little rusty. Just don't tell chat that I don't know what I'm doing, okay? Let's just play this one off like nothing happened.
It's a long event. We're going to build into it. We're going to get you. It's like riding a bike.
Oh, yeah, because I'm real good at that, right?
That's a good point. I didn't think about the
collarbone and
all the shattered bones that you have.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, it's like riding a trike with training wheels, I guess. Taps in, Molotov out towards railing. Pop flash right through. Ooh, the reverse drop. Spicy, but he sees nobody. He's just there to cut off anyone who wants to rotate down the ramp. Oh, poor Glaive, blinded, head into the corner, tucked in, and Tapson is just doing God's work in CT spawn. Brilliant stuff again from Big, tactically outplaying Astralis and delivering the headshots as well.
Well, chat's moving so fast, no one will know that I messed up, so we're all good. Keto is there to watch the window. Lucky goes through it, and somehow it's a wall shot, gets him, and the bomb to go down. He is now left in an awkward situation on the wrong side of the map with Tizian ready for his arrival at the stairs and gets the shot on the AK. 9-2 now. Convincing, very convincing scoreline and half so far for Big. And Astralis not able to string more than the 2 rounds together. Will at least have money to work with in this round, but desperately needs to get on the board, and as such, they'll call their second timeout.
Alrighty. Well, take a deep breath.
No.
Chit chat, talk things over. Astralis, if they're feeling frisky, they could actually buy here.
It's interesting that this is sponsored by Coinbase, because see that dive between round 8 and 10? That's cryptocurrency.
Oh, bless it all. 7-round lead for Big. I was going to say, if Astralis feeling frisky, they could go for a buy, and it looks like they're feeling frisky because they go for it. Lucky with the op. 3 M4s, SMG on Glaive. Searson holding the angle again. This time it's a smoke obscuring his vision. Even with that, he almost finds the timing.
Kiddo's aggressive again, as he has been throughout the course of this half. He has quieted a little bit. 12-6, he still leads the way, but not quite as resounding as the opening. Still a much better game than he had previously, and he still wants to get that opening space for his team. Meanwhile, Config get the opening duel this time, has Blame F contribute to that lead as well, and they'll back off long at this point in time because they have to be concerned about Catwalk. They can hear it, they can sense the threats as Config holds middle. Needs to be somewhat careful as he gets tagged through the door. There's a second chance for a peek as well as Tabson is very close to that position.
Oh, look at this. This is great. Oh, Keto's a god.
This is massive. Again, it's the speed. Sure, he slowed it down after I called it, but he got to Catwalk so early in this round.
Oh, just the crouch underneath everything. That's beautiful. He's opened everything up. Unfortunately, I don't know if Big really has what it takes to actually convert this 2 versus 4. Tabson inside the site planted the bomb. Smoke on Catwalk to give Keto some protection, but nobody from Astralis is retaking from that angle, and they've got a decent amount of utility. Good shot from Tabson. Here's the flank from Keto. He's got another one. He's going to reposition. Does he have time, though? Tabson can't go down. He taps away. 3 straight kills for Big. And I take it all back. The 2-on-4 is looking great now. Lucky's got 1 smoke. He does have a kit as well, but it's a desperate situation. There it goes, spamming a little bit. Tapping the bomb, peeking around the edge, and Keto's got it. What a spectacular clutch for Big to win.
And what a round from Keto. Starts and finishes it. I just said he cooled off a little bit. Yeah. So quickly he gets to Catwalk. 3 kills now up to 15. And Tabson contributes with 2. That's massive. And Astralis are flat. They have nothing. Even the coach just, I don't know what to say. I got nothing for this situation at all.
To be fair, that's exactly what Big looked like in the last map.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting the complete opposite side of this.
Yeah, just returning the favor. That's nice from Tabson. All right, 10-2. Massive lead for Big. And they haven't slowed down at all. Tizian out long. He's going to be joined up with some teammates. 4 players from Big at Blue Box and Cave. Astralis with just pistols made an aggressive push in B. They know pretty much exactly what's coming, but the question is, do they have enough to actually mount a defense? They're going to get aggressive towards Keto. A chance for him to stat pad, but he looks away. Oh, timing is everything. Timing is everything. And I don't know how he hasn't been spotted. He's going to get rewarded with a couple of kills. BlameF has no idea how that happened. Zipix certainly doesn't either.
Keto down. That's the big threat from the last round. AK for Glaive, Lucky on a P250. They've lost Config, and they are now facing 1-2 odds in manpower. Make it worse. Lucky's gone. Glaive, he's not at full HP this time, Jason. He can be lagged. Through the smoke again, though. He gets taken down running away from the situation.
He's probably shot in the ankle, though.
I don't know. I saw the tracer, and if that was to be believed, it could have been in the back of the shoulder. Okay, we might need another slow-mo.
Yeah, right through the smoke.
See, Tabson's laughing about it. He gets it.
Yeah, feeling good in the big camp. Tabson having himself quietly a very good game as well. Overshadowed by Keto, but Tabson's up there as well. 13-3 for him, 17-7 for Keto. No one on Astralis reaching double digits. In fact, 6 is on BlameF and Lucky, the highest frag total for the defensive side. 2 rounds remaining in the opening half. Big looking to take us to the 3rd map, which would be Overpass.
Yes, and I didn't want to get ahead of myself at, what was it, 6-0, because we were getting started at 11-2. Yeah, get ready for Overpass.
Buckle on your Overpass shoes?
Yes. I have Overpass overalls, actually.
Overalls are legit.
Yeah.
1 HP on Keto.
Zipix playing the deep, aggressive anti-pit spot. Very off angle. Searson's going to flash it over, but that'll cover corner. Even if Zips gets blind, they won't go that far because Lucky is still going to be distracting for them. So this is a 2-pronged defense, and it starts off very well as Lucky times that. Was blinded, actually. Still got the shot. Now they're going to try and flash Zipix back in. The flash thrown, is that a cue that they need to check this? It is, because why would Lucky flash while he's still smoked? Well, because he was trying to help Zipix out, and guess what? It didn't. It gave him away, and now Kiddo goes more aggressively toward the site. And he finds Lucky behind the car. BlameF up on top of the site. Has to work this out. Flashed AWP, but Searson gets his vision back in time. And just like that, the round turns again in favor of Big to make what could be a 12th round in the half. Jumping shot, no scope config. Not done there. Looks for another as well. Smoke still down. My God, if they pull this back on that shot, that's exactly what they need, but it's the luck required just to win a round. As the flank from Glaive will take out Searson. Keto's got to fall off the angle, and Glaive finds that too. 6 shot from Config.
Yeah, we'll take that. Keto with 1 HP had to play it pretty passively, but yeah, a little bit of fortune on the jump. And that's got Astralis a third round. Took a desperate situation, a desperate shot from Config to get him there. Still a huge lead for Big. No cause for celebration on the Astralis side. Still have Overpass in the back of their minds. Yeah, this was great. Keto looking out towards Catwalk, not able to punish the jump. Searson not able to read the timing of the flank, and Glaive with a nice double kill to close things out. 3 kills in the round total. Final round of the first half. Searson spotted a couple, spotted a jumper, spotted someone running low as well.
Oh, forced off angle at exactly the time a shot may have been required, and promising. Meanwhile, Glaive back over toward B. We've got BlameF taking down Kiddo, excuse me, as he's going to get aggressive toward middle. He's going to push all the way as well. They have full catwalk control. Don't have top mid per se, but 2 players there to battle it. That means Zipix is going to fall off long a little bit because he's overexposed. If they are there, it would give up a bad rotation back toward Catwalk. Instead, they want to strengthen their position. The shot on toward B, that's the sound, the cue for Config and BlameF to move, but they aren't going to go tunnels. They're going to play this from middle. They aren't going to try and completely surround and trap Big inside of the position. Instead, they want to beat them toward B. Tough to do from the window, because as they drop in, Config hits both. That's magical, because immediately he opens the sight for the entry from door. He goes down and the smoke's in position. I don't think Astralis find that 4th round.
Hey Future Pros, back with a more complex pro tip today which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit.
Well, the boot's on the other foot as Big took the first punt in the first half. 11-4, Astralis just barely battling 2 rounds together at the end to try and make a statement for the game. Overpass is next if required, and without this pistol round for Astralis, it very well might be. As we get back underway momentarily on Dust 2. I have to say, Jason, I'm just going to say it. Watching those surf videos, it just looks like very good capture the flag mechanics in Tribes.
Okay.
Yeah, better game.
Back on the Tribes.
Yeah, I know. You know, it was ahead of its time. What can I say?
It really was. Didn't last long enough.
I know.
They rarely do, don't they?
No, they never do.
Alrighty, well, second half underway. What's Astralis got in store for us on the T side? Big comeback necessary. Pardon the wordplay.
Yeah. Thanks, Big. 5 and out toward long. Config's the one that wants to go to battle with him, holding nothing other than a Glock. It's a double push toward the B tunnels right now from Kiddo and Tizzy. And Kiddo's not slowing down now that he's on the CT side. This is great information for the CT.
What is this jiggle peeking battle at long? Config and Faven have just been jiggle peeking back and forth into each other. Finally, some action. There goes Lucky. Battling for corner supremacy. It's Big coming out on top.
Kiddo's already on catwalk, though. One shot. All it took to make that flank work, and he follows up on a blame. If that rotation was swift, that was all due to the information they had at B tunnels. The second they were into contact at long, they got on the horse and ran it back around. The horse, I was going to say, and the buggy, but there wasn't really a buggy.
Yeah, no buggy.
Nah.
I'll see you a Config on Ancient, and I'll raise you a Keto on Dust 2. This is a disgusting performance. 20-9 now for him.
Config at 8 and 12 is tied at equal best with Glaive and Lucky right now on Astralis. No one into double digits for them yet at all.
Dick Tapson as well. 3 kills per death. That's a pretty sick ratio for him. 16 and 5. Not too shabby. 8-round lead for Big. Blame F peeking into the bomb site with the Deagle, firing off a few bullets. Slow-paced round as Astralis gives some time to these Deagles and Scouts to do some damage and find some picks, find some shots. A lot of space in mid, if they're feeling up for it. But at the moment, nobody in position.
Bomb still way back toward T-spawn will be gathered by Zipix, and they've got a bit of a position to work with toward mid and toward catwalk, but no picks and a pretty passive approach from Big. There is 2 scouts to work with. If they can get picks, that certainly would help the Deagles significantly, but they still have the rifles to play with. I'm surprised with Tabson and Tizzy being so far back, and Tizzy in on 51. This is a bit concerning if those scouts do actually find damage.
Yeah, we'll see. You still got to traverse quite a way, and you got to get through the choke points as well. Smoke's going to be up at the doors. Glaive didn't like that. Keto on the other side with an M4 and SMG in here as well. Pop flash better be perfect, although I don't think they have one. There it is. There's the final flashbang thrown in. They're already streaming into the bomb site. A little bit dangerous for this Big defense. They drop down. Keto waiting for the tunnels. He's got that. Good transfer over. 3 headshots for Keto. And a 3-on-2 retake scenario for Big, and they're going to hustle. They're going to get underway very quick. Tapson's got the blind planter, and Glaive has 1 shot, and he needs to follow up. Down at about half HP, and he's just trying to play the angles. Faven as well towards Core, uses the range to his advantage. And it's a 13th round for Big, but oh, so close.
That is very close, and it's exactly that. They go so passive with SMGs to try and win out their aim in the range duels.
That made me real nervous when they started dropping into the sight box. Once they got that angle, I was very, very scared for Big. The second kill Keto gets is actually pretty spectacular. Low-key spectacular.
Man, oh man. Well, either way, they managed to hold it together on the Big side to go 13-4, and a force buy aggressively from Astralis to try and keep this scoreline respectable. They're going to go with 3 Galils, 2 AKs up against that of an MP9, and then a split M4 buy, and I mean that of which there's 2 different types of each M4.
Yeah, keeping on the economic pressure. Big looking for a timing for the pop flash and to swing around the corner. Take it a little bit late to mess with the timings, Astralis probably knows, and nobody was there. Nobody present for the fight. 4 smokes and 2 flashbangs for Astralis. 1 flashbang.
Searson gets to the corner with the MP9. Quick check on catwalk, no presence. Doesn't need to go any further than that. No one pressuring at long from a CT perspective, but there is 3 players from Astralis looking to work that position on the map now, but they're going to back off. In fact, BlameF toward the tunnels perhaps has a better idea. Interestingly, I had an enjoyable interview with Glaive that was actually just put out the other day with Deserto, and
enjoyable.
It was enjoyable. It was great to talk with him. We kind of went through his whole career and the highs and lows of Astralis and where they are now. And I asked him straight out, BlameF comes in, he's been in-game leading. How does that conflict with you, and does it? And he said, honestly, as a dad, it's great because I have someone else I can call. No, but he meant it like I don't have as much time to do every single aspect of demos and whatnot, and BlameF's able to help and support him in doing that. So they kind of have 2 minds, even though Glaive's still, yes, the in-game leader, 2 minds working with the game plan, which is why you might see mid-round calls from BlameF. This round was going Astralis' way as I finished my point. It's all turned. The gap in the smoke on Catwalk, they get 2 kills through it, and the bomb now sits up above with just Xyp9x left in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, that turned quick. Kito's the only daddy in this server right now. Zip, close up to double doors, gonna hunt that down, but no HP for the fight. 14-4, 10-round lead. Smiles.
So, yeah, overpass overalls firmly strapped on, Jason.
Nice. Do you strap on overalls? Don't you? They're buckles.
You can, like, snap them on. Straps that go over your shoulders.
Do you do the crisscross?
Depends on the overall.
Sure. Yeah, my bad. Not up on my overall etiquette.
Really. Overall rookie over here.
Here we go, around the corner. SMG's found Glaive. Again, is late timing for the peak from Big has netted them a lot of success here at the corner. They come out on top. 2-for-3 trade in the favor of Big.
I thought that secondary dink and follow-up, that would be where it ended, 2-2. But yeah, they push forward and stay aggressive, and it works. Another dink. Tizzy, and this time down to 32, but he wins the duel against BlameF, and we're left with just Xyp9x again, 1-on-3. Kito's already gone aggressive as he's done so much in this game. Yeah, what a different map for him than it is where he had to be passive toward the A side on Ancient.
Yeah.
And yeah, now sits with 25 kills total.
Well, I think that might have been a conversation between maps, or certainly something that he just thought about as an individual, is just, rough performance on Ancient, and I think he started this game out so hot, and I think he just made sure that he tried to continue to carry it forward, and everything's just going his way. He's being aggressive, he's feeling the game, and he's just trusting his instincts at the moment. 25-10 for Kito. Back to long control we go for Astralis. Faven's just going to back away. No need for utility. Can they get around the corner? Zip didn't turn. He might have been able to find Tapson, knife out, back turned up the ramp, but didn't want to risk it. Again, just look at the utility for Astralis. 2 smokes and 2 HE grenades. Good luck.
Lucky's hoping that gap in the long smokes would present him with something that might not have appeared otherwise, but no one's foolish enough to think to walk into that. Meanwhile, Tizzy in middle catches out Config down below, and yeah, his troubles continue in this map, 9-16.
I can't believe Tizzy was just sat on that side of the box watching towards lower.
Right? Like, you think he'd play on the safe side of the box, right? I guess it does give him that option. He can immediately jump back up, but you're right, it's a risk. If anyone goes top mid, he's just sitting there.
Even with cover from teammates, that's a risky position. Still, nets him a kill. Config didn't really expect it, couldn't get a clean shot off. And Astralis still don't have all the utility that they'd like to actually make this as effective as a hit as they'd want it to be. Tizian under pressure, that smoke's gonna do nothing. They're going right through it. But the extra body might do it, slows him down. Tizian still alive and getting aggressive, taps in a dink and the cleanup. There's Searson coming through in middle, and the defense starting to crumble, but you still got Kito, and you still got Tapson.
Still got Lucky. He's going to be trapped at long. Oh, he's looked away, taps it in the wrong time because he would have peeked out, but he's going to get him. Surely has to.
Yikes.
Cool, man. Thanks. Making me look great at my job, Tabson. I'll talk to you later outside. As Kito will get Xyp9x down, and that will at least slow it ever more, but it's still a man advantage. For Astralis, very low on HP as Kito's going to jump above the flash in toward the site. Needs to be careful these headshots don't go against him as they are above the box. He taps on the first. AK in hand, but he's tagged to 25, and it might still be possible for Glaive, who gets him again and then catches him through the box to get the headshot. 15-5. Astralis survive one more.
Fair play, though. Kito played that clutch balls out. He was going to win or die by the death match. And with the game he's played, you can understand why, especially with the lead as well. You got some rounds to play with. Try and end it with a highlight clip. I'm fine with that. Kito, some fine shooting here in the 1v2, tapping away. Almost able to find Glaive. That's a tough fight, though. 15-5. Astralis need 10 more to take us to overtime. 10 more straight. Long control this time for Astralis isn't contested as much, but Searson's got the angle as Glaive wraps around the smoke. Op netting another opening kill over to the big defense. Ooh, this is weird. Tapson. There's the swing out. Config got distracted towards lower dark. Searson's still alive inside the bomb site with the AWP, but it's a 5-on-3. They can play this however they want.
Smokes, not a second one in position yet. Fom's gonna get up to the elevator position as a result of it. Hopes to swing in the time with Tabson, and now Tizian to support him. Keto, meanwhile, running all the way through T-spawn. A little bit late to get in the flank, has Lucky looking back that position already. But Searson's got blame after. That's gonna pull Lucky back toward the site because he has to help Xyp9x try and get up on top of the platform, and that means Keto's timing is perfect. The map is over, 16-5. A very different scoreline than we saw in Ancient. A much more aggressive Keto, and a win for Big.
Yeah, just a better team performance as well from Big. They controlled everything from start to finish. Hot start, and they never relinquished it. Talked about Keto quite a bit. Tapson was sneakily up there with a very, very impactful game. The right-hand man for Big. Keto and Tapson delivering them into a third map into Overpass. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we're going to get the conclusion of this series, and we'll see who moves on to the group stage of IEM Katowice.
Hey Future Pros, welcome back to Overpass. Today we have a quick little pop flash for you to learn. It is a CT flash for inside connector. To do the flash, drop into this corner. Aim at the intersection of these lines. Then underhand throw the flash. This should give you an easy kill to anyone creeping up connector. Hey Future Pros! Today I thought I'd teach you all how to do the famous quad boost on Overpass. To execute this boost, you must have 5 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you have the easy job. All you have to do is run and stand in this spot. Future Pro number 2, you will have to jump onto the head of Future Pro 1 by jumping from the railing. Future Pro number 3, now that Future Pro 2 is nice and situated, you can now jump onto their head by also jumping from the railing. This is higher than 2 people, so you'll be sliding when you jump onto their heads. Make sure you are sliding into the wall and try not to slip off. Future Pro number 4, your job is to get Future Pro 5 on top of everybody else's head. You need to crouch down and let Future Pro 5, FB5, hop onto your head and get in their spot. Lucky Future Pro number 5, you actually get to shoot something. Hop on top of your teammate's head and you should easily be able to jump on top of everybody else's. You will also be sliding when up there, but you should be able to make it around the corner while sliding into the wall. Now you'll have a clear vision to a few spots on B, so take your time and place your shot. Happy boosting. Hey Future Pros, back to Overpass with a frilly flash. This one will blind opponents playing in B water. To do this flash, crouch and position yourself so you're looking at this line. Throw the flash and it will bounce and pass straight through the window. With luck, you'll be received with 5 flash players all waiting for your judgment.
The map's concluded. That much we know for sure. Now, Astralis, not so sure they showed up. Not sure they knew that Dust 2 is actually going to be played here today, but that's okay because now we have a third map in front of us. A map known as Overpass, Bleh. And why? Why?
I'll tell you why.
Why? Why you did it?
Keto showed up. I mean, we were critical of him. We said he is inconsistent, and he is indeed a very picture of inconsistency, because while he was completely absent on the first map of Ancient, Matthew, like, Dust 2 was just him running around, not even on the CD side or towards the B-bomb side, on the T side, just completely dissecting. He was a scalpel, and of course, it was the calling from Taps, and he was a surgeon, and it just completely just wrecked apart their
But
defense.
why use a scalpel? You just use a machete or something, right?
I mean,
why do you know about that? Why do you have so many ideas? Look, some of the performances that we had foreseen from map 1 to map 2 exactly happened. Keto went from 6 kills on the map 1 to 29 on the map 2, and Config went from 29 to 9.
Wow.
That's exactly what we were talking about.
Like we all expected, right?
Exactly, all expect. Config disappeared, and Keto was superb, absolutely superb on Dust 2. I think as a whole, it's a testament to how Big is playing that map. They have found the DNA of how their players want to play, where they want to play, and how they freaking want to play Counter-Strike. And it works. Keto is impactful. Tapson has all the freedom he wants. Surson didn't even need to be good. He didn't
have to do much.
He didn't do much.
He did almost nothing.
Just had to do what he had to do.
10 kills AWP on Dust 2.
In the backpack, having a good time.
And he wasn't even like missing shots or like having a rough game overall. He just didn't find anyone to kill. That being said, though, like even though Big had an incredible T side, a lot of mistakes being made by Astralis who were too stagnant. There were times I saw Zipix just walking up long, throwing the smoke for double doors. There was a big gap there, and Fave and just walks through his own smoke. Faven, a free kill right there. Mistakes being made, unforced errors being made by Astralis, being punished by Big.
Freebies, but not so as free as this. Check out our U.S. Air Force aim eye head-to-head. Now, Keto got a couple frags that game.
And I want to give props to Keto. I want to, because we demolished him after map 1, which was rightful. But we also have to give props to his resilience and tenacity to bounce back on map 2. That is actually something that not all players can do in Counter-Strike. You go through map 1, you're like a ghost, you have absolutely no impact whatsoever, unconsequential. You move on to map 2, and he catches on fire. Straight up, we could see it. We knew it. After 3 rounds, he was in, he was taking duels, he was playing clutches like he had nothing to lose. That is the Keto bigness to see. So if I were them, I would just hire like a psychologist or a scientist to observe what he's doing on Dust 2.
A psychologist? I'm just saying.
I'm too expensive for that.
No, but a scientist sounds way cooler.
All right,
If you just get a scientist.
You just look what he's doing on Dust 2 and you replicate it. That's it. That's it. You replicate it. You're like, you take vials, you do chemistry, whatever the hell. You replicate it on all the maps because Dust 2, he's got the formula.
So just clone him.
So, is it as an option,
would you,
right?
On Dust 2, I think.
Yeah. On Dust 2, we can even probably fetch all the way back to round 11, couldn't we, Maniac?
Yeah, let's talk about Big and let's talk about the playbook on Dust 2 because that's one of the few maps where they're actually quite interesting. And here, Blaze, is quite a good example. You talked about it. Australia is giving a lot of space to Big for them to execute whichever way they want. It's 1 minute. We're going to have Tapson with a set of utility on the A side. He's trying to get as much attention as possible, drops down into CT spawn. Brilliant. And we see here right there, Glaive is in a very uncomfortable position because he's been given wrong signals, mixed signals. He gets caught off guard. Keto finds him. And just like that, it's a beautifully disguised B split. And this is what I'm talking about. This is Big knowing how they want to approach the map, having the tools to break down the defense of Astralis.
Absolutely. And all these fights, it's almost untradeable. You can see Config just stuck in the corner. Keto just lies in wait. You can hear the footsteps arriving. Config is trying to make something happen. Up close, sure, he manages to land a shot, but the round's pretty much
Shouldn't
done.
even have, like...
He shouldn't have got.
Technically, he was already dead. Like, Keto had the drop on him. He's got all the positions he need. So that is the type of round that we like to see from Big. And this is why they continuously picked us to, and they actually win it.
So maybe you were right in that they have, played prior, and now they're kind of coming into their own, coming into what we call a form, even. For Searson, still troubles, though, Blay.
I don't really think there were any troubles there. I think he was doing his job overall pretty well. T-side, he wasn't given too many opportunities. There were a few duels being taken towards mid, not really finding his mark. But he wasn't struggling. So
no, I'm not going to say Surson had a bad map on Dust 2, but the question is, what do we expect from him? Do we expect Surson to be a good player, or do we want him to be phenomenal? Because at times he can be phenomenal. I'm sorry, that's the word to use.
Fair enough.
See Big having a couple of wins online, and he's superb, he's brilliant. And now what we're seeing right now is just good. He's quietly doing his job. I want to see him take over a game.
But honestly, like the way, the emphatic fashion in which they won Dust 2, with Surson really having to step up, I think that's a good sign.
Fair enough.
And if he does step up, it's even more scary.
Got me there. Okay, got me there.
There we go.
What about Overpass? Who's got that there?
Ooh, that's a spicy one.
Weirdly enough, it is the third map in case
Yeah, I mean, it's a very. I feel it's very 50-50, but I do the big know how to play the map, right? For me, I remember I think it was a pick coming in from FaZe where they just completely dismantled them, 16-2, 16-3, something like
Yeah,
that.
Big had a really good time against FaZe. I think it's going to be a tale of a T side struggling, and I guess the knife round is going to be very paramount in that regard. Whoever gets to start on the T side have to have the economy going for them. They cannot let the defense just install, but because the same kind of proficiency we've seen from Big on Dust too, I'm not ready to tell you they have the same kind of overpass. I don't think they have these pocket strats and like diamond protocols where everything's going to be working. It's going to be a bit messy. I don't think that's going to happen on overpass. So the defense is going to be where the difference is made.
But a diamond protocol, what is that? Just so I want to make sure
That's
everybody
a
here
cool phrase.
It is a great phrase, but now you get to coin it.
It's basically when you run through a strategy and you can close your eyes and you know that if you hit the timings and utilities at a good time, you're going to win the round. That's what you call a diamond strategy.
Blind Counter-Strike.
So you got to hodl those diamonds.
Exactly.
Right.
Put them in your back pocket or send them to me.
Or send it to a break, which seems like the safest option out of all of them. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Overpass is going to be the final map here between Astralis and Berlin International Gaming in Katowice, Poland. So we're going to find out who wins the series, who goes on in the group stages of IEM when we return.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros, do you hate it when those CTs push B short? Me too. That's why we have a molly for you today that will stop that exact scenario. First things first, buy a molly. Then line up with the middle of this wall. Aim halfway up on the right side of this radio tower. Then run forward for about 2 steps and throw. Voila, no more CTB pushes. Hey Future Pros, today we took the private jet and we landed in Overpass. And this time we have a CT molly which will help you get aggressive in the fountain area. To do this molly, squeeze yourself into this corner. Aim at this corner where the wall hits the pillar. then start running and throw the molly right before you get to this line on the wall. Now you can take the fight right to the T's or cause some hefty damage to persistent rushes.
X marks the spot, and X gonna give it to you. And we gonna give it to you right now in map 3, Jason. Overpass. This series determines who moves on to the next stage, or who has a date tomorrow with to be determined.
Yes, indeed. And obviously, any of these teams just want to move on as quick as possible in an event like this. We've already seen the players talk about anticipating the stage, the crowd, the environment inside of the Spodek Arena. No reason to add the stress of another day of play onto your plate. Third map, it's going to be Overpass. It's been kind of an odd series. 16-9 victory on Ancient for Astralis in the opening map. A pretty dominant win there, highlighted by Config going absolutely bonkers. We just saw Dust 2, a 16-5 win by Big Clan, highlighted by a huge performance from Keto. And now on Overpass, the deciding map, we get to see, as you said, who's going to make it on to the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, day one, get that out of the way.
And look, I think you gotta, the story here you gotta kind of track and keep in the back of your mind is man, what a level of relief it would be for this Astralis lineup to make it into the group stage with no dramas, no stress, just win your matches, get the play-in over with, find yourself in the group stage, not have to worry about, I don't think the expectations aren't exactly high, but being eliminated in the playoffs, I think, would be massively embarrassing to a certain extent. So just get through it. Just don't even have to stress about who you play tomorrow. Don't leave it up to that chance.
No, absolutely. You're totally right. Yes, that could be said for everyone wants to be in that position, but when you're in a position of a team that has uncertainty and hasn't been playing to expectations, very streaky, hot and cold, get it done early. You got to capitalize on opportunity.
Yeah, and just to bring it up because whoever loses this is actually going to be playing Fnatic.
And I thought it was, but I didn't want to say that and be wrong because that's just me in general, just wrong all the time.
I think Fnatic as well, a team that kind of ended last year with a little bit of excitement around them with the roster and it performing well. They went on a nice winning streak when the roster came together. They too, coming into Katowice, I think looked a little bit more disappointing than people would have liked, but certainly not a team you want to drop down and mess with whatsoever. There's some dangerous players on that team, so just get it done with right here, right now.
Crims, man, still on that team. It's insane.
I hope he plays forever. He's one of those players.
He's like Jaromir Jagr?
Yeah.
Playing at 50?
Not bad.
Yeah. He just turned 50 the other day. He's still playing pro.
Is he really?
Not in the NHL, but in Czech Republic.
Okay, well, that doesn't... Come on.
It's still pro. It still counts as pro.
Okay.
Like, he had to have his waiver released by Calgary to play in Katowice or whatever it is near Czech Republic that he lives in, besides Prague.
Yeah, we'll see. When Crims ends his career playing in North American Tier 2...
It's still pro, okay? They have contracts, okay?
I think, you have a contract for, like, amateur racing, don't you?
In what, sim? Or in
anything.
real life? Nah, I just show up with my own car and drive around and waste all my money.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Well, there was a couple issues before this game got started, so just fill in some time, and you can see the fizz bumps are coming out. We're about ready to get started. You're on the third map. You know who else is a player that I'm happy to see again that I think that I wouldn't mind if he just played forever? NBK over on Mouse Sports.
I saw him today, yeah. I was like, wait a minute, he's here. And then I was like, oh yeah, he is here.
He is. He's back.
He'll play forever. He will.
Hopefully.
He knows no other life.
Well, you know what that means. The music is on. The third map is about to be underway. It's Big Clan taking on Astralis. Here at IEM Katowice, third and final map of the series. Winner moves on to the Katowice group stage. The loser plays tomorrow against Fnatic. It's going to be Astralis starting on the attacking side of Overpass, Big starting on the defensive side, the CT side. And already Keto going to get aggressive, continuing his aggressive streak. And actually, Lucky just wants to freeze him here. Lucky wants to keep him here as long as possible. Oh, and he's just barely going to get away, but he's still got a way to traverse. And he's not going to get away. He comes back for it. Didn't think he had enough space for the escape, and Zip punishes him.
It would have been... I think he was more worried if someone came out of connector and ran down the front side of bathrooms. They would have caught him at the open front door. But yeah, he went back and nothing but death served to him. As Glaive will find the same for Tapson. It is unscathed so far, aside from 3 damage onto Lucky, in which Astralis have a 2-man advantage. Tizian playing backside of the dumpster will move forward to the truck. But it's a Fugazi.
Fugazi? Mm-hmm. Here we go. Searson to defend. He's over by Monster, just peeking in. Now he hears the footsteps. Now he knows where it's coming from. Tough targets. They jump around the corner. He gets one. Traded immediately. Faven comes up into heaven, and he needs to have something beautiful if Big won a chance in this round, and it's just not going to happen. This pistol round is going to go to Astralis. Tizian in a 1v4. It's just a matter of time.
Oh, baby.
I'll take it back.
You better. Or he will slap it straight out of your mouth with those shots. 2 for him as he looks to find more, but Config is apparently back this map as he starts off with 3 kills in the pistol round, and Astralis take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, but I think, you know, it would be really cool to see Config have a map, but I think it would almost be more of an indictment. A world in which Astralis kind of lives or dies by one player's performance would be kind of a scary prospect as well going into the next stage of the event.
Yeah,
but they'll take it.
Well, considering they once were a team that had all 5 players inside of the HLTV top 20, and once were a team that held the #1 spot for 406 days consecutively, relying on one player is not something they're familiar with.
I actually feel bad because they've built up such a legacy that they can do no right at the moment.
That is the problem, isn't it? They're held to such impossible standards.
It's like, oh yeah, that is
a victim of their own success.
That is great for you, but on the other hand, it does kind of suck as well, doesn't it? Well,
I would put more pressure on it if they kept 3 players, but they've lost their core, right? It's just Glaive and Zipix. So I would say there's less relation to that per se.
Heavy monster play. Config gonna lead with a flashbang. Ooh, good response. That's actually a flash from Tapson that comes in. Glaive was lining up one as well. And there's the green light, the go signal to move forward. And Config is on the hunt. He's gonna be dropped from behind. As Tizian, ooh,
wow,
good follow-up from Tizian.
Tic-tac Tizzy's coming out with 2 again this round. He's going to try and find a 3rd. He's got it looking straight down from the Deagle. Oh, a 4th. Is he going to look for an ace to win out the round? Is he going to do one better than the last? It's all on to Lucky, and Searson has a scout picked up to work with. He's going to get tapped away as the Mac-10 does damage, but that's going to bring Tizzy in closer. They'll have a 1-on-2, or rather Lucky will have a 1-on-2 entry as both angles will be staring him down.
Unbelievable from Tizian.
Bombs inside of the site, and they know that. They don't need to overcommit to Lucky's position because there's a chance he could have wrapped short, gone through water, and caught them out toward Monster, so they play it safe instead. Searson will go toward jungle. He has that scout. He has that range to work with, and Tizian will play the bait off of it. And that bait could be huge. Lucky's making a lot of noise. Tizian knows to peek, but goes a little bit early. No, he's going to actually sneak up behind him. Lucky stares back. Tizian, an ace as he switches over to the Galil. What a round from him.
That's unreal. Up on high as well. Yeah, he's got taps and
I can hear them.
Oh, yeah. Right around the corner, and that's going to get everyone energized. The 2nd round. What a miraculous sequence from Tizian. This is great. He pushed down into short waters, cleared it, came back for the kill on a Config. Beautiful shot onto Glaive, but then over the top of the smoke, nobody's expecting this whatsoever. And those kills are coming out so fast, I don't think anyone can properly call it. Phenomenal stuff from Tizian. We'll see how much he can build into the half or build into the map after that kind of a showing. It was Config in the first map, it was Keto in the second map. Perhaps we get a Tizian overpass game.
Maybe. It's possible. I was honestly about to be like, oh, Config's back in control here. 5 kills in the first 2 rounds.
It might have been. Tizian put a stop to him real quick.
Yeah. Anything you can do, I can do better. Except for sing, apparently.
Singing's tough. Don't beat yourself up. I've seen you karaoke as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
And Molotov out towards tree. Config is going to win anyways, even with the fire at his feet. Tapson's got to back away. And, ooh,
Glaive
wraps around behind him. Tapson overstayed his welcome. And now it's up for Keto. Steps up to the plate. Here's the footsteps. Here's them falling back to the B bomb. So you can see all the blue dots on the minimap. A lot of information being passed along. Faven's now here got more audio cues as well. So Tizian isn't going to fall prey to the fake that's thrown at the A bomb site. He's already on his horse over to B.
Katowice. He's looking good in this event so far. Maybe this is the one for him. He's going to take down Glaive and Zippix. Tizian smoked off, won't have an angle to hold anymore toward Monster. Lucky's going to back away from it. Meanwhile, Config is still a factor. He may only have 15 HP, but there's no one on the A side, and he has an AK-47 that he can get a great angle with if he beats them to the rotation, and Tizian's late.
Well, you can, it's so smart from Big, putting players in these positions, that centralized position in the staircase. You can hear so many audio cues. You can gather so much information. This is going to be tough to get the plant off. Config has to push forward to secure the other side of Dice, and I don't think it matters. Yikes.
Wow. Config goes down. Kito actually went for the smart play of swinging front bathrooms, but he allowed the bomb plant by not hitting the shot on Lucky. Everyone just wait. Someone come get that op. Go pick up your weapons.
Almost just such a tough, impossible scenario. Config had to push forward and at least try and clear that part out so they could plant backside the most safety and keep this planter as protected as he possibly could. I think his death just bought time for the bomb to go down, so at least some small consolation prize for Astralis, the extra bonus money from the plant.
Yes, I should clarify, there is no op. I should have not used that line, that turn of phrase. I just meant go pick up everything on the map. You know, typically you see people go get an op, scavenge, exactly.
Do some vulturing.
Yeah, I don't want to confuse anyone, though. There actually wasn't an op. I'm sorry. Faven and Tizian with kills to close it out. Yeah, bomb plant's still going down, though, for Astralis. They won't have much money to work with, however, because they've lost now 2 in a row. And it'll be a Tech 9 and a P250, multiple P250s, to go along with the Glock of Lucky. Faven's already trying to spray through the smoke at Monster as well to catch anyone on the other side. Kiddo will do the same to the wooden panels, hoping that they can get an off-angle shot and do some damage before they even have to go through the exchange. Oh, Faven, that's not bad. Fully blind. The third one, he had his vision partially restored. He wanted to try and switch over for the ace. It doesn't go well for the USP, but Tizian's there to collect 2 more kills for him. Yeah, he did very well to find those first 2 as they tried to rush in on top of the position, did Faven.
I was going to say, it's almost like he was trying to find some safety, and then he just thought better of it. He's like, oh, no, I'm probably going to die. I'll just turn back and spray down the choke point. 3 kills in reward. 3-1 in the favor of Big. Astralis winning the pistol, the brilliant ace from Tizian in the second round, and Big is off to the races. AKs across the board for Astralis. Round number 5. Molotov put out. 2 players running towards playground. A little bit of nade damage onto Lucky. He's chipped down to 57 HP.
Nade over will do an okay amount of damage onto Kiddo. Puts him down to 59. Meanwhile, Searson, pre-scoped, trying to find a shot at short, but Zippix is the one on the other side with the AK, nearly caught out, has to back away. Tizian not able to trade, doubling up to support the AWP in that position. Meanwhile, we look to Config. And his perspective down a dark, narrow corridor to an open doorway is making sure that no one's going to come back through connector from the CT side. The birds sound so tranquil, don't they?
Yeah, very calming. Calming before the action begins again. Regaining map control, trying to clear bathrooms. Good shot from Lucky as the flashbang bounces off the angle. And now stepping up, here comes the execute. Smoke to block off the angle. Molotov to force them out of truck. Faven's actually going to hide inside the smoke or just behind it at the bomb site. As the hit is stalled out due to a Molotov in the choke point. Follow-up Molotov for truck. Glaive's going to turn the corner. The angles are clear. They still got 1 player inside the site to deal with.
Shot out. Faven finds Lucky very quickly, and he's able to turn back, dance with the smoke still in place to find Blame F, but it's responded as Astralis get 2 of their own, leaving us now to just Tizian. Bomb. Not yet planted, 7 seconds, but Config has the kill instead, and they were on the job behind the truck.
I think Tizian probably wanted to save there, but just realized with the time that was left in the round, I think about 8 seconds when he eventually died. If he was able to just kill the planter, maybe there was a snowball's chance in hell that they were able to just clean up, win the round, or straight up win the round by time. Good round from Config, though, with a double kill at the end.
It really depends, though, how big the snowball is, Jason.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but I mean, I think the entire point is it's just a matter of time, no matter what.
Yeah, okay, all right,
right?
fair. Yep, yeah.
3-2, 1-round lead for Big, but a lot of their economy has just been taken away from them by that win from Astralis. A lot invested into that round. Still cash on Tapson and Searson to invest. Keto as well. Tizian's hurting a little bit down to 1,700, but they're going to ignore that fact and they're going to go for it. So 3 M4s. You've got your op on the field of battle, Matt.
Well, we'll see if it has any significant impact for Searson. He's going to go up toward the bathrooms, in fact, very quickly, out toward the fountain. He wants the early pick. Lucky's on the other side of it. Smoke down. He'll cross potentially safely toward the playground position. He actually is going to stay close to see if they want to push all the way out behind that smoke before going into the park. Searson's also backed off as a result. Meanwhile, though, Glaive has Tapson. Connector cleared. He'll rush up the stairs and try and pinch the bathroom position.
And now you got Searson with no armor, and he's sticking around. He wants at least one shot before backing away through bathrooms. But does he overstay it? Looks for the timing. The jiggle peek isn't there, and he backs away. Didn't have the battle he wanted, and Astralis is going to let him get away safely as well. Nobody wants to contest the AWP at this point, at this juncture in the round.
Boost? No, just a jump. I was going to say, I didn't think Tizian moved up that close to him, and he hasn't. He's just behind. Tizian's like a lost puppy right now. He's following every move of his teammates, but now he's going to fall back.
Yep. And I think they're just going to take a gamble towards the B-bomb site on this defensive side. Can't really blame them. They don't have a lot of information and don't have a lot of utility or weaponry to kind of go for any information-style play. So Tizian with the Deagle playing at a headshot angle. All 3 other defenders at the B-bomb site, unfortunately, they have chosen unwisely. Tizian pushed in towards Dice. If he can get 1 to 2 kills, 1 kill would be nice, 2 would be obviously incredible, and he's going to get, I think, none. Fire forces him down to 20 HP and forces him back, and nobody's moved from the B-bomb site, so this round is already over. Going to be tied up at 3, as Big want nothing to do with the battle. They'll keep what weapons they have and refresh their utility in the next round, number 7.
Backing away, indeed. I once played with a lost puppy in Call of Duty who didn't know what he was doing and just followed me everywhere. His name was Max Verstappen. Yeah, worst Call of Duty player I've ever played with.
Okay.
Someone is wondering. Lando's decent. Max, not so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever get him to play Counter-Strike?
No. No. I did play CS once with Lando. I've only played the one game of COD with Max. And yeah, he's poo. So there you go. There's my story.
Can't be good at everything.
Just name dropping everything, you know, whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Did you get him to play with steering wheel?
He probably would have been better. Might have been an improvement for him.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a bit of an update from our B stream. Just to note for you right now, it is, of course, Mouse versus FaZe. They're in map 3 of that series. Mouse having lost Rops to FaZe. Obviously, he couldn't be here due to COVID-19, but obviously Kerrigan's old team holding their own. And FaZe right now, JKS leads the way with 20 kills on that map.
Oh, we got to admire that kind of an effort from a stand-in. That's good stuff. See there up on the screen, tense match for both of these squads. Tense match here as well. B-Stream also, I believe, has one more best of 3 coming up after FaZe versus Mouse Sports as well. So a long night for the crew over there. Searson with the up finds the opening kill. Doesn't back away either. Just gets a new position. He wants one more before he backs off. And this is pretty aggressive considering he has no backup. He's kind of bluffing since there's no one to protect the bathrooms push until basically just now. There is a world in which he could have been wrapped upon, but it doesn't happen at least this time. Run boost around long. Lucky sees nobody.
Game's been going the distance as well. Good shot, Zipix, to spot the boost. That game on the B-Stream's been going the distance as well because that was already heading into map 2 as we were starting this series. So they've had some close score lines. Searson and Kiddo respond. Lucky, Blame F go down. We're going to turn our attention, meanwhile, over toward A because that's where the bomb is right now. So those kills stabilizing for Big are going to be magic because they can rotate back over now. They still have the positions to do so. Not convinced or compelled by a single kill at long. They're going to be late in doing it, though.
It's because they didn't see the bomb, right? He killed him from behind. They never got the information the bomb is there. So meanwhile, all this is happening. Zip and Blame F were attacking. That's great. Shooting from Tapson with the P250. Leaves Glaive in a 1 versus 3. And first up is the AWP and Bank, and it's already spammed him down to half HP. Glaive gonna turn the corner quickly. That's a narrow angle. Op shot misses. Gotta check his flank. One coming there, one coming towards long. 3 different angles for Glaive to worry about, and that's, I think, too many.
Tizian does have Glaive down, so round will go the way of Big. We'll come back to a 4-on-3. And immediately that does, I mean, Tizian adds to his incredible total right now of 11 kills. He's almost double that of anyone else on his team, and that includes Tabson, who's 2 and 5. He has not had the most remarkable start to this map either, and Tabson's another guy we look at very frequently to step up and lead the way for Big.
I mean, and he was kind of the right-hand man when Keto was going nuts on Dust too. Like even the number wasn't as large as Keto's, the ratio of kills to death was fantastic. I think it was 3-1 for Tabson on Dust 2. Was spectacular. Tizian, obviously, that second round ace here on Overpass, has gotten Big started on the right foot, or at the recover onto the right foot, I should say.
8 kills for Config. He continues to be better in this game than he was on Dust 2, and certainly try and make things work for his team. Just 1 round down. Good shot from Glaive. Searson desperately trying to get that op into position early. Config was close to swing, but that means he's close to capitalize. Tabson caught out in the open, and they wouldn't have expected it because the op, despite going down, didn't get that information.
Yeah, I was going to say, neither of them knew that Config was that close. Searson was going to go down no matter what, whether it was a 1-for-1 or just a free kill.
Faven did what he had to do there and actually fired through his teammate. Henry used to say that all the time. If it means I'm going to die either way, take the damn shots. And unfortunately, he assisted in one, but fortunately did get the kill in return.
I learned that lesson from Speed.
Why are you taking Speed when playing, Jason?
No, Jeff Daniels, dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. Still don't know who that is.
Keanu Reeves.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, I know him.
Here we go, towards the B-bomb site. Faven just chilling. Playing it passively. I'm not really sure if they're going to try and go for this. I think now, I think they just kind of were playing in positions to back away as soon as they knew what site was going to be the final target of Astralis. They want nothing to do with it. They're going to keep the AK alive, going to keep the M4 in hand, and see what they can get in the next round. So Astralis has tied things right back up at 4.
Perfectly timed for them to do so. Much more back and forth in this, our third map, which is fitting for the series. After seeing a 4-0 start in both of our previous maps. And pretty one-sided halves at that. And that graph shows us exactly that as the economy has swung back and forth as well. Astralis will go back up in the favor.
It's been an up and down affair.
Yes, it has. Some time on top and some time on bottom.
All right. We meet at 4s. Good luck for both teams. I mean, I think previously on Ancient, it was quite obvious that I felt that Astralis was going to have a really nice stranglehold on the map, and then on Dust 2 it was obvious in the other direction as well. It was Big, who right out of the gates was just like, yep, we're going to take this one as well. It's good to see these teams competitive early on here on Overpass, exchanging blows back and forth. Round number 9. Op in the hands of Searson again. See how aggressive he wants to get. He was punished in the previous round for the peek up past Fountain. This time towards Picnic he goes. Aggressive again, of course.
Tabson down toward the stairs. As Searson to play off of at this point in time. Glaive's going to leave the bomb behind and go with Config to try and find an opening, making a ton of noise though. Tabson should be, I was going to say, in the better position for that. But Glaive gets the shot on the AK, makes no mistake about it. That forces Searson back into hiding at the bathrooms. Keto is very aggressively positioned as well at long. This could be a problem if they isolate either of these players. No one going toward long though, so Keto could actually swing back and still hold.
Securing this kind of staging area out in front of bathrooms before they address long. Keto's out in the open, no flashbang. Trade would be great. Glaive shooting very, very well. 2 headshots to start the round, and there's Lucky onto Searson. Pulled into the shot because he had to find an escape route, and a 5-on-2. Faven and Tizian again to try and save these weapons. I think this time it's going to be impossible. Maybe not impossible, just unlikely.
Unlikely, yeah, we'll go with it. No, you can say impossible. Richard and I talked about this recently, you know? It's, if you say that anything is possible, it doesn't add to the, the incredibleness of something unlikely happening. You've got to say it's impossible, and then when it happens, you look like an idiot, but it made the play better.
Okay.
Yeah, Henry used to get called out all the time, like, oh, this round's over, and then someone pulls off a miraculous clutch. The round should have been over. Henry was not wrong.
Okay. I like this. This is like a retroactive defense of Henry.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe if I defended him more at the time, you know, it'd still be I'm kidding.
Simpler times.
Yes.
5-4 in the favor of Astralis.
Yeah, they'll swing it right back in their favor. Bit of a slower pace to this one, more standoffish in the mid-rounds, certainly. Good picks that time from Astralis, but yeah, still took their time to do so. Certainly the battle, like you say, they cleared out front bathrooms and then took long against Kiddo.
It's good to see them have that kind of a style. Like, you got to feel like that. I mean, that's good for a team that's kind of been struggling, seeing an in-game leader have that kind of level of control and the team have that kind of faith in him to call that kind of a patience, to call that kind of a pause, and be able to work their way across the map. Timeout called. As Astralis discussed things big as well, trying to find a way to get back into the game. They're kind of that win, the fact they took all those rifles away, Big had been doing what they can, saving whatever weapons they could for a couple rounds, but finally all of it taken away, and that's the economy also depleted for Big's defense. So they're gonna have to spend a round on pistols. Great chance for Astralis to extend this lead to 2.
Blame F, only 1 and 5. Been quiet so far, so is Lucky for that matter.
Glaive is hitting some nice shots. Obviously, Config started out pretty well also.
Full court press toward B. Kiddo the only one that's back behind it, just trying to support his teammates. Oh man, they actually destroyed Glaive. Found him with the early shot on the Deagle. It was 2 shots that took him down, but Blame F does recover, so he adds to his kill total and makes it now 3. Thompson will get Zipix down in the end, but the bomb and Config with Lucky, the one holding on to the hot potato, head toward the A site instead.
Pretty costly for Astralis, and this time as well, I don't think they're going to want to chase down these weapons. You're just kind of leaving Blame F here to lurk and make sure they can't really escape, but he's also got, what, 5 HP? So he doesn't really want to stay either. So a great chance for Big to at least recover 2 AK-47s and just bail out and be content with the economic gains that they find.
Tabson out toward long. He's going to try and hunt this down, as you say, Blame F with only 5 HP. He hears it. He's not going to overpeak it. You know, I thought he might even actually try and run away from it silently. Oh, I know he's there. I'll just go the other way. But they'll take the round, as you say, and make it now a 2-round spread in their favor. And this would actually make it 5 rounds from the last 6. So Big have not seen too much success as of late. Astralis have certainly turned things around now that guns and the economy have stabilized for them a little bit.
Yeah, the score's still very close, but I mean, you got to say, without that Tizzy and Ace in the second round, this could be a blowout for Astralis at the moment.
That's actually a really good point.
Outside of, they won 2 rounds off the back of that. Other than that, just 1 single gun round going in their favor. Pretty solid half so far from Astralis outside of that 1 ace they gave up to Tizian. 6-4, full economic control as well. And as you mentioned, a bit of momentum with 5 of the last 6.
Immediate Molotov and therefore smoke on top of it at the T stairs. Bomb already crossed in that position as well. They'll leave Zipix to lurk lonely over toward B at this point. And Faman was on the other side of the smoke at Monster. Faven, I'll get his name right eventually. Zipix is actually going to have trouble because he peeks out and there's 2 of them. And Faven's actually gone all the way up toward the spools. He could go further. It's a bit of a risk to go further, but he has a lot of map control and information right now for the CTs. Short tunnel for him now instead, having pushed Zipix back. That means they know Connector is not as much of a threat. This is why you've got the early rotation from Tabson back over with Kiddo, and now Searson getting aggressive at Bathroom, so 3 on A.
That's a very strong A defense, especially with Tabson just kind of spotting out towards long. Lucky's looking for a shoulder peek for some kind of a jiggle. Kiddo and Searson playing halfway up lane, right behind the smoke as it fades. Utility being spent. There is some counter nades though. Tabson's got a Molotov to try and do his best to disjoint the attack after the back of that smoke. That's gonna run this clock down pretty low. Astralis, it's getting dicey, playing with time now. And if this Molotov is used properly from Tabson, it's gonna be an issue. And this defense right here, 20 seconds. They don't have time for this.
Searson holding the angle, sees it and nails it. Glaive gave himself up. I thought he might just fire through the wall, but it was clean and easy.
10 seconds.
And BlameF's got the kill back. 10 seconds is right. Config's inside of the site, though. Faven goes down. They've got to get the plant. 6 to do so on the truck. Try and hold it, but jumping through his tizzy and had to come to the kill, and Config was there for the trade.
Oh, that's so scary. I cannot believe that worked out so well for Astralis. 2 players pushed up, 20 seconds on the clock. You even get a pick from the AWP. You have a player watching long as well. Man, that's close. But they get all the kills so quickly.
And speaking of close, 15-14 in the B stream has tipped over the edge. JKS led the way. FaZe wins that by 2 in the best of 3.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, that's a pretty remarkable game. In fact, it was the new player to Mouse Sports, well, one of the, obviously MBK here this time as well, but Teresi.
Yeah.
I think I'm saying that correctly. Had 30 kills on the other side and led all fraggers, so another new addition. Mouse Sports seems to find young talent at times, don't they? Meanwhile, in our game, back on the A stream, Xyp9x has taken Tizian down with a Pokeball.
Yeah, well struck Pokeball. Powerful one.
Critical hit.
That's a missed smoke. Hate to see that. That's not going to help anyone. Thankfully, no one really close up to get punished by that. No one kind of swinging to cross Monster, expecting there to be a smoke and getting shot in the face. So I guess no harm, no foul to a certain extent. Config walking through Monster, leading the way. He's got a teammate behind him, Xyp9x, in support. And Faven just biding his time. Keto with the deagle as well. When is the pot? This is a long time for Config to just stand here and he eats the flashbang. And yeah, that's like 20 seconds just staring into the void in Monster Tunnel, and he's punished for it. 40 seconds left in the round. Did he spot? Yeah, he does now, for sure.
Yeah, second time for sure. I don't think he did on the first. He's still trying. Flash is well-timed. You won't be seeing anything on the third. Forced back to the bank stairs. And this man might need a federal bailout.
Hey-o.
It's a 2008 US
Financial humor.
Yeah. And everyone loves that, don't they? BlameF's going to get Tabson back. Searson did hit one on the scout prior, and he followed that up to get BlameF in return, but it's all down to Lucky versus 2. 27 HP as well, so Faven on an AK, despite being low, has a chance, but Kiddo with the deagle is certainly deadly. He will find it, and Big will find number 5.
This is an odd round. After we just kind of talked about how nice it was to see Astralis kind of calling for patient and pauses and watching the whole team kind of, you know, in sync, kind of believe in those calls. This round just felt disjointed. And if you're Astralis, man, this has been such a great half except for the 2 hiccups against Pistols. The Tizian Ace in round number 2 and this one right here now. These are back-breaking rounds. You might not sense it at the moment, but at some point down the future when too much pressure is applied, these are the rounds you look back on and say, God, I can't believe we dropped that.
Well, you did, son. You dropped it. And it was fragile and it broke.
Oh,
yeah,
dear, that's how Xyp9x goes down. You hate to see it.
Yeah, red HP, single digit. Sliding up the slither IO slid up the
down
ramp.
Okay.
Snake. Lucky. Positioned inside of the connector, has BlameF along with him. Config has bomb. He's just way back toward T-spawn playing support at this point, giving Xyp9x a flash to clear through the smoke at water. Searson's going to get aggressive late at long. Very late. But they think that there's enough activity going on at B that he can get there, and he has, but he was heard and taken down. Good flash from Lucky, and Glaive, again, good aim in this game so far.
That's all else you mentioned. Remember, that if that flashbang came out like a second earlier, he's caught fully blind out in the open, so he's lucky even got to the tree, but just not fully into cover. Nicely done from Glaive. This is a few rounds now we've seen Glaive find the opening kill out towards long or out towards bathrooms. He's doing great work for Astralis on these openings. Lucky's going to step up to the plate next and almost catches the jump. So Astralis have complete map control, essentially. They force back bathrooms. They obviously got the kill out towards long. They control the stairs down towards short. And Big is playing a retake at the B bomb site. It's just one lone player, Faven with an off angle.
Molotov deep. It's going to catch off the pillar, cover the site, and that gives Faven a chance to try and fire onto Zipix as well. Glaive up close, though, has the response onto him as Tabson.
Bomb's down.
Still trading it out, has the bomb dropped, as Config was the one holding on to it. They'll deploy a smoke at Heaven. Tabson won't be able to spot down toward the site instead, but Kiddo was on his flank, and Blame F is the one that covers off the connector position. Tizian's gone to the AWP, and Tabson, the only alive, gets tagged up and found echo location through the smoke, and the AK's getting another round for Astralis to go 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see. I mean, despite those hiccups of losing a couple of anti-ecos, anti-force buys, Astralis, being able to respond so quickly and just come right back out on top. Big is going to invest in this round. Searson with an AWP, M4 is picked up. Famas on Keto and Deagle on Tizian. Here we go in round 14. Glaive gonna take control? No, Molotov didn't come out, just nades, and they don't want to mess with it anymore. It's not the timing they want, and they back away.
Surf's up, baby. Little surf and turf, surf and chill, I think we call it here.
Yeah, well, there's nothing chill about this. Searson's gonna have to fight his way out. This kind of sucks. There's nothing chill about a hail of AK-47 bullets and good assertiveness from Zip. He knows he had the advantage. Config as well is gonna find a double. Beautiful stuff from Astralis. And that's a 9th round on the board on the T side of Overpass, and Tapson can do nothing but consider the save. Outside of that second round, Matt. It's been dominant.
You're absolutely right. That was great from Config as well. He now leads the way. He's passed Glaive and sits at 13-6.
It's going to be an 8-2 run.
It's pretty significant. Again, though, the scoreline still only 9-5 when you consider that, but it's T-side, remember, as well, of Overpass. And I do still rate it as a CT-sided map. I know it's close, but I do still rate it as a CT-sided map. How about you, Jason?
Yeah, I think CT sides at the moment just are feeling very, very strong considering the M4.
True. About damn time for the M4.
Yeah, I think every map just feels a bit more CT-sided than it was pre-patch, obviously. I guess pre-major, that was kind of the first event that I really noticed it at. Here we go. B-Rush, let's get it underway. Glaive has got a P90?
Okay. I really wanted a Bison to be running along behind him, but Glaive only gets, actually didn't even get one. He assisted in one as they got inside the site. Still, he was able to take territory quickly through Monster. Faven has no favors to ask in this round as he has been removed. 10-5, convincing and quick in the final round of the half. 10 for Astralis as they swap over to the defensive side when we come back. Short break, and then we'll decide which of these two teams gets a break and moves on to the next stage of IEM Katowice.
Final half of the series coming right up. 10-5 in the favor of Astralis as they swap over to the defensive side. The team who wins this is all clear. They move on to the group stage of IEM Katowice. And they're hearing the cheers of FaZe in the background as their game is about to go live, celebrating their progression in the tournament. And this time it's not a blowout affair. This time it's a struggle for both teams. No one really kind of showing up on the scoreboard. And Astralis looking to close things out as soon as possible. What a lot of pressure that would be taken off the shoulders of these guys if they're able to make it through right here, right now.
Yeah, no one's really, you're right, far and away ahead of anyone else this time. It's a much more even game.
Which is nice. It's a good change of pace.
Absolutely. Lucky's struggling a little bit, 6 and 7, but also has the least deaths. So is, oh, I shouldn't say that. Config does 14 and 6. That's a pretty good ratio, but not involved too much. 4 and 12 for Tabson. But Tizian did have excellent moments. Obviously, the ace comes to mind, finishes with 13 and a half, and Config's been pretty impressive as well, opening up a lot of position. I won't discount Glave's aim as well. That was some pretty impressive stuff toward A.
We've seen way deeper performances from both of these teams in this. Ooh, they just get off the boost. That could have been perfect. Lucky in trouble. He's backing up in a position, can't find safety, and with no boost to cover him, Blame has got to drop away. Just falls back. Pop flash comes in. Timing was missed. So a 5-on-4 for Big in the pistol round.
Molotov up and away over top to cover off the bottom of the stairs. Meanwhile, Config rotating back in from long is aware the rotation is heading his direction, finds out Kiddo and then falls off, so there will be no response frag. That levels the score in the round at 4-4. With only Lucky and Kiddo sitting on the sidelines to watch. Favin will now join them, and Tizian as well. Glave's got 2 more. That aim continuing to be impressive as he runs around and runs into Tabson. But then his teammates will do the rest. BlameF, Zipix the kills. Astralis 11 and 5 only for Big.
What a great save. What great stopping power from Glaive. Brilliant double kill coming into the B bomb site. That's absolutely perfect from the Astralis captain. 11-5. It's both pistol rounds won by Astralis. Yeah, this is nasty. Right out of the air as well. And the transfer over, the repeak into Tizian. And even his death is exposing his opposition to the players up in heaven. So, well done. 6-round lead. And if you're Astralis at this point, it's just, let's please not drop the second round. Let's please not lose to the Deagles and Scouts again. They dropped 2 of those rounds in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. This could have been much more of a blowout if not for the ace from Tizian, because not only was that against pistols, so to speak, it was also an economic round in that it was only round 2. It broke them in return. And then the second one, which still made things awkward.
Yeah, I mean, it's always awkward losing those rounds. It's actually wild to lose 2 of those rounds and still be up 10-5 at half.
Yeah, true.
Just a testament to how dominant they were when the guns were out on board. BlameF and Lucky here to defend. Config gonna be the rotators between the bomb sites. That's a lot of power swinging between A and B. Ooh, BlameF's got a ton of information with that little jump peek out towards long. Astralis can set up well. No utility on BlameF or Config, just a smoke on Lucky. He's gonna drop it right now, just the perfect moment. Gonna get spammed by the Deagle. They saw the trajectory. It's actually dangerous. Look at the HP on Config and Lucky. This A defense, oh my lord, it could crumble. Kiddo with 1. BlameF has responded, but Lucky's gonna go down. It's all on this man and his big, broad shoulders. Nothing gets done, and again, the Deagles of Big ring true.
Yeah, you just finished saying it. This is exactly how the first half started off. In the second round loss to the Deagle and ace of Tizian. He's got 1 in this round, but Faven's got 2. That's the interesting factor, and Zipix is already bailing out on this one. It will be Big, getting a 6th, and likely extending this game as a result, because if Astralis start to stretch their legs, I think they're in a bit of trouble, but man, it's the lesser weapons. Astralis looking a bit like Vitality of 2019, losing every anti-eco.
I think Yanko would have something to say about G2 of 2021.
Yeah, fair.
But you look, here's the thing. These, just by eye test, Astralis is probably playing this map better than Big. However, losing now 3 of these rounds, both second rounds after winning the pistol and one of those half buys, this is just keeping Big in the game. It's not like they're not going to win the map based off these rounds, but it's keeping them in the game long enough in a map where they should probably already, to a certain degree, be facing a much bigger deficit. And then you never know. If they can just keep this close and grind it down, you just never know when that flip is going to switch. You never know if someone from Big is going to wake up and take control of the game. You never know if they're going to put Astralis in an awkward economic situation, and Astralis is going to backs against the wall in terms of their money. This is actually scary that Big is able to keep stealing these rounds away.
Searson with his eyes fixed firmly at long has Tabson and Kiddo in front of him heading a little bit closer to the party. A birthday party, Jason. It's your birthday party.
My birthday party. I can cry if I want to.
Celebrating turning 42 years old this year. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a young 42.
I just think it's 42. Well, they will take the bomb toward long. Lucky, Config, Zipix all on the site, and Config's playing that off-angled position where he can get baited in by his teammates. Searson's still desperately looking with the scout. Tags Zipix on the jump, so actually got him in the lag. That was a leg shot, Jason.
Might want
Actually, it was a body shot. The scout. What am I saying? See, I'm never going to get this right.
No, you're not.
Quit while I'm behind.
I was going to say you should pass it over to Config, but he's tucked into the corner. It's going to get cleared. The shadow shows. Lucky is going to find one. Blame F does the damage. Lucky cleans him up. He's got another one. Beautiful headshot. There's the M4 stepping up to the plate, but it's shut down with the quickness from Tapson. All on Glaive. If he's got another miracle. No.
Not a chance that time. So Big will capitalize back-to-back rounds, having won that anti-eco in the previous. And, yeah, quiet fist bumps.
Fist bumps all around.
Some dropped water, maybe see some paper towels out there. Clean off the desk. Maybe just sweaty hands.
Sweaty palms. 11-7. Despite a pretty decent resistance and fight from Lucky. So all USPs for Astralis now, and they'll have to sit the round out pretty much entirely, and we'll wait for the rifles in the next one. How does Glaive not have a nickname?
What nickname would you give him?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have a solution.
Cajun B was the cleaner for a while.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do. That was a self-given nickname.
Yeah, we had some good photoshops of that one, didn't we?
That was funny. But you know, Twist is the magician. How did Glaive never get one? Config, I think Scrawny and Launders have called him the Berserker.
Oh, this is
pretty good.
A pretty straightforward anti-eco round, successfully achieved to make it now 11-8. The Berserker, okay. Config, okay, yeah.
Sipnix is the clutch minister.
Yeah, that one's set in stone.
Glaive never had one.
Glaive the Brave.
Okay, you are disqualified.
What? That's great. It has alliteration and not alliteration. That's rhyming. What am I saying? I'm sorry. Okay. All right. I'm disqualified for that.
Yes, you are.
That's fair. I accept at this point.
I concede. All right, here we go. Round 20. Big just 3 rounds behind. Config doing a little bit of early damage, taking Tizian down to 86. Searson is brought down to 9 HP as well. Some good openings from Astralis across the map.
Tabson tapping toward the wooden wall, a bit of Morse code with no one on the receiving end. Searson is sitting on 9 HP, carrying the bomb, and getting ready to Molotov back inside of the sights toward the barrel position.
Mauling every position to see if they can find a favorable fight for Faven.
Do a bit of damage to Zipix as he retreats away from Monster, knowing he was going to be cut off from his teammates with those flames in place. And he's going to get caught out as well, as Faven's able to get the shot immediately from the sandbags, having heard that rotation. Glaive up. Oh, that flash. That is brilliantly timed. Tabson absolutely erased him. Gave him no chance, and Faven doubles up on his kill total, making a triple now as he comes through to find Config as well, and it gets lucky. It is now 11-9. That anti-eco situation, Jason, has made this a close game yet again.
From start to finish, that process that Big just had to set up Faven for all those kills was beautiful. Initial utility to get him into the sandbags, allow him to find the one-on-one fight that he wants right here against Zip. Obviously, the follow-up flashbang comes in and is completely eaten by Glaive, completely blinded, and then from there, it's all Faven. He'd already done his job, but this is just icing on the cake. Good stuff. And yeah, Good on you to bring it up. Those Deagle wins, those half-buy round wins have just kept him in it long enough. And man, we'll have to see if this is the turning point. But again, Astralis struggling with their economy early on in the CT half as they just continue to take loss after loss.
So 4 in a row now for Big, and yeah, what a different game this would be if Astralis was able to avoid 3 specific rounds. I'll even go as far as to say 2 specific rounds. The ace and, well, round 2 in both half. Neither pistol converted.
Yeah.
To make it very simple.
That's rough
for you.
Rough. 2-round lead. Surely that'll dwindle though here. Deagles, P250 to fight with. 1 flashbang, 1 nade, 1 smoke for the Astralis defense. And Big starting to come alive in this game.
Very close position for Config. Hoping that they'll extend wide, and he's got support on this angle. 3 players to fire it down. No kills yet. Only 1 for Glaive. Kiddo to fall, and they're still tapping toward the tree in case he wants to re-peek. He's going to get away, does Playmath. Gets inside the bathrooms. But I think we've got double digits facing Astralis at this point in time. Minute to go in the round. Playmath already spotted in front of the door. No retreating that time as Faven looking pretty sharp so far this half. Kill for everyone except for Tizian. We need the team ace. Send him in. Well, they will. Faven's going to support him. He'll slow it down slightly. Zipix back toward the boxes, wants to try and peek it out. Flashbang is there. Tizian rounds the corner. A chance for the team ace. Faven's going to steal it because he's a dick.
Yeah. Well, sometimes teammates are like that. 11 to 10. That lead has dwindled to 1. You got to be nervous if you're Astralis now. The Big is really starting to close in and heat up into this game. Round 22. Up in the hands of Lucky. 2 kits for the defensive side. 5 rounds in a row at the moment for Big after winning the second round. Here we go. Quad boost. Over
Yes,
the top.
sir.
He's got it. There goes Zipix.
Perfect way to start off the next gun round.
So we're talking about they just hung around. Just a very painful hangnail, and now it's full on. Big has arrived in the map. A 5-on-4 advantage. They're gonna press the issue. Gonna ignore the smoke and start streaming through Monster.
Config has to be the one that closes this down. Faven's come alive late in this game, but man, oh man, what a time to do it. Glaive finally silences him with a nade that gets thrown toward the barrels, but it goes far beyond any position of any T player as they'd already gone by. Smart Molotov to hold out Lucky. He has to extinguish it immediately. Glaive's still in this, though. Still a chance to try to do what he can from short, but unaware that Keto is pushed all the way out past Monster. He'll catch Playmath off on the flank, and that might be the end of the round. I think it might have to be, as Lucky wants to keep that AWP in play, excuse me.
There's some time, but I don't know what Lucky is supposed to do here. Glaive is going to make the long rotation. Lucky's hoping for a mistake, and he's got it. Ooh, Tapson just crouches into the crosshair, 2-on-2. And now, Glaive with this reposition, you can see Keto's very, very nervous about his backside. Looking to see if that flank is going to come in. 30 seconds on the clock. Smoke up towards heaven. Lucky and Glaive are going to have to reposition. Bomb is just picked up. Glaive down low. Lucky waiting for the smoke to clear. Post-plant scenario, and Glaive does have the kit. He'll be the aggressor. 2 down towards water. Keto looking up top, and Tizian's tucked himself into the corner.
Shot out, manages to make it work. Tizian with the kill, Keto with the follow-up. 11-11. 6 rounds in a row for Big, and Astralis are in trouble because the money has dwindled away again. It's much more difficult to string lost rounds together as purchases on the CT side. And Glaive's gonna have to use all his experience to get this game across the finish line now. Look at this, 4-man boost. We see it all the time. It doesn't always yield a kill. This one was perfect.
Yeah, well executed, it was clean. No struggles with it whatsoever. Oh, this is so tough for Astralis. Feels like they've lost a little bit of steam. Pissed around was theirs, but nothing since then. All the advantages, and you're right, Faven has caught up. When we came into this second half saying, you know, no one's kind of lighting up the scoreboard the way we saw on Ancient, the way we saw in Dust 2. Yeah, Faven's got something to say about that. 22 frags on him in 14 deaths. Tapson is going to follow things up. Oh dear. Don't overextend, Big. Don't let this one get away from you.
Molotov thrown in the jungle position. Meanwhile, it's going to be a rotation back toward the bathrooms. Very passive approach on the A site. Man advantage is one thing, but the HP low enough on config. Lucky's going to have to be very sharp in his position with just the USP to play with. Already spotted. Keto's going to wrap around. A lineup clean for 2.
Yeah, not even the weaponry, much less the health. As you mentioned, config was going to be a freebie no matter what. So, at least Zipix has an AK-47. That's something you'd like it to bring into the next round. They have no desire to actually go for this so far away. It'll be 12 to 11, but Big is playing this cautiously as they don't want to get fooled by anything. Still focused in making sure the bomb is going to get down safely. But this is what I think the first lead they've had since like round 9 or 10. Most of this game has been controlled by Astralis.
But I mean, you've touched on it. Those specific rounds where they shouldn't have lost them and couldn't win them against the Pistols. And you even said it's incredible they won the half with that sort of success rate against anti-ecos and those going against them. It's not going to pay off twice. You go into the second round, you don't convert the pistol a second time, and now it's just all falling apart for them.
Yeah, this is tough. This is going to be a really, really difficult one to watch back because I think on the gun rounds, especially in the first half, Astralis was looking solid. I mean, here they've had a couple mistakes, but you don't get the luxury of making those mistakes when you've already dropped 3 rounds against Eagles and both second rounds in each half. That's going to be a hard conversation. Keto pushing forward, able to find both kills to secure the bomb site and secure the lead for Big. If you're just joining us, this is a qualification match. The winning team moves on to the group stage of IEM Katowice. The losing team will play Fnatic tomorrow for progression or elimination.
Yes, back against the wall. It gets pretty quick, pretty thick, pretty quick here at IEM Katowice this time through. Crazy, we're gonna have teams eliminated on day 2, but
such is life.
Yeah. Cutthroat Counter-Strike. Blame F in a cutthroat position right now for Astralis, getting already down inside of the connector stairs. No one to support him here. Glaive can spam through the door. That's about the best he can do. Blame F, though, already has one falls off of it, feigning back toward the middle stairs, but little does he know, Faven's still down below him. He does well to get a second in that situation, and that brings Lucky into the fold because he knows they're distracted and looking back in that direction, but he's cut off by a Molotov, and Keto's able to jiggle peek his way out of a rather awkward situation in a bathroom. We've all had a few of those, but none quite going down to an exchange with an AK-47, I don't think, as Glaive will get him back in return. Faven wants more toward the truck. They're still in the close angle, and Zipix there the whole time gets the winning kill.
Finally, what a great hold. The double kill from Blame F slows him down just enough. Timing on the rotation based off those kills is quite nice, and keeping some space for Lucky to be effective with the op. We're all tied up. Finally, Astralis put a stop to the run. That was 7 rounds in a row from Big to get to this point. We're at 12-12. AWP on Lucky, AWP on Searson as well. Both teams have money. Both teams have some cash behind this buy, especially Big. 11K on Tizian.
That's actually pretty incredible that Big's built up that much of a surplus. I mean, Astralis is a much more fragile situation, no doubt about it.
It's just that run. Run has been crazy. Glaive and Config doing good damage early on to Faven and Tizzy. And remember, Faven's been the aggressor for Big to open up rounds starting towards sandbags. The fact that he's at about half HP before he even gets a chance to begin has got to be very, very nice for Astralis to have that breathing room and not have to deal with that pressure.
Nade toward the barrels from Faven. Oh, yeah, you love to see it, Searson.
Yikes. We caught it, baby.
I love how he's going to throw a Molotov behind. He's like, well, I might as well reset that Molotov. We'll go for a different approach here, boys.
Ooh, look at this lurk from Keto. The only person watching for this, I think, is Blame F. There is a rotation on the way. Config is here, but he needs more time. This feels like a very fragile defense for the moment. Good deliver from Lucky, 2, not the third. But Keto is already into the bomb site. Molotov is going to force him a little bit wide. We've got a 3-on-3, and he's doing his best to stop them from swinging out of bank and swinging out of headshot. But Config has 2, and he's going to give Astralis a lead more than likely. 1-on-3 for Searson with 18 seconds.
I thought Xyp9x might have made the wrong call to go around this way. It was much closer because he was on the B site rather than getting to connector. But immediately, the fact that they have the bomb in the site and it's a one-man situation, there's no way you win these trades. There's no way you pull this out. It's definitely done. Astralis is going to have 3 to go to cross the line on this series. Big, not done yet, though. As you say, they've got that economy in their favor. Tizian 13-1 post-round. Immediately, they'll buy straight back into this.
I was going to say, this is the other benefit of such a good run from Big in the middle portions of this half, or I guess from the start to the middle, is because they have so much money, Astralis have to play the game on hard mode. They've got to grind so much economy away. It's not like you get, well, I mean, to be fair, some of the D rounds have been harder for Astralis than the gun rounds, so, you know, pick your poison, I guess.
But even still, like you say, like you get the lost round bonus on T side, you get the bomb plants down, you can still string things together. It's much more difficult on the CT side.
There's 2 more rounds of buys after this round, even if Big was to lose. So Astralis is going to have to, I mean, they have to win this game against full buys, essentially.
Yeah, and you also have to consider that every kill against them is going to count for that matter. Like, they're going to still be tight even with wins if they come to close rounds. BlameF, this is an aggressive position for him to be in right now.
Oh, the timing on this is so wild. Oh, the smoke clears. Tizian spots it out. That's so brutal. I think he had to have heard 2, if not all 3 players move across. He never expected there to be a 4th.
And this is peculiar for Lucky now as well, because Config is going to rotate it over and support the A site, but he's going to go out to bathroom. I was going to say he almost has to, because Lucky's stuck in the connector. Not safe to retreat. Fires into a flash, gives the position away, and Config has to be perfect. But Kiddo's gone through the smoke inside of the bathroom. Is he going to catch him off? Knows Lucky somewhere behind him. Didn't see the shadow through smoke, and Lucky gets 1 for it, but Kiddo's still on the spot.
Oh no, the aggression from Astralis is just, it rips everything away from them. All that control. They do kind of have money for a buy after this, but what a tough call to make here if you're Glaive and Zip, and I think this is the right one. You got to back away and save it. The buy in the next round would be so ropey if you don't. Big ties things up at 13.
And this will put them at a 3rd round loss bonus with 3850, 2150. Those 2 players obviously drop their weapons and buy again, and you're going to get forces around it. So you're going to get 4 rifles, and then what do you call for? Utility? You're not going to have an AWP. Unless Glaive really wants to drop one and limit utility, I don't know if you go for the AWP. And the way that Lucky's been playing, 13 and 18, I don't know if he's been consistent enough to justify that.
I think you give it to him. I think you have to put the AWP in your upper's hands. I think it's just such a nice weapon to have. And actually, I mean, the past 2 or 3 rounds, I think he's done a pretty decent enough job. I think he's had 3 or 4 kills, but this
gone now.
This ruins everything anyways. That kill from Keto, massively important. And again, let's just touch on it one more time, because Big has the economy to throw away on this kind of a chase. They don't mind throwing themselves at the weapons of Astralis because they know the money is more valuable for the defensive side. 13-13, and a tough call to make for Astralis.
That's, yeah,
you still get the
that's
op
so
out.
unfortunate. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so my maths need work. I thought they were going to be just shy of it, but Xyp9x obviously able to pull it out post-round when the money came in. It was a little higher than I expected it to be. But, yeah, this is desperate, and they're going to have 3 smokes to work with in this situation.
Okay, new look aggression. Over the top, it's Glaive. Timing on this. Oh, Searson gives Config a haircut. Gonna step up to the plate. He wants more. Lucky's holding the angle. An important rebuttal. An important response. 4-on-4.
That's the AWP justified there. Yep. Immediately gets the counter pick, so fair play. Tizian's gonna rotate back around BlameF. This is such a tough position. Fountain to hold on off angle, but has to be perfect for the push. They've made a ton of noise through the playground, and he is perfectly positioned. Shadow to show. Swings for the second, but can't find it. Kiddo's there. Good response from Glaive to push out, but he has to get away from Tabson, and he swings to the right side of Tabson's approach. That gives him coverage to bathrooms, and now he readies himself for the exchange and wins that as well.
Oh, what a nerdy little off angle from Glaive to get that second kill. That's brutal. How are you supposed to see that one coming? 1 versus 3 for Faven.
That's experience more than skill from Glaive as well. Doesn't run in a straight line pattern, gets as far into coverage as he can, and then rather than say, I'm not going to retreat the whole way, I already have a jiggle peek, this is a reset, and turns and fights it.
It'd be great if Faven could step up to the plate. 23 kills on the map. He's leading the server. He's leading both teams. And you go for this because kills are valuable as well at this stage in the game.
Am I wrong in saying Config had 15 at half?
I am not sure, to be honest with you.
Because he's at 18 now.
I didn't keep track of it. I think he's had more than 3 kills in this half, but I could very well be wrong. This is tough. There's no good plant here. Faven's just going to have to risk it and likely get taken down. Lucky. There's the peak. Bomb does get planted, which is quite nice and almost takes down Lucky. He had a chance for it. Extra $800 isn't the biggest deal in the world because they're rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And more importantly, Astralis manages to win that round after the save in the last. And the AWP coming out was the difference maker for Lucky in the trade. And then they keep it alive in this round as well, which is significant.
This is a really good test for a struggling Astralis team. This could be a kind of a close, grindy, difficult, obstacle-ridden win that really gets you guys feeling good moving forward into the next stage of the tournament. 14-13. Searson steps through. Triple nades, nobody's there. Bit of an early stalemate as both teams are pretty passive. Astralis has ran an aggressive defense the last 2 rounds with Blame F pushing mid, pushing Playground, pushing Fountain. And this time they chill. Now what that means as well, if you look at Lucky and Zipix, a lot of counter utility as this round runs late. There's still 3 Molotovs in the arsenal of Astralis. There's still a smoke in the hands of Lucky and Zipix. Plenty of flashbangs, a lot of tools to disrupt any attack that comes their way. And even flashbangs unlucky to set up a peek from Config.
Config very close to the corner wall, is in a very tough position, needs Lucky to support this. Gets the first, nearly the second, but couldn't reset the crosshair fast enough. And no response from Lucky, as he was being, to be fair, stared down by an op. It's probably for the best that he doesn't take that fight.
I think he went to look towards bathrooms and highway, and the fact that Config called out, you know, I've spotted 3, there could be 4 here. I think Lucky's just like, all right, well, I got the nades to play the delay game. Fair play, you want to execute? I got 1 more Molotov for you coming in hot.
They go for the boost. There's the corner boost here. You can play the dumpster, and they have an op in position with time as well on their utility. Could see a counter boost, but Blame F has the first kill. That gets traded immediately, taps into 1 in position. Lucky still lurking behind the truck. AWP, and he swings out to find Tizian as well. Bomb is on the ground, and there's only 5 seconds left in the round. Searson gets 1 kill to keep himself alive, but alive is what he desperately needs to be as the round expires, and he wants that AWP in the next. He will get it, but Astralis have map points.
Yeah, you got to give it to Lucky here, especially remember we had that conversation at 13-13. Can you justify putting you got to put the op in your opper's hands. I don't care if it's Lucky, I don't care if it's Glaive, I don't care if it's whoever on the team is going to hop. Lucky's delivering here in the clutch moments with that AWP. This is fine work. Not the most difficult shots, but it doesn't matter. They're the ones you got to hit, and he's nailing them at the moment. Astralis have recovered on the verge of defeat. It looked like Big might be taking control of the game. And Astralis now has 2 chances to close out this series, 2 chances to qualify for the group stage here at Katowice and begin their quest to the Spodek stage.
Indeed, one of the most legendary stages in Counter-Strike, without a doubt. This Cologne, New York was making a case for a while. Let's see if we can hopefully get all those stages functional again, shall we
Back up and
say.
running?
Yeah, exactly. See if the server conditions are still okay.
Oh, good old server conditions. All right, well, 2 chances for Big to stay alive in this, to bring us to overtime. Astralis looks like they've kind of regained their composure. Another triple nade. Glaive is there for the moment, jump peeking, and the timing of it, oh, it does great damage. 19 health left on Glaive. Would have loved the kill, but they'll take it. It's unconfirmed damage, however.
Smoke at Monster, and they'll actually taps and take advantage of that a bit to give himself coverage and get in position with his teammates. He's got the COD 4 golden AK. It's taps and I would love to get it. Well, I'm sure anyone would love to get an opening, but would love to get an opening in this round and make sure they can try and force out overtime. He's 14 and 19.
I wonder what the plan is here for Big at the moment. 3 players outside Monster. They just run boost out towards Long. I'm assuming you'd like to get a kill. Oh, that's perfect. They found Config. This might cause a shift in the defense. You can start to see some of the... Yeah, everyone's rotating.
Yeah, this wins. This has to win this because the full rotation, they're going to be able to hear that from Monster as well. Bomb's going to go into a free site. BlameF's the only one that's even going to be able to do anything with this.
What a fake off 1 kill. Astralis entirely pulled out of position. Now, it might actually in some ways be a good thing for Astralis because they don't have money to rebuy weaponry. So if you really are in the mood to just kind of back away and try again, 3 on 4 now. This is a heavy commitment. Zip, he's gonna deliver clutch moments.
Big flash onto BlameF. If he gets around the sandbags there, he actually gets Tabson in the plant. Kiddo now has a chance to try and strike, but Tabson is in a tough position. Has to stay alive in this smoke. The fact that BlameF was able to get 1 in the connector, man, oh man, what a round-turning moment, but Tabson's not done with it as he swings out wide. Finds Zipic's shot out from Lucky, and Kiddo's removed. Just hold him at this point. BlameF does better. He's going to take him down. That'll be the game. Astralis just barely hold on versus Big. They'll play in a few days' time. Moving on, instead, Big will be up against Fnatic.
That's a gutsy retake. I feel like there's a world in which Astralis might have considered themselves out of position, but again, it's not the post-plant diffuse clutches we know from Zip, but he delivers 2 critical kills to move Astralis forward into the group stage of Katowice. What a stellar win. What a tough win. Big puts up a fight, and they cannot outlast the Danes. Astralis, your victors here. We'll be seeing Big take on Fnatic tomorrow for a spot in that group stage as well. For now, we're going to send you to a break and then to the desk.
Hey Future Pros, we are back with an advanced execute for your T-side on Inferno. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 mollies, 3 flashes, and 2 smokes. Let's break it down. Future Pro number 1. Your first job is to boost up Future Pro 4 onto the half wall. After that, get into this position and aim your crosshair above this point where the roof tiles combine. This molly will land and force out anyone playing first or second oranges. Then bank a flash off this window to blind anyone on site or in CT. This will allow you to get a quick smoke covering off CT spawn. And for good measure, lob this deep flash over CT spawn, which will further blind anyone playing on the site. Future Pro 2, you'll be smoking off coffins and also provide a supporting flash. To smoke coffins, get right up into this corner with the logs. Aim upward along the line of this fence and stop when you're at this line with this other fence post. This smoke will block off behind coffins. It is thrown this deep to discourage CTs from pushing through and hugging the side of the smoke, so be aware that someone still could be holding coffins. Alternatively, you can throw this smoke a little higher and coffins will be fully smoked off, but be wary of an aggressive CT. Finally, aim above these wires over the left of the plant pot. Walk forwards and throw the flash as you get to the second wire. This will provide a flash to blind anyone on the B site. Future Pro 3, you only have 1 molly to throw, so don't mess it up. Your molly will be to push out anyone who's playing new box. To do this molly, get up into this part of the wooden barrels, formerly known as car. Then aim at this part of the tile and jump throw. Now no one can play from new box, great! Future Pro 4, you also have an easy job. Once Future Pro 1 has boosted you onto the half wall, position yourself over this corner of the wall. Then aim at this gap in the trees and throw your molly. This will force anyone out of dark. If this execute is done correctly with the right timings, there should be literally nowhere for the CTs to stand apart from out into the open. But make sure you practice those timings, it really is all about timings.
So after a 16-9, a 16-5, we find a 16-13 in our most competitive map of the series thus far. It is Astralis taking the W, and Big Clan, that's Berlin International Gaming, not getting their foot in the door just yet to the group stage. We welcome you back, guys. It's the play-in still, and we are well on our way to securing which teams are going there and going home. It's a big difference.
Yeah, a big sigh of relief for Astralis, I think, making it to the main stage of the event, of course. We know that this is not the best of times for them, but it would have been an absolute tragedy for them to miss the main stage. That would have been extremely painful. So right now, they can actually shake that off the shoulder. They can take a deep breath to more focus on the future. And for that, I'm sure they feel right.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, you get an extra day off to like prep and prepare. That's the first test, like you said,
Day off,
Matthew.
man.
They can kind of, like I said, just wipe the sweat off their brow. Take a look at, how they won these games, how they lost some of these maps. I won't lie though, a couple of rounds, the way Big was mounted that comeback, the first half, you saw Astralis lose to Pistols. One with, I think, was a Tizian with a Deagle.
bit messy at times.
It was messy at times. Big was mounting an incredible comeback, and we had this narrative, Trace, where like it's all about how they're going to be struggling on the T sides. It looks like we were wrong. It was actually the CT sides.
You can't say that on air. You can't say that we
We make mistakes. We make mistakes.
Man.
We make mistakes. They know. Can't lie.
Nonetheless, Big, did we learn anything more about them today? Overall, big picture.
For me personally, again, Sirsen, right? Like we thought maybe he didn't have to do much, but Tracy, you brought it up before the map. He was very, very, very unimpactful, and it's just supremely disappointing because we know what he can do.
Look, he was a non-factor in this game. Let's be honest. Prior to this game, Big had beaten Astralis twice in best of threes. We're talking 2-0s, 2-0s. Astralis hadn't won a single map. Sirsen had 132 and 161 ratings in both these best of threes. Basically sublime, just styling on everyone else.
A god.
Today on LAN, 0.96. So it's not about just piling on the guy, absolutely not. It's just that there is a difference that we have to address, and that difference is a hurdle that Big cannot get over right now. When your sniper is supposed to be such a strong, impactful, influential player, 90% of the calendar in Counter-Strike, and then you move on here in these studios. By the way, not yet an audience, just in the studio.
Oh yeah, he's just here now.
And he's a shadow of himself, then obviously there is a disbalance in the team. There's something that they just cannot get over right now, and that if we didn't address, we'd be hypocrites.
Well, we're addressing everything, so we might as well begin to address a little bit of the things that Astralis has done well as well. I think about a player like Glaive.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty impactful.
I mean, he was just leading by example. I was getting all these kills, but for me, what I was very impressed was some of the calling coming in from Grave. There was a couple of rounds where they were running out of time, but just very good protocols. They were going for like a 20-second hit coming to the A bomb side where there were 3 defenders there. Utility usage was good. No one is really overextending. Sure, we saw a couple of mistakes like the Deagle run coming in from Tizian, for example, an ace which should never have happened. And you can see him showing a little bit of emotions as well, a little bit of glimpses of old Glaive coming out here.
And finally, we have, out of 3 maps, 2 good T-sides coming out of Astralis, which is something that we hadn't seen in quite a while. We're talking 10 rounds, 1 on Ancient. We're talking 10 rounds again, 1 on Overpass. Quite close maps as well. I like some of the rotations that I've seen. I like the performance that I've seen from Glaive. This is the Glaive that they need. Astralis don't need Glaive to be a map fragger. They don't need him to be a superstar. None of that. But they need him to find some kind of flow state, some kind of impact, to get in the game, to get stuck in, to make the difference a time or two, and then to have a read on the situation. This is the Glaive that we need to see from Astralis. I'm not asking for more than that. But this right here, we hadn't seen for a while.
I mean, you're talking about win conditions individually speaking for this team. We talk about config and how ever since he joined his Astralis team, since last year, he's been really struggling. He stepped up here today. He was consistent as an opener. Blame F was finding impact. Zipex as well. I mean, the heavy criticism, rightfully so, has been levied in his direction by the community, by the fans, by us as well. But he was really quite impactful. Not necessarily the clutch minister anymore, but he was finding impact in the game. He was doing his job. And lucky as well. Sure, he didn't have a superstar performance. I don't think he's ever really been a superstar with the AWP, but it was serviceable, right? All the 5 elements, all 5 fingers on that hand, forming a fist and making it work.
You could argue that in a couple of these rounds towards the very end, if Lucky misses a couple of shots, that's it. Big is taken over. So at least he had these moments.
Yeah, and that's, at least you can, I guess, rest on that at some point. I mean, it would make the most sense, right? For a team like Astralis to, if they would have checked out, if it wouldn't have worked out for him here, this would have not been the story of Astralis Katowice that we know. And perhaps, why don't we just hear from him?
The firepower of Astralis. I am so going to milk this for for like the end of this event. Like, okay, like on a more serious note, congratulations with your win against the Big. You went to 3 maps. I was kind of expecting like, yeah, you're gonna win Ancient, they're gonna win Dust too, and in the end, it will be Overpass that will decide who is actually going to win the whole series. Did you feel the same way, or were you expecting that it's actually going to be a 2-0?
We played them many times on those 2 before, and we always got dominated by them. So we were kind of expecting it to be a 3rd map on Overpass, and our knife doesn't work, so we start T-side. It's of course hard to start T-side on a CT-sided map, but we both sucked on CT apparently. So it was a weird game. It was a tight game. It was 16-14. So yeah, I think it was great.
Yeah, it was really surprising because you did start on the T side on Overpass. You managed to get so many rounds. Was there a moment like when you kind of relaxed? You're like, okay, we got so many rounds on the T side. Now we can like maybe like, and then it kind of went out of control. Like, okay, now we need to focus just to close this game and be done for today.
Yeah, I think so because on T side we got a lot of rounds, and on CT we threw a lot of rounds. We only lost like 2 really important buys that we had, where we like bought full up and then we got sniped by a tower in T-spawn, which is really unlucky to be honest. So I feel like if they didn't win those 2 rounds where we had full buy, I think that it would have been a closer game, or like a better game for us at least.
But winning today means that you are going to actually have a day off. I'm sure that you're going to focus on like practicing, maybe improving, watching some demos. Of course, you'll follow what is actually happening in the lower bracket. But I actually had an interview with Nikodos, and he said that their plan is to get into top 8. What is your plan? Is it top 8? Is it to reach the finals? Is it to win the whole thing?
I think when you go to a tournament, you always want to win. So that's my feeling at least. Like I want to win every single game that we play, which is not like possible, but you're always going to lose some. But I think that winning the tournament would be really nice. But we are a new team, so we don't really have that many expectations. So I want to win, but I want to say that getting out of groups in the main tournament would be great.
Okay, so getting out of groups, getting to the playoffs, and then like we'll see how it goes, right?
Yeah, that's the way it's going to be, I think. I hope.
You hope. Now don't think.
I hope. I'm
Okay.
crossing my fingers at least.
Okay, Gumping, thank you very much. I will not delay you any longer. So, like, good luck in your upcoming series. I'll see you in a few days.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That is Config from Astralis, and of course interviewed by Heku. For Config, we know this guy to be flashy. We know what he can do. We know what he's capable of. And when are we going to get that right back to where it was? Say like 2014, 2015.
Oh, we're really running back now.
Like I really want to bring it back.
North, config, type, demolition, or what we're talking about?
Like a config that is just... I don't think the word is vile or toxic, but he is not afraid of shit. And that
He isn't.
And that's the,
although his Twitter has toned down a little bit, I'm okay with that.
It's a
bring that back a
spicy.
little bit. Nonetheless,
byproduct of time.
Yeah, you grow older, Trace. You mature a bit.
We try to.
Nah, dog.
I don't
Not
even know
you,
about
man. What happened?
What happened to you?
Anyway, look, let's go to the bracket here. My friend Benjamin Button and I are going to go ahead and jump right into that one. Start dissecting this for me. What do you got? In the brackets, at least.
You want to talk about bracket?
Want to break down the brackets?
Should we talk about Copenhagen Flames? We should talk about FaZe. We talk about OG. We talk about Astralis already making it to the main stage of the event. And I guess some of these teams we hadn't seen coming. FaZe, we kind of put them in our safe bet, if I remember this amazing video. OG as well, continuing on a good form with Nexa. Now we just witnessed Astralis making it to the next step of this event, having a day off tomorrow. So for these teams, tonight's a good night.
For some of the other teams, listen. My heart bleeds a little bit. It cries a little bit for Mouse, right? Coming in with the youngsters.
It's not bad at all.
It was such a close, but they were so close, man. They were so close to taking down FaZe there, and but I still think they could potentially pull off a deep run.
Well, deep runs don't stop with our matches. Of course, with the B stream, there's a ton of Counter-Strike to be grabbing onto, so that's where we're going to direct your attention now to Godsent versus Sprout, which has just gone underway, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be a late one for some of these folks, but for us, that does it for day one of the play-ins, which means tomorrow we'll be back. We've got three best of threes coming your way on this stream, as well as on the B stream. So I think, how did you say this?
Sayonara.
Good night. Buenos noches. Adios. Arrivederci.
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 We were caught in the fire. Our fates left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days long ago.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match has got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby. Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will always our spirits never die. Whoa.